World transfer in progress. Memory import. Fusion successful. The damp, cold air hit Su Mion's face, waking her instantly. She choked on a mouthful of water and realized she was in the middle of a vast, endless sea. The water was murky and fast-moving. There were no buildings in sight, only floating debris and pieces of wood drifting past her. She was wearing only a pink swimsuit. It wasn't too revealing, and with the temperature around 30 degrees, she didn't feel cold even while soaked in water. Her body was being carried forward by the current, so Su Mion quickly scanned her surroundings. Soon, she spotted a broken tree trunk about 50 meters ahead, floating steadily on the surface. Using the next wave for momentum, she pushed herself forward with all her remaining strength and managed to climb onto the log. The first thing she did after getting out of the water was take out a bottle of nutrient solution and drink it in one go. As the discomfort in her body slowly faded, she finally let out a breath of relief. Food was scarce in the post-apocalyptic world she came from. The only supplies she had in her storage space were nutrient drinks, and not many of them. Still, at least she wouldn't starve for now. From her higher position on the log, she could see more clearly. The water stretched endlessly in every direction, like the aftermath of a massive flood. Su Mion closed her eyes and spent a minute receiving the world's storyline. When she opened them again, her expression was complicated. So, this was a survival game. The world she came from had been overrun by zombies. Though a few survivors still struggled to live, everyone knew it was hopeless. Then the survival game found her. It told her that if she could complete survival missions in several disaster worlds, she would be able to return to the time before the zombie outbreak. Su Mion agreed. This was her first survival world. After merging with the body's memories, she learned that the original owner, Su Jiaojiao, had just turned 18. She had come to a seaside island with her family for vacation, but a tsunami struck and destroyed the resort. Su Jiaojiao wasn't a strong swimmer. Before the tsunami hit, she had been asking her neighbor and secret crush, Zheng Heng, to teach her to swim. When the huge wave came, she instinctively tried to call out to him for help. Unfortunately, Zheng Heng only cared about his classmate Li Nian, who was traveling with them, and completely ignored her. She had managed to stay afloat for a while, but then... Help! Is anyone there? The call pulled Su Mion out of her thoughts. She turned around and saw a woman behind her, clinging to a wooden board as the current carried her along. The board was too small, and the woman was being tossed around by the water, but she still managed to stay afloat. When she spotted Su Mion sitting on the trunk of a tree, her eyes locked onto it, filled with a strong will to survive. She seemed to be a good swimmer. With just a few strokes, she skillfully moved through the rushing water towards Su Mion. Su Mion watched calmly, neither helping nor stopping her. She had two tasks in this world. First, to survive at sea for 1 month. Second, to find at least one family member of Su Jiaojiao. The mission made one thing clear: the flood caused by the tsunami would not end quickly. For the next month, she would be surrounded by water. That meant she needed to find a place where she could survive for a long time. Clearly, this tree was not a long-term solution. While she was thinking, the woman had already climbed onto the tree trunk. The floating trunk was unstable, and it shook hard as the woman got on. Su Mion had steadied herself in advance, so she wasn't affected, but the woman let out a startled cry before quickly regaining her balance. "Little sister, did you just climb up too?" the woman asked, trying to start a conversation. It was probably the first time she had met another living person since the disaster. Even though she sensed Su Mion's distance, she still spoke warmly. Su Mion replied briefly, but learned about her situation. The woman's name was Meng Ting, a private swimming coach on the island. When the tsunami hit, she had been teaching a student to dive in shallow water. If she hadn't been good at holding her breath, she would have drowned. She told Su Mion that it had been an hour since the island was flooded. Along the way, she had seen at least 10 bodies. Su Mion was the first living person she had found, and she hadn't seen any rescue teams. Now they were drifting farther out to sea. "Luckily, my watch is waterproof, but the compass is broken. I have no idea where we are now." Thinking Su Mian was too frightened to speak, she tried to comfort her. Don't worry. The tsunami covered a huge area, so it's normal for rescue to be delayed. I'm sure someone will come for us soon. We'll make it to safety. Her voice was confident at first, but then it faltered slightly. Su Mian didn't point out the kind lie. Meng Ting felt relieved when she saw the girl nod, though a faint uneasiness lingered in her heart. The island's rescue team was the best she had ever worked with. Even in a sudden tsunami, they should have been able to respond quickly, unless the rescue team itself had fallen into danger. That thought darkened her expression, but when she looked at the frail girl beside her, who seemed as if a gust of wind could knock her over, she decided not to say it aloud. After a long period of exhaustion, neither of them spoke again. The piece of driftwood they clung to floated forward with the current for nearly half an hour before Su Mian finally saw others besides the two of them. No, more accurately, what she saw were not people, but bodies floating on the water. The corpses had been battered by the tsunami and waves, their features unrecognizable. Their sudden appearance before the two girls was shocking. Meng Ting gagged and quickly warned, "Don't look." But it was too late. The girl was already staring in that direction, her face unexpectedly calm, without the fear Meng Ting had imagined. She seemed lost in thought. She must be terrified, Meng Ting told herself, trying to explain the girl's calmness. The sight of the bodies seemed to mark a beginning. Less than 10 minutes later, the sound of shouting and crying came from ahead. Someone was arguing, others were sobbing, and there were angry voices mixed in. Su Mian caught a faint metallic scent in the air. The smell of blood drifted toward her through the damp wind. She frowned slightly and, while Meng Ting's attention was drawn to the noise, quietly slipped a small knife into her sleeve. 2 minutes later, the scene ahead came into view. A capsized yacht was stuck in the water, surrounded by nearly a dozen survivors. Most of them were men, many injured. One man had a branch stuck in his shoulder. Though it had been roughly treated, blood still seeped from the wound. The few women left looked pale and frightened, their eyes darting nervously toward the men around them. By coincidence, 2 of the survivors were Meng Ting's trainees. Overjoyed to see familiar faces, she hurried toward them, her voice full of excitement. Only Su Mian felt a flicker of unease. Something about these people didn't feel right. Normally, when people encounter fellow survivors after a disaster, their first reaction should be the same as Meng Ting's. Except for the 2 trainees Meng Ting knew, the rest of the people showed 2 completely different reactions to their arrival. Half of them acted indifferent, avoiding eye contact with Su Mian and the others, as if they knew something and felt uneasy. The other half stared boldly, their looks unpleasant and unsettling, as if they were relaxed spectators outside a disaster. That uneasy feeling reached its peak when a strange voice spoke. "Been a while since we've seen newcomers like this. Everyone behave yourselves this time." The speaker was a bald man. Even through his colorful beach shirt, his strong build was obvious. He seemed to hold authority among the group, and the others tried to please him, laughing and making crude jokes while staring at Meng Ting and her companion. Even Meng Ting, usually carefree, sensed something was wrong. The trainee who had spoken to her noticed her frown and quickly stopped her. Avoiding the bald man's direction, he whispered, "Sister Meng, don't say anything. They're dangerous. They just hurt someone." The words struck like thunder. Meng Ting's face showed disbelief. Su Mian also heard him and was equally shocked. She knew that after a disaster, people's morals could twist under pressure, but it had only been an hour since the tsunami. Wasn't this too fast? And the calmness of those people, it wasn't the calm of survivors, but of those who had something to rely on. She was sure of one thing. These people were not normal. Since she couldn't be sure of winning against all of them at once, she decided not to act rashly. Quietly, she put away her dagger. The weapon's sudden disappearance went unnoticed. Perhaps their silence pleased the others. The bald man generously said that before the yacht was repaired, they would be kept safe for now. As if to confirm his words, a figure suddenly surfaced from the murky water. It was a young man, about 20, with dark eyes and a simple, honest look that didn't match the others. He glanced around, paused briefly when he saw the two unfamiliar faces, then swam to the bald man and said carefully, "Brother Hu, everything stuck under the yacht has been cleared. It's fine now, we can turn it over and use it." Su Mion's sharp eyes noticed a red stain on the young man's shoulder. She didn't have time to think about where the blood came from, because she had just made another surprising discovery and couldn't help staring at him a little longer. The young man, Zhao Tian, felt a chill on his back and was surprised to see the new girl watching him. He gave her an awkward smile. It was useless for her to look at him. Brother Hu and his men wouldn't let her go, and he couldn't save her either. Brother Hu, the bald man, heard that the yacht could still be used. He drove away the people leaning on it, called over a few of his companions, and went to the side of the boat that was half sunken. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he actually flipped the yacht upright with his bare hands. By the time the others reacted, the yacht was already steady on the water. Those who had always feared Brother Hu turned pale, and even Meng Ting, who had been unwilling to submit, froze in disbelief. She realized something and began to tremble, her face growing paler. A superhuman with great strength? Su Mion, who also saw this, had a flicker of light in her eyes but felt even more confused inside. "What are you waiting for? Get on board," a woman's voice shouted. Brother Hu's companions pulled several women onto the yacht roughly, showing no kindness at all. Their behavior was harsh and disrespectful, but the others pretended not to see. Soon, only Su Mion, Meng Ting, and the young man were left below. Su Mion hesitated, wondering if she should take the chance to escape, when a voice came from beside her.
"Get on first.
There's still a tsunami coming. The yacht can at least hold for a while. They may not be good people, but they can keep you alive.
And
my name is Zhao Tian." The young man grinned at her. Su Mion caught the hidden meaning in his words and quickly made up her mind.
all right.
Using the edge of the yacht, she pretended to climb up with difficulty. Above her, the men were watching with unfriendly eyes. After getting on board, Su Mion reached out to help Zhao Tian. She could tell that although he was with Brother Hu's group, he didn't seem to be one of them by choice. Zhao Tian misunderstood her intention. "I can't help you. Asking me won't change anything." Though he had only gone through a few missions, Zhao Tian had met locals who tried to rely on him before. He knew his limits and always chose to survive quietly. "I just want to ask you a few questions." Zhao Tian blushed slightly at his own misunderstanding. Seeing that Brother Hu and the others weren't paying attention, he agreed. The yacht wasn't large, but it could still hold more than 10 people. The deck was uneven, so everyone had to find something to hold on to. The two of them found a spot at the back of the boat. Su Mion went straight to the point. "Are you really who you say you are?" The question came out of nowhere, but Zhao Tian understood it right away. He looked surprised and asked, "You're a player too?" "A player?" The system had mentioned that this place was a survival game, so calling themselves players made sense.
Su Mion didn't deny it.
She had always thought she was the only outsider here, but clearly she wasn't. No wonder those people had felt strange to her. They must be players too. Sure enough, Zhao Tian's next words confirmed her guess. "This is your first time entering a mission world, right? I didn't expect you to be a player too. No wonder I felt a bit of familiarity when I first saw you." Su Mion stayed silent. "We're both unlucky. Running into Zhang, who means we can only try to survive quietly. It's easier for me since I'm a guy, but for you, things might be tougher. If you have enough points, it's fine. I used up all mine just to stay alive. Now I only have a few items left. That I really wish I could find an expert to guide me." Su Mion had planned to get information out of him, but now she didn't need to. Zhao Tian had already said plenty. She knew that for players, this kind of information wasn't really secret. Now she could confirm several things. For example, Zhao Tian's original world was normal. Players were randomly chosen from different parallel worlds and forced to complete missions. Failure meant death, while success earned points and rewards. After finishing a mission, they could return to their own world to rest before the next one. The more missions a player cleared, the greater the benefits. The experts Zhao Tian mentioned were players who had completed many missions and strengthened their bodies through rewards. Zhang, who, for instance, had gained his strength from stacking skill points. Apparently, every player had access to a game shop and a player forum. Su Mion's heart stirred. She silently thought, "System, open the shop." After a brief silence, a cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Command invalid. Please focus on completing your task." Su Mion refused to give up. "Open the forum." Only silence answered her.
Sumian said quietly.
Su Mion glanced at Zhao Tian beside her. He was staring blankly at the air in front of him, but she knew he was actually browsing the forum. This forum allows players who join the same game instance to chat with each other. Although it's anonymous, sometimes you can meet kind people who help you clear levels. Most players use it to vent their frustrations. Su Mion wasn't interested in chatting. What caught her attention were the special in-game items Zhao Tian mentioned that could be bought to help with gameplay. Unfortunately, they had nothing to do with her. Did you want the good news or the bad news first? After reading the forum, Zhao Tian gave Su Mion a mischievous smile.
Sumian said.
Good news. The good news is this is a new instance, so it shouldn't be too hard. Su Mion felt that didn't make much difference. And the bad news? Zhao Tian didn't answer. He looked past her, his shoulders tensing. You'll know when you turn around. Even without turning, Su Mion could sense someone approaching. When she finally looked, two people who had come with Zhang who were walking toward her, clearly targeting her. She frowned, realizing a fight was unavoidable. Sorry, Zhao Tian said with guilt. My item only works underwater.
I'm not good at fighting.
If I try to help, I'll just get taken out first. He looked at his new teammate with regret, not noticing the change in Su Mion's eyes when he mentioned the underwater item. Let's work together, she said. Zhao Tian only heard the word together before Su Mion stepped forward toward the two men. He didn't even have time to stop her. Well, you've got some nerve. No wonder, brother, who the man didn't finish his sentence. A flash of cold light swept past his neck. No one expected the quiet, slender girl to move so fast. Her small, sharp dagger struck before they could react, and their smiles froze in place.
Ah!
Someone's been hurt. A shout broke the silence, and chaos erupted on the yacht. Zhao Tian stood frozen, his face splattered with blood. He stared blankly at Su Mion, who showed no emotion after what she had done. A few seconds later, he suddenly noticed something and grabbed her arm.
Run.
Brother Hu and his group had been drawn by the noise. Zhao Tian's fear of Brother Hu came from seeing him harm a man right in front of him. Yet, strangely, even though Su Mion had just fought two people, Zhao Tian didn't feel afraid of her. Instead, he instinctively wanted to help her. Their only escape route was the water. Both of them jumped off the yacht almost at the same time. Strangely, Su Mion felt as if something was holding her up, keeping her afloat on the water. That feeling stayed with her until they climbed back onto the tree trunk where she had been sitting before. As Su Mion climbed up, she caught a glimpse of Zhao Tian's swaying tail and was slightly surprised. Then she understood what was going on. No wonder they hadn't seen Zhao Tian earlier. He must have been underwater, using some kind of tool that turned his legs into a fish tail. While they were delayed, Tiger and his men had already jumped into the water to chase them. Losing two of his people made him both angry and embarrassed. Maybe he thought Su Mion's success in fighting back was just luck and not worth worrying about. Zhao Tian quickly tried to stop him. Tiger, we're all players here. There's no need to make this worse. Tiger gave Su Mion a surprised look. He hadn't expected this thin, quiet girl to be a player too. So, you mean my people died for nothing? He asked coldly. Zhao Tian wanted to explain, but Su Mion spoke first. Her voice was calm but sharp. Then let's see whether your strength is greater than my knife's speed. Facing Tiger's group, Su Mion showed no fear at all. Tiger, who had first planned to capture her and take out his anger slowly, began to calm down. He had been through many challenges and knew better than to judge by appearances. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had to believe that this girl might really be skilled. The game had just begun, and he hadn't even gathered supplies yet. Getting hurt now would be as bad as losing. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly pushed one of his men forward. You go. The man hesitated, then, seeing that Su Mian didn't look very strong, decided to attack directly. Su Mian understood this was a test. Before he could reach her, she kicked out sharply, sending him flying several meters away. Tiger's heart trembled at the sight. He was now certain that she was far more capable than she appeared. After a moment of silence, he glared at Su Mian. "I'll remember you. You'd better hope we don't meet again." The people on the yacht were stunned that Tiger had returned without success. Even Meng, Ting, and the others looked at Su Mian in shock. They hadn't understood the conversation, but it was clear that Tiger was wary of her. Meng Ting even regretted not jumping into the water with Su Mian earlier. She looked at her with hope, wishing Su Mian would find a way to take her along. But Su Mian never looked back once. Meng Ting's heart sank in despair. She knew there was no escape for her now. On the other side, even after Zhang, who drove the yacht away, Zhao Tian still hadn't recovered. He thought he was doomed, but luckily he was fine. Collapsing against a tree, he patted his chest in relief, thankful to be alive. At the same time, his eyes burned with curiosity as he stared at the dagger in Su Mian's hand. He was sure she hadn't been holding anything before, which meant she had somehow made the dagger appear out of nowhere. Su Mian waited until the yacht disappeared from sight before turning her gaze back. When she looked around, she saw Zhao Tian staring straight at her with wide eyes. Su Mian thought. That look was really unpleasant. Zhao Tian suddenly said, "Wow, the system really favors me. I finally met a top player." "I'm not," Su Mian replied. Zhao Tian looked at her as if he didn't believe a word. "You have a storage space, right? The cheapest one costs 100,000 points for 10 square meters. Don't tell me this is your first time in a mission world." He felt incredibly lucky about his earlier decision. People always said top players liked to stay low-key, but he hadn't expected one to be this low-key. Thankfully, he hadn't done anything to offend her. Storage space? Su Mian realized she had just learned something new. Since such items were sold in the system shop, it wouldn't be a big deal if her own space ability was discovered. Eager to restock supplies, Su Mian decided to discuss cooperation. "Your items." Before she could finish, Zhao Tian handed her a small ring. Meeting her puzzled gaze, he said eagerly, "It's called the mermaid's tail. If you wear it, you can breathe underwater freely. It only works in this mission world. I'll give it to you, just please don't leave me behind." After a brief silence, Su Mian accepted the ring. Zhao Tian's face lit up with joy. "My name is Su Mian," she said. Zhao Tian nodded quickly. "Okay, Su Mian. What should we do now?" Su Mian casually turned the ring in her hand. "Let's look for supplies." After all, they had to survive for a month, and food was the most important thing. Zhao Tian happened to know where they could find some. Earlier, when he went underwater, he saw a car stuck beneath the yacht. There was food inside. But before he could finish speaking, Su Mian had already put on the ring and jumped into the water. "Wait. Don't rush. I haven't told you yet, there's also a body in that car." It wasn't a pleasant sight since the person had drowned. He had been so frightened earlier that he didn't dare to get close. When Su Mian found the car, she immediately saw the bodies inside. The owners were a family of 3, all wearing matching clothes with cartoon prints. The child, no older than 7, was still holding tightly onto his mother's arm. Their final moments had clearly been painful. She looked away and moved her tail, now as natural to her as any part of her body, toward the trunk. Inside were snacks for children, unopened boxes of bottled water, and a large bag of treats with a supermarket logo. Seeing food she had only remembered from the past, Su Mian forced down the rush of emotion in her chest and waved her hand, storing everything into her space. She then found a well-sealed fuel can, a box of precision tools hidden under a mat, and a case of emergency medicine. It was a good haul. Instead of surfacing right away, she swam around the area. Thanks to her mermaid tail, everything underwater was clear. She could see canned drinks lying on the seabed dozens of meters away, and some bodies tangled in branches. To confirm the direction Meng Ting had mentioned, she explored about 100 meters in every direction. Once she had a rough idea of the island's position, she swam back. On the surface, Zhao Tian was already anxious. Just as he began to worry that Su Mian might have fainted from fear and was debating whether to dive in after her, she suddenly emerged from the water. With her came a bundle of orange plastic. It was a damaged rubber raft. Zhao Tian quickly helped her unfold it. The problem was a 5-centimeter tear, and he sighed in disappointment. Looks like it's useless. Su Mian didn't answer. She cleared away the debris on the raft and placed her hand over the tear. Then something amazing happened. The deflated raft began to fill out again before his eyes. At first, Zhao Tian didn't understand what she was doing. When he realized what was happening, his eyes widened in disbelief. After the raft was fully inflated, Su Mian took out a black adhesive patch and pressed it over the tear. Zhao Tian shook his head. That couldn't possibly work. Any patch would come loose once it touched water. But what happened next stunned him again. The patch seemed to stick on its own, sealing the hole perfectly. Even when Su Mian pressed it underwater on purpose, no air escaped. Zhao Tian was completely amazed. He couldn't stop staring at Su Mian, full of admiration, almost ready to kneel in awe. This must be a special item from the store. As expected, the expert store is different from hers. The items are more advanced and unique. Su Mian didn't realize that Zhao Tian was praising her because she had unknowingly used her special ability along with over 10 years of repair experience. After confirming that the rubber boat could be used, she shared her plan to go to the island. She didn't mention searching for supplies, only that she was looking for someone. She thought Zhao Tian might hesitate, but instead, he said he would follow her wherever she went, clearly ready to take her lead. Su Mian swallowed the words she was about to say. She had planned to find a safe place for Zhao Tian first and give him some supplies as a reward for the item he had given her. But since he insisted on going with her, she decided to let it be. Her plan was to find the island's supermarket and streets and collect as much food as possible before it was completely ruined by water. It had been more than 10 years since she last ate fresh food. When the apocalypse came suddenly, supermarkets, factories, and stores were all looted. Later, when her storage space appeared, she did find some supplies, but after 10 years, even those were used up. Now, her space only contained various weapons and daily necessities. The only edible things left were nutrient packs. Her means of transportation included a bicycle, an electric scooter, and an off-road vehicle, none of which were useful at the moment. But now that she had a mermaid's tail, everything became easier. She wouldn't miss this chance to fill her storage again. Zhao Tian was fully prepared to stick with Su Mian no matter what. Even if she wanted to go to a volcano, he wouldn't be afraid. With their plans set, there was no reason to hesitate. Su Mian had already calculated the time while underwater. Su Jiaojiao went swimming at 9 in the morning. Considering the hour she was unconscious and the time they had just spent, it was now no later than noon. Even if it took 2 hours to return, Su Mian still had more than 4 hours to search for supplies. Since Su Jiaojia remembered the locations of the shops, Su Mian felt the time was more than enough. After getting into the rubber boat, Su Mian took out 2 military shovels from her storage to use as paddles. Zhao Tian thought they wouldn't be very effective, but when he saw Su Mian already rowing, he joined in without hesitation. However, as they rowed, he noticed the scenery on both sides moving faster and faster. Something didn't seem right. Wait a second, this speed was way too fast. He paused for a moment, but the boat kept moving at the same speed, even though only Su Mian was rowing. Staring at Su Mian's back, Zhao Tian quietly swallowed hard. He looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was shouting with excitement. He couldn't believe it. He, Zhao Tian, had actually met someone incredibly powerful, and not just strong, but the best of the best. Although he was curious about how Su Mian did it, he didn't dare to ask. After all, people like her always had secrets that others shouldn't pry into. He forced himself to calm down, gritted his teeth, and paddled even harder. Along the way, Su Mian kept watching the floating debris on the water. When she noticed more and more human-made objects, she knew she was heading in the right direction. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to double-check her route, so she sped up to avoid wasting time. When her energy started to run low, she took a short break to drink some nutrient solution. For now, she felt fine. Finally, when the floating trash became so thick that she could no longer move quickly, Su Mian spotted something familiar. It was the diamond-shaped logo on the top floor of the hotel where Su Jiaojiao used to live. While Su Mian felt relieved, Zhao Tian's face turned pale with fear. He had expected to see some bodies when they returned to the island, but not this many. The island had many buildings, and although the tsunami had been powerful, the structures had blocked some of the waves. Many people had been trapped there. After some time, the water had carried parts of the wreckage and some remains to the surface. Most of them were still whole, though badly damaged, and many looked more like torn fabric than anything else. Zhao Tian stayed silent until his hand accidentally touched something cold. When he realized it was a pale arm, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He started to. His already pale face turned even whiter. Su Mian glanced back at him and said kindly, "If you're scared, you can close your eyes." They had already arrived, and as long as he stayed quietly in the rubber boat, it didn't matter if he closed his eyes or even took a nap, just as long as he didn't get in her way. Zhao Tian waved his hand, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of her. Still, he couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind for a long time. "Su Mian, aren't you afraid?" Su Mian paused, then calmly shook her head. Her eyes were distant and calm. Zhao Tian felt a mix of emotions, but said nothing more. After Su Mian went into the water, Zhao Tian didn't actually close his eyes to rest. He couldn't relax enough to close his eyes in a place full of bodies. The thought that one of them might suddenly pull him underwater made his skin crawl. He was also worried that the rubber boat Su Mian had worked so hard to fix might get stolen. As the assistant of a skilled survivor, guarding their supplies was part of his job. So Zhao Tian forced himself to stay alert, scanning the area. Because of that, he couldn't avoid seeing the terrible state of the bodies around him.
Ugh.
His dry retching echoed for a long time over the empty water. About 10 meters below the surface, Su Mian finally felt her feet touch solid ground. She looked around at the buildings nearby. The island's houses weren't tall, but they were packed closely together. Now, covered by seawater, they were wrapped in a heavy, gloomy shadow. With a sigh, she pushed aside floating debris and bodies, then swam toward the convenience store she had planned to visit. The glass doors had been torn away by the tsunami, leaving only the metal frame. Inside, everything was floating around. Even though half the goods were gone, what remained still made Su Mian's eyes light up. She started with the food section. Snacks, dried noodles, biscuits, anything with unbroken packaging went into her storage space. She even collected the ones floating in the water, along with colorful drinks from the nearby shelves. Next came the preserved foods, sausages, vacuum-packed eggs, and jars of pickles and sauces from the grocery section. Everything was well sealed, so she didn't need to be picky. Su Mian felt like a thief, unwilling to leave behind anything useful. She also gathered daily necessities: tissues, hygiene products, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, mosquito repellent, and more. There were even clothes, slippers, and socks. Though many were wet, she still picked out some good ones. Once cleaned and disinfected, they would be perfectly usable. Finally, she reached the promotion area, where a pile of bottled water stood like a small hill. An hour later, Su Mian left the store. When she noticed a swimwear shop next door, she suddenly remembered something that might be useful later. She went in and collected a bunch of long-sleeve sun protection outfits, some uninflated swim rings, and a few air pumps. After searching for about 5 minutes, Su Mian found the diving equipment shop that Su Jiaojiao had once visited. Su Jiaojiao had come at 8:10 that morning. The shop hadn't been busy, so she had received personal service for over 20 minutes. Su Mian still remembered where the equipment was stored. As expected, besides what was displayed in the shop, she found piles of diving suits and compressed air tanks in the small storage room behind the counter. Most of them were 15-liter tanks along with several boxes of portable ones. The small warehouse, only a few dozen square meters, was packed full. Su Mian even found a dozen life rings, rubber boats, and half a box of waterproof glow-in-the-dark compasses and light sticks. After taking everything, she also grabbed some ropes and locks from the accessories section. These were essential supplies. Once she finished collecting the goods, Su Mian returned to a souvenir shop she had checked earlier. Unfortunately, half of the items there had been ruined by water. Most were in paper boxes and not waterproof at all. Only the dried meat, fish, and fruit snacks in the display case had survived. The once empty space finally looked a bit lively again. Su Mian felt sorry for all the damaged food but comforted herself by thinking it wasn't real anyway. There were many clothing and cosmetic shops on the island. Su Mian only took some cleanser, cream, and masks. The clothes were all summer styles, too trendy and soaked in water, so she only picked a few light t-shirts and shorts. The wet ones that needed washing she piled in one corner of her storage space. After searching for more than an hour, half of her space was already full. Her last stop was a small mall near the hotel. After checking the floor guide on the first floor, Su Mian noted which levels she needed to search. She started with the luxury store on the first floor and found a watch she had wanted for a long time. She chose a light one and put it on. The time matched her estimate. It was 5:15 in the afternoon. The nearby display case held some fancy jewelry. Thinking that she might need such things in the future, she took them all. Next was the second floor, where she found a pile of black backpacks and several pairs of shoes. The third floor was full of clothes, but there was also an imported food store where Su Mian managed to find another batch of food. Then came the most important fourth floor. Besides the gold shops near the entrance, which she cleared out, the bedding section was her second goal. The non-woven fabric bags were useless, but the soft plastic-wrapped sheet sets and quilts were still good. People said the temperature difference by the sea was big, so Su Mian thought it was wise to prepare more. She also took some for Zhao Tian since she had used his tools. She couldn't just take advantage without giving back. Thinking of Zhao Tian, Su Mian went back to the third floor to find some clothes, shoes, and socks for him. Some were water-damaged, but it was still better than nothing. At 5:30, Su Mian arrived at her final destination, the hotel where Su Jiaojiao was staying. When Su Jiaojiao left the hotel that morning, her family was still there. The Su family ran a business, and both parents were very busy. This trip was meant to be a short break for them. Their plan was to enjoy a slow breakfast, relax in the pool on the balcony, and have a spa treatment in their room. As for Su Jiaojiao's older brother, Su Mian didn't know what to think. Knowing his personality, he might have already left by helicopter that morning. After some effort, Su Mian finally found their rooms. Luckily, the hotel wasn't very tall, and the view was open. She also roughly remembered which direction the balconies faced. She first went to the room of Su Jiaojiao's parents. As she opened the door, she thought that if she was unlucky, she might find two bodies inside. Fortunately, the room was empty. The same went for the room next door, which belonged to Su Jiaojiao's brother. The good news was that his luggage was gone, meaning he had already left the hotel. That meant if she couldn't find the couple, she could try to leave the island and look for the brother instead. Thinking this way, Su Mian felt less anxious. By almost 6 o'clock, after checking around once more, she reluctantly went to look for Zhao Tian. But the place where he had gone into the water was now empty, and there was no sign of the rubber boat nearby. It didn't seem likely that Zhao Tian had left on his own. He was too timid for that.
So,
had something happened to him? For a moment, Su Mian thought about ignoring it. After all, this was a survival game, and betrayal wasn't unusual. But then she remembered that Zhao Tian had given her tools and shared useful information. She might still need his help later, so she decided not to abandon him. Zhao Tian was afraid of danger, so even if he had been forced to leave, he would probably try to come back. With that thought, Su Mian quietly searched the area within 100 meters. Finally, about 500 meters from where they had separated, she saw Zhao Tian and two women. Behind their rubber boat was a trawler following them. From what she could see, There were at least 20 or 30 people on that ship. Two women sat beside Zhao Tian, saying something he couldn't quite respond to. Looking uncomfortable, he waved his hands and tried to move aside, but they leaned even closer, startling him so much that he almost fell off the rubber boat. Not knowing what to do, he looked around in panic and suddenly spotted Su Mian in the distance. His eyes lit up with relief as he called out, "Su Mian, you're back." Zhao Tian's voice made the two women turn toward him warily, and even the people on the fishing boat nearby looked over, surprised to see how young Su Mian was. About 100 meters away, Su Mian had already taken off her ring. As she approached the rubber boat, she looked at Zhao Tian, silently asking what was going on. Feeling awkward, Zhao Tian quickly said to the two women, "I told you, I already have a companion. Please leave." The two women acted as if they hadn't heard him. They stared at Su Mian with unfriendly eyes, clearly unwilling to move. Remembering how stubborn they had been when they first came aboard, Zhao Tian felt frustrated for the first time, though he could only sigh helplessly and complain to Su Mian. Su Mian then learned what had happened. Not long after she went into the water, a volunteer rescue boat had appeared and found Zhao Tian alone. They invited him to join them, but he refused, saying he was waiting for his companion. When they learned he could swim, they asked him to help them for a while instead. Zhao Tian hadn't wanted to agree, but everyone on the boat looked at him pleadingly. They said they only needed help clearing the nearby water surface to make it easier to search for people and supplies. When Zhao Tian accidentally learned that they were in contact with other rescue teams, he remembered Su Mian's plan to find a safe place to stay, so he decided to follow them. Worried that Su Mian might not find him, he didn't go far, just stayed within a few hundred meters. The rubber boat was powered only by hand, and he didn't have the strength to go much farther anyway. But halfway through helping, two women from the rescue boat suddenly jumped onto his rubber boat, saying they just wanted to rest there for a while and would leave soon. When the water was finally cleared, Zhao Tian politely reminded them it was time to go, but they refused. They insisted he follow the rescue boat and promised that once he took them to the larger ship, they would stop bothering him. The people on the rescue boat didn't intervene. They even allowed the two women to tie Zhao Tian's rubber boat to theirs with an extra rope from the fishing net. Su Mian arrived just in time. If she had been any later, the rescue boat would have left, and even if Zhao Tian didn't want to, the two people would have dragged him away on the rubber boat. "We're not going back. You can go to the fishing boat if you want, but it's smelly and crowded. We'd rather stay here than return there." Their intentions were clear, and they no longer cared to hide them. Su Mian could tell they didn't think she could do anything to them. "The boat's starting to move. Su Mian, hurry up and get on." Zhao Tian, who had been watching the rescue boat, shouted anxiously. "There's no room here. If you come up, it'll flip over," the two women said, blocking her way nervously. Su Mian's patience ran out. Seeing that talking was useless, she stopped wasting words. With a swift motion, she pulled a fruit knife from behind her and held it near their necks. "Either you get off yourselves or I'll make you. Your choice." Her expression was cold, and the two women froze in fear. Realizing she wasn't joking, one of them tried to reason with her. "Please don't be rash. We're just trying to survive."
"Oh.
Then you don't care about surviving after all." She raised her hand and swung the knife. The quick movement made the two women scream and instinctively jump back, straight into the water. A few strands of hair floated down, proof that Su Mian hadn't been bluffing. Ignoring the shocked looks from the fishing boat, Su Mian moved lightly and landed on the rubber boat. She took off her bulging backpack and set it down. The fishing boat's engine started. The two women in the water suddenly remembered their situation.
Wait.
"Pull us up. We're still down here." They had completely forgotten their earlier words about never going back. They scrambled to the back of the boat, letting two grinning men pull them aboard. Neither dared to look back at Su Mian. She was terrifying. That girl wasn't normal. She had really meant to scare them. As the rubber boat moved steadily behind the fishing boat, Zhao Tian gave Su Mian a thumbs up. "Su Mian, you're amazing." Su Mian rolled her eyes, as if to say, "You couldn't even handle something this simple." Zhao Tian didn't mind. I was thinking it's not safe to stay on the water at night. I heard their ship is huge. We can go take a look. Even resting beside it is better than staying here. That was his explanation for not stopping the others from tying their rubber boat with a rope. Where there are survivors, there's news. Su Mian thought she might even find Su's parents, so she didn't object. They had imagined the bigger ship might be a cargo vessel or a private yacht, but it turned out to be a luxurious 8-deck cruise ship. The deep blue ship had golden patterns on its sides, looking grand and powerful. It was hard to believe it had survived the tsunami without a single visible mark of damage. By her estimation, such a ship could hold around 3,000 people if everyone had their own room. If space was shared, it could easily fit over 10,000. Seeing only a few figures by the railings, she began to form a plan. People from the fishing boat started moving to the cruise ship. Everyone had to climb up using an emergency rope ladder. Because of the height, the process was slow. When it was Su Mian's turn, she suddenly felt something falling from above. Without even looking up, she stepped aside and kicked the falling piece of wood back upward. The person above hadn't expected her to react so quickly. Waiting to see what would happen, he was caught off guard and hit, letting out a painful cry. Soon, people were shouting about someone being hurt and bleeding. When Su Mian and Zhao Tian finally got on board, a few men came over, demanding that she take responsibility. Zhao Tian, who had no idea what was going on, looked confused. What does this have to do with us? The injured man held his forehead and pointed at Su Mian. She's the one who kicked the wood at me. Su Mian played with the watermelon knife in her hand. The men tensed up when they saw it but tried to stay calm. She looked past them at two women standing not far behind. When their eyes met, the women looked guilty, and Su Mian instantly understood what had happened. Her voice was quiet but cold. I just want a place to rest. I don't want trouble. Are you trying to make me break that rule? She lifted the knife slightly. Then she added in a tone that made everyone freeze. At first, I was aiming for your throat. Want to see if my aim's still good? The pale, thin girl smiled faintly, but the look in her eyes was enough to silence them all. Just as those men were about to speak, a loud voice came from a distance. What are you doing there? It was the cruise ship's security guards who had heard the commotion and rushed over to keep order. 5 or 6 tall men in white security uniforms came holding electric batons, loudly reminding everyone on the ship to follow basic rules of conduct. If anyone started a fight, they had the right to deal with it immediately. The men quickly waved their hands and said, "We were just joking around." The leader of the security team was a man in his 30s, with a serious face and the sharp, upright air of a soldier. He frowned and said, "Everyone is busy helping others. If you have time to fool around, you should use it to lend a hand." Then he looked at Su Mian and the fruit knife in her hand. It's against cruise rules for guests to carry tools or weapons. Young lady, do you know how dangerous that is? Maybe because Su Mian looked young, the man softened his tone, afraid of scaring her by being too strict. He didn't notice the strange looks on the faces of those who had seen Su Mian almost use the knife earlier. If anyone was dangerous, it was her, not the knife. But I want to keep it, Su Mian said firmly. On my way here, I met people who tried to take my raft and even attacked me. Without this knife, I might be in danger again. The man looked troubled. Then he noticed how Su Mian kept glancing at those men, and he suddenly understood. His eyes turned sharp as he looked at them. Young lady, I'm Lu Hong, the head of the security team. You can trust us to keep you safe on this ship. I'll hold on to the knife for now. If anyone bothers you, come to the security office on the first floor and find me. If I'm not there, talk to one of my colleagues. The men who were now under Lu Hong's stern gaze looked completely confused. Yes, they had caused trouble for Su Mian, but anyone could see that they were the ones who had actually been bullied and even got hurt. But no one was going to explain that for them. They watched helplessly as Su Mian quickly got on good terms with the security chief and even left with him, while they themselves had clearly caught the attention of the guards. Regret filled their hearts. They turned their angry looks toward the two people behind them. All the while, Zhao Tian hadn't taken his admiring eyes off Su Mian. He had thought she was quiet and not good with words. She saw with her own eyes how the young woman used her charm to get close to Lu Hong and even learned about the cruise ship's current situation from him for free. When Lu Hong personally led them to the cabin door on the second floor, Zhao Tian still hadn't realized that the two had just gone off to talk alone. To his surprise, Lu Hong even returned the fruit knife. "There are plenty of rooms right now," Lu Hong said. "I'll report your situation to the person in charge. You two can stay here and rest. If you need anything, just call room service." Zhao Tian didn't dare say a word, afraid he might ruin Su Mian's plan. Once they entered the room, he was immediately drawn to how clean it was. The room was about 25 square meters, with 2 beds. When the key card was scanned, the room filled with a warm yellow light that made it feel cozy. Outside the window was a small balcony with a wide view of the sea. Zhao Tian sighed. "What did you give that captain? He not only gave us a room, but also returned your knife. Are you two relatives or something?" Before Su Mian could answer, something in her backpack caught his attention.
Ha!
"What do you have in there?" Su Mian took out a few things, some clothes, 2 watches, a compass, and a few pairs of shoes and socks. She replied while sorting them, "I gave him a gemstone to cover part of the room cost. We're not related. As for the knife, maybe he thought I was young and felt sorry for me." Zhao Tian was speechless. Something about the way she said it sounded strange. She pointed to the items. "Wash and dry the clothes so you can change later. Wear 1 watch and keep the other as a spare. The big one is a compass. Figure out how to use it." All of that was for him? Still caught between surprise and gratitude, Zhao Tian didn't react before Su Mian hurried into the bathroom and locked the door. The bathroom had both hot and cold water, and all the toiletries were ready to use. As the warm water ran over her, Su Mian finally felt as if she had been reborn. But she didn't linger. After a quick shower, she dried her hair and changed into clean clothes. When she came out, Zhao Tian almost thought she was a different person. Her swimsuit had turned into a black casual outfit, and her long black hair was now cut short to her ears. Though her face still looked young, her dark eyes gave off a cool and distant vibe, making her seem more like a confident young woman than a timid girl. His gaze lingered too long, and Su Mian looked up at him with quiet authority. "Something wrong?" "And no, nothing." Zhao Tian scratched his head with an awkward smile. "I just think this look really suits you." Su Mian gave a short reply. "Lu Hong said the cruise still has food, water, and power for now, but I doubt it'll last long. Let's enjoy it while we can. I'm going out for a walk." Zhao Tian wanted to go with her, but after thinking about it, he realized he wouldn't be much help. It was better to stay put. Su Mian was gone for several hours. During that time, Zhao Tian took a hot shower and washed both his and Su Mian's clothes and shoes. He put on the bathrobe provided in the room. If he hadn't seen the murky water from the balcony, he might have thought he was really on a relaxing cruise. Earlier, when Su Mian handed him some things, he hadn't paid attention. Now he noticed that the 2 watches she gave him were from a famous brand. He admired them for a while before reluctantly putting one on. It was so valuable that he couldn't afford it even if he sold his life. He never expected a game mission to feel this real. He then picked up the compass again. It looked old and bulky, but it was easy to use, and he knew it would be useful later. Bored, he explored the room, learned about the cruise's services, and even chatted with customer service for over an hour. When Su Mian returned, it was almost 11. Her clothes were damp with sea air, and she was wearing a hat he hadn't seen before. She looked a bit tired from being outside. Zhao Tian froze for a moment when he opened the door, then quickly poured her a cup of warm water. "The sea breeze is cold. Have some water to warm up." Su Mian glanced at him, then slowly finished the drink before saying something shocking. "A player just took control of the cruise." Zhao Tian's heart sank.
Then,
"Can we still stay here?" Just when Zhao Tian was starting to feel comfortable in the room, he heard the bad news. People who dare to use force are usually quite domineering. They don't care about the lives of the natives, or even the other players who entered the game with them. "I don't know what they're planning. If they decide to drive us away, or..." He glanced at Su Mian and didn't finish his sentence. "Then we'll have to find another place."
there's no need for that yet. Su Mian said calmly.
They haven't attacked anyone. They just took control of the cruise ship. For now, they have only one rule: no more rescuing survivors unless those people bring enough supplies. As for those already on board, Lu Hong and his group managed to protect them, but only on the condition that all future food must be traded for items of equal value. Interestingly, they didn't want cash, only jewelry, antiques, or valuable art pieces. This behavior felt strangely familiar to Su Mian. She guessed that the leader among those players might have a storage ability and planned to use those treasures in other game worlds. Zhao Tian had once said that such a storage space cost 100,000 points to buy, and the highest reward for a single game was 10,000. That meant the person must have survived at least 10 games, a very experienced player. Since she didn't yet know what kind of abilities the system might grant after completing a game, Su Mian decided to wait and see. She also noticed that although her body wasn't her own, most of her abilities had come with her. She had been too weak to use them before, but after drinking a few bottles of nutrient solution, her condition was almost as good as it had been at her peak. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from nearby. Su Mian raised an eyebrow and looked over, meeting Zhao Tian's slightly embarrassed face.
"I'm hungry," he said.
Hearing that, Su Mian felt a bit hungry too. She had been so busy gathering supplies and finding a place to stay that she'd forgotten there were no nutrient solutions in this world. Everyone ate regular food. She thought for a moment, then took out some bread and biscuits that had looked appetizing before. Zhao Tian knew she had a storage space, but still stared in surprise when the food appeared out of thin air. Then he swallowed hard. Seeing his hopeful expression, Su Mian nodded. "Go ahead, eat." "Wait," she said suddenly, remembering something. She took out 2 cups of instant noodles. "Let's eat these first." She had just learned that the cruise ship supplies were delivered regularly from the port. Those players were clever. If they were controlling the food, they would probably cut off the water and electricity next. It was better to enjoy a hot meal while they still could. Zhao Tian nodded repeatedly. Both of them were hungry and eager to eat, so they didn't talk while eating. The room was filled only with the smell of food and the sound of chewing. At midnight, after checking the doors and windows, locking them, and setting up a small trap, they lay under the soft blanket and soon fell asleep in the comfortable temperature. When they woke up again, it was already bright outside. From the next room came loud knocking sounds. Zhao Tian sat up in shock and noticed that Su Mian's bed was empty. The blanket was neatly folded in the corner. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her coming in from the balcony. He quickly asked, "Did you hear that noise?" Su Mian nodded. "It's the people announcing that food now costs extra." Moments later, loud arguing could be heard through the door. Those people had paid in advance for their stay, and food was supposed to be included. Now that they were suddenly being asked to pay more, they were naturally upset. Then came the sound of gunfire and screams, and soon everything outside went quiet. Not long after, someone knocked on their door. Zhao Tian looked nervous, while Su Mian calmly walked over and opened it. Outside stood 5 tall, strong men. "We're the ship's managers," one of them said. "From now on, all guests must trade separately for water, electricity, and food. Do you have any objections?" It sounded more like a threat than a notice. They seemed sure that Su Mian had heard what happened earlier and didn't want to waste time talking. In their minds, if anyone argued again, they could deal with them quickly and save resources.
Su Mian replied cooperatively, "No objections."
"We understand." The men gave her a satisfied look, pleased with her attitude, and moved on to the next room. For a long time afterward, they could still hear occasional shouting and gunfire from the hallway. Zhao Tian's face had turned pale after seeing blood through the door. Now, every time there was a noise, he couldn't help but tremble. Su Mian looked at him, puzzled. "You're so timid. How did you survive the previous missions?" Zhao Tian sighed. "At first, people were actually pretty decent. In the first few missions, we helped each other and barely made it through. But after a while, everyone started getting more violent. It became normal. Still, I've only met one person who killed without hesitation, Brother Hu.
But these people,
they're even worse than him." Su Mian understood it. It was just like her own world, After a disaster, some people's minds became twisted. When you've seen too much suffering, even the kindest person can grow cold. Gradually, ignoring life and death starts to feel normal. If only this were a dream. I'd never complain about how hard studying for exams is again. Soo Mion looked a little dazed. Still a college student. How nice that sounded. At 8 in the morning, the two of them ate some bread. Soo Mion drank a bottle of milk and handed Zhao Tian some orange juice. By 10 o'clock, it seemed those people had completely taken control of the cruise ship. Soo Mion put on her hat and left the room. There were far fewer passengers outside. The few who passed by looked anxious, carrying bags and wearing tense expressions. When someone's gaze lingered on what they were holding, they would quicken their pace, as if afraid of being robbed. Alone, Soo Mion didn't attract any attention. She went to the first floor and knocked on Lu Hong's door. A stranger opened it. Inside, there were at least 7 or 8 people. After a moment, Lu Hong came out from the crowd. The man who had looked energetic yesterday now seemed completely worn out, as if he hadn't slept for days. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. He recognized Soo Mion immediately. "It's you. I was just about to look for you." Lu Hong closed the door and led her to a corner. He took something from his pocket and handed it to her. "Something's happened on the ship.
Keep this safe.
You should know how to use it. Those people aren't kind. Be careful. You and your brother." Soo Mion saw that it was the gemstone she had given him.
She didn't take it.
"What about my family?" "I checked. The names you mentioned aren't on the ship's list. You should let it go. Right now, even keeping yourself safe is hard enough. Your family members are adults. They'll know how to protect themselves." Lu Hong hadn't expected her to be so brave. He hadn't gone upstairs himself, but he knew how many people had been killed. Even in this situation, she was still thinking about her family and dared to go downstairs. He realized he had underestimated her.
"Take the gemstone," he said.
"I know you still have some freedom to move around. If you hear any news, please tell me right away." Before Lu Hong could respond, she had already turned and gone upstairs. The situation was even more complicated than Soo Mion had imagined. She couldn't rely on Lu Hong alone. It seemed she would have to find those other players. The top floor of the cruise ship was where the players who had seized control were staying. The scenery here is beautiful, and the view is wide. The room has the best facilities on the cruise ship, including a private swimming pool, restaurant, dance floor, and conference hall. Song Kaishan took control of the cruise ship just yesterday and immediately ordered all the food on board to be moved to the top deck. He was extremely busy managing his people and keeping the original residents under control. Still, he felt lucky that he had acted fast enough to find and take over the ship before other experienced players did. Today, besides making sure the ship's safety systems were stable, Song Kaishan planned to have his team collect supplies quickly while the water was still clean. Just before setting out, he heard that a new player wanted to join and was offering 10 square meters of storage space. That made him very happy. As a speed-type player, he always used his rewards to improve his speed and basic strength for safety reasons. Because of that, he never had enough points to buy extra storage space. The only person around him who had storage space was short-tempered, and every time he needed help, he had to spend a long time negotiating and follow that person's choices about what and where to search. Now that someone was offering help on their own, it solved a big problem for him. Excited, Song Kaishan didn't notice the complicated tone in the messenger's voice when they mentioned the newcomer. When he finally met the new player, he smiled and reached out to shake hands, but saw that the newcomer was just a young, thin girl. He paused and looked at the guide questioningly. When the guide nodded, he was surprised. Everyone knew that when players entered a game world, their chosen gender and age were close to their real ones. The girl in front of him looked no older than 18, which meant she was under 30 in real life. So young, yet she had already survived more than 10 game worlds and even earned a storage space. Song Kaishan was clearly impressed. "Hello, I'm Song Kaishan. I heard you're willing to offer 10 square meters of space for our supplies?" After a brief moment, he showed no sign of looking down on her. In fact, His tone became more respectful than before. The girl in the room was none other than Su Mian, who had decided to approach the players and act quickly. She had expected to meet unreasonable people and was ready to stand her ground, but when she saw Song Kaishan, she thought cooperation might be possible. Although his methods were a bit harsh, his eyes didn't show cruelty. From his appearance and the feeling he gave off, Su Mian felt she had made the right choice coming here. She spoke first. I know you want to gather supplies while it's still possible to go underwater. I happen to have an extra 10 square meters of storage space. But it's not free. I need your help to find a few people. Su Mian's request aside, Song Kaishan only heard the words extra 10 square meters. He hadn't misheard. She said extra, not only. He felt very lucky that he had treated her politely. He hadn't expected the girl before him to be even more capable than he thought. Someone like her was worth befriending, even without that special space. Song Kaishan immediately agreed, with enthusiasm. He promised that Su Mian would get 10% of the supplies they found, and that she would have 3 meals a day on the cruise ship. He also had someone record the names and descriptions of the people she wanted to find. Without wasting words, the two quickly reached an agreement. I know this is a bit sudden, but the mission time is almost up. Can you come with us now?
Su Mian nodded. Sure.
Before coming upstairs, she had already learned that Song Kaishan's group planned to search pharmacies that day. That was perfect. Medicine was what she needed most. She had tried searching underwater yesterday, but couldn't find any pharmacies. Now that someone could lead the way, it was the best outcome. Song Kaishan personally escorted Su Mian to the dock where the yacht was moored. The boat was full of players joining the mission. When they saw a young girl approaching, many eyes turned toward her, some friendly, some not. Song Kaishan warned everyone, "This is Su Mian, our new teammate. She's helping us collect medicine. Please make sure to protect her. It's only the second day of the mission, and we all know how important supplies are." Then he turned to a young man leading the group. "Xiao Yu, Su Mian is young. Make sure to look after her, understand? I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. I already have 1 person to watch, and now another?" The man didn't refuse, but he didn't sound happy either. "Don't talk back, or you'll stay behind to guard the boat." All right, I get it. If we don't leave now, it'll be dark soon." The young man, Wu Yu, wasn't afraid of Song Kaishan. Seeing that Su Mian was already on board, he ordered the crew to set off. From a distance, they could still see Song Kaishan's darkened face. Someone joked, "Wu Yu, you keep teasing Brother Song. Be careful, or he might stop feeding you." Wu Yu shrugged. "Then I won't eat. He keeps sending me on missions, I can't even get a good night's sleep." After Su Mian came up, she stayed quiet and no one bothered her. From their conversation, she learned that Song Kaishan was related to someone named Wu Yu. Wu Yu was one of the more skilled people in the group. He had been protecting another man who carried a special storage device. Now that Su Mian had joined them, he seemed unhappy, since he didn't like going on missions in the first place. Seeing that his attitude wasn't aimed at her, Su Mian didn't care. After 30 minutes, the yacht stopped in a stretch of water that looked no different from anywhere else. The group seemed sure that the pharmacy they were looking for was below. Everyone began preparing their diving gear. Only then did Su Mian notice that almost everyone had an oxygen tank, while she stood there empty-handed, looking a bit pitiful. Wu Yu told someone to secure the yacht, then turned around and saw Su Mian about to dive in. He shouted, "Who told you to move around? Stay on the boat. You'll just cause trouble if you go down there."
Su Mian froze.
She finally realized that her job was only to stay on the boat and guard the supplies. But what was the point of her special storage space then? Just to give the yacht 10 extra square meters? "I have an item that lets me breathe underwater," she said. "It's better if I help. That way, we can finish the task sooner." Wu Yu hesitated, clearly doubting her words. Su Mian didn't bother explaining. She put on her ring and jumped into the water. She moved so fast that Wu Yu only had time to shout after her. She didn't even hear what he said as she swam toward the others. The others were experienced divers. When Su Mian caught up, she could see their surprised faces behind their masks. But since they were all players, Their surprise quickly turned into acceptance. They soon worked well together and easily found the underwater pharmacy. The players filled their bags with useful medicine, and Su-Mion copied their actions. While she calculated how much her 10 square meter space could hold, her hands moved quickly, clearing an entire shelf in moments. Her speed made the others look at her with envy. 30 minutes later, they were ready to return.
Su-Mion followed behind.
When they were less than 100 meters from the yacht, she suddenly felt as if something was watching her. The feeling was sharp and dangerous. She turned around and saw a huge, dark shape in the water. The other players only saw Su-Mion rush past them, pointing urgently behind them. Everyone instinctively turned around, and their faces changed instantly. A great white shark, about 5 meters long, had silently followed them and was now closing in fast. At this life-or-death moment, everyone swam toward the yacht with all their strength.
Su-Mion was the fastest.
She left the others behind, climbed onto the yacht in less than 5 minutes, and quickly told Wu, who was standing at the stern, about the shark. His expression grew even more serious. If one shark appears, there are likely more nearby. This is bad. After asking how far the shark was, Wu felt even worse. From where he stood, he couldn't see any other players except Su-Mion. As he ran his hand through his hair, trying to think of what to do, he noticed Su-Mion quickly untying the life rings and inflatable boats on the yacht. She tied them together with ropes and threw them into the water. "It's useless," Wu said. "Those things won't stop it. It could swallow them whole."
Su-Mion ignored him.
She took out a climbing rope, fastened one end to the yacht's railing with a lock, and tied the other end securely around her waist. Seeing this, Wu was stunned. "What are you doing?" Su-Mion glanced at him calmly. "Too much blood will attract more sharks. Even the yacht won't be safe. If you want to survive, help me while there's still time. You stay here and gather the others to pull people up. I'll go down to help." No one could believe it. After just escaping from the water, Su-Mion was going back in, knowing there were sharks below. Before Wu could stop her, she had already jumped onto one of the inflatable boats floating on the water. Even though he thought she was being reckless, Wu knew there was no better plan. He quickly called out to the crew and the others who had stayed behind. After counting heads, he realized someone was missing. "Where's Yang Hao?" Yang Hao was another player in their team who also had a storage ability. The boatman frowned. He said his job is just to load supplies. "We don't have the right to order him to do anything else. That guy. He really thinks he's special. He'd better hope we all make it out of this, or he'll regret it." The others, who had just been called up, didn't know what was happening. Seeing how angry Wu was, they didn't dare ask. When they heard they only needed to help pull people aboard, they were puzzled, but didn't question it. Then someone spotted a dark fin cutting through the water. "Teeth that looks like a shark." As the sharp fin of the shark broke through the surface, the players' figures slowly appeared. Everyone was racing against time, too focused on survival to look back, afraid that even a second's delay would mean being caught by the shark. But humans could never outswim sea creatures. The yacht was just ahead, yet screams rose from behind, making everyone's heart sink. Then a gunshot rang out. They saw someone standing under the yacht. It was Su-Mion, who had run back earlier. "Don't stop. Once you get close, find something to hold on to and float up. I'll help you," she called out calmly. With a fruit knife at her waist and a gun in her hand, Su-Mion stood quietly, her thin figure appearing tall and strong in everyone's eyes. Thinking she was risking herself to save them, the players were deeply moved. They couldn't let a young girl face danger alone. Fueled by determination, they swam toward the yacht with renewed strength. Soon, one person climbed onto a float, followed by more. The last player was in grave danger, but his effort slowed the shark for a moment, giving others a chance to escape. The water turned red, and the players hurried up the soft ladder onto the yacht. Just as a few were left, Su-Mion, who had been watching carefully, noticed something below her feet. "The shark is right under us," she warned, but it was too late. Su-Mion grabbed a rope, jumped, and pushed off the side of the boat to change position. Others weren't as quick, Several splashes followed as the shark struck, sending players and their inflatable raft flying. One person fell straight into the shark's open jaws. The sound of crunching made everyone's teeth ache. The person disappeared instantly. Another player panicked, splashing wildly and shouting for help, which only drew the shark's attention. Su-mion spotted another player quietly approaching the yacht. She leapt over and pulled him from the water. Wu Yu and the others, forming a human ladder, grabbed the player's arm. It took great effort, but they managed to pull him up. Now, only 2 people were still in the water. The shark, having already attacked 3, was still not satisfied. Its cold, dark eyes turned toward the remaining 2 as it charged again. "Help me first. Pull me up quickly." One of them, seeing what Su-mion had just done, rushed toward her without hesitation. Another man tried to grab him to help, but was pushed aside and ended up blocking the way behind him. "What are you doing, you fool?" The people on the boat saw this and were furious. Just when they thought the man who was pushed away wouldn't survive, something unexpected happened. The man who got close to Su-mion thought he was safe. He reached out to grab her arm, but before he could touch her, Su-mion kicked him hard. Her kick sent the man flying several meters away, landing right next to a shark's open mouth. The shark didn't hesitate. It bit down on the man's waist. He screamed in pain and even started shouting angrily at Su-mion. The man who everyone thought was doomed managed to escape in the chaos. He quickly thanked Su-mion, grabbed the rope tied to a float, and climbed up. Su-mion refused the others' offer to pull her up and told them to start the yacht. The sound of the engines startled the shark. It abandoned its half-eaten prey and chased after them. Wu Yu and the others didn't understand why Su-mion was still in the water, but then they saw something unbelievable. The shark followed the yacht to the side of the boat and lunged at Su-mion. Before it could reach her, she swung her knife and cut off a piece of its flesh. The pain made the shark even more aggressive, but it was no match for the human in front of it. At that moment, it seemed as if Su-mion wasn't fighting a shark, but playing with it. The rope around her waist helped her dodge its attacks easily, while she left deep wounds on its body. The waves turned red with the shark's blood. After about 300 meters, Su-mion's knife struck its eye, ending the fight. As the shark's body floated lifelessly behind the boat, the other players looked at Su-mion with a mix of fear and admiration. When she climbed back up using the rope, everyone instinctively stepped aside, their eyes filled with both awe and respect. Su-mion, calm as ever, walked up to Wu Yu and asked to continue searching for supplies. The others, still shaken from their near-death experience, stared at her in disbelief. They hadn't expected her to remain so composed and focused on the mission. Wu Yu couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you don't want to rest for a bit? Now is the time to search for supplies. In at most 3 days, the bodies will rot in large numbers and the seawater will be full of bacteria. Even if the supplies are still usable then, would you be willing to go into the water?" Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Last night, Song Kaishan clearly said that the supplies on the cruise ship could only last about 10 days. Even if they ignored the passengers, it would be at most 15 days. This was a very condensed conclusion. Thinking about the 15 days ahead, when they could only wait and starve on the cruise, everyone felt a wave of fear. Although the new challenge isn't very difficult, it doesn't mean the risk of death is low. The thought of almost giving up made everyone feel uneasy. They all forgot about the danger of contaminated bodies. So, they decided to search for supplies quickly. Immediately, someone agreed with Su-mion's idea, saying, "Let's go to the next place first and find the diesel. I suggest we work all day today. Once we fill the supplies, we should return to the cruise ship first before going out again." What does everyone think? Several task suggestions were made, and everyone agreed to work overtime to search. They all instinctively looked at Su-mion, seeing her nod in agreement, which made everyone more motivated. Wu Yu, rarely complaining about not having enough food, first spread out the map according to the suggested search directions, then set a meeting time and a plan for dealing with dangers. This time, he naturally didn't stop Su-mion from joining the team. In fact, he hoped she could also look after others. The group headed in another direction, divided into 4 teams, covering 3 areas, searching for diesel, convenience stores, and shopping malls. They weren't going to the same place as last time with Su-mion. Most of the items inside were still in place, except for some washed away by the tsunami. About 1/3 of the supplies had been soaked in seawater and couldn't be used. Even so, their harvest was quite good. Su-mion ran back and forth 3 times, filling most of the yacht with supplies. When the others returned after their first trip, they were told they needed to head back. They were surprised to find that they had only been busy for less than half an hour. Su-mion let them look her over. It wasn't because she was overly kind, but because she wanted to keep some options open. Song Kaishan's promise of a 10% share was tempting. She wanted to keep some supplies as backup. This way, whether the mission lasted a month or not, she could ensure enough food. Moreover, these players were experienced, and Su-mion thought she could learn a thing or 2 from them. So it was very important to help out and win people's trust. All day long, the rescue team didn't stop. Because of Su-mion's hard work, they collected much more than expected. Although they were tired, everyone was very motivated. Until it got dark, Wu couldn't stand it and reminded everyone to pack up and head back. It took 10 minutes to pack everything, and the boat returned full of supplies. Everyone sat down on the boat and started choosing food to regain energy. Most of them had quick snacks like bread and biscuits. When it was Su-mion's turn, she found something different. A small red box in her hand was warm, and she could smell rice through the lid. Even in hot weather, water can feel cold. We men aren't afraid of that. You're a girl, and you've been with us in the cold all day. Eating something warm is better for your health. Others agreed. We told Wu that we found the supplies, and this box of hot porridge was given to you. He agreed too. Hearing her name, Wu said to everyone with a sigh, "You guys are quick. This morning, someone secretly said I was a burden. Now that you see Su-mion's strength, you're protecting her. I also want to eat something warm, but no one left me any." Although Wu was young, he was experienced in the team. Many of them had worked together on more than one mission, so they knew each other's personalities. The others weren't angry at his teasing. Instead, they replied, "You also made some sarcastic remarks." They also apologized for their attitude that morning. "We underestimated you, and didn't take you seriously. If it weren't for Su-mion today, most of us would have died in that shark's mouth. I remember this favor. If you need help in future missions, just ask. By the way, I'm Li Jiang, Milei, count me in." Everyone eagerly introduced themselves. They all used names from their world. No matter which mission, even if their looks changed, they could still recognize each other by their names. Su-mion felt a little touched by the kindness from this group of people. She didn't like to show her feelings much. She simply said she wasn't angry and thanked them for the warm porridge. From then on, everyone got along even better. Except for plain porridge, whenever they found nice snacks or valuable-looking items, they would quietly give them to Su-mion. Although not many, Su-mion still received a warm hug. She thanked everyone again as she stored her belongings in her space. Her actions made others feel envious. It was only then that they remembered Su-mion is a multi-identity player. Their previous dismissive attitude based on her gender was wrong. Fortunately, she remembered her true identity this time. From now on, they would no longer judge by appearances. By 7 p.m., they returned to the cruise ship. The interior was dark, with only the outside lights on to help with patrols. Su-mion didn't help count supplies. Although a mermaid tail helped, she was tired after a busy day. She needed enough rest for tomorrow's tasks. She told Song Kaishan and then went downstairs amid various farewell wishes. As she left, she faintly heard Song Kaishan ask with confusion, "When did you start being so friendly to newcomers?" When she reached her room, it was not yet 8 p.m. Zhao Tian seemed to have been waiting for her. As soon as he heard her, he opened the door. He was excited and wanted to say something, but seeing her tired look, he didn't bother her. Instead, he reminded her, "I left water in the bathroom for you. Wash up quickly and rest." Su-mion nodded and went inside. When she came out again, she was wearing comfortable pajamas. That was when she noticed a curtain between the 2 beds. Zhao Tian touched his head and explained, I found a new curtain from the cleaning staff. It blocks the light and won't disturb your rest. I might get up sometimes, so I didn't want to wake you. He didn't know that Su-mion, having survived many years in the apocalypse, had slept on broken stones and forgotten about basic boundaries between men and women. Understanding Zhao Tian's kindness, she naturally accepted it. Go to sleep now. I've already eaten. Su-mion almost forgot that he needed to eat too. She didn't ask where he got the food. You should sleep too. I might only come back around this time these days. Zhao Tian waited until she lay down and then peacefully fell asleep. While they slept peacefully, a small meeting was held on the top deck of the cruise ship that night. The members included Song Kaishan, Wu Yu, and a few others they trusted to watch each other's backs. Everyone else is helping out, but he's just like an old man. It's just a 10 square meter space, and it's all because you care too much about him. Wu Yu is the one speaking. He had been holding back his words all along, but now he poured out all his frustrations about Yang Hao's inaction. Space backpacks are indeed rare. Because they are valuable, most players like to be friends with those who carry them. This idea makes owners of space backpacks feel more proud and confident. In the past, it was okay, but today, with Su-mion's clear contrast, Wu Yu's patience with Yang Hao reached its limit. Song Kaishan frowned. He waited until Wu Yu finished speaking before saying, he does have some problems, but I made an exception for him. I know Su-mion helped a lot today, but we can't give up on Yang Hao now. 10 square meters isn't much, but it can save lives in critical moments. Don't forget, this is a survival mission and no one knows what will happen next. He specifically warned Wu Yu, you also need to control your temper. When I'm not around, your impulsiveness will only cause trouble. Strength isn't the only way to pass, he continued, and there are others. His endless advice made Wu Yu look pained. Suddenly, he regretted saying so much. The others listened patiently. Song Kaishan was the most experienced among them. Even small things he said should be taken seriously. I'm about to lose my mind. Let's just start the mission already. Su-mion said it's best to get up early tomorrow. When you have free time, you can lecture then. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Yu looked like he had a headache. Everyone could tell he was pretending. Song Kaishan wanted to say something, but seeing it was late, he held back. He understood that Wu Yu was taking the initiative to discuss tomorrow's task. Knowing the reason, he felt a bit more favorable towards Su-mion. This girl was the right choice. After Wu Yu left, Song Kaishan checked with others about what had happened today. Hearing their descriptions of Su-mion's actions, he thought for a moment and asked them to cooperate with her as much as possible. Su-mion woke up before dawn. She washed her face, changed her clothes, and just placed Zhao Tian's daily rations on the table when he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Why so early? Worried that her sneaking out might leave the door unlocked and cause safety issues, Su-mion kindly reminded him to stay inside as much as possible. The cruise ship was still orderly for now, but she couldn't be sure some guests might cause trouble over food. Seeing Zhao Tian treating her like a child and taking care of him moved her, but she also felt a bit ashamed. For now, he simply nodded and agreed. After watching Su-mion leave, he rubbed his face to force himself to stay alert. Then he changed into new clothes and left the house. On the yacht, the same people as yesterday were there. Su-mion arrived early and helped pack up the yacht with a few others. She also saw Yang Hao, the other space traveler who was on the same boat yesterday but hadn't shown himself before. Yang Hao was about the same age as Wu Yu. His hair reached his collar but was unkempt, making him look a bit sloppy. He didn't talk much. A few people in the group called out to him, and he just nodded before walking straight into the cabin. I really admire him. He can sleep better than me, Wu Yu said, watching Yang Hao's back. His words sounded like envy or jealousy, but it was hard to tell which. He turned his head and saw Su-mion looking at the control panel through the glass. He raised an eyebrow and walked over. Interested? Su-mion looked away from the glass but didn't deny it. I've learned a little, but I haven't driven in a long time. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have known how to do this. Later, life forced her to learn more. She learned to drive many things from cars to helicopters. She hadn't tried heavy ships or large passenger planes, but she knew how to operate cranes and forklifts. Want to try? Wu Yu didn't expect her to know this, and his tone was a bit encouraging. A few players nearby overheard Wu Yu's suggestion and started encouraging her to drive. Su Mian, already interested, agreed right away. Her master didn't leave either. He planned to give her some tips at any moment, but he was surprised to see how skillfully she operated. After a minute of familiarizing herself with the buttons and levers, and once everyone was ready, she started the yacht. The yacht moved smoothly away from the water surface. At first, it was slow, but as Su Mian got the hang of it, she sped up. Her way of controlling it was just as good as an experienced driver. Wu Yu and the others outside the glass watched in amazement, once again impressed by Su Mian. This time, the destination was farther than yesterday. It took nearly an hour to get there. But shortly after arriving, another yacht appeared on the water. It was bigger than theirs, and the people on it were at least twice as many. Everyone preparing to get into the water stopped and looked at the newcomers cautiously. The other yacht deliberately stopped about 10 meters away. As they got closer, they could hear various sounds from the boat. Then, a man stepped out holding a loudspeaker and shouted at them, "This area is ours now. Please find another place." Their attitude was extremely arrogant, as if they didn't see these 10 or so people in their eyes. They gave Su Mian a familiar feeling. She stopped the yacht, opened the door, and stepped out, noticing the fear on Wu Yu and others' faces. She understood that these people were also players. It seemed there were more players in the dungeon than she had thought. In just 2 days, she had met nearly 100. "Isn't that Brother Tai? You marked this place as yours early on, so we didn't come here. But Brother Song also gave orders that we must find supplies and go back today." The people in the team seemed to recognize who he was and went over to talk. The man called Brother Tai was the one speaking. He snorted, "That's not possible. If it weren't for the fact that we're fellow players, I wouldn't bother coming out here. Everyone knows Brother Tai is loyal, but you also know that the corpses are floating everywhere this time. The water in the harbor is starting to spoil. No matter how much we carry, it's a waste if we can't take it all. We can't carry much ourselves. If we see something good later, how about we all bring it back to honor Brother Tai?" The person helping to communicate was Li Jiang. He was smiling now, not feeling embarrassed about being rejected, but instead praising Brother Tai, who seemed to like this. He glanced at the people on their yacht and finally relaxed a little. 5 people. Only 5 of you can go down. How much you get depends on your skills. Then thank you, Brother Tai. After the negotiation, the other yacht moved forward a bit. Wu Yu called Su Mian over to discuss. They decided to let her go into the water after some negotiation. She was repeatedly reminded to be careful of the people across from them. These guys are usually up to no good. Normally, you shouldn't let you go down, but time is tight. Finding a new place would take too long. Later, I'll have a few of them go with you. Don't get separated. Wu Yu was worried they might do something else, so he and Li Jiang stayed on the boat to watch. Su Mian had no objections. With her mermaid tail, she didn't see these people as a threat. However, she looked at Yang Hao, who was reluctant to put on the oxygen tank. It seemed Wu Yu forced him to come down too. Lei, who had increased strength, took Yang Hao to the convenience store. Su Mian wanted to go alone to the fruit shop. When she opened the door, she found someone else there. Yuan Hong, the young man who almost got thrown into the shark's mouth. Su Mian remembered that he wasn't a talkative person. Since she saved him yesterday, he had been helping her during the task. Seeing him choose a different direction to search, Su Mian looked away and started selecting fruit. The store was nearly 200 square meters, with many fresh fruits. It was clear that business had been good before the disaster. Unfortunately, some fruits like grapes, bananas, and plantains had been damaged by the storm, with about 80% of their skins broken. Hard-shelled fruits like mangosteens, durians, and coconuts were still intact. Su Mian hadn't seen such fresh fruit in a long time. She picked out what she wanted and set aside what she needed to take home. When she saw Yuan Hong's bag was full, she moved to put her items into her space and returned his bag. She had done this many times before. Yuan Hong calmly took back his bag and continued working. Earlier, everyone had agreed not to make things difficult for Tai Ge's people. They would find supplies without worrying about the type and grab them quickly. Su Mian was determined not to leave until she finished, so Yuan Hong didn't leave either. Seeing her space getting smaller, Su Mian felt both satisfied that she had more food and a little regret that her space wasn't bigger. Besides basic supplies, she also wanted many things that weren't very practical but she liked, like large beds and cabinets. They were beautifully made and looked very comfortable. She understood that her space of 200 or 300 square meters was desirable wherever it was. But seeing the rich supplies around her, she found it hard to stay calm. If only her space could be infinitely large. It only took about 40 minutes to finish searching. When Su Mian and Yang Hao left the fruit shop, others were already waiting at the door. They carried many bags, and when they saw Su Mian and Yang Hao empty-handed, their frowns turned into hopeful looks. Su Mian quickly understood what they meant and nodded. The others became even more excited. They skillfully handed their bags to Su Mian. After a few seconds, all the bags were emptied. Yang Hao saw this and thought Su Mian hadn't taken much, so he didn't think much of it. A few people went to the side to continue their search. This time, the 5 of them stayed together because someone from Tai Ji's group also appeared nearby. To avoid trouble, they planned to leave quickly if the situation looked bad. As expected, just as Su Mian was about to finish packing the compressed beef, someone came to stop them. Clearly, this meat shop had caught their interest. Su Mian took the chance to pack a little more. Not everything in the shop was vacuum sealed. She had already taken the best items. The remaining ones could be left for them. At first, the people who left didn't cause any trouble. But when it was Su Mian's turn to leave, someone tried to grab her arm. In an instant, before anyone could react, they heard a commotion behind them. Turning around, they saw Su Mian throwing a man taller than her out of the way. The others immediately stepped in front of Su Mian to protect her. Maybe because they outnumbered the 3 men, they didn't do anything. The man who was thrown looked at Su Mian with intense eyes. He was interested in her. They realized he was after her as a target. Seeing what the other was after, the group didn't see Su Mian draw her knife. They hurriedly pulled her away and ran out. They swam to the yacht and peeked out. Lei, who had taken off his breathing mask, finally let out a breath and said, "Luckily, we could hide the stuff. Otherwise, we might not have gotten many things." He had suspected that Taigo was so generous because he was planning to profit from the situation. "I think we should change places now while there's still time. You saw how those people looked at Su Mian. If we don't leave now, they'll definitely attack her. Among players, there are many who fight over items from the shop and even kill each other. If Su Mian weren't their teammate, they might have had bad thoughts about the items too. And with Tai Ji's group eyeing her, there's no need to risk fighting over supplies." One after another, they got on the yacht. When Wu Yu and Li Jiang, who were waiting, learned what happened below, they also decided to move. But they couldn't delay. Even if they were annoyed, Li Jiang packed some cigarettes he had chosen into a bag and threw them onto the other boat as a thank you. They thought that was the end of it. But just as the yacht started moving, it was stopped. Taigo held the cigarettes Li Jiang had sent and smiled mysteriously at the group. "Promise to bring good things to honor me, and that's all." Several people sensed there was a hidden meaning in his words. Sure enough, he turned his gaze to Su Mian in the cockpit. "I heard you have a small gadget that can make fish tails and let you breathe underwater freely. I want that. Otherwise, the things you just got can only stay here." He directly asked for it. They had expected Iron Brother to be shameless, but they didn't think he would be so straightforward. Li Jiang and the others, who had been repeatedly told by Song Kaishan to protect Su Mian, didn't want to let anyone steal her things. They naturally refused. Seeing negotiations fail, Iron Brother waved his hand, and more than 10 people suddenly emerged from underwater, surrounding the yacht. It was clear they had planned to seize the items by force. Su Mian waited in the cockpit for a while, but no one announced they were setting sail. She saw Li Jiang and the others step back cautiously, looking around, and realized something had gone wrong. When she tried to go out, her master grabbed her arm, signaling that it was dangerous outside. Su Mian comforted him and, before leaving, told him, "Watch my hand signals. When I do, start the boat." When Su Mian came out of the cabin, the others were already preparing to fight. Yang Hao, the first to see her, shouted, "If you want the stuff, just grab her. It has nothing to do with us." Yang Hao, shut up. Wu Yao glared at him angrily, secretly signaling Su Mian not to come over. Yang Hao frowned and argued, "Brother Song promised to protect me. I came out because of that. It's just a thing. Is it more important than our lives?" Everyone on the boat stared at him in shock. Unable to argue, Yang Hao directly said to Su Mian, "Hurry up and give them the stuff," and then moved forward as if he was going to fight himself. Before they could handle the situation outside, their own people were already in chaos. Iron Brother watched their argument with a smile, as if watching a show. Li Jiang and the others were furious. Before they could stop Yang Hao, Su Mian kicked him away with a swift kick. She stepped on Yang Hao's neck, bent down coldly, and stared at him. "If you're scared, find a place to hide. Don't worry, I will save your life." In Yang Hao's terrified eyes, Su Mian delivered a punch, and he fainted immediately. Preparing to move forward, Wu Yu and the others forgot what they were supposed to do. They stared blankly at Su Mian, who disdainfully retracted her foot. Then, she changed from her cold attitude to a calm, reassuring look toward them. The group was a bit confused about what was happening. Su Mian sensed the gaze above her head and knew it was Iron Brother watching her. She ignored him and went to the side of the boat. Without needing Wu Yu and the others to tell her, she saw the people surrounding the yacht and understood what was going on. Wu Yu came over quietly and said, "A brave person doesn't suffer losses right in front of them. At worst, we just don't take those things." Since they could still recover the items, they wouldn't lose out. Su Mian understood this hint, but she wondered why she should give away the things she worked so hard to find just to be cheap to them. She heard Yang Hao's words. These people just wanted her mermaid tail. Since they didn't keep their promise, there was no point in talking anymore. They might be fewer in number, but they could still win. Seeing that Wu Yu and the others, though cautious, weren't afraid, Su Mian quietly shared her plan. When they heard she wanted to break out directly, they worried she might cause trouble with Iron Brother. Su Mian coldly poured cold water on their fears. "We weren't friends to begin with, so there's no need to fight. Today, they stopped me for props. If one day they run out of supplies, they'll still attack the cruise ship. Such people will eventually face consequences. If you're already scared now, you'll find it hard to pass this challenge." Her words were blunt, but everyone fell silent. Iron Brother and his group always succeeded in their missions because they were ruthless. Only they thought too much, always worried about casualties and held back. Su Mian was right. This time, the other side was just making excuses. They wanted to board the ship to steal people and items. Meanwhile, these people were still worried about trivial things. Their awareness was even worse than a young girl's. After a brief exchange of looks, they decided to hand over control to Su Mian. "Do whatever you think is best." Su Mian was pleased that they trusted her. She signaled to the boat's captain. Iron Brother, who was watching closely, immediately saw the yacht start up. He didn't expect these people to dare run away directly and became anxious. "They're leaving. Hurry up and get on board." He was eyeing that prop. Today, he was determined to get it no matter what. After all, they are players and have some skills. The seemingly smooth hull of the ship actually has steps made by their footsteps. In just a moment, 5 or 6 people have climbed onto the cruise ship. Brother Tai also approached, and you could see someone using a bow and arrow to assist from a distance. Su Mian carefully observed the positions of those coming up. She pulled Li Jiang aside to avoid a hidden arrow, then drew a watermelon knife from her waist. She quickly moved closer and silently cut the throat of a player who was sneaking up on her. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bloody scene shocked the others. Even though players sometimes fight each other, it's rare to see such a brutal one-hit kill. Especially since Su Mian calmly killed someone, looking like she was just slicing a big cabbage, which made people feel cold inside. The few who initially planned to attack Su Mian hesitated and stopped in their tracks. No one dared to get close to her for a moment. Su Mian spoke first. "I'm giving you one last chance to go down on your own." But those people only hesitated and didn't retreat. Seeing this, Su Mian didn't hesitate anymore. "Why are you still hesitating? What's the difference between dying early or late? This definitely angered the others. Driven by impulse, they all rushed towards Su-mion. Wei was also surprised at how quickly Su-mion acted. Seeing her draw attention to herself, he couldn't just stand by. He signaled the others to surround her and help. Soon, they realized there was no need to fight. The few who tried to fight had no martial art skills. They relied on their strength to face Su-mion, but they couldn't even perform basic moves. In front of her, they looked like clumsy geese being toyed with. After a few dodges, Su-mion didn't waste effort. She easily took down several of them with quick, precise strikes. The whole thing happened in an instant. If it weren't for the bloody scene being so shocking, Wei almost wanted to clap and cheer. He had never seen anyone kill so efficiently, as if they had experienced countless battles and bloodshed. Not only Wu Yu and his group, but even Brother Tai across from them watched with serious eyes. Especially when the archer tried to attack again, but was sent flying back by Su-mion's wave of her hand, with the arrow narrowly missing Brother Tai's face. The huge panic and fear made Brother Tai forget to give any commands. The yacht calmly sailed away from them. The girl with the knife, with her dark, demon-like eyes, stared so fiercely that no one dared to move. Until only the tail of the yacht remained, Brother Tai finally realized and wiped his face, noticing that he was bleeding. The archer sat on the ground, looking very pale. The arrow had gone through his palm, leaving a bloody hole. It was hard to tell how fast and strong the shot was, but the sudden pain made him forget to make a sound. Brother Tai, should we keep chasing? In an instant, several people had been lost. Everyone was experiencing their first big loss. Chase what? Can't you see? That woman is not easy to deal with. Remember what she looks like. Be careful in the future. I will make her pay for these lives someday. Everyone nodded in agreement. The yacht fell into a strange silence. The bodies on the ground were thrown into the sea, and they washed away the blood with seawater. It might have been a trick of the mind, but they all felt the blood everywhere and the lingering smell in their noses. And the main person behind all this, Su-mion, seemed unaware, until Yuan Hong brought over a bucket of water, hesitating and looking at her. Su-mion understood what he meant. Thank you. In front of everyone, she put the blood-stained watermelon knife into the bucket and shook it. It was just an ordinary watermelon knife, but it made people instinctively want to shrink back. When Yuan Hong went to pour water, he received admiring looks from his companions. It wasn't that they were afraid of Su-mion, but the shock from what just happened was too great. They suddenly felt like they were 100,000 miles away from her and didn't dare to bother her. They had planned to head home this time, but Su-mion refused again. As always, her priority was to find supplies quickly. Everyone on the yacht already saw Su-mion as the leader. After witnessing her skills just now, no one objected. So the yacht turned again and headed to the area they had planned to explore tomorrow. This time, everything went smoothly. The yacht was loaded with supplies, and Su-mion's space was almost full. On the way back, they noticed the murky water hadn't cleared up. Su-mion also saw that the building she had noticed earlier had disappeared. This meant the tide brought by the tsunami hadn't receded, but had grown stronger. What made things worse was that the sky darkened early, as if a heavy rain was about to start. Everyone was worried, fearing the rain was unusual, so they hurried back to the cruise ship. They returned earlier than planned. Su-mion didn't rush to leave. She went with a few others to the top deck to organize supplies and also retrieved the items stored in the space. Seeing the full cruise ship and the dark clouds outside, she felt uneasy about not being able to leave tomorrow. This made her worry that supplies might become hard to find. Compared to Su-mion's heavy mood, others were happy about the increase in supplies. Song Kaishan arrived half an hour later, looking upset and carrying a stern aura. He heard that a group of passengers on the cruise secretly formed an alliance and tried to rebel against them. Although they failed, they lost 2 helpers. Others comforted Song Kaishan and suggested ways to deal with the situation. Su-mion, however, seemed disconnected from the lively chatter. She stood in a corner, staring at the endless deep sea, her dark eyes filled with deep thought. She felt a growing sense that something big was about to happen. This feeling wasn't new. During the apocalypse, she had avoided many disasters because of it. Now, once again, she had this feeling while in the deep sea. She instinctively sensed a major problem was coming, probably related to tonight's weather. Maybe several people came to talk to her, but she didn't pay much attention. Her strange behavior made Wu Yu and others think she was worried about Brother Tai coming to seek revenge. They took the opportunity to tell Song Kaishan about what happened when they met Brother Tai and his group. Some were afraid of offending a powerful player and facing retaliation, while others believed such things were unavoidable. During the argument, Song Kaishan came over to Su Mian. I know you have ways to protect yourself, but I've already assigned many people on the cruise to guard you. Rest assured, I won't let him have any chance to attack. Su Mian snapped out of her thoughts and saw many people watching her. She had been lost in her thoughts and only vaguely heard their discussion. She understood they had misunderstood her, but didn't explain, just nodded to show she trusted them. Song Kaishan looked at her kindly. I will handle Yang Hao's matter. I know this time you've been wronged. I'll make it up to you with supplies. I hope you won't mind. In normal times, with supplies running low, everyone would be protective of their food. But after Song Kaishan said this, no one present was unhappy. Instead, they agreed. Considering the brief contact over the past few days, these players were somewhat ruthless with the natives, but still treated their companions fairly well. And she herself was not a kind person, so there was no need for her to stand on a moral high ground to criticize others. After a moment of thought, she suddenly called out to Song Kaishan, "Tonight, everyone should stay awake." This statement was a bit strange. Not only Song Kaishan, but also Wu Yu and others standing beside Su Mian looked confused. Su Mian paused, then looked outside again. I have a bad feeling. Something will happen tonight. As soon as she said this, everyone's smiles faded. You may not believe me, but it's just my intuition. I want to stay on the top floor for the night. Is that okay? People who had interacted with Su Mian knew she wasn't someone to talk a lot. Seeing her suddenly so cautious, everyone looked at each other uncertainly, unsure whether to believe her. The weather at sea changes quickly. Right now, it's just a bit darker than usual and the temperature has dropped a few degrees, but there's nothing unusual. Since it's a game scenario, a sudden thunderstorm on a clear day wouldn't be strange. Song Kaishan also thought for a moment. After confirming that Su Mian was genuinely warning him, he said, I was planning to invite you up anyway, but I was worried you'd feel uncomfortable with so many men here. Since you brought it up, it saves me the trouble of persuading you. In other words, stay and don't leave. The situation will only get worse. The people downstairs will eventually be pushed to their limit. When that happens, the second floor will definitely be a trouble spot. I hope you understand what I mean. It's not that Song Kaishan was overthinking. The female players in this game scenario make up only a small part, and the chances of clearing the level are even lower. For a player like Su Mian, who is around her age and looks good, she would definitely attract many players' attention among the men. At first, Song Kaishan didn't know her well and didn't want to bother. But now that Su Mian had helped him a lot and proved she was capable, he would definitely pay more attention to her. Okay, I have a companion. His name is Zhao Tian. We're sharing a room. Su Mian accepted Song Kaishan's suggestion, and he arranged for 2 people to her downstairs. She initially thought it wouldn't be necessary to make things so complicated, but after going downstairs, she realized it was quite necessary. Usually, at this time, the lower decks of the cruise are already without power, and most people prefer to stay in their rooms. Today seemed different. The guests in the room were walking around at the door, talking in small groups. When they came down, they immediately recognized the 2 people next to Su Mian as the ones who stole the cruise ship. They dispersed quickly, acting as if nothing had happened. But the calmer they seemed, the more suspicious it appeared. The 2 men accompanying Su Mian also noticed this and muttered, What a hassle. I wonder what they are planning now. Exactly. We're busy gathering supplies and dealing with them. If they weren't innocent, we could just throw them into the sea and be done with it. Su Mian understood this was just a simple complaint. She pretended not to notice the subtle glances they kept giving her along the way and quickly went upstairs. She knocked on the door for a long time, but didn't get an answer from Zhao Tian. When she checked, she found the room was empty. Her heart sank, but then she heard hurried footsteps in the corridor. Turning around, she saw Zhao Tian running over, panting. Su Mian, wait for me." She looked at him with confusion. "Didn't I tell you to stay in the room?" Zhao Tian caught his breath and said, "I know the room is safe, but I can't just let you handle everything alone. I feel uneasy." Su Mian then realized he had also found someone from Song Kaishan's team. He had taken a clerical job on the rooftop, mainly running around but staying on the cruise ship. He had just been registering the supplies added today and wanted to find Su Mian to work together, but learned she had already gone downstairs. "I heard you're going to stay on the roof. If that's the case, I won't go. It's fine here." Mostly, Zhao Tian felt embarrassed to keep taking advantage of her kindness. The cruise ship was big enough, and he was satisfied just having a place to shelter from the wind and rain. But Su Mian directly refused him. "Something might happen tonight. You need to come with me." There was no room for discussion. Zhao Tian was immediately asked to go along. If he refused again, it would be rude. When they returned to the top floor, everyone had already gone back to their rooms. There weren't many rooms on the top floor, but each was quite spacious. Before Su Mian arrived, they were all fully occupied, with 4 or 5 people in each room. However, Song Kaishan had reserved a room for her. As soon as she stepped out, she could see the sea and a lounge chair nearby, making it a nice spot with a good view. The room was luxurious, and the water and electricity were functioning normally. There are 2 compartments, each with a bed, which is the only special treatment besides Song Kaishan so far. Zhao Tianxin is tall and happy about the room, forgetting everything else. Su Mian, thinking about other things, quickly took a shower, changed clothes, and moved the lounge chair to a better spot to see the sea. Not long after Su Mian lay down, sounds came from nearby. She opened her eyes to see 2 more lounge chairs on each side. Wu Yu, who arrived first, carried a thin blanket over and said, "They don't believe anything will happen tonight. Anyway, I can sleep anywhere. Staying here for 1 night is fine." Then came Lei and Yuan Hong. Finally, Zhao Tian appeared, but no one knew why he came to join. Everyone silently agreed that Su Mian should go back to her room to rest. They said it was okay as long as they were here. But Su Mian refused. It wasn't because she didn't trust them, but because she wanted to stay in the best position for escaping if danger came. Even if she went back to her room, she wouldn't sleep well. She saw Zhao Tian put his backpack beside his feet. Su Mian paused slightly and couldn't help asking Wu Yu about storing supplies. "Don't worry, he cares about supplies more than anyone. When you mentioned danger, he immediately organized the supplies." Wu Yu explained that they gathered floating supplies together and fixed them. He placed the heavier items on the air mattress they found and reinforced the room. This way, even if the cruise ship had an accident, the supplies wouldn't scatter. The only trouble was having to retrieve them from the water again. Li Jiang added, "Brother Song is also worried about accidents. He's a cautious person." Later, the crews will move to a safer spot, calculated by a captain, to reduce the risk of another tsunami. It seemed to confirm his words when Su Mian noticed the cruise ship moving slightly. Could they find a place to avoid the tsunami? It seemed that the cruise ship surviving the tsunami might not just be luck. Whether true or not, this made Su Mian feel a little calmer. Time quickly passed into night, and everything remained calm. Occasionally, players who came out to breathe or smoke saw the group lying in a row and would say a few words. Most joked about them choosing to stay awake instead of sleeping on the bed. They don't understand. They're used to life and death every day. It's rare to have time to enjoy the sea view. "That's a pleasure, not suffering," they said. A few people nodded in agreement. Only Su Mian noticed that Wu Yu, after speaking, quickly rubbed her arms, which were sticky from the sea breeze, and pulled her cover tighter. Forget about the mood. He had been lying down with his eyes mostly closed, hardly looking around at all. Su Mian couldn't help but smile slightly. The night on the sea was very quiet, and the rocking water often made people feel sleepy. Su Mian was awakened by snoring and realized she had fallen asleep. She looked at her watch and saw it was 2:30 a.m., meaning she had slept for half an hour. No wonder she felt like a long time had passed. But that cloud seemed bigger than the one she saw before sleeping. Wait, Su Mian squinted at the dark cloud in the distance for a long time, then suddenly sat up straight, her face serious.
What's wrong, Su Mian?
Zhao Tian was right next to her. When she moved her chair, she accidentally bumped his arm. He opened his eyes and saw Su Mian staring intently at the distance. Thinking about tonight's task, he immediately lost his sleepiness and moved to the railing to look outside. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything wrong. However, Su Mian's expression told him something was off. Sure enough, after a moment, Su Mian suddenly spoke loudly. Wake them up. Wu Yu and the others had already heard Su Mian's voice. Before Zhao Tian could look, they all sat up. Unlike Zhao Tian, Wu Yu and the others had undergone multiple physical enhancements, making their senses sharper. After observing for a moment, they also noticed something was wrong. Wu Yu ran quickly. I'll ring the alarm bell. It's late at night, and it's quite good at finding the right time. The others weren't as calm, and went to notify the others on the same floor. Within 5 minutes, players on the top deck brought important items to the terrace. As the ship's alarm sounded, the cruise ship started to stir. A loudspeaker announced that Song Kaishan was warning everyone to pack up and prepare to abandon ship at any moment. The peaceful night was suddenly broken.
Su Mian was right.
Is it a thunderstorm cloud or a tornado? Neither is good news. Someone else also noticed something unusual on the water. Did you feel it? It seems like we're sinking? More precisely, the water surface was sinking at a strange, rapid speed. Those with some knowledge knew that sudden water sinking was often a sign of an approaching tsunami. Looking at the increasingly approaching dark clouds and the sinking cruise ship, everyone who was joking earlier became nervous. Several people started searching the boat for safety items. While they waited, we led a group carrying a bunch of swimming rings and diving gear. Don't just stand there, everyone share what you have. If the cruise really capsizes, don't be afraid. As long as you survive, everything else doesn't matter. Although they knew these items wouldn't be very useful in a tsunami, using something was better than nothing. Because Su Mian had special equipment, she didn't have any of these items. She saw people nervously putting on swimming rings, some tying them together with ropes, with one end attached to the ship. Others moved a huge rubber boat, planning to stick together. Lifeboats and small rescue boats under the ship were parked outside as backups. Amid the tense atmosphere, Su Mian heard a commotion. Someone grabbed Yang Hao's arm and threw him to the ground, then punched him. The mark on his face from the punch Su Mian gave him earlier hadn't faded, and now it was evened out. Others asked what was wrong. The person was too angry to speak clearly. Everyone's busy preparing to escape, and this guy goes and steals supplies. He even tried to steal some oxygen tanks meant for Song Go and the others. I'm so mad I could explode. Yang Hao had always been treated well in the group. He had kept quite a few oxygen tanks for himself, but now he wanted to steal from others. Everyone looked at him with disgusted eyes. He didn't seem to realize he was wrong. I have no self-defense skills. If I don't protect myself, how can I help store supplies for everyone? I'm not just doing it for myself. But could someone who steals from friends to save their own life really be willing to share the hidden supplies? Everyone knew the answer. But there was no time to judge Yang Hao now. Song Go even said to protect him, but who knows if he'll kick you when you're in danger. I don't care about him anymore. Yang Hao panicked. No, that's not right. The tsunami is coming. You all have to protect me, or I won't give you any supplies. He didn't realize that his words only made everyone more annoyed. Seeing no one paying attention, Yang Hao really started to panic. Ignoring the pain on her face, she quickly put on a life jacket, then slipped into swimming gear for her hands and feet. Everyone nearby was almost amused by her full protective gear. Clearly, she had no self-protection skills. Suddenly, Su Mian looked into the distance and shouted, "Tsunami is coming!" Soon after Su Mian's warning, everyone saw a scene they would never forget. A wave over 10 meters high quietly approached in the night. The water curtain in front of them looked like a solid, airtight wall, making people feel suffocated. Fear seemed to sweep over everyone in an instant. No one remembered how to react. They stood there blankly, as if they had forgotten what to do. Su Mian shouted at Zhao Tian, who had already changed into his gear, "Hold on to me later, and if you can't, remember the method I told you." Her shout not only snapped Zhao Tian out of his panic, but also made others realize what to do. In that moment, the tense atmosphere on the boat reached its peak. Zhao Tian was so scared he stuttered. He trembled as he reached into his pants pocket for a glow stick. Su Mian had given it to him not long ago, saying that if they got separated, he could open it and she would find him. Even though he was wearing a breathing mask, Zhao Tian was still afraid. Having gone through a few virtual adventures, he was just an ordinary person. The tsunami that had come a few days ago was gone, and he was unharmed thanks to a mermaid tail. But this time, he wasn't sure if he could survive. When fear reaches its peak, people forget their dignity. Zhao Tian couldn't help but choke up, saying, "You must find me. I haven't had enough of life yet." Other players, who had been calm earlier, also couldn't hold back anymore. Especially as the water curtain drew closer, everyone was so nervous they couldn't stand. They knelt by the boat's edge, holding onto the railing to stay upright. Finally, amid screams and shouts, the tsunami hit. All the preparations and precautions seemed useless at that moment. The force of the 10-meter-high wave was no joke. The cruise ship was pushed over to one side. The first to suffer were the players tied together with ropes. The impact stretched their distance apart, and the ropes became deadly weapons. One person in the middle was torn in half. Seeing this, others panicked and tried to untie the ropes, but there was no time. Su Mian wanted to help, but Zhao Tian was swept into the air by the giant wave. She had no choice but to wait for him to fall, then pull him to her side. The impact was so strong that even the very strong Su Mian felt uncomfortable. She no longer hesitated and pulled Zhao Tian underwater. As she expected, the water at the bottom was fast-moving but not as dangerous as above. Especially since there was a capsized cruise ship blocking the way, they temporarily stabilized their bodies. During that time, Su Mian looked at the cruise ship. She saw many hands reaching out from the windows, trying to climb out. But under the turbulent water, it was not easy to break free. Before escaping, the water filled their lungs, and their eyes, wide with fear, looked at her with despair. Su Mian, who thought she no longer knew what it meant to be soft-hearted, felt a bit uncomfortable seeing this scene. The waves on the surface of the water kept rolling, and faint lightning flashed among them. The huge cruise ship was tossed around in the tsunami, like a toy being pushed from one side to the other. She didn't know how long this tossing lasted until Zhao Tian started to struggle. Su Mian realized her oxygen bottle was empty. She quickly replaced it with a new one, making sure Zhao Tian was okay, then pulled him toward the surface. When they finally reached the water's surface, the tsunami had passed. The dark clouds above had disappeared, but the seawater was even murkier than before. Su Mian didn't see a single person. Had everyone died? She silently watched everything. When she turned back, she was surprised to see the cruise ship had somehow risen again after being battered by the waves. For a moment, she didn't know whether to say she was lucky or that the cruise ship was lucky. She helped Zhao Tian onto the ship and sat on the ground to rest for a while. Zhao Tian took off his mask slightly and asked cautiously, "It should be over now, right?" "Maybe." Su Mian stared at the gradually returning night sky in the distance. She could even see a few stars, which felt a bit absurd. A feeling of frustration she had never experienced before made her feel very uncomfortable all over. Even the best waterproof systems are useless now. The cruise ship is definitely ruined. I don't know how everyone else is or how many people downstairs survived. Su Mian didn't answer. After so long, not a single player had appeared. Most likely, only a few ordinary people survived. Even if they were alive, they would have been swept away by the water. Finding a safe place to land was a difficult task. Her body was soaked, and if she caught a cold, it would be troublesome. Even though she didn't feel like moving, Su Mian urged Zhao Tian to go to the top floor room. They both used dry towels to wipe their bodies and changed into clean clothes. Zhao Tian stood by the cruise ship, trying to find his companions, but he saw no sign of anyone. He sank to the ground feeling hopeless and a bit confused. Su Mian quickly composed herself. She took out 2 folding beds and 2 thin blankets, choosing a corner of the balcony where she could see outside and block some of the sea breeze. She didn't bother waking Zhao Tian, who was still calming down, and lay down to sleep. She knew she had to sleep. Dawn was coming soon. If there were any survivors, they would likely come looking for help. She needed to rest now to be ready for the busy times ahead. Maybe because of Su Mian's influence, Zhao Tian also lay down after half an hour. He thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but once he relaxed, he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Su Mian was awakened by the sunlight. The sky was blue, with white clouds, and the sun had just risen. Ignoring the mess around them, it was a good time for sunbathing. Su Mian got up, packed away the beds and blankets, and saw Zhao Tian sleeping peacefully in the shade, so she didn't wake him. She went to the storage room for supplies. The door was still locked. Through the small window, she could see inside. Everything was a bit messy, but all the supplies were still there, which was good news. She went downstairs. The water on the stairs had receded a bit, but everything was still wet, and she saw bodies lying around. She didn't have time to clean up now. She checked the cockpit on the 4th floor. All the instruments were blackened, and there were exposed wires everywhere. She knew she couldn't fix it herself. Then she went to the 1st floor. There were ropes scattered on the ground, many of which were in the water. Some had broken swimming rings on them, some were tied to bodies that couldn't escape, and there was even a small boat turned upside down. The water surface was still rough, with mud and branches everywhere. Su Mian didn't know her exact location, but seeing these things meant she wasn't far from the inhabited area. After a while, she gave up waiting for rescue since no one was coming. She went to the top floor and saw Zhao Tian had woken up and was clearing the bodies from the roof. Most of the bodies had been washed into the rooms or hidden corners and drowned, about 7 or 8 in total. Some of these Su Mian had spoken to before, and even before the tsunami, she had encouraged everyone to hold on. Su Mian helped gather the bodies into one pile. Zhao Tian looked sad and said, "It's a pity it's at sea. Otherwise, I would want to cremate them all. If they knew down there, they would probably feel worse." Su Mian didn't respond. She moved her fingertips, and a small flame appeared. When Zhao Tian turned around, he was startled. He forgot his choking feelings and just stared blankly at Su Mian, pointing at the flickering flame. After a moment, he finally found his voice. "You exchanged for a special fire ability." His tone was full of surprise and envy, but he didn't find the flames strange. Su Mian immediately understood that abilities could also be exchanged in the mall. From Zhao Tian's expression, this thing was probably not cheap. She didn't know that special abilities were not only expensive, but considered priceless by every player. Not to mention long-term implantation, just the points needed for a single dungeon could buy a space grid. Some lucky players might get a rare dungeon as a personal attribute reward, but such luck was rare. That's why Zhao Tian was sure she had exchanged it with points. For the first time, Zhao Tian was very curious about Su Mian's skills. He wasn't bad at other things, his memory was excellent. He could create a space grid, inflate a rubber boat out of thin air, and even knock down 2 of Tiger Ji's men with one hand, using powerful moves. Now he had an additional special ability. Even if strength could be improved, the others couldn't. So, how many dungeons had Su Mian experienced? Zhao Tian couldn't help but ask, just changing his approach. "You must have spent a lot of time earning those points, right?" Unaware of how many things Zhao Tian was imagining, Su Mian followed the principle of saying less to avoid mistakes and gave a vague answer. "Yeah, quite a bit of time." Afraid of being caught in a lie if she explained too much, she signaled for him to step back. Then expanded the flame into a fireball and threw it onto the corpse. The heat from the fire made her face feel warm, and it also reflected Zhao Tian's bright eyes. He found it fascinating that the fire seemed to have a mind of its own, only burning the corpse, not the boat. Although the high temperature left black marks on the boat, it didn't ignite it. After the corpse turned to ash, Zhao Tian was about to find something to store the ashes when he saw Su Mian raise her hand. He felt a breeze brush past his ear. When he turned his head, the ashes on the ground had disappeared completely. His eyes brightened a little more when he looked at Su Mian, showing his special ability to air. If Zhao Tian had read zombie novels or studied the different powers in the mall carefully, he would definitely recognize that this was not just blowing air, but a wind-type ability. Su Mian didn't expect to wait 5 days. Not to mention the players, not a single survivor was seen on the sea. It was as if everyone had disappeared into thin air. On the 8th day, just after dawn, Zhao Tian, who was out for a walk, suddenly shouted in shock, startling everyone on the cruise ship. Su Mian's hand had already reached for her knife. She looked outside and Zhao Tian was pointing at something, unable to speak clearly. Look, quickly look. Only when Su Mian reached the edge of the ship did she understand why Zhao Tian was so panicked. A bunch of white objects floated on the water. As they got closer, it was clear they were bloated, pale, swollen bodies. Even from a distance of 7 or 8 floors, the terrible scene of the bodies was visible. It seemed all these bodies came from one direction, passing by the cruise without stopping, drifting along the water current for over an hour. Zhao Tian's fear turned into discomfort, then numbness. Finally, he sat down on the deck, covering his face. It was supposed to be an easy mission, but I've never seen so many bodies in my life. Su Mian looked at the sea surface, where only a few scattered bodies floated, her eyes calm. If this was considered a lot, then what about the huge mountain of bodies at the base entrance? It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of fire from her memories. Su Mian closed her eyes, trying to push away those painful memories. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and asked Zhao Tian, "Is no one talking on the forum?" Zhao Tian seemed to come back to himself. That's not quite true, but there aren't many people in the same mission, and the chats are anonymous. If someone reveals their location on the forum and encounters someone like Brother Who, it would only make things worse. So that's how it was. She thought that if players could chat anytime on the forum, they wouldn't need communication devices. As long as they shared information there, they could find each other. I remember there's a satellite phone on the ship. Let's try to contact other cruise ships. Su Mian believed the system wouldn't let players walk into a dead end. Somewhere out of their sight, there must be other survivors. Are you doing a side quest? I think the food on the cruise is enough for us to survive until the mission ends. If we try to find others now, we might lose supplies or face other problems. Su Mian was confused. What side mission? Zhao Tian was even more confused. It's just a task to protect your family. The main goal is to survive for a month. We can choose to do only the main mission. Although completing only the main mission will reduce points, it won't affect the final result. Unaware that Su Mian was different from him, Zhao Tian thought she wanted to earn all the points. Hearing this explanation, Su Mian was stunned. She instinctively called out to the system in her mind, "Can I choose a task to survive only 30 days?" A long-lost electrical sound like a static shock passed through her mind, followed by the system's cold electronic voice. The host must complete all tasks. Failure will result in losing game eligibility, Su Mian thought. Isn't that just elimination? She instinctively asked. Your system isn't the same as those players' systems, right? This time, the system responded quickly. Please keep everything about this system confidential. If leaked, it could endanger the host and may prevent leaving the game forever. Although it didn't answer directly, it clearly implied agreement with Su Mian's statement. This made Su Mian even more confused. If revealing the system puts her in danger, does that mean her system is opposed to Zhao Tian's and the others? Just now, she was thinking about having an honest talk with Zhao Tian, but now she had to abandon that idea. As expected, staying quiet at the start was the right choice. Luckily, she hadn't revealed anything yet. Su Mian, what's wrong? Zhao Tian asked, waving his hand in front of her. Su Mian snapped out of her thoughts and, avoiding the question, changed the subject. I was looking at a forum. Zhao Tian looked surprised. Oh, you like reading forums too? You kept asking me before, so I thought you didn't like it. Sure enough, something she didn't pay attention to had raised Zhao Tian's suspicion. Su Mian didn't continue the topic. She and Zhao Tian split up to go down the ship. Eventually, they found 2 usable satellite phones in the control room and the top floor. After fiddling with them for a while, they turned them on. Su Mian tried to search for signals, but nothing came through. They waited until late at night when hunger forced them to stop working. Su Mian decided to open the storage room door. She asked Zhao Tian to pick some food he wanted to eat in the past few days. The rest of the perishable items she stored in her space. Looking at the things that had been reduced by half, Zhao Tian chewed on the still crisp and sweet apple and said in surprise, "This is more than 10 square meters now. Su Mian, your backpack is really big."
Su Mian responded.
Not that big. In the following days, the 2 repeated the same routine, searching for signals, looking for people, and resting. The good news was that the weather was very nice, no tsunamis and not even rain. The weather was so good that it was suitable for outdoor activities, but unfortunately, there was nowhere to walk. The bad news was that the cruise ship could no longer operate, and the satellite phone was unresponsive, as if it had lost connection. Unknowingly, 15 days had passed since Su Mian entered the game dungeon. They had completed more than half of the tasks, but she felt no happiness about it. Instead, Zhao Tian was sinking deeper into comfort and laziness. Many of the supplies couldn't be stored for long, so Zhao Tian was trying different ways to prepare food every day. Especially after he found out that Su Mian's supernatural ability had no limits. On the first day he stayed behind, he made a simple rack to dry the meat that couldn't be stored, seasoning it first. Su Mian saw that his cooking skills were pretty good, so she took out some more meat from her space to help him cook. Her space had no flow of air, so food and warm items placed inside remained the same, but live animals couldn't be stored there. In the first few days, they were busy eating meat, roasting meat, and eating fruit salads and green salads. Later, they turned fruits that couldn't be stored anymore into juice. Her space had 12-liter glass bottles with dragon-shaped lids. Although there were no ice cubes, fresh juice was still very good. The fruit pulp was turned into dried fruit by Zhao Tian's skillful hands. The taste wasn't great, but for Su Mian, it was much better than the food she had eaten in the apocalypse. Batch after batch of semi-finished and finished products were stored in Su Mian's space. The capacity was still large, but it was clear that she was storing more and more items. When she had free time, Su Mian reorganized her space, pushing the height, width, and capacity to the limit. Even her small car was packed full of supplies. In the end, there weren't many supplies left on the cruise ship. On the 20th day of the dungeon, Zhao Tian saw his swollen face in the mirror and was so shocked he couldn't eat anymore. He actually looked pretty good. His skin was whiter than Su Mian's, and he was about 1.78 meters tall. But his limbs were too thin, making him look weak. Now that he had gained some weight, he looked a bit more normal, but it was still swollen and a little greasy. After Zhao Tian saw that Su Mian disliked him, he surprisingly started exercising. His so-called weight loss workout looked like a game to Su Mian, just running a few laps and then lying down to rest. Since he was free, she pulled him downstairs to climb the stairs. The 8 floors weren't a lot, but for Zhao Tian it was enough. While he huffed and puffed trying hard, Su Mian was cleaning up the smelly bodies. They worked together for 5 days, and finally Zhao Tian could run up to the 8th floor without collapsing. He also started practicing self-defense moves that Su Mian taught him. Although his punches were soft, practice makes perfect. Su Mian took some time to paddle around in a small boat, but she found nothing. By the 25th day, Zhao Tian looked more like himself. He remembered the training and planned to keep exercising after finishing the game. On the 26th night, Su Mian was lying on a foldable bed watching Zhao Tian punch when she suddenly heard a crackling sound. "Is anyone there? What's going on? Where is that signal coming from? Are there any survivors?" The faint sound mixed with static was very clear in the quiet night. Su Mian almost jumped up instantly, and Zhao Tian quickly ran over to grab the walkie-talkie on his bed. Half an hour later, they received exciting news. They found a human offshore station, and there were reportedly many survivors inside. Su Mian, who had been ready to give up, immediately packed her things. She noticed Zhao Tian, who who was faster than her, slightly raise an eyebrow. Before leaving, she looked at the huge structure standing in the sea and asked, "Are you sure you want to come with me?
There are only 4 days left.
You could stay here safely until the game ends." Although the offshore station sounded good, it definitely wasn't as free as here. She remembered Zhao Tian saying more than once that he wanted to stay until the game was over. Why stay alone? "I'm used to being with you," Zhao Tian sniffed. "It's dark here, but with you around, I don't feel anything. Now it looks like a haunted house, so I'm not staying," but Su Mian noticed that when he spoke, he didn't dare look into her eyes. He seemed indifferent, but even if he was pretending, Su Mian could sense a hint of struggle in him. "Thinking about these days, I realize I have been anxious because I might not finish my task." I guess Zhao Tian might have noticed, so he said that on purpose to stay with her and help with the task. She didn't call him out, only said, "Let's go." This wasn't their first time using a rubber boat. This time, Su Mian used a brand new one, even with a motor. Zhao Tian held a compass to check the direction, while Su Mian used her strength. They worked well together. Although they made a few mistakes with the direction, everything was going smoothly so far. The morning light shone through the clouds onto the water. Su Mian rubbed her wrist, which had healed, and looked into the distance. There was a tall black building, standing out in the vast sea, looking very impressive. Last night, they found this place easily. It was at least 30 kilometers from the cruise ship. To land safely, they decided to wait until morning to get closer. At 6 o'clock, they ate some food and drank water to regain energy, then headed quickly toward the base. The guards lowered a soft ladder as soon as they saw them approaching. They tied the rubber boat to a sturdy-looking pillar and climbed up the ladder to the base. "First, go to the registration office to record your information. We haven't been able to contact land yet, so supplies are limited. If you have extra supplies, you can exchange them for a room to stay in. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the main hall for now." It seemed that even the base wasn't very comfortable. It's been almost a month, and they still haven't contacted land, showing how far the tsunami's effects have spread. Su Mian didn't rush to change rooms. After filling out the forms with Zhao Tian, she asked the staff about finding someone. There were probably many others like them searching for loved ones. Sure enough, there was a special place for that. When they first arrived, she didn't think the place was crowded. But when they followed the directions to the search hall, a noisy crowd greeted them. People of all kinds moved around, some energetic, some exhausted. Most looked quite disheveled, but not too badly. Su Mian saw walls covered with dense sheets of paper, making her head spin. The tsunami had damaged many electronic devices, so most of the missing person's information was written in words, with hardly any pictures. If she looked at each one, she might not finish before the task was over. Just as she was thinking of a faster way, Su Mian spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. That person clearly saw her too. His expression instantly changed to one of fear, like he had seen a ghost. Then he ran into the crowd. Su Mian squinted and watched him leave, noting the direction he took. Her fingers unconsciously touched the dagger in her pocket. Finding someone lost in the tsunami is hard, but finding someone from the same base is easy. Su Mian only needed one piece of bread. In less than a minute, the staff gave her the room number of the person she was looking for, which was in Area A. When she saw who the room was registered to, her eyes grew darker. The base's living areas are ranked from E to A, with S being the main headquarters where the top personnel stay. Su Mian called Zhao Tian, who was helping her find someone. She took a temporary access card and led him to Area A, both looking confused. At the same time, in a double room in Area A, the 50-square-meter room was crowded with 6 or 7 people, men and women separated into 2 rooms. Though small, the room had all necessary facilities. But with so many people, hygiene was hard to control. The smell of sweat was strong and hard to ignore. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a young man hurried into the room. Everyone inside was startled by his sudden movement. An older man worriedly asked, "What's wrong? Is there trouble again?" The base has military personnel stationed there, but some people still cause trouble. A few days ago, someone was killed over a bun. Although the culprit was caught, everyone was frightened. Thinking his son might be in danger again, Mr. Zheng was worried and also a bit annoyed. It's been over 20 days. If they could find her, they would have already. Food is running low, and going out every day takes a lot of energy. Dad, what are you saying? Zheng Heng quickly interrupted. Remembering the figure he saw earlier, he tried to look normal. He turned his head to the man sitting on the only sofa. Thanks to Uncle Sue's help, we're here. I'd love to go out with the rescue team, but I just want to find Xiao Jiao. She's like my own sister. As long as I haven't seen her, I'll keep looking. But inside, he hoped what he saw earlier was just a dream. Yes, it must have been a hallucination. How could Xiao Jiao have survived in that situation? And the person he saw had short hair and different expressions and movements from Xiao Jiao. He was sure he was mistaken. After calming himself, Zheng Heng relaxed. Li Nian came over, holding his arm and pulling him aside quietly. She asked, "How is the investigation going? Do they need more people? I haven't eaten well these days. If I could start working earlier, I could get some food." As the population in the base grew, more internal matters arose. They opened a few job slots for ordinary people to join in exchange for food. Sue's father knew someone in the base. When he heard there was a vacancy for a clerical position today, Zheng Heng became interested. He wanted his girlfriend to seize this chance. Yes, after surviving the tsunami, Li Nian was touched by Zheng Heng's care, and they soon got together. With this opportunity, Li Nian moved in here and also found her mother, who had hurt her leg. However, since Sue's mother caught a cold and worried that her daughter might fall seriously ill, she had been lying on the bed in the room. Li's mother was temporarily sleeping on a mat in a corner. Although the large group living together felt a bit cramped, it was much better than other areas. Moreover, these rooms were bought by Sue's father's efforts, and other rooms in Area A were quite spacious. Sue's family had done a lot. Besides maintaining good relations with the Zheng family, they also hoped Zheng would help find their missing daughter, Su Jiao Jiao. Cough, cough, cough. A sound like someone was about to cough out their lungs echoed in the room. Sue's father looked at the slightly open door, hiding his annoyance behind his head. The small room's disadvantage was that every little noise could be heard clearly by everyone. Besides Li's mother, who was always groaning from her injury, Sue's mother was coughing regularly. But the base lacked medicine, and even a small cold made her condition worsen visibly in just a few days. Sue's father skillfully brought a cup of water into the room. This time, Sue's mother shook her head and refused to speak. He knew she had heard everything just now. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Seeing tears slide down his wife's pale face, Sue's father silently wiped her tears. Someone was found yesterday. Zheng Heng also said that the base hasn't given up on sending rescue teams. It means Jiao Jiao still has a chance to survive. He couldn't finish his words. Both of them knew Jiao Jiao couldn't swim. The terrifying tsunami that day had made even good swimmers unable to escape, let alone their delicate daughter. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door outside, followed by the sound of it opening. The couple was lost in their sadness, unable to think clearly. They didn't notice the frantic shouts outside, or the noise of something being hurriedly knocked over, until a voice came from the doorway, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." At first, the couple thought they were hearing things. But when Mr. Su looked up and saw the figure leaning against the door, he suddenly stood up, tears of joy in his eyes. Jiao Jiao, hearing her daughter's name, Mrs. Su looked up blankly. After being ill for several days, she tore off the blanket and rushed straight to the door. Su Mian was recalling how the family usually got along when she was suddenly embraced tightly by Mrs. Su. The moment she felt the warmth on her shoulder, she froze. Mrs. Su's loud crying filled the room. She cried and laughed at the same time. When Mr. Su pulled her into his arms to comfort her, her eyes were red from crying, but her expression was still smiling. At that moment, Su Mian's feeling of being a stranger in the house disappeared instantly. She repeated what she had said before, "I'm back. Sorry for making you worry." Mrs. Su shook her head, choking on her words. Mr. Su nodded at her. "It's good you're back. If you hadn't come back, your mom would have cried herself out." Though he said this, the usually serious man secretly wiped his eyes. "Great. Jiao Jiao is back. Now your Uncle Su and the family can finally rest assured. No more worrying about you going out every day. Suddenly, Mr. Zheng's voice rang out. He spoke quickly and anxiously, trying to put in a good word for Zheng Heng, but he didn't notice Zheng Heng, who had been knocking things over and hiding since Su Mian came in. Zheng Heng looked like he wanted to stop but couldn't. He thought things might go badly. He quietly looked up and suddenly met a pair of icy eyes. He froze in place. In his memory, Jiao Jiao always looked at him with a smile. Even Zheng Heng, who was a bit slow, understood what the girl meant. But he wasn't interested in the spoiled Jiao Jiao. Still, because of the relationship between the two families, he had to pretend to be polite. After all, Jiao Jiao's favoritism could help their family business. But he never expected to encounter a storm. It all happened too suddenly. His reaction was instinctive. Jiao Jiao, he stammered, trying to explain. But Su Mian didn't give him a chance. Don't call me that. You're not worthy. Father Su had never seen his daughter speak like this before. He instinctively said, Lately I've been taking care of your mother, and Zheng Heng helped find you. I know he didn't protect you well that day and you got scared, but it's not entirely his fault. Is that how he explained it to you? Su Mian interrupted Father Su, giving Zheng Heng a half-smile as she looked at him. Under her gaze, Zheng Heng didn't dare to look directly at her and even avoided her eyes, seeming a bit guilty. Everyone present was an adult, and Zheng Heng's reaction was clearly off. Originally, Father Zheng wanted to criticize Su Jiao Jiao for not being grateful, but he also noticed his son's behavior. He knew his son well, and seeing Zheng Heng avoid eye contact made his stomach tighten. Father Su thought about how his daughter, though spoiled, wasn't the type to make things difficult for others. Especially since she liked Zheng Heng, she wouldn't speak like that unless something had changed her so much. Jiao Jiao, what exactly happened during the tsunami? Tell me, and I will stand up for you. Father Su, a seasoned businessman, still felt exhausted from the tsunami, but his commanding presence was undeniable. Su Mian ignored Zheng Heng's pleading gaze and quietly revealed a truth that everyone found hard to believe. That day during the tsunami, I planned to learn swimming and then go diving with a good instructor. I brought enough gear and a portable oxygen tube, but I didn't notice the waves until someone snatched my equipment and pushed me into the sea. Su Mian still remembered the lingering fear and disbelief in her heart. Her beloved neighbor, the boy she secretly admired, had taken away her only chance of survival, and it was for another girl. Yes, he had given all those things to Lin Yan. Her last memory was Zheng Heng holding Lin Yan's hand, drifting away with the current. She was unwilling to accept it even until her death.
Why?
Even if he didn't like her, why did he have to hurt her? The room fell silent instantly. While Father Su and Mother Su were still in shock, Zhao Tian, who had been eavesdropping at the door, couldn't hold back and stormed in, punching Zheng Heng. I've never seen someone so shameless.
Su.
Jiao Jiao is so young and can't swim, yet you stole her life-saving gear to give to another woman. You're a scumbag. No one knew who Zhao Tian was, but after Zheng Heng was knocked to the ground, Zheng's family reacted quickly and went to pull him away. Zhao Tian had just delivered a surprise punch. Before his second punch could land, someone stopped him. However, he kept talking non-stop. Su Mian introduced, he is my friend. After I fell into the water, he has been helping me. Su's father was already grateful that Zhao Tian had done what he was supposed to do. Seeing the situation, he also rushed forward and stopped Zheng's father, who was about to resist. Stop it. Did he do anything wrong? I took care of your family, as if they were my own. Turns out you all teamed up to harm my daughter. Zheng's father panicked. Old Su, I really don't know about this. Jiao Jiao is like my own daughter. You know how we treated her before. If I had known about this scoundrel's actions, I wouldn't let him get away with it. He spoke nicely, but if he truly wanted to hold a grudge, he wouldn't have helped his son oppose them. Su's father was not one to be easily dismissed. Fine, he almost caused Jiao Jiao's death. I don't ask for anything else. Let him stay in the sea for 20 days, and I'll forgive the rest of your family. That's not acceptable. That would mean he's dead, Zheng's father blurted out, only realizing he had said the wrong thing afterward. You know he could die in the sea, but my daughter endured over 20 days of suffering and came back alive. Who is responsible for that? Sue's father's eyes turned red. He couldn't even imagine how his daughter had managed to hold on all these days. No one from Zheng's family dared to speak. They lowered their heads, seeming to accept whatever punishment came. Zheng Heng, after realizing what he had done, knelt and begged for forgiveness. Uncle, I know I was wrong. I was just blinded by my own foolishness. Jiao Jiao, I really didn't mean to hurt you. Li Nian couldn't swim, and I didn't know how I ended up doing that. By the time I reacted, I couldn't see you anymore. I later went to find you. I swear I'm telling the truth. Knowing that the girl named Li Nian couldn't swim, and still forgetting that Jiao Jiao couldn't swim either? Honestly, you never took Jiao Jiao seriously. You talk about treating her like family, but your actions show otherwise. Even I, as an outsider, can see the difference. I think you're not truly sorry, but just afraid of being kicked out. I heard that this house belongs to Jiao Jiao's father. How dare you, as murderers, stay here with your faces held high? And you still want people to be grateful for your efforts to find Jiao Jiao? Bah! Your whole family is no good. Zhao Tian spoke his mind freely. He only knew part of the story here, but he also felt sympathy for Su Mian's original owner and couldn't help but express his feelings. Because of his words, Su's father's anger became even clearer. Even though the Zheng family was angry about this outsider interfering, they didn't dare to argue now. Su's father raised his hand and shouted angrily, "Everyone, get out. From now on, our two families have nothing to do with each other." Seeing that the Zheng family still wanted to beg, Zhao Tian stepped in front and said, "Why are you glaring at me? Don't deny that you're shameless. The owner has already asked you to leave, so hurry up. But don't think you can escape punishment for your bad actions. We will report to the base leader soon. People who cause trouble like this won't be tolerated." Hearing this, the few people who had been trying to delay suddenly looked very worried. Afraid that someone from the base would come soon, Zheng Heng quickly stood up and pulled Zheng's father to leave. At the door, Zheng Heng wanted to turn back and say sorry, but before he could speak, Zhao Tian threw off his shoe and accurately hit his face. Zheng Heng looked angry and glared at Zhao Tian, but he obediently left. Li Nian didn't want to leave. She still wanted to talk to Su Mian, but when she saw the different look in Su Mian's eyes, she could only stay silent and follow Zheng Heng out. Once they left, the room was suddenly empty. Zhao Tian cursed as he picked up some clothes to put on. When he closed the door, he saw people at the door, curious about what had happened. Someone asked, and Zhao Tian eagerly added details, exaggerating what Zheng Heng had done. "From now on, stay away from those people. My friend's family was tricked badly by them." Zhao Tian's words sounded heartfelt, and everyone listening felt the same anger and cursed along with him. When he returned to his room, those people still asked him to comfort the family and told them to stay strong. Even the eyes of Su Mian and her family looked full of pity. Su Mian was silent. Seeing Zhao Tian, who kept introducing himself as if he knew Su's parents well, Su Mian simply went along with him. She took this chance to tidy up her room. The smell inside was terrible, and since Su's mother was still sick, she needed to clean thoroughly to take care of her. Zhao Tian didn't know what he said, but he stopped the couple from helping and came over to work with Su Mian. He moved quickly. While Su Mian swept the floor, he mopped with seawater, then scrubbed the bathroom until it was spotless, covering his nose. Finally, he asked Su Mian for some orange peels to use as incense. After half an hour of busy work, the floor and walls looked completely refreshed. All the dirty blankets used by the Zheng family were quickly packed and thrown outside the window into an empty space. Finally, he took out the instant porridge from his backpack to heat for Mother Su, while Father Su was given instant rice. "Auntie, it's better for you to eat some porridge since you're sick." Mother Su stared blankly at the steaming, fragrant porridge, then exchanged a look with Father Su. Both of them looked a bit confused and unsure. When Zhao Tian casually took out a few pieces of fruit enough for both of them to share, the couple felt very uneasy and couldn't help but look at their daughter. Jiao Jiao, this. Although they were stuck in the base and had rarely left their room, they understood how important food was, especially when it was such good-looking fruit. In the end, Su Mian explained several times that they still had some food left, and only then did the couple sit down to eat. Zhao Tian then stayed nearby, talking about Su Mian's stories. He shared funny moments from their time on the cruise, describing them vividly. The couple's happiness was obvious, and even the lingering sadness in their eyes seemed to fade a little. Su Mian felt that bringing Zhao Tian along this time was the right choice. She wouldn't have been so good at comforting people otherwise. Thinking of this, she stood up. After you finish eating, rest in your room. I'll go for a walk. Mother Su heard this and, without finishing her own meal, hurried over to hold her hand and beg, Jiao Jiao, don't go. I'm afraid I won't see you again. If you want anything, tell your dad. Oh, and your brother is also at the base. We don't lack anything at home, so please don't go out. Su Mian froze in place. Zhao Tian was also surprised. He had heard about Su family's parents from Su Mian, but she had never mentioned her older brother. To let the couple rest properly, Su Mian had to temporarily give up her idea of going out. But she waited for several hours without leaving, and then an unexpected person arrived. When the door opened, the person who entered thought they had entered the wrong place and even stepped back. A few seconds later, the door opened again, and after a moment, the person walked in. His uncertain gaze fell on Su Mian. Jiao Jiao, why do I hear Qin Chuan's voice? Father Su's voice came from inside. Zhao Tian followed Father Su out and saw a tall, handsome man in the room. For a moment, he didn't connect him with Su Mian's older brother. Until the father and son exchanged a few words, Father Su excitedly recounted his daughter's experiences, then turned to introduce Zhao Tian. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but Zhao Tian sensed some scrutiny in the other person's eyes, which made him feel very uncomfortable. While Qin Chuan went inside to see Su Mu, Zhao Tian quietly told Su Mian about this. The other person raised an eyebrow and said, quite a coincidence, I also have that feeling. Are your relations so bad? I mean, with the original Su Jiao Jiao. Not really. Qin Chuan is a workaholic and doesn't get along well with his family. Su Mian thought for a moment and found it hard to describe. If I had to compare, sometimes it's like he's a bit mentally unstable. His mood swings and sometimes his eyes look strange when he watches people. Of course, these are just how the original Su Jiao Jiao felt. For Su Mian herself, it just seemed like he didn't like socializing. She had seen all kinds of strange people, so she didn't find it that odd. Even her younger sister said the same, so Zhao Tian didn't mind that uncomfortable feeling anymore. Actually, he had a strange feeling he couldn't quite explain, but he thought it probably wasn't serious, so he decided not to get involved. His mission was almost over, and he didn't need to think about side tasks anymore. The day he arrived, he saw his family's bodies with his own eyes. Now that Su Mian's family has been found, he can finally relax. Qin Chuan's visit this time was mainly about the medicine. Su Mu had been sick for a while. What could have been a simple cold or flu medicine was now more complicated. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had some connections at the base and managed to find a batch of medicine recently. It wasn't a lot, but he would prioritize giving it to Su Mu. He came to deliver this good news. Su Mu was very happy when her daughter returned, and she was even happier when she heard about the medicine. The whole family was in a warm, happy mood. Su Mian, standing at the door, didn't want to go in and disturb the scene. After about 10 minutes, Qin Chuan came out. When he saw Su Mian, he paused for a moment and said, "It's good that you're back. Later, I'll have someone bring some things. If you need anything, just tell me." It was rare to see him show some concern. "Please also write a list of the medicines you need." Qin Chuan hesitated at the door and asked, "What did you say?" "I just heard that the medicine for my mother isn't enough. Maybe you can tell me what's needed. I've been at sea for over 20 days and have collected some supplies." Qin Chuan seemed to want to say something, but under Su Mian's watchful gaze, finally nodded hesitantly. He looked for a newspaper in the room and took out a pen from his clothes. Soon, he wrote down several medicine names. "It doesn't matter if I don't have all of them. I will worry about my parents. Your task is to take good care of them for me. I might not have much time to stay." Considering the time lost before and after, Qin Chuan stayed for less than half an hour. Seeing his son leave, Mr. Su sighed. He is a businessman who loves his work, but he never thought his son would be better than him. Even though they are family, he doesn't even know what his son is busy with every day. He only knows that he has some influence at the base, but at times like this, he would rather his son not get involved. And this tsunami, he doesn't know when it will end. He wishes they could contact land sooner. With his business experience, he's okay starting over if needed. This time, he plans to spend more time with his family.
Dad, Mom is tired.
You should rest with her. I'll ask Zhao Tian to go ahead and check on some people I know. They might have medicine that Mom needs. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Afraid that Mr. Su might not agree, Zhao Tian also promised to take good care of Su Mian. Mr. Su isn't as sensitive as Mrs. Su. He even noticed some changes in his daughter, but only told them to be careful. He also mentioned that Qin Chuan was handling Zheng Heng's matter and reassured her that everything would be settled.
Su Mian nodded obediently.
When they left, Zhao Tian couldn't help but say, I heard that the people who die here are just locked up. Zheng Heng is truly responsible for Su Jiao's death. Look at Su's parents. They're so pitiful. If we leave, they'll probably break down when they see the body. But that scumbag is still living well. Body. Su Mian was momentarily confused. Zhao Tian didn't notice and continued. Remember, the bodies we borrow are all the original inhabitants who have died. When the mission ends, whatever they see is what they get. Su Mian was silent. She really didn't know this. But it's unavoidable. Luckily, the bodies stay the same. If they left bodies that only lasted a month, that would be a real breakdown. She collected her thoughts and said, You're right. We can't let such go easily. Zhao Tian's eyes lit up. They exchanged a look and then silently agreed not to mention it again. Su Mian went to the registration office, submitted her identity information, and used the materials Mr. Su gave her to add their residence to the room. Zheng Heng's information is gone. It was probably handled by Qin Chuan. As they were thinking about how to find Zheng Heng, they saw someone familiar. Zhao Tian was even more surprised and said, It's Wu Yu and the others. Su Mian didn't expect that the people they searched for over 10 days would appear at the base. When they approached, Wu Yu also saw them and looked just as surprised. You guys are here too. Along with Wu Yu, there were Li Jiang, Yuan Hong, and a few other familiar faces, but they didn't see Song Kaishan. They found a good place to talk, and during their chat, they learned that Song Kaishan was helping at the base. On his first day, he saved an important person. Because of this, he was given a special spot, and thanks to that favor, no one went hungry. Wu Yu also asked when they arrived at the base. They heard that they had been on a cruise ship and hadn't given up searching for them. They only came after accidentally receiving a signal from the base, which moved everyone. They hadn't known each other long, but Su Mian's willingness to keep searching after danger showed her bravery, something most people wouldn't do. Actually, it's also because of those supplies, Su Mian added. Everyone smiled, knowing she didn't lack resources. But it was good to reunite. I've asked someone to find Brother Song. We'll all get together tonight. Su Mian thought about the mountain of supplies in her space and nodded, deciding to treat everyone to a good meal tonight. There are only 3 days left on the mission. Wu Yu and the others often go to find the families of the possessed individuals. Some are lucky and find them, but most have no news. They didn't have much attachment to the side missions and didn't feel strongly about them. Zhao Tian was so happy to see familiar faces. When he heard they were in Area A and had a spacious place to stay, he insisted on going over to squeeze in for a night. He also mentioned helping Su Mian find someone. Just as Su Mian wanted to stop him, Zhao Tian blurted out half of his plan. When they heard what Zheng Heng had done, everyone was furious and cursed. Although they also had people's lives in their hands, they weren't reckless killers. Especially since the victim was a young girl who had just turned 18. That person shamelessly used her parents' identities to enjoy a good life for over 20 days. How could anyone not be angry about that? Since we know this place better, let me handle finding the person. Zhao Tian has also seen that man. We promised to find him for you. Lei also said, I happen to feel pretty free now, so I have time to play. Hearing this, Su Mian felt helpless and didn't argue. They agreed to meet at 6 p.m. at Wuyu's house in Area A. Su Mian left alone and wandered around the base. Despite the shortage of supplies, the base already had a basic operation system. Su Mian didn't know how things would develop later, but she was sure everyone would need to stay here for at least a month. She thought that Qin Chuan was fully capable of protecting Su's parents, so as long as she found the medicine, she wouldn't have to worry too much. Honestly, she was envious of Su Jiao. At least her parents were healthy. Su Mian wandered for over 2 hours before leaving reluctantly. She didn't see Zheng Heng or others, but she did see a little brother next to Zhang Hu. The person lived in a corner of Area E, near the bathroom. Many people came and went. The smell was strong, but he didn't react. She guessed that either Zhang Hu had abandoned this little brother, or something was wrong with him. Otherwise, with their personalities, they wouldn't be so low-key. In fact, Su Mian was right. Zhang Hu was quite lucky. He was the first to find a yacht and food, and he even brought many players along. They enjoyed eating, drinking, and playing every day, being served by others. But he was caught in a second tsunami and left behind completely, with no one surviving. His men scattered in all directions and wandered around for a long time before coming to the base. At first, they wanted to imitate Zhang Hu, but before they could act, they were caught by players who had joined the base. The person Su Mian saw was too timid to be bold. To complete the mission, he could only hide obediently, living a life of almost starving for 3 days and nights. At 5:30 p.m., Su Mian explained that she was meeting an old friend who had helped her before to register at the gate. Su's mother looked reluctant, and Su's father was also somewhat hesitant. It wasn't until Zhao Tian and Song Kaishan came over personally to invite Su Mian that the couple finally agreed. "Dad, I just finished work. Su Mian has helped us a lot before, and everyone really wants to see her this time. Rest assured, I will personally bring her back within 2 hours. This is my work badge." Song Kaishan looked very upright, but he was older. The Su couple probably wouldn't believe he was a friend. Only after he showed his ID badge, which was issued by the base, did the couple feel reassured. "Thank you for taking care of Jiao these days. I'm just worried she might disappear again. You can go now." Zhao Tian also chimed in, "And I am with you too. Uncle and Auntie, don't worry." The 3 of them left, and the door closed. Su's father looked at his wife, sensing something was wrong. He sighed and said, "Don't worry too much. Jiao has grown a lot. Zhao Tian, you saw that he really cares for her. As for Song Kaishan, from my point of view, he's not a bad person. Besides, isn't the base supposed to recruit people with pure intentions?" Unexpectedly, this comfort made Su's mother start crying. Su's father thought he had said something wrong. "If you're really worried, should I go and check?" Su's mother kept shaking her head. After calming her emotions, she choked out, "I just feel sorry for Jiao. I don't know how much hardship she has endured to become like this. Before, she would cry for a long time when she met someone, even wondering if her name was the reason she was so delicate. Now, she's really not delicate anymore. She even tries to hide when I pull her along." She broke down again, unable to speak clearly. Su's father also felt uncomfortable hearing this. He had thought about worse possibilities, but only dared to imagine them. It's too late to say anything now. As long as the kids are safe and still here, that's enough. I think Jiao is doing well now. She speaks less, but she's more confident. Su's mother could only nod. Meanwhile, after Su Mian went over, Wu Yu and the others from the 2 rooms also came out. There were 9 people in total, all familiar faces Su Mian had seen before. There were 2 tables set up on the ground, filled with snacks and cookies. Although there were quite a few, it still seemed a little insufficient for most adults in the room. "This is what everyone has saved up over a few days. I heard you brought it all out," Zhao Tian said sneakily, leaning over to explain. Su Mian knew his little tricks but didn't call him out. After everyone warmly invited her to sit down, she didn't say much. She first took a bag of fruit, then a box of beer, followed by some dried meat and instant noodles, foods that made her feel happy. She didn't stop there. Next came sausages, salted eggs, and big chicken legs. Any tasty meat she found, she picked some for herself. That's all for now. After you finish eating, I'll bring more. I used some supplies from the cruise, but most of them are gone. Don't worry about food for the next 3 days. In just 3 days, no matter how much they ate, it wouldn't even use up 1/10 of what she collected from the cruise. There was no need to be stingy. The response from them was a pair of eyes filled with tears. Wuyu was almost crying, saying, "I've been waiting for this day so long. You don't know what kind of life we've been living these days. I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling." The others weren't as dramatic as Wuyu, but they all stared at the food with shining eyes. A few of them kept saying that Su Mian was like an angel sent down before their mission ended, praising her in many ways. Even Su Mian, who was used to seeing a lot, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the praise. Song Kaishan glared at them and said, "Hurry up and eat. With so much food, your mouths won't be full. Su Mian isn't a little girl you can trick with just a few words. Be careful not to praise her wrong, or you might end up eating only air." Surprisingly, this worked well. Everyone immediately quieted down like they had pressed a mute button and started grabbing food nearby. They moved quickly, sometimes fighting over food, but it didn't look annoying. Instead, the atmosphere felt very lively and happy. Song Kaishan also took the chance to tell Su Mian some things about the base. He was good at chatting, so he kept talking about things she seemed interested in. During this, Zhao Tian, worried that he might just talk and not eat, left some dried meat for him. Everyone was eating dried meat and drinking beer. There was also a bag of scattered peanuts on the table. They were chatting happily, full of joy. Before long, 2 hours passed quickly. Su Mian suggested they go back. Everyone felt a little reluctant, partly because she had eaten a lot, and partly because they hadn't all been together like this for a long time. But they also knew that Song Kaishan had promised Su's parents not to make things difficult for Su Mian. Wuyu, using the excuse of seeing her off, secretly led Su Mian along another path. Noticing the route was different, Su Mian didn't say anything and followed them. They went down a very narrow path, crossed a dangerous ditch, and arrived at a platform that looked rarely used. It was only about 3 square meters, and everyone crowded onto it. Wuyu signaled Su Mian to look down. Only then did she notice a rope tied at the bottom of the railing. Yuan Hong, at the front, tugged the rope, which seemed to be attached to something heavy. As he pulled it, a faint sound came from below.
Su Mian seemed to guess something.
She leaned over the railing and looked down at the water about 10 meters below. After a moment, she squinted and said, "Is that Zheng Heng?" Everyone admired her sharp eyesight. Zhao Tian was very proud. This afternoon, Wu Ge found him. He wanted to send him to you right away, but there were too many people and too many eyes at the base, so he had to hide him here first. Don't worry, I didn't make him comfortable. He's been soaking for several hours now, and he's suffering. Maybe sensing someone above, Zheng Heng, who was already exhausted from soaking, started begging for mercy. Wu Yu and the others heard him clearly, but no one paid attention. They looked at Su Mian and asked what to do next. Su Mian asked back, "What do you think the feeling is like when soaking in water?" Everyone present had their own opinions, but they all agreed on one thing: it's worse than death. Su Mian said, "Compared to killing him directly, the current situation suits him better. She is fair. Since he risked his life to save Lin Yan and caused Su Jiaojiao's death, her life should be exchanged for his. In the end, Su Jiaojiao is the one who lost out. She is only an adult, with loving parents." Thinking of this, Su Mian looked around. This place isn't private enough. The others understood immediately. "Leave it to us. When we leave later, we'll tidy up." Su Mian paused. "Thank you. After all, this was a personal grudge. There's no need to thank us. It's a small matter. If you really want to thank us, join us for a meal and drinks tomorrow. The next dungeon might not give us another chance to meet."
Su Mian nodded.
Okay. Then Yuan Hong and the others stayed behind, and Su Mian was sent back by Zhao Tian and Wu Yu. Su's parents seemed to be waiting at the door. Zhao Tian knocked once, and the door opened immediately. The couple was sitting in the room outside, clearly waiting for a long time. Wu Yu politely declined their invitation to come in, remembering Su Mion's request, and handed her a black backpack. Inside were the medicines Su Mion had just found, aimed at Su's mother. Su Mion planned to use Song Kaishan's name to take them out, since the other side was also part of the base. When Su Mion took out the medicines, the couple looked stunned. Su's father, unable to believe it, took a few boxes of medicine and looked at them closely. His eyes filled with tears. These are exactly the medicines your mother needs. Medicine supplies are limited. Songge and the others also have only a small amount. Once we give these to us, there won't be many left. So, regarding the medicines besides the eldest brother, dad, and mom, no one else should know. 3 days later, she left. If anyone found out they had medicine, they probably wouldn't be able to protect it. Both the husband and wife understood how important this was and nodded in agreement. How to take the medicine will have to wait until your brother comes back. I'll go find him early tomorrow. Your mother's illness can't be delayed any longer, Father Su said seriously.
Sumian nodded.
Once they found the medicine for Mother Su, there wouldn't be any problem. She could finally relax, knowing her task was almost done. That night, lying on the bed with fresh sheets, Su Mion heard the couple whispering quietly inside. Although she tried not to listen, she occasionally heard her name. She closed her eyes and admitted she was jealous that Su Jiao Jiao was loved, but it was just envy. She couldn't imagine herself in that situation. She knew what belonged to her and didn't crave such fleeting feelings. Living was hard enough. She didn't want to wish for more. The next day, Father Su got the medication instructions from Qin Chuan and gave them to Mother Su that day. After following the instructions, her condition improved that very day, and the family was very happy. Qin Chuan unusually stayed in the room for half a day. He seemed very quiet, sitting alone most of the time. When Mother Su spoke, he answered briefly. Most of the time, he stared out the window, lost in thought. Before leaving, he called Su Mion back and asked again about the source of the medicine for Mother Su. Su Mion's explanation didn't change. It was clear Qin Chuan was suspicious of her, but she felt confident. She was doing a good thing, and even if she lied, it didn't matter. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, he suddenly turned back. His expression was complicated as he looked at Su Mion. I know Meng Ting from the rescue team. I heard that after you returned, she told you about what you saw, he said. Su Mion's heart moved slightly. Had he noticed something was wrong? She kept her face calm and asked, What do you want to say? Qin Chuan hesitated but didn't voice his questions. Finally, he said, Forget it. Nothing. Since you're back, just stay out of trouble from now on. Su Mion looked at him silently. She wasn't sure she could promise that. She said, Your company is also important. If I'm not here someday, they will need you more. I think it would be better if you took care of them yourself so they can feel more at ease. After saying this, Su Mion didn't look at his expression and simply closed the door. She knew that even if Qin Chuan hadn't suspected her before, he would definitely suspect her after she finished speaking. The next 2 days went smoothly. During the day, Su Mion mainly went out to get supplies or stayed in the room to keep company with Mr. and Mrs. Su. Fortunately, Mrs. Su recovered quickly after taking medicine, and by the 3rd day, she looked almost healthy again. Su Mion knew she would have to leave once night fell. She didn't go anywhere that day, just quietly watched the couple talk, trying to say a few words to show she was there. In the afternoon, Mrs. Su said she wanted to go for a walk. She had been in bed since she got sick, and now that she felt better, she was willing to meet people outside. When the family went out, they met the neighbor from next door. Thanks to Zhao Tian's promotion that day, the story about Su Jiao Jiao was well known. Seeing the family reunited, the neighbors all greeted them warmly. Moments like this, after a disaster, where everyone gets along peacefully, are rare. Feeling the kindness around them, the couple's smiles grew wider. Using her good memory, Su Mion took the two of them to the rooftop terrace. The view was beautiful, with a wide horizon. Although the sea view was average, the open space helped relax the mind. Mrs. Su even sighed, saying that if it hadn't been for the tsunami, she should be enjoying the sun now. She then sighed again, wishing the tsunami would never come back and that everyone could return to land soon. Mr. Su echoed her thoughts, sharing the same hope. While chatting, they naturally talked about Su Jiao's past. She had insisted on buying a sports car before her trip. They promised to fulfill her wish once she returned safely. Su Mian smiled and agreed, but her smile faded as she turned her head. That sports car was now out of reach for her. They stayed on the rooftop for over an hour before Mrs. Su felt tired. The illness had taken a toll on her, and although she was recovering well, she still felt weak. On their way back, just before entering the checkpoint of Area A, they were stopped by a group of people. "Your family must be hiding my son. He's done wrong, but he knows he was wrong. Do you really want to kill him all?" The shouting came from Zheng Heng's father. He looked exhausted, his face pale. In just 3 days, he had lost the composure he once had when he first saw Su Mian. His clothes were dirty, and he was emitting a strange smell. The people with him included Zheng's mother and several relatives from his family. Lin Yan was also there, but her mother, who had a hurt leg, did not come. These people appeared suddenly. After security staff came to stop them, they couldn't get close to Su's parents, but they spoke loudly enough for nearby people to hear. Su's father, who had just returned from a walk and was in a good mood, was instantly upset. He looked at Zheng's father, who was speaking nonsense, and replied in a serious tone, "If you know you've done wrong, try to do some good deeds to make up for it, instead of bothering and hurting the people you've hurt again and again. Our family hasn't had time to deal with you these days, but I have already told Qin Chuan about Zheng Heng's actions. The people at the base will handle it. You can explain to others, not to me." Unexpectedly, Zheng's father became more excited. "What do you mean, leave it to the base? My son has been missing for 3 days. Don't think you can hide the evidence just because you deny it. You're talking nicely now, but I believe you harmed my son. Su, if anything happens to my son, I won't let you go." In these 3 days, Zheng's father searched almost everywhere in the base. He even used all the food he had to ask for help finding his son, but there was still no news of Zheng Heng. He thought about it and believed that their family had been safe all these days, but after being driven out by the Su family, something happened. Naturally, he thought it was revenge from Su's side. "Did you say Zheng Heng is missing?" At this point, Su's father finally understood what they were talking about. He looked at them with more curiosity. "Someone going missing at the base is a serious matter. Just report it to the base security. I admit I hate Zheng Heng very much, but I haven't done anything yet. To be honest, this situation might be good for me, but you can't blame me for it." Su's father was very open about his feelings. Deep down, he even felt grateful to whoever made Zheng Heng go missing. If his daughter hadn't been incredibly lucky, she wouldn't have survived such a situation. But at the base, even if Zheng Heng had done something wrong, he would just be detained until a verdict was made later. At that time, with no evidence, he didn't believe his daughter would get justice. Zheng's father looked confused. "Was it you?" He had known Su's father for a long time and understood him somewhat. His reactions didn't seem like he was lying. But if it wasn't him, then who could it be? Before Zheng's family could continue pestering, security personnel had already taken the person away. The security system in Area A was very good. If these people didn't have proof that they had been in Area A, they wouldn't have been able to get so close. Fortunately, no major trouble was caused. A farce has come to an end. The Su couple didn't take it seriously. Deep down, they hoped Zheng Heng would get the punishment he deserved. Su Mian cared even less. At 9 p.m., Su Mian said goodbye to everyone and left. "Su Mian, wait for me." Zhao Tian hurried after her, panting heavily. He seemed to have many things he wanted to say, but didn't know how. After a moment, he finally said, "Don't forget me. If we meet again in another world, don't pretend not to know me. I'm easy to recognize. People say I have a very obvious personality." He hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'm not trying to cling to you, but the things you taught me are really useful. I want to learn more from you if I get the chance." Su Mian patiently waited for him to finish before promising she would try her best. Finally, under Zhao Tian's reluctant gaze, she left. At 11:30 p.m., after making sure her family was asleep, Su Mian got up and placed some prepared food on the bedside cabinet. She didn't leave much, just some hunger-busting biscuits and a bottle of 330 milliliters mineral water. After doing this, she lay on the bed and communicated with the system in her mind. If I leave behind a body, won't that seem strange? The system replied, no. After the player leaves, all related memories will be rewritten, and they won't notice anything unusual. This means her memories of being here will be erased and replaced with different ones. She had been thinking earlier, if so many players died at the same time in the base, it would cause chaos. It seems the system had anticipated this. She was also curious about what those memories would be changed into. As midnight approached, Su-mion kept staring at the ceiling, which suddenly stretched infinitely upward. She realized her bed had disappeared, and she was lying in a dark, empty space. There was nothing here. She couldn't even see her own hands. Congratulations, player Su-mion. On completing your first survival mission, the first reward gift pack has been exchanged. Please explore it yourself. Reward points for completing the mission 100. Please choose to keep or replace your items. Zhao Tian and the others said that passing a level successfully requires at least 2,000 points, which sounded a bit embarrassing to her. This system's points are not mistakenly assigned. Please confirm whether to keep or use your points. Su-mion took a deep breath and decided not to dwell on this issue. She asked, are there any items I can choose? The system recognizes that the host currently has the mermaid tail item, which is about to expire. The host can choose to extend its validity permanently by spending 100 points. Su-mion thought, does this mean they won't even leave her any points? She considered the mermaid tail's usefulness and didn't hesitate to agree to spend the points. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the system's calm voice seemed a bit more excited. The choice is successful. The mermaid tail is extended to be permanently valid. The system automatically deducts 100 points. Currently, the host's point balance is 0. Please continue working hard to earn points and achieve great success in life. Su-mion was silent. So, where am I right now? The host is currently in the endless void between the real world and the copy world. This place is absolutely safe. The host can rest and adjust here to ensure a happy mind and body before entering the next copy. Su-mion looked around at the dark surroundings, thinking that even the most relaxed person would feel uncomfortable here. Fortunately, she had rested well during the last copy and didn't feel tired. She said, I'm ready to rest. Let's go to the next copy. Understood. Transferring to the next copy. Before she could ask more about the next copy, the system quickly moved her somewhere else. Su-mion felt a flash of light before her eyes and found herself in a new place. Compared to the suffocating feeling last time, this time she experienced intense weightlessness. She saw scenes rushing past on both sides, clearly falling from a high place. Her survival instinct kicked in, and she grabbed onto a sunshade built by a resident. With a brief pause, she stepped onto the balcony and swung inside. Ouch! Pain shot through her upon landing. Su-mion quickly sensed that something was wrong with her body. She felt pain all over, as if she had been beaten up. The homeowner was having dinner when they heard the noise. When they saw the balcony, they covered their mouths in shock. That's the daughter of the Young family. Did she fall from upstairs? Oh my God. Call an ambulance right away. The speaker is a woman in her 40s who looks familiar. Her worry is genuine, and while urging her family to call for help, she is also fumbling with her phone. Su-mion is currently recalling her past memories, which mostly involve violence and bloodshed. Her mind is racing with shock. She notices that the man in the host's family seems to be trying to stop the woman. When he looks at Su-mion, there is a mix of sympathy and difficulty in his eyes. Su-mion faintly understands what is happening. When she sees the hesitation among the people about calling for help, she quickly says, Uncle, Auntie, please help me call an ambulance. I will go down by myself later, and I won't tell Dad that you helped me. Can you still walk? They live 4 floors away from Old Yang's house. Even more frightening, her own home is on the 6th floor. Although Su-mion doesn't know how she ended up on her balcony, if she really falls, she will likely be seriously injured or worse. I can hold on. I just damaged your sunshade. Why are you still talking about this now? If you can walk, that's good. Never mind, I will take you to the door. It's not that their family is cold-hearted. Everyone in this building knows that the Yang family is difficult to deal with. Otherwise, they wouldn't recognize Su Mian immediately. This girl is also pitiful. Her father is a scoundrel who drinks and hits people, and no one can stop him. Her mother is irresponsible. Even after divorcing, she still takes care of that man. Some kind neighbors tried to help, but after standing up for her, they withdrew, leaving the family in chaos. Now, no one is watching over them. Su Mian is taken to the staircase entrance by the family, who also contacts the hospital. The ambulance will arrive within 20 minutes. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. You should go back now. I will go with the ambulance later. They're still worried. What if your dad comes down and doesn't let you go? Should we take you downstairs? Su Mian shakes her head. He was so drunk after pushing me that he won't wake up anytime soon. What? This girl was pushed down by her own father? Seeing Su Mian calmly say this, everyone feels uneasy. The kind-hearted woman is already secretly crying. Her own child is a few years younger than Su Mian, but they stand together, and the child is a head taller than Su Mian. Su Mian urges them to go inside. When they leave, looking back repeatedly, she finally relaxes. If asked whether she feels cold or hurt inside for being abandoned, Su Mian doesn't feel that way at all. After gaining her memories, she now knew what kind of family she was in. With her family's messy situation, it was already good that they cared enough to call. She also had to be careful not to let Yang's father find out and scold them for meddling. This kind of thing had happened more than once. Yes, this body of Su Mian had been beaten before, but it was the first time she was pushed down the stairs. Clearly, if she hadn't come, she would have been killed. In the previous story, she felt how kind Su's parents were to Su Jiao. But in this story, everything was very different. Su Mian remembered all the scenes of abuse and honestly, she felt like hurting someone. The ambulance arrived 5 minutes earlier than expected. When the medical staff carried the stretcher out of the elevator, they saw a girl sitting alone at the stairway entrance, covered in blood. Are you the girl who just fell from the building, Yang Xiaohua? Su Mian nodded under everyone's surprised looks. She said she could still walk, but the medical staff quickly forced her onto the stretcher. Fortunately, the elevator was wide enough, and they moved quickly and efficiently. From downstairs to the ambulance, not many people gathered around. When Su Mian repeatedly said her family was not home, the nurse comforted her, saying they would take her to the hospital first, and then contact her family. During this time, they kept reassuring her that she wouldn't be in danger, and did some simple checks. The check revealed many small and large wounds on her body. The nurse, experienced, quickly saw that these were caused by humans and not all at once. She immediately asked who had done this to her. Su Mian lowered her head and said nothing, acting shy and timid like Yang Xiaohua. She saw a few nurses exchange glances and even heard them making phone calls to contact relevant people. Seeing her goal achieved, Su Mian felt relieved and fainted. Her dream was a jumble of fragments. She only felt people walking around her, hearing various voices, which eventually turned into insults and noise from one person. She frowned and opened her eyes. She was met with a look that seemed ready to kill her. Good job, you dared to complain. Why didn't I beat you to death, you little brat? Seeing her turn her head away, the man's anger only grew. Fortunately, before he could attack again, the nurse in the room finally reacted and shouted in disbelief, "How can you act like this as a father? Do you know how badly she's hurt? She's awake and you don't care, and now you're hitting her too." The nurse didn't understand the full situation and thought the father and daughter were having an argument. Do I have to pick a time to discipline my own daughter? Yang Jianjun cursed loudly, not caring about the setting, even insulting the nurse. What are you? How dare you interfere in my family matters? I haven't caused trouble for your hospital yet. Just go get the director and bring him here. Since you took it upon yourselves to treat my daughter without my permission, if I don't get compensation today, I'm leaving. The nurse was stunned by his rude words and couldn't believe what she was hearing. Luckily, a colleague who knew some of the details pulled her arm and quietly whispered something to her. Her expression changed from surprise to shock, then to anger. After hearing everything, she didn't know what to say. Yang Jianjun, however, sat down openly and confidently in a large space. He even reached out to grab the nurse's foot and started making inappropriate jokes, saying, "If you want me to leave, that's fine. But stay here and keep me company for a while. You pervert." "I'm going to find security right now," the nurse shouted, frightened. She didn't care about Su Mian anymore and hurriedly ran away with her colleague. Because Su Mian's situation was special, when she arrived at the hospital, she was assigned a private room. Once the people left, Yang Jianjun started insulting her again, saying she was meddlesome for coming to the hospital, disturbing his sleep, and delaying his plans to pick up Zhao Xiuli today. Zhao Xiuli was a woman Yang Jianjun recently met, and they planned to get married tomorrow. She didn't have many demands, just that Yang Jianjun treat her son as his own and change the house's ownership to his son Yang Tao. She said it was perfect because her son also had the surname Yang. After changing the house's owner, their family of 3 would truly feel like a real family, and Yang Jianjun would have a son to care for in old age. It was funny because Yang Jianjun agreed, and even more interesting was that the original owner of the house was Yang Xiaohua. Initially, after Yang Jianjun married Yang Xiaohua's mother, Dong Sueju, the house was left behind when Dong Sueju's parents had an accident when Yang Xiaohua was 3 years old. Yang Jianjun, wanting to show he had no selfish motives, generously put the house in Yang Xiaohua's name. But later, Dong Sueju was injured in a car accident and could no longer have children. From then on, Yang Jianjun changed. Not only does he drink and gamble, but he also likes to hit people. At first, he only hit Dong Sueju, but later he also hit Yang Xiaohua. Everyone in the building knew about this family's problems. After a new person arrived, Yang Jianjun became more reckless. He pushed Yang Xiaohua down the stairs while drunk. He thought he did a good job by saying she fell while hanging clothes, but Yang Xiaohua not only survived but also went to the hospital. He then received a call from the police station. Su Mian knew what kind of person Yang Jianjun was. The more you responded to him, the more he would provoke. She was feeling lazy and kept her head down, not saying a word. Yang Jianjun cursed for a while, waiting to see if Yang Xiaohua moved. When she didn't, he got angry and tried to stand up to hit her again. This time, things didn't go smoothly. Several police officers in uniform came in and blocked Yang Jianjun from approaching. Behind them were some doctors, and the nurses who had left earlier were also there. It was clear they had told the police what had just happened. Yang Jianjun, no matter how arrogant, didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the officials. He stiffened his neck and said, "I admit I am a bit rough sometimes, but it's normal for men to drink after a hard day at work. Hitting people after drinking isn't something I can control. No matter how powerful you are, you can't stop me from teaching my daughter." He proudly added, "This isn't the first time. You can turn a blind eye. My family doesn't pursue it, so I don't see why you're so interested." His words became more and more over the line. Everyone present looked upset. The officials looked coldly at Yang Jianjun and didn't respond to him. They turned to the girl sitting on the hospital bed and said, "Yang Xiaohua, we are from the Shunqing City Bureau. Your situation is special. If you want help, we can step in. So, don't be afraid. If you have anything to say, now is the time. We will speak for you." Since Yang Xiaohua is underage, if she doesn't want to pursue the matter, their visit would be pointless because they couldn't do much about Yang Jianjun. What can she say? Don't lie to her. If she talks nonsense, I'll kick her and her mother out when we go home. Try me if you don't believe, Yang Jianjun said fiercely, looking at Yang Xiaohua confidently, thinking she wouldn't dare to speak. These mother and daughter were very timid. They couldn't do anything without him. But his pride was soon shattered. Everyone in the room heard a clear voice say, "Uncle, I want to tell you that my dad is abusive to my mom and also hurts me. I hope you can catch him. I don't want to be beaten anymore." The girl's voice was strong and brave, as if she had gathered a lot of courage. Yang Jianjun looked at her crazily, shouting, "You trash, what are you talking about? I am your father." But Su Mian didn't look at him. Instead, she looked at the group of people at the door who were sympathetic and staring at her. My mom didn't pursue this to protect me, but this time I almost died. I've decided to fight back. I want to protect myself and my mom. To outsiders, it seemed like the girl had almost died and was forced to say such things out of desperation. No one thought her words were wrong. No matter how Yang Jianjun argued, it was useless. He was taken away, supposedly to be investigated. Because Su Mian was injured, she could give her statement at the hospital. After the statement was finished, less than an hour, Su Mian and everyone else left. She then lifted the blanket and walked to the bedside. In her memory, it was June now, but the pedestrians on the street were wearing long sleeves that didn't quite match the season, as if it had started the day before yesterday. Suddenly, the weather cooled down. They said a cold front was passing through the city, possibly bringing an unusual cold wave. Su Mian roughly understood that this incident was related to the temperature drop. She had thick clothes in her space, but the incident was so dangerous that ordinary clothes wouldn't be enough. Thinking of this, she instinctively checked her space's items. But as soon as she looked, she froze. Her space, which was over 300 square meters, had changed dramatically. It seemed like she could no longer see the edges of her space. Suddenly, she remembered after the last incident, the system had reminded her that the first-time reward gift pack had been redeemed and she needed to explore it herself. She had even wondered what she could exchange it for back then. Now she understood this was an expansion of her space. Looking at the seemingly endless space, Su Mian admitted she was excited. The first-time gift pack was worth it. Even the low feeling from using up her points disappeared. Calming her mind, Su Mian began to think about how to prepare supplies. Her body was only 16 now and had no savings. But she remembered Yang Jianjun had a bank card and a credit card, probably because he trusted her and her mother very much. Yang Xiaohua had even mentioned the password once. Thinking of this, she decided not to stay at the hospital anymore. Her surface wounds had already been treated. It's funny. Yang Xiaohua looks weak, but having been hit many times, she's actually more resilient than most people. The injuries she has look scary, but they aren't serious. When she came over and climbed onto the balcony, it triggered her old injuries. Her body had just started to recover, so she felt the pain very strongly at first. Now, as her strength is coming back, the pain is fading. I believe soon she won't need to worry about her body anymore. While the nurse was away, Su Mian pulled out the four from her hand, went to the bathroom to change into comfortable clothes, and cut her dull, yellow hair to a manageable length. She put on a hat and mask and left the hospital room. She passed by the nurse she had seen before, but no one recognized her as the girl who fell from the building earlier today. Since she had no money or phone, Su Mian arrived home around 7 o'clock. As she opened the door, she almost bumped into someone coming out. Dong Suejo was carrying 2 bags and looked hurried. When she saw Su Mian, she froze. Xiaohua, you're back? I was so busy today. I just finished tidying up and was about to bring you some food. She looked behind Su Mian. Where's your dad? Are you two not together? Su Mian didn't know how to answer her. She didn't reply and missed the chance to tell Dong Suejo to go inside. The house was cleaned up, and there was no sign of the mess from Yang Jianjun's drunken rampage earlier. The trash and bottles were gone. Thinking about Dong Suejo's excuse of being busy, Su Mian felt cold inside for Yang Xiaohua. Her daughter was in the hospital, and a normal mother would rush there immediately after hearing the news. But instead, she was cleaning the house. More than 6 hours had passed. You're such a talker. Your dad hasn't had dinner yet. I just finished cooking. If he comes back later, I won't need to go out again.
Mom, Su Mian interrupted her.
I remember you said you never wanted to be hit again. Today, the police took Yang Jianjun away from a hospital. As long as I keep testifying, he won't be out anytime soon. Dong Suejo froze. She blurted out, No, you can't let the police take him. A family with only women isn't right. Come with me to bring him back. Just say you're lying. Su Mian reached out to stop her. She said calmly, Did you forget? He hurt me and put me in the hospital. Also, I'm hungry. It seemed she just realized her daughter had come back from the hospital. Dong Sueju looked at her daughter, who seemed a bit unfamiliar, and didn't know what to think. But she still took a step back and said, "You eat first. After you finish, we will go pick up the person." Soo-mi-an ignored her completely. She took the insulated lunchbox and was immediately drawn in by the smell of rice. She hadn't eaten rice in a long time, and freshly cooked rice was completely different from the self-heating rice from the last game. No matter how Dong Sueju asked or inquired about Yang Jianjun, Soo-mi-an acted as if she hadn't heard. After finishing her own portion, she ignored Dong Sueju's protests and opened Yang Jianjun's share to eat as well. After 2 servings, she patted her now full stomach. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, she felt energized all over. So this is what it feels like to be full. She finally looked at Dong Sueju, who was pacing nervously. "Give up. This time, it's not just luck that saved me from him. From now on, he is not my father, but a murderer. I will never agree to bring him out." Seeing Dong Sueju frozen in place, Soo-mi-an remembered her purpose. She went to the room where the couple lived and started searching. In the bottom drawer, she found a stack of money and a damaged wallet. "What are you going to do with his card and money? Your father would be furious if he found out." "What's wrong with you, Xiaohua? Your mother and I already discussed this. If you just endure a little longer and get into college, you can earn money to support the family. When that happens, your mother and I can work together. Your father won't treat us like this anymore. It's all because your mother's pregnancy was difficult and she couldn't have children." Soo-mi-an's head was buzzing. She couldn't help but retort, "You're not sick in the head. You're just physically ill. Yang Jianjun deliberately tried to kill me today so he could transfer the house to his new woman and son. How long are you going to deceive yourself?" Dong Sueju kept shaking her head. "No, it's all a misunderstanding. I've said so much, but all you think about is Yang Jianjun. Honestly, you don't care about your daughter's life at all. You're not fit to be a mother." She left with a final word, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later." Soo-mi-an left immediately. Inside the closed door, a woman was crying loudly. Soo-mi-an's brow furrowed even deeper. She wasn't young Xiaohua. These tearful, drugged-up tears were useless to her. Soo-mi-an's first stop was the internet cafe. She didn't have a phone and knew very little about nearby information. To gather supplies quickly, she needed to find the right place all at once. After paying 10 yuan for internet, she borrowed some paper and a pen from the front desk. Soo-mi-an quickly opened her browser to find nearby shops and factories, then copied down their addresses. When she finished writing on both sides of a sheet of paper, she finally put away her card and left. The first place she visited was a biomass fuel factory close to the city. The factory closed at 8 p.m., and she arrived just in time. After explaining her purpose, the workshop manager was a bit surprised but had no reason to refuse a large order. They discussed the price for 10 minutes. The other side offered her 900 yuan per ton, and she bought 15 tons. It sounded like a lot, but Soo-mi-an's task would last 3 months, so more supplies were better. The factory only had that much stock available to move at the moment. They gave her the warehouse address and a note to pick up the goods anytime. The location wasn't far. After charging Yang Jianjun's credit card, Soo-mi-an headed straight to the warehouse. The gatekeeper was drinking tea. Soo-mi-an showed him the note. He looked behind her and asked, "Are you the only one coming? Where's your car?" Soo-mi-an responded smoothly, "My dad's truck is in the back. Uncle, please open the door for me. They'll be here soon." They went into the warehouse. The old man told her which areas held her goods and then went back to his small house. Soo-mi-an checked inside. There were no cameras, so she started packing her items. She packed over 10 tons of pellets into large bags, neatly arranged. After securing her own supplies, she left, making sure to close the warehouse door behind her. Seeing her leave, the old man rubbed his head, confused but not asking questions. He was about to finish his shift, and if no one opened the door later, he wouldn't care. Soo-mi-an found a waiting taxi and headed to the next stop. This time it was a materials technology factory. She bought a lot of thermal insulation film. Next, she bought emergency warm clothing, also made by a special factory. To find it, Soo-mi-an even paid an extra 100 yuan to a driver who was thinking of striking. Fortunately, these items weren't sold in large quantities, so they weren't out of stock. She took all the available items and also picked some emergency gear from inside. Seeing Soo-mi-yeon, a young girl, going to a factory, I couldn't help but ask a few questions out of curiosity. Soo-mi-yeon responded simply, and since she didn't seem eager to talk, I didn't bother her. When we arrived, Soo-mi-yeon went inside the small factory to pick out some items, while the driver was smoking at the door. At that moment, the phone rang from home, urging him not to take on any extra jobs today and to hurry back home. The driver's name is Dae-teon, and the person calling is his younger brother, Dae-young. Thinking about Dae-teon, I remembered that his brother had asked to borrow money earlier in the afternoon. They hadn't met today, and Dae-teon was busy taking orders. Since Dae-young sounded anxious, he didn't ask what the money was for. His brother has always been obedient and not the reckless type. But now, it seemed something serious had happened, and he needed to go back immediately. Making money is not more important than family, Dae-teon thought. Since this place is remote, he decided he should at least take the young girl back. He explained to his brother that it would take at least an hour to do so, but the girl came alone, and the furnace factory is far away. If I leave now, she definitely won't be able to get a taxi. Unexpectedly, Dae-young kept urging him without considering the consequences and asked about some kind of plan. Unable to stand his brother's persistence, Dae-teon went to the security room to ask about the situation and then relayed the message to his brother. Yeah, the furnace. How did I not think of that? Dae-young's strange and excited voice came from the phone. Then, Dae-teon was stunned when asked to buy a furnace to bring back. His home is a commercial apartment, and this furnace is probably for business use or private gardens. Was his brother crazy to want to buy something useless? Big brother, I've never asked you for anything before. If you trust me, please help me buy a furnace. It's a matter of life and death. I'll explain everything when you get back. I'm begging you, Dae-young sincerely pleaded on the phone. Unable to refuse his brother's request, Dae-teon, although confused, decided to go into the factory. On the way, he thought that once he brought the furnace back, the neighbors would probably laugh their heads off. But he decided to trust his brother for now. As for this life and death matter, he didn't believe it. Before coming to the factory, Soo-mi-yeon had prepared her plan. She quickly picked out several furnaces of different sizes, almost without wasting any time. The smallest one was so delicate that even an ordinary person could carry it. She had someone move the furnace to the woods outside the factory. Just as she saw Dae-teon enter and was thinking about how to avoid the driver's eyes, she seized the opportunity, quickly stored the furnace in her space. 10 minutes later, Dae-teon returned and saw Soo-mi-yeon already sitting calmly in the front passenger seat. Soo-mi-yeon also noticed the stove that had been brought out. It's a modern, square-topped model, perfect for cold weather, where the family can sit around to eat and play cards. This type of stove is more expensive than usual, but Soo-mi-yeon chose a slightly uglier one to save costs. She didn't ask why the other person bought the stove. She couldn't resist venting her frustration about her brother's strange behavior during his holiday and his request to buy the stove. She mentioned her brother's odd actions and his request for the stove. Soo-mi-yeon's face showed nothing, but she vaguely understood that her brother was probably a gamer. She wondered how her brother got involved in such things. Otherwise, his body wouldn't allow gamers to enter. Because they had a common topic, they talked a few more words on the way back. Soo-mi-yeon learned that he wanted to buy a phone and asked to take him to a phone shop run by relatives, which was on his way home. He didn't hide anything from Soo-mi-yeon. This earned him a 100 yuan commission. Soo-mi-yeon agreed to go see the phone, and in fact, she bought one too. It was a phone from last year, costing 1,500 yuan with a free SIM card plan. Soo-mi-yeon used Yang Jianjun's ID card from her wallet. This is my phone number. Let's add each other as friends. I often run my car late at night, and since you're a girl, it's not convenient to go out so late. If you need to use the car urgently, just contact me. At the store, she had already downloaded various common apps, and she also registered a chat app. Now she was quite skilled at using the software and added Dae-teon's phone number to her contacts. They successfully added each other as friends, and the car arrived outside Soo-mi-yeon's community. Dae-teon found out they lived nearby, then watched Su Mian go into the community before driving away. As soon as Su Mian stepped out of the elevator, she sensed something was wrong. There seemed to be a quarrel in the corridor. Her home is on the 10th floor, with 4 units on each floor. One family had just sold their apartment, 2 others are elderly couples, and 1 is a family with children. They usually sleep early, so there's rarely any noise. But the loud arguing sounded more and more like her home. At that moment, Su Mian remembered she had overlooked something. Yang Jianjun's woman was coming over today. She hurried to her door and saw a few people standing outside. Outside the door, a middle-aged woman dressed in a red dress and a short, chubby man, who is probably Yang Jianjun's fiancé and his son, are standing. In front of them is a face that Su Mian has seen before, one of Yang Jianjun's friends, known as Scar. Opposite them is Dong Sueju, with red eyes, who is holding the door tightly, seemingly trying to stop the 3 from entering. Scar appears to be defending the mother and son, trying to persuade Dong Sueju to back down. Brother Jun has always said you're generous, and after all these years, things have been like this. It's mainly because Brother Jun has no son that so many things happened. If you really want a good life, let Brother Jun have some dignity. At worst, our brothers can help talk to him. In the future, you can still live together. Divorced and living in her ex-wife's house, now wanting to bring a new partner to live with her. Does that make sense? Normal people would be furious hearing this, but Su Mian saw that Dong Sueju hesitated. She was right. This woman is truly out of her mind. Su Mian naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. She stepped past the 3 and approached Dong Sueju. Do you still dare to say this is a misunderstanding? Dong Sueju's heart was overwhelmed with frustration at her daughter's appearance. She seemed to forget her earlier argument and, for the first time, looked helpless and said, "What can I do? It's not my fault. You're all forcing me." Who is really forcing whom? Having a house, a daughter, not needing to serve in-laws or a man, and being healthy, these are things many people wish for. Yet, for her, it has become a misfortune? Su Mian didn't want to argue at this moment. She looked at the 3 people who were clearly losing patience and said straightforwardly, "Before Yang Jianjun sent you here, didn't he tell you that the house is in my name? Don't say it's unrelated. If Yang Jianjun comes back, I won't let him in again. Otherwise, try it, whether you break in faster or I call the police." Scar indeed had the intention to break in. In his memory, Yang Xiaohua was almost invisible. This was the first time he saw the girl speak so fiercely. Especially when Su Mian took out her phone and pressed those 3 numbers right in front of everyone. Scar was already considering waiting until he could contact Yang Jianjun. But Zhao Xiuli, who couldn't wait any longer, angrily said, "What does it matter whose name is on the house? Old Yang said it's fake and can be changed at any time. Don't try to scare me. Although this is our first meeting, Old Yang already told me everything. He said you and your mother are very upset since leaving him. Anyway, I will live in that house sooner or later. If it weren't so cold outside, I wouldn't bother coming. Please move aside." Clearly, Zhao Xiuli knows a lot about Yang Xiaohua. If she really was the original Yang Xiaohua, she would probably have obediently done as she was told. After all, Dong Sueju had already started to step back. But just as her foot touched the door frame, everyone heard a clear voice say, "Hello, this is the Shin City Police Station. May I ask?" The operator's crisp voice came through the phone speaker, followed by Su Mian's quick response, "Someone broke into my house. We live in Building 5, Unit 10, West Side, on the 10th floor of Old City Time Community. Please send someone quickly." Everything happened so fast that everyone present, including Dong Sueju, couldn't react in time. Su Mian had already finished talking and hung up. Zhao Xiuli, trembling and with a pale face, stared at Su Mian with wide eyes. You really called the police? Is this something to joke about?" She looked at the stunned Dong Sueju and said, "Go back and rest. I'll wait here for the police. They don't want to see Yang Jianjun, so this is a good chance for them to meet." Originally, Zhao Xiuli was shocked that the police had been called. Hearing this, she asked, "What do you mean?" Jianjun pushed Xiaohua off her head at noon. "The police took him away." Dong Sueju answered instinctively, not wanting to go inside. Su Mian calmly added, I personally identified him. He won't be back anytime soon. I advise you not to run. Later, you can take a ride to see him and discuss whether to stay together or end up on the street. These words carried a lot of information. Not only did Zhao Shili become stunned, but Scar also looked surprised. For the first time, he carefully looked at Yang Jianjun's daughter, who seemed unremarkable. But now her eyes looked different, like they could send a chill down your spine just by looking.
Could it be
She was hurt when Yonggo pushed her down the stairs? Honestly, Yonggo was really ruthless. He even hurt his own daughter. Scar immediately felt like retreating, but remembering Yang Jianjun was still locked up, he knew he couldn't avoid this trip. He decided not to speak and wait for the police to arrive, listening to Yang Xiaohua. Zhao Shili was dressed lightly. As night fell and the temperature dropped further, she paced back and forth, unsure whether to stay or leave. Fortunately, after about 20 minutes, someone from the nearby police station arrived. Su Mian, as the person who called the police, explained clearly the relationships among the people involved and what had happened to her today. She also described how Zhao Shili forcibly entered the house. Hearing her story, even the male officers looked at Zhao Shili and the others with strange eyes. Scar continued to stay silent. In the end, all three were taken away, and the corridor quickly became quiet. Su Mian pulled Dong Sueju into the house, who was still muttering, Now we've caused trouble again. When your dad comes out, we're all finished. Su Mian ignored her nonsense. She looked around at this very simple home. The balcony had no glass, and the doors and windows inside were the cheapest kind. When the cold wave arrived, staying inside was almost as bad as being outside. She had thought about fixing up the place, but it would cost too much, so she decided against it. She frowned as she looked at the old-fashioned thermometer on the wall, which showed the temperature was already 0 degrees. It was over 10 degrees in the afternoon, but in just a few hours, it had dropped more than 10 degrees. At this rate, tomorrow she would need to wear a cotton-padded jacket. Thinking of this, she immediately went to her room to find Yang Xiaohua's clothes. Fortunately, Yang Jianjun liked to hit people, but his clothes weren't abusive. Yang Xiaohua had both a cotton-padded coat and a down jacket. She took away the thermal underwear and picked out a few pairs of warm-looking boots. There wasn't much else worth taking. Dong Sueju came to knock on the door. Su Mian said she was tired and wanted to sleep, so she didn't open the door. Then, familiar crying sounds came from outside the room. Su Mian changed into comfortable pajamas, covered her head tightly with a quilt. Maybe she had experienced too much today, because she quickly fell asleep. So cold did the quilt fall off? In her hazy state, Su Mian felt her arm was icy cold. She reached out to find the quilt, but realized it had been covering her all along. Strangely, it was no longer soft but icy. A cold wind, coming from somewhere unknown, blew onto her face. Just as she was about to crawl into the quilt, she suddenly realized something and sat up abruptly. The room's light was still on. After a few seconds of adjusting, she opened her eyes and saw that the window in front of her seemed covered with a white layer. She took a thick down jacket from the space, wrapping herself tightly, then got up and went to the window. She reached out and touched the glass. Her fingertips left 2 streaks, but the white quickly covered them again, returning to its original state in an instant. She decided to wipe a small area with a cloth and was surprised to find that the outside world had turned completely white. At some point, tiny snowflakes started falling silently from the sky. They drifted quietly into the night. She could faintly hear someone outside gasp, but since it was late at night, no one paid attention. Su Mian went to get a thermometer and saw that the temperature had dropped to an astonishing -10 degrees Celsius. The thermometer was old and could only measure down to -10. This meant the temperature might be even lower. No wonder she felt her down jacket was no longer warm enough. She turned on her phone, which she had charged last night. It showed it was now 4:30 a.m., almost dawn. Su Mian had a feeling that the cold snap wouldn't last long. Thinking about the things she still needed to prepare, she completely lost her sleep. When she went to the bathroom, she found the tap frozen shut. She had to take water from the space to brush her teeth and wash her face. Then she took off her down jacket, put on thermal underwear and warm clothes, and finally put the down jacket back on, hanging her scarf around her neck. She put on 2 pairs of socks. Luckily, Yang Xiaohua was thin, so it didn't affect her shoes. Before leaving, Su Mian remembered Dong Sueju. She turned back to find a thick quilt and brought it to her. Sure enough, even in such cold weather, Dong Sueju was still sleeping, though restless. Su Mian covered her with a quilt and turned on the electric heater facing her. After finishing these tasks, it was already 5 a.m., and she left the house. Many people in the city had already gotten up, especially the vendors near the community who started preparing breakfast as early as 3 a.m. At the intersection, Su Mian saw a street vendor bundled up tightly, still shivering in place. She bought a few slightly cold buns and eggs, eating as she walked away. The buns smelled fragrant as she ate. She suddenly turned back and bought all the remaining buns. After Su Mian finished eating, she stored the remaining buns in her space and then rode a shared bike to the street corner. It was still early, so the factories were probably not open yet. Su Mian planned to buy more breakfast along the main street. In the past, eating nutritional supplements every day didn't seem to matter, but as she started trying more foods, she became more interested in hot, fresh meals. Fortunately, she still had a few hundred yuan in cash, and she decided to spend it all today. After wandering for half an hour, Su Mian's space was filled with many big and small bags. She noticed that once her space became unlimited, everything inside looked more lively. For example, the fried dough stick she just put in, she could even see the smoke curling in the air, very magical. Around 6:50 a.m., Su Mian headed toward the first factory. Last night, she downloaded maps of nearby cities so she could navigate without internet, which didn't affect her plans. This was a mobile container sales point. She checked, and it had the most complete and abundant stock, with prices within her budget. When she arrived, it was almost 8 a.m., but the place was still closed. Su Mian quietly took a side door and circled the display square. There were many finished products, from 30 to 300 square meters, including the ugliest blue boxes and luxurious-looking villas. She calculated Yang Jianjun's credit card limit and found she could afford all these items easily. About 10 minutes later, Su Mian heard movement at the main gate. She thought it was opening, but instead saw an ambulance arrive. Someone was carried out on a stretcher by security guards, but it took a while before they loaded the person into the vehicle. Soon after, another group arrived, covering the person with a bag. From a distance, Su Mian saw that the person's hands were purple and covered with white frost, looking like they had frozen to death. Temperatures below 10 degrees Celsius aren't too cold, but if it drops suddenly within a few hours, people with poor health or the elderly can't handle it. Such incidents probably happen quite often in the city. After the ambulance left, Su Mian approached the person in charge. The transaction went smoothly. She still bought the cheapest option that included a bathroom, costing a few thousand yuan each. She bought 3. She heard they arranged for her to pick up the items herself and even gave her a discount. Then they went to deal with the recent incident. No matter the cause of death, compensation was necessary, which often led to more trouble. Su Mian found that there weren't many staff members at this place. Since the large items were there, she wasn't worried about anyone stealing them. When no one was around, she put the container house into her space and didn't bother to worry about anyone noticing it had disappeared. After all, soon everyone would be too busy to care. Next, she needed to solve the heating problem. She planned to buy appliances like a refrigerator and washing machine, which she previously didn't dare to think about, but only after social order broke down, and she could buy things cheaply. For now, she had limited money and wanted to buy more practical items, such as a warm helmet, coal, and alcohol. These items were available in larger department stores. She took her time browsing and choosing until she exhausted Yang Jianjun's credit card. There were many cotton coats in the department store, not expensive, but quite ugly. Su Mian thought they were warmer than down coats because they were big enough. As she walked, She noted many expensive items she couldn't afford now, planning to come back later to take advantage of the chaos. At noon, usually the hottest time of the day, today was completely different. Soo-mi-yeon checked her new thermometer and saw it was minus 25 degrees Celsius, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. She had a feeling a cold snap was coming tonight. She then found an abandoned building and chose a room about the same size as a container to start transforming her container house. The container had only 2 windows with ordinary glass and security bars outside. Soo-mi-yeon lined the inside with insulation film, fixed it with nails, leaving a flap around the windows. She then covered it with aluminum foil, added another layer of insulation film outside, repeating this 3 times. Dressed warmly and moving constantly, she even felt a light sweat. The door of the house wasn't very secure, so she added several old-fashioned locks inside and outside, ugly but sturdy. In the bathroom, she did the same, but didn't have time to install everything, leaving the toilet empty. She temporarily sealed it with some clean buckets and basins. During this special time, she had to make do and plan to study how to improve it when she had time, since the installation methods were simple. Before leaving, she placed a half-meter-long stove inside with burning pellets, connected the chimney, and then packed up the container house and left the abandoned building. When she got home, it was already 4 p.m. Soo-mi-yeon entered her house, but didn't see Dong Sueju. She opened her room and found her lying in bed, not getting up. Seeing her return, she finally sat up. "Xiaohua, where did you go? Did you see the snow outside? I only noticed this morning that there was an extra blanket and an electric heater. You must have arranged that for Mom, right? Luckily, you are here, or I would have been freezing. You don't know, but the 2 elderly neighbors next door were taken away by a car this morning, seeing her daughter Dong Choi-ju's non-stop talking." Soo-mi-yeon didn't reply, but learned quite a bit from her words. For example, 4 or 5 elderly people in the neighborhood froze to death and were found stiff. The water pipes in our building also burst from the cold, and repairs are still underway. It's uncertain if they can fix everything today. She also left food for Soo-mi-yeon in the kitchen. If it weren't for the last remark, "Let's go see your dad," Soo-mi-yeon felt she could tolerate her nagging a little more. Soo-mi-yeon went to the kitchen, reheated the food, and served herself a big bowl of rice. She ate it all clean. Finally, she looked at Dong Choi-ju and said, "It's about minus 25 degrees outside. I heard it will get colder today. Are you sure you want to go out?" Dong Choi-ju just wanted to say, "Aren't you coming out too?" but hesitated, remembering how cold it was just after getting out of bed. She tentatively asked, "Are you really not going to see your dad?"
That
woman is gone. Maybe they will really stop seeing us as mother and daughter. A scoundrel like him doesn't deserve to be remembered. Soo-mi-yeon couldn't help but interrupt her. "If you want to follow him, I can take you there. Think carefully and tell me. If you go with Yang Jianjun, we will no longer be mother and daughter. I won't interfere whether you live or die." Dong Choi-ju was about to agree but was stunned by her words. She didn't expect her daughter to say such cold-hearted things, to the point of not wanting her anymore. But then she remembered there was no man at home, and she panicked, not knowing what to do. She wanted both, but couldn't decide which to choose. Just then, the electric heater in the room flickered and went out completely. "Why isn't it working?" Dong Choi-ju wrapped herself in the blanket and fiddled with the socket, only to realize the power was out at home. In sudden cold conditions, losing water and electricity is normal. After all, the lowest temperature in Shin City has only been around minus 10 degrees Celsius in past years. Now that it's doubled, smart people should be prepared. But in peaceful times, people are used to comfort and don't realize that the temperature drop is unusual. This is evident from Soo-mi-yeon's busy day. She didn't see many people stockpiling supplies. At noon, she did see a few players rushing around, buying lots of warm clothes. It's easy to tell them apart because they all seem very anxious, and their way of stockpiling is big. Mainly, Soo-mi-yeon feels naturally alert around them. She guesses that losing water is bad enough, but losing electricity would cause panic. In Shin City, there's no heating, and most rely on electric heaters at home. Without heating and temperatures below minus 20 degrees, No one would want to stay. Sure enough, not long after, voices came from outside the corridor. The neighbors on the same floor started to ask each other for news. They mentioned that relatives called saying the temperature might drop further, so they should buy thicker down jackets. Dong Cui-ju also changed into her thickest down coat and stepped out of her door. She heard the phrase, temperature might drop further, just as she stepped out. Soo Myeon had already subtly warned her many times. She thought that this time, others would expect her to be prepared. But instead, she heard her mumbling, "My dad is afraid of the cold. I remember he was wearing short sleeves yesterday. I wonder if the police station will give out clothes." Soo Myeon thought, it would be better if he caught a cold. She watched Dong Cui-ju go over to ask the neighbors if the news was true. As soon as she appeared, the lively conversation among the neighbors stopped. The neighbors responded dismissively, "I'm not sure either. My relative just said so." People on the same floor knew Dong Cui-ju's stubborn personality well, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. No matter how much sympathy they had, it disappeared after years of knowing her. To put it simply, only those willing to answer her questions did so because she was a woman and a victim. But not all victims in the world would earn sympathy. Yang Xiaohua used to be brainwashed and had no choice. When Soo Myeon came, she just thought this woman was strange. Fortunately, this task didn't require her to guarantee her family's safety. During these 2 days of testing, she gave up on the idea of taking Dong Cui-ju away. Dong Cui-ju watched the neighbors go inside, then looked worried and said, "Xiaohua, let's go buy some food and water." It sounds pretty serious. Although she had just returned, she had eaten and wasn't tired or sleepy. She wanted to use the limited time to get a few more things. When Dong Cui-ju was about to leave after locking the door, Soo Myeon reminded her to bring some money. She nodded, but then thought of something and said, "Remember to put your dad's money back. When he returns, I won't tell him about this." This woman can't stop talking about Yang Jianjun. She seems obsessed. It seems there's no need to wait for her to answer the previous question. The answer is obvious. Sighing, Soo Myeon decided to do a little more to help this mother and daughter. When they went downstairs, a crowd had gathered at the staircase entrance. Clearly, they were forced out by water and power outages, trying to buy supplies. But when they saw the white, icy scene outside, everyone hesitated. "Maybe we should just go back and wait a day. We usually have plenty of meat at home, and after a few days, the water and electricity might be back." "Yeah, I just went out. You wouldn't believe how cold it was, like a knife cutting through. I've never felt so cold in my life. I felt it too, colder than my fridge." Everyone was talking, debating whether to go out or not. Soo Myeon watched Dong Cui-ju frowning and thinking, and she was quite impressed. Dong Cui-ju had some savings, while her own home was empty, with a fridge cleaner than her face. They had plenty of beer, but was it enough to satisfy? Soo Myeon decided not to bother with her and simply opened the door and stepped outside. As she opened the door at the staircase, a cold wind rushed in, making several people shiver and complain about the cold. Seeing her daughter go out, Dong Cui-ju quickly followed. As soon as she stepped outside, she froze so cold. Her breath turned into mist instantly. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose with a scarf and put her hands in her pockets. When she looked up, she saw her daughter had already gone far ahead, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Dong Cui-ju, stunned, reacted and ran after her. They didn't go far, just to a nearby convenience store. The store still had electricity, and the air conditioning was on. The cashier was at the front, wearing cotton gloves and warming her hands by a small electric stove, constantly stamping her feet and blowing warm air. Soo Myeon looked longingly at the working air conditioner, knowing it wouldn't last long before it broke down too. She watched Dong Cui-ju picking cheap vegetables, then grabbed a shopping basket and quickly filled it with instant noodles, small bread rolls, ham sausages, and biscuits. She avoided the large snack foods to save space, trying to fill the basket as much as possible. When Dong Cui-ju came over carrying a bunch of carrots, Soo Myeon couldn't help but grab her. "No water, no electricity. Are you going shopping just to chew on raw vegetables at home?" Seeing her sad face, she first handed her the full shopping basket to wait in line for checkout. Then she took a new basket and went to the snack section to pick out peanuts and dried fruits. The small supermarket has many types of items, but in small quantities, at most 10 of each, so she couldn't buy all the snacks she wanted. Instead, she bought sanitary pads and toilet paper. Finally, she carried 2 more 5-liter bottles of water in 2 trips. "All you bought are these," Dong Sueju said, feeling like it was no different from snacks. She didn't say anything about the water. Su Mian ignored her and placed each item on the checkout counter. The cashier worked quickly, scanning and packing everything. Luckily, the cashier kindly reminded her that shopping carts were available, but today there were no extra staff to deliver the goods. Hearing this, Su Mian turned around and carried 2 more bottles of water over. These items filled the small cart completely. Dong Sueju paid with a look of pain. The 2 of them pushed and pulled the cart together, working well as a team. Back at the community gate, the people standing there were still watching. Su Mian found these people amusing. Instead of shopping, they were just watching the scene, and she thought they could have made 2 trips by now. Maybe because they saw the 2 women leaving, and they envied the full cart, several people ran out greedily. When they got home, they unloaded the items. Su Mian asked Dong Sueju to return the cart. After Dong Sueju left, she took out a small stove from her space, added some granulated fuel, and covered the room with a thermal blanket. This room was the best place for her to stay in the house. She threw all the messy shelves in the living room to clear a space for warmth. Seeing the room, just over 10 square meters, no longer drafty, she finally relaxed. This was the last thing she could do for Yang Xiaohua. As long as she endured the cold wave and adapted to the weather, and if Dong Sueju was a bit stronger, she could survive. Finally, she left the house and went to the convenience store. As expected, Dong Sueju was not there. She asked me how to get to the police station in the city. I showed her how to use the GPS, but when she didn't understand, I told her to stop a car on the street. Although the weather prevented many cars from traveling, some people still went out to work to earn money. The cashier had taken a ride in someone else's private car in the morning, and the fare was higher than usual. Su Mian got the answer she wanted and felt calm inside. Some people want to take risks, and no one can stop them. She went ahead and grabbed some snacks that were taking up the whole shelf, and also moved 10 boxes of packaged noodles, whether to eat dry or soak in water. The cashier saw how much she took and advised her not to worry too much. Over the years, Shanghai has never been this cold, but it has experienced earthquakes and floods. Although those times were chaotic and supplies were short, things eventually got better. The cashier thought it was okay to stock up, but such an extreme amount was unnecessary. However, when he saw a middle-aged man entering the store and sweeping through snacks more aggressively than Su Mian, he decided to stay silent. Su Mian didn't need to look back to know that the man was a shopper, because he specifically took all the instant noodles, even the bowls. When he came to pay, Su Mian was placing items on her cart. The middle-aged man leaned over and looked at her purchases, shaking his head. "This isn't enough. I suggest you buy more, like compressed biscuits or something and some water," she replied without looking up. "That's enough. I still have plenty of rice and flour at home." The man looked a bit confused, thinking he might have misunderstood. He guessed she was just an ordinary local resident. Su Mian pushed her cart to the green area behind the neighboring community, stored her things in a space, and pretended to wander around before returning the cart. She didn't plan to go back to the time community. Instead, she decided to explore while she still had time. She didn't walk far, just wandered nearby, and, during that time, she found some supplies she might have missed. Finally, she checked her bank balance at an ATM, then visited 5 pharmacies, buying frostbite ointment, anti-inflammatory medicine, fever reducers, disinfectants, gauze, and other tools. After noting down the addresses of these pharmacies, Su Mian saw that it was getting dark and decided to return to the abandoned building. On the road, she felt the temperature dropping again. This time, she clearly saw a gust of wind carrying a white cloud pass in front of her, as if the air had turned into a solid. When she arrived at the place, she quickly set up the container. Inside, she lit the stove, just on the lowest setting. She hung thermometers on the window and wall. When the temperature rose to 20 degrees, she took off her down jacket and put on home clothes. She also took out a folding bed, covered it with a blanket and a quilt, and finally prepared a temperature-controlled sleeping bag. By 7 p.m., the wind outside was very strong.
Sumian felt no sleepiness.
She took a recliner and placed it in front of the stove. Every half hour, she would go to the window to check the outside situation. The snowflakes were falling more densely, making a rustling sound on the window. The area was remote. Not only were there no cars on the distant main road, but no one was around. After a while, Soo-mi-yeon felt cold and realized the temperature inside the house had quietly dropped to 10 degrees. She paused, then immediately added more fuel. By 10 p.m., it was too dark outside to see anything clearly. Soo-mi-yeon placed a lamp on the ground and checked her phone. She saw that she had received a message from Dae-teon an hour earlier, which also included a reminder about an unpaid transfer. Yesterday, after they added each other as friends, he sent her a red envelope as soon as he got home, saying it was a benefit of having a phone. Each person gets half. Soo-mi-yeon didn't accept it. Soon after, she received a reminder from him. He said his brother had received official news that a super cold wave would hit Ching City at midnight tonight, with temperatures possibly dropping below -60 or 70 degrees, or even lower. He advised her not to go out, not to sleep early, and to keep her home warm. The message sounded serious and heavy. They had only met by chance, but he was willing to warn her, which showed he was a good person. She replied to thank him. Seeing her reply, he sent another message. It's good you saw the message. I'm not lying. Remember to tell your family not to sleep, because temperatures below -60 or 70 degrees can be deadly. Okay, you also stay warm. Normally, temperatures below -60 or 70 degrees do exist, but people in such areas are used to the cold and unaffected. However, for Chung City, which has never experienced such cold, this temperature could be disastrous. By 11:30 p.m., the alarm she set had already gone off. She quickly got up and changed her clothes. This time, she first wrapped herself in an emergency blanket, then put on layers of underwear, warm clothing, and a down jacket. She even took a larger cotton coat and placed it nearby as a backup. After finishing, she started adding fuel to the stove vigorously. At her feet, she placed a small fire pit with burning charcoal inside. Although charcoal can be dangerous, Soo-mi-yeon only planned to endure the cold for a little while until the cold snap passed, so she ignored the risks for now. Then she found some heat packs and stuck them on her legs, both inside and outside, where she wasn't covered tightly. Seeing the room's temperature slowly rise, Soo-mi-yeon took a moment to glance at her phone. It was almost midnight, 5 minutes to go. She hoped the cold wave wouldn't be too severe. Meanwhile, the Dae family, also preparing late at night, was even busier. With news about her younger brother's official update, the family was too worried to sleep, even dozing off. There are 5 people in the family, Dae's parents and Dae-teon's grandfather. Worried that the elderly wouldn't handle the cold well, they kept the old man sitting near the stove once it was lit. The whole family dressed warmly and wrapped themselves in quilts, waiting for the time to come. Midnight arrived as scheduled. In unseen places, a white cold wave condensed into an ice wall, quickly spreading from outside the city inward. The staff on duty to handle the cold only yawned, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads. From that moment, they froze in place, as if turned to statues. This life-threatening event was advancing rapidly, without anyone noticing. People staying up late by the stove, residents on the floors sleeping soundly, security guards in their booths wrapped tightly. Everything seemed normal for a second. Then, as if a gust of wind swept through, everywhere froze into ice. Everyone kept breathing steadily, but life seemed to pause at that moment. As the ice walls spread over the abandoned building, Soo-mi-yeon first sensed a change. From the window, white frost appeared out of nowhere, and the thermometer outside dropped to its lowest point. Fortunately, the fog stopped about 50 centimeters around the stove and Soo-mi-yeon. Outside this area, the white fog continued to move forward. The rustling sound gradually faded away. Soo-mi-yeon waited for 10 minutes. After the fog inside the room decreased by another 5 centimeters, she finally relaxed. This showed that the temperature around had stabilized, and she could temporarily feel safe. At 1 a.m., Soo-mi-yeon looked out the window. The surroundings were still covered in white mist, but it looked a bit different from before, more bright and reflective. She observed for 2 hours before finally crawling into her sleeping bag to rest. Even at such a close distance, the folding bed was frozen to the ground. Once the bed could be moved, Soo-mi-yeon pushed it closer to the stove. She put away the charcoal basin, added some fuel, set an alarm on her phone to ring every hour, and then closed her eyes peacefully. After a night of waking up repeatedly to check and then falling asleep again, Soo-mi-yeon didn't sleep very soundly. When morning came, she didn't stay in the warm room. Fully armed, she prepared to go outside. This time, she wore a warm helmet, replaced her gloves with thick leather ones, and changed into insulated snow boots. As soon as she opened the door, even though she was prepared, Soo-mi-yeon was still shaken by the cold like a splash of icy water, causing her to shiver. She was quite adaptable to the weather, but with all her preparations, the cold still seemed to her bones. Soo-mi-yeon didn't hesitate. She stood for a while, feeling her body could handle it, then locked the door and left the prefabricated house. Yesterday, she had wisely stored the shared bicycle in the space, so now it was just right to take out and use. After struggling to ride onto the main road, Soo-mi-yeon felt even more grateful she hadn't chosen an electric bike. She casually checked a few parked cars. Both the engines and the bodies were frozen shut and couldn't be opened. None escaped the cold. She knew that even if the fuel hadn't been turned off overnight, in this weather, regular antifreeze probably wouldn't last long. In the end, they were just scrap metal. Not bothering to insist on changing her transportation, Soo-mi-yeon went to a nearby 24-hour convenience store. As soon as she entered, she paused. Everything inside was the same as she saw during the day. The difference was that the staff behind the cash register had become like sculptures, and all the goods in the store were covered with a layer of crystal, giving a strange, beautiful look. From the workers' actions, it seemed she was trying to pour a cup of hot water, but both she and the hot water froze midair together. The cold wave capable of instantly turning people into ice sculptures must have had temperatures well below -70 degrees last night. Thinking of this, she had a bad feeling. In such weather, if the temperature is misjudged, not only ordinary people but also players could suffer significant losses. She quickly collected the frozen drinking water on the ground, and the food attached to the shelves was moved out along with the shelves themselves. Seeing that the space remained unchanged in size, Soo-mi-yeon felt strangely reassured. Her space was her greatest support, and she wanted to store as many supplies as possible. From 7 to 9 a.m., Soo-mi-yeon would sweep through several stores, taking everything she wanted. During this time, she saw countless human statues, frozen in the most lively expressions they had in life, forever stuck in that moment. She couldn't quite describe her feelings. Every time, she would avoid them, not touching them at all. At 11 a.m., the temperature remained the same as in the morning, even with a slight breeze. After several hours of activity, her hands and feet were still cold, but luckily she didn't feel any signs of frostbite, so she continued to move around. Since the cold wave had arrived, she didn't insist on staying in the abandoned building and chose to set up camp wherever it was convenient. This idea reached its peak after several hours without seeing a single living person. By 12:30 p.m., Soo-mi-yeon arrived at the city center. The situation there was even more tragic. Not only inside buildings but also on the streets, many people were frozen. She only took a quick look before heading to a large electronics store. She had previously seen and hesitated to buy large items like air conditioners, washing machines, and refrigerators, but now she collected quite a few. She also swept through small appliances, choosing the good quality and expensive ones she could use. Passing by the smart home section, knowing these gadgets were not very practical, Soo-mi-yeon still couldn't resist taking a few sets. She always had a wish that one day, after the end of the world, peace would return and she could live in her small house, basking in the sun and feeling the breeze. Her small house was now ready, only world peace was missing. Her phone in her pocket vibrated slightly. If she hadn't just stopped to think, she might not have noticed. She took out her phone to check the message from Dai Tian. It seemed that besides him, no one else contacted her at this time. When she saw the message, Su Mian couldn't help but smile. It said, "Little girl, are you still alive?" In the past, this might have sounded a bit rude, but Su Mian understood the feelings behind the message. She was about to reply but hesitated, thinking of something else. Whether they were locals or players, she didn't want to get involved. If she contacted them now, it might lead to trouble. She thought it was better if they believed she was dead. With only 60% battery left, Su Mian put her phone into her space. Suddenly, a loud bang came from afar. Su Mian looked toward the sound and saw a trail of black smoke in the sky. It was unlikely to be an accidental explosion at this time, so it seemed to be caused by someone intentionally making noise. Her instinct told her that a player might be involved. Someone causing such a big disturbance was probably not easy to deal with, so she decided it was best to stay away. She looked around and remembered that the nearby market she had explored was close by. She put away her bicycle and entered a small alley leading to the market. Once inside, Su Mian noticed another thing. It was clear that someone had searched the area. Many closed shops had been forcibly opened, and there was broken glass and scattered footprints on the ground, which looked fresh. She took the opportunity to gather some supplies from the shops into her space, planning to come back another day. But before she could leave, she heard voices from a distance, getting closer. The shop she entered had no cover, so hiding was impossible. She decided to walk out openly. "Someone's here." The people who saw her were clearly startled and called out to their companions. 4 or 5 people, wrapped up tightly, gathered together and looked her over, as if assessing whether she was dangerous. Su Mian overheard their quiet discussion. "This crazy weather is so scary. I don't think many people are left alive. With so many supplies, there's no need to fight each other," she agreed with them. Seeing they had no intention of stopping her, Su Mian chose a different direction from theirs. As she was about to leave, she heard one of them call her name, and she paused for a moment before walking away from the market. Around 1 o'clock, Su Mian found a place to set up a temporary shelter. She luxuriously cooked a bowl of hot porridge, adding a few fresh greens. For some reason, she used to be satisfied with just a single cookie in the previous game, but now she is obsessed with warm things. Even in this weather, a bowl of hot porridge makes her feel refreshed, and her frozen body quickly warms up. After eating several bowls, she let out a satisfied sigh, cleaned up, and packed away the shelter. She didn't know why she was so eager to find supplies. It seemed that just seeing a little increase in resources made her feel incredibly safe. And she didn't like staying in her room to sleep. She preferred to go outside and experience the world, which helped her adapt to the cold faster. 3 months was not a short time. To her surprise, even though she deliberately avoided other players, she kept running into them. It was as if all the surviving players had gathered in the city center. She encountered more than one group of people searching for supplies along her way. Although each group had only a few members, encounters happened quite often. She guessed that these players had been through many different game scenarios and might have experience or tools to deal with the cold wave. Perhaps only she still believed that players couldn't withstand the cold. Realizing her own underestimation, Su Mian decided to reflect on herself and be more cautious when dealing with players in the future. Just as she finished this thought, she came out of the shopping mall's escalator and bumped into a few people entering. She pretended not to see them and avoided them as usual, but they called out to her. "Hey, brother, wait a moment. What's the situation in the mall? Is there enough food? Or has everything frozen solid?" From their tone, they seemed lively. Seeing that Su Mian didn't want to talk, they lowered their voices further. "We've been to several places. Either someone else has already taken the supplies, or everything's frozen tight. If we can't find food soon, our camp will be in big trouble, and many of us will starve. You look energetic, so maybe you can help us out." Su Mian glanced at him and asked casually, "How many people are in your camp?" As soon as she said that, the man froze. Are you a girl? Realizing he had been too bold, he quickly apologized. I didn't mean to offend. It's cold today, and you're out here alone. Don't be mad, okay? You mentioned that our camp has not many people, about 40 or 50.
Are you
One of us? Most players are still a bit cautious about the locals, so this question is very common. Soo-mi-yeon nodded, confirming her identity, and then said, there is food in the supermarket on the first underground floor. At the very back, there is a warehouse that should have things you need. Everyone was surprised that Soo-mi-yeon was so generous with her advice. Besides the person who asked, the others happily thanked her. Seeing them eager to go inside, Soo-mi-yeon checked the direction and went to the nearby shop. The location was obvious, but it had been visited by others. Luckily, they were only taking food, so no one was interested in the items that took up space but didn't satisfy hunger. For example, the drinks and cigarettes in the store were still fully stocked. Soo-mi-yeon chose the more expensive items and cleared out half the store. Then she moved to a tea shop she hadn't visited in a long time. She felt it was nice to have some tea now and then, so she also took away a tea table that looked like it had just been set up. She visited one shop after another, as if exploring a backyard, and even forgot about the cold. Until she ran into the person who had asked her about supplies earlier. Although everyone was dressed tightly, there were some differences in appearance. Especially the person who asked her earlier, who spoke a bit like Zhao Tian. Soo-mi-yeon remembered him well. It was clear they were coming for her. When they arrived, they explained their purpose. Our camp also has girls. You all can look out for each other. Of course, we won't force you. It's entirely up to you. I just mean well. Soo-mi-yeon asked for their camp's address, but didn't agree to go there. She still needed medicine and had many places to visit. Living in a group wasn't suitable for her. Although they looked a little disappointed, they didn't insist. After all, someone who could come out alone wouldn't be an ordinary girl. They also had intentions to win her over. They parted ways, and Soo-mi-yeon found the only nearby pharmacy. As expected, medicines, essential supplies, were in high demand. The frostbite ointment was gone, but there were many other special and even expensive medicines. Soo-mi-yeon didn't know how to use medicine, but she understood that some drugs could save lives in emergencies. She didn't complain and took everything she could, including items that had fallen on the ground but weren't damaged. By 6 o'clock, Soo-mi-yeon finished her day's search. She found the top floor of a hotel, set up protective barriers on the stairs, and placed a makeshift shelter on the rooftop corner to block the wind. Inside the house, it still felt warm. Soo-mi-yeon was afraid of sweating, so she came in to adapt and then changed her clothes. Although she really wanted to take a shower, the bathroom's water flow problem hadn't been fixed, so she didn't want to take any risks. She boiled some hot water and quickly wiped herself down, feeling much more comfortable. She woke up early and returned late, wandering alone in the city center for 5 more days. Her collection of items in her space became more complete, especially the gold jewelry, which was almost piled into a small mountain. On the 10th day of her adventure, Soo-mi-yeon's life was once again disturbed by a group of players. The reason was that someone was watching her house. This time, to keep things simple, she set up the makeshift shelter near the greenery of a high-end residential area. The smoke coming from a house was obvious, so she was discovered. Soo-mi-yeon is usually cautious when sleeping. When she heard noises at the door, her first reaction was to get up and put on her clothes. The clock on the wall showed it was 4 in the morning. Outside, the people deliberately moved quietly, but Soo-mi-yeon's senses were sharper than most. She could hear their breathing. Although only one person was outside, at least 2 others were watching from a distance. It was a group operation. They chose a time when people are most likely to be sleepy. The large lock on the door was being unlocked, and Soo-mi-yeon sensed that the other person was trying to push the door but hadn't succeeded. She took out her usual watermelon knife. Not wanting the carefully installed lock to be broken, she proactively went to open the door. The person outside didn't expect someone to come out. They still held their tools and, upon seeing Soo-mi-yeon, instinctively tried to run. But Soo-mi-yeon kicked out quickly. The person screamed and fell to the ground. Before they could get up, Soo-mi-yeon pressed her knife against their neck, causing them to panic and shout, "Please, spare me. I I was just cold and saw your house looked warm, so I wanted to sit inside for a bit, Su Mian sneered. So you tried to break into my door. Hearing that Su Mian was a woman under the helmet, the intruder initially felt guilty, but suddenly gained confidence, saying, "You can't kill me. I'm not alone. If you kill me, they won't let you go. The house will still be taken. It's better if you let me go voluntarily. We promise to let you stay inside." He didn't finish his sentence, but the tone of desire in his voice made it easy to guess what he was implying. Su Mian cut straight through with a knife. Although Su Mian didn't want to kill anyone, she knew that being gentle when targeted would only make the people in the shadows think she was easy to bully. Sure enough, when she decisively cut the person's neck, the two people behind the tree panicked and made a noise. Su Mian heard their hurried footsteps as they ran away, but she didn't chase after them. She looked at the corpse on the ground with disdain, wiped the blood off her knife on the person's clothes, and angrily packed up the container house. Whether those two would come back or not, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. It was better to find a different place. Speaking of which, Su Mian noticed that since the cold snap arrived, the nights had become noticeably longer. One good thing was that, because of the reflection of the ice, she could see clearly without lights around, though looking for too long made her eyes uncomfortable. She pedaled her bike along the empty road, passing through the small path she took during the day, and arrived in front of a fancy office building. She chose the empty 9th floor, set up the container house, left a window open for ventilation, and went back to sleep. This time, Su Mian fell asleep quickly. She had a rare dream, and it was a very strange one. She dreamed of Su Chao, her older brother from the last game instance. He called her name with a fierce and cold look in his eyes. He shouted something and rushed toward her, but before he could reach her, a huge wave swept him away. Su Mian suddenly woke up, realizing her palms were sweaty. She checked the time, already 10 a.m., and the room temperature had dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. The vividness of the dream still lingered, especially the eyes full of hatred she saw before the wave. Even though she knew it was just a dream, she still felt uneasy and annoyed inside. She got up, added fuel to the stove, changed into dry clothes, sat in a chair for a while, and then started cooking. Today she was making mixed rice, following a popular recipe she saw online during the apocalypse. She divided rice and various ingredients into different sections in the pot, added seasonings, and covered it to heat. This time, her ingredients were more abundant: corn, ham, tomatoes, mushrooms, and small pieces of meat. It was her first time cooking, and because the stove was too hot, she didn't control the heat well. When it was done, it smelled good, but the bottom was slightly burnt. Su Mian didn't want to waste anything. She threw away the black parts and mixed the rest together, which surprisingly tasted very good. After eating, her stomach was already a bit full. The water had just boiled, so Su Mian set out the tea table, added a little green tea from a famous place, and brewed a small pot. The first sip was bitter, then sweet, with a light tea aroma that helped soothe the greasy feeling in her stomach. She felt very comfortable. She wasn't very good at drinking tea elegantly. The small teacup made her feel a bit unsatisfied, so she took a large mug and poured more than half full, ready to drink. Then she took out her phone and looked at the map of Chengdu. There are many places to visit in the city center. Even after 10 days, she had only seen a small part. The good thing was she still had many places to explore. The bad thing was riding a bike was a bit tiring. Today, she decided to try her new gear skates. Single-row skates were easy to control. In Chengdu's natural ice rink, they were very convenient for getting around. Sure enough, once she put on the skates, her speed increased a lot. But the cold wind was even sharper. Su Mian added a scarf around her neck and went to places she hadn't visited before. She looked for 4 or 5 pharmacies and found some frostbite ointment. They even had fever medicine, which was quite complete. Su Mian stored the medicines and shelves in her space. Since she got the shelves, the medicines were arranged in dozens of rows, looking like a big pharmacy. It was quite impressive. However, the categories weren't very detailed. She planned to reorganize them when she had time, or else finding a specific medicine would be very difficult. While thinking about this, she kept moving and went to another store. Before she even entered, she sensed something was wrong. She quickly turned around and stepped out of the store. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The frozen glass door shattered as something hit it. Soo-mi-an looked back at a tall building in the distance. Her eyes behind her goggles flashed with coldness. Behind the windows of a residential building 200 meters away, a man with a rifle watched the empty shell casings fall and said in surprise, "She actually dodged it." Next to him, another person looked unconvinced. "Just a coincidence. Your aim this time should be at her arm. Don't miss again. She clearly has a lot of good stuff on her. Sacrificing a teammate for it is worth it." The man nodded, adjusted his aim, but soon realized the target was gone. Another person was surprised. "Impossible.
I was watching the whole time."
It's really gone." The two of them realized they had been careless. They had waited a long time for the right moment, only to find the person had disappeared. "Don't worry. The person we're waiting for isn't in our team. If others notice something's wrong, they'll act. The team leader has already said this person must be caught." Feeling reassured, they decided to move to a different spot to hide again. But as they put away their weapons and turned around, both sensed something was wrong. A cold breeze hit them. One of their companions screamed first. He quickly aimed his rifle at the figure rushing through the door, but the figure was faster. In an instant, he broke the man's fingers and stole his rifle. When the man realized what was happening, his companion was already on the ground, pierced through the neck with a long knife, dead very badly. Meanwhile, he himself was pressed against the wall with a small dagger at his neck. The pressure made him back up uncontrollably until he was pinned against the wall. Cold sweat ran down his face. He begged, "I didn't mean to attack you. Our team leader saw your house and your abilities. They know you have at least 30 square meters of space. They want to hurt you and take you back to use. I was just following orders. Please spare me." Soo-mi-an looked at him coldly. "Were the people from this morning also your team?" Yes. They were sent by the team leader to scout." "We didn't expect things to go wrong." Soo-mi-an asked, "How did you find me?" "Our leader had eyes everywhere. Since you left the neighborhood, they kept watch nearby. But they lost track of you for a while. Later, they saw smoke from the office building, so they planned today's actions. Besides us, there are others hiding in the dark watching you." He deliberately told everything he knew, hoping Soo-mi-an would show mercy. After all, a wise person knows when to act wisely. This girl was very fierce, and clearly, they had been careless. But unfortunately, Soo-mi-an wouldn't leave them alive. Before he could finish begging, Soo-mi-an cut his throat with a knife. He clutched his neck, watching the woman wipe her dagger on his companion's clothes, his eyes filled with fear. She was too ruthless. Once she confirmed he was no longer breathing, Soo-mi-an left the room. This time, she didn't take the small path but chose the main road. Soon after, she sensed that she was being watched. Soo-mi-an has always been very sharp. When she realized those people had found her trail, she deliberately took a less obvious path and disappeared around the corner. 10 minutes later, a few bulky figures in heavy military coats appeared at the intersection. They whispered about their route and spread out. No one noticed the quick-moving shadow above. While they were still looking around for someone, Soo-mi-an had already moved forward silently and struck with her knife. Soo-mi-an is very good at killing. Sometimes she even wonders if she was born a cold-blooded killer. During the apocalypse, when others were panicking and afraid to attack zombies, she had already fought back and killed a man who meant her harm. Later, everything became natural. As long as she could stay alive, her hands were stained with blood. Now, to protect herself, she chose to eliminate dangers early. The team soon realized something was wrong. They walked through the small path, but couldn't find Soo-mi-an's figure, and even their companions' whereabouts were lost. Suddenly, a body fell from above. The last person to arrive was shocked and took a step back when he was hit to the ground. He naturally recognized it as a teammate's body, which meant their goal was exposed, and they were being watched. But Soo-mi-an didn't appear. It was as if she was hiding in a dark corner, watching him coldly. This helpless feeling made the man panic. In the end, He pretended to look around and then ran quickly toward the intersection. Unknowingly, Su Mian deliberately let him go. She had killed many people today. If the team leader was smart, he would know not to provoke her again. This person was the one who left a message. Su Mian thought her plan was very good, but she underestimated the persistence and greed of that player. That night, after being disturbed during her rest, Su Mian's patience reached its limit. She changed her clothes, packed up her shelter, and stepped onto the icy ground. Calmly, she chased after the person running far ahead. Although she seemed slow, she always kept about 10 meters behind him. She held a watermelon knife in her hand, deliberately dropping it on the ground to make a sharp, grating sound. That person clearly noticed as well. He heard that the woman they had provoked was not someone easy to deal with. After killing about 10 of their men in just one day, he no longer wanted to come back. But the captain had given an order. Anyone who disobeyed would face a worse fate than death. Although he didn't understand why the woman didn't kill him but kept haunting him, he didn't have time to think about it. Desperate to survive, he forgot to hide his route and ran straight toward the main camp. The guards at the entrance saw him return, but they also noticed the figure behind him. They immediately realized there was danger and shouted for help. "Everyone, come out. Someone is attacking us." Meanwhile, he turned back to inform the captain. Even though the mission was failed, it seemed the other side had come to him instead, so maybe the mission was still considered a success? When Su Mian followed, she discovered that the people had entered an underground tunnel. The entrance was blocked, and a sign nearby in bright red letters read, "Intruders die." It looked a bit like bluffing. She saw many people emerging from all around. She didn't stay idle. She took out a prepared box, touched it, and a flame instantly ignited. Just then, a group of people came out of the tunnel. The leader, even through thick clothing, radiated a strong presence, probably an experienced player. Seeing the man who had come for prey, he was in a very good mood. He wanted to show off that his team was already surrounding him. Suddenly, a box was thrown over. He instinctively caught it and asked, "What is this?" Before he finished speaking, everyone saw the quick-burning fuse at the corner of the box. Their faces changed drastically. The man also noticed. He didn't just see it, he smelled the gunpowder. But it was too late. With a loud explosion, the entrance of the tunnel seemed to burst like a fireworks display. Looking at the various body parts flying through the air, Su Mian's face remained cold. These people probably didn't think she came alone. In the apocalypse, such things didn't do much damage to zombie hordes, but they were deadly to humans. Luckily, she had saved some, which now came in handy. She looked at the 2 remaining players nearby. Clearly, what just happened was too sudden. They stared blankly at their most powerful captain, who had just been blown into dust. When they looked back at Su Mian, they found they had no strength left to stand. Until Su Mian approached, they all knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. They explained they only wanted to survive, claiming they had never killed anyone and usually just ran errands or cleaned. They begged her to spare their lives. Su Mian raised her knife and cut through their pleas, ignoring their excuses. They claimed they had never killed anyone, but she knew they were just begging because they were afraid of dying. She no longer wanted to trouble herself with them. She knew the explosion would attract many people, but she was not afraid. Having already killed many, she didn't mind adding a few more. After seeing the collapsed passageway and finding no other survivors, she slowly left. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she left, someone watching secretly from a distant building was excited and shared what they saw with others nearby. These people were original residents of the game world, lucky to survive the cold snap, but resources were scarce and hard to find. At this time, a group of arrogant and aggressive people appeared. They not only seized nearby supplies but also robbed ordinary people's resources at will. Later, everyone was too afraid to go out. When they did, they stayed several miles away. As a result, casualties increased. They had considered fighting back, but the attackers were very strong. The first encounter resulted in half of them being defeated. No one expected that tonight, someone would up their hideout and eliminate everyone inside. People in the building heard about this and stopped sleeping, wanting to thank the person responsible, and also hurried to rescue nearby supplies. When they came down, they couldn't find Su Mion's figure, so they had to give up. A few days later, Su Mion felt too comfortable and worried she might become lazy, so she forced herself to spend most of her time outside every day. One day, as usual, she was skating along the road searching. When she passed a snow pile, she was almost tripped by a hand that suddenly reached out. She reacted quickly, spinning around to steady herself. When she looked back, someone had already crawled out of the snow pile. The person was wrapped up very tightly, making it impossible to tell if they were male or female. As Su Mion was about to leave, she heard the other person weakly say, "Excuse me, do you know where a pharmacy is nearby? I can pay you if you show me the way." While speaking, the person lifted the covers they were wearing. Su Mion then saw that they were wrapped in several large, dirty blankets. When she saw the person's face, Su Mion was stunned again. It was a man with several frostbite sores on his face. They didn't look too serious, but they covered his entire face. The most important thing was his face looked somewhat familiar. Su Mion felt a bit confused, but didn't show it. Actually, it didn't matter if she showed her feelings. She was wrapped up very tightly now. Even if she stood right in front of him, as long as she didn't speak, he wouldn't be able to tell if she was a man or a woman. She stared at him silently, but signaled him to follow her. Surprisingly, he didn't ask questions and wrapped himself in a quilt to catch up. The quilt looked heavy, and he moved a little slowly. Su Mion walked at a steady pace, waiting for him. She saw his hand trembling as he held the quilt. She had checked all the nearby pharmacies. Most of the useful supplies had been taken, and even the remaining unrelated items she had collected. So, when the two of them appeared at a well-maintained convenience store, the man hesitated at the door and didn't go inside. Su Mion didn't mind. She cleared a table, and with a flick of her finger, a hot bowl of instant noodles appeared out of nowhere. He seemed stunned, standing there blankly. Su Mion spoke, "Eat first. It might freeze soon." She had prepared this in her shelter in advance, worried that sometimes she wouldn't have time to go back. It was convenient to have a hot meal. Besides the instant noodles, there was hot porridge in a thermos, but she didn't like sharing utensils with others, so she hadn't brought it out. When he heard her voice, he looked even more surprised. He moved his mouth as if to say a name, but swallowed it back. He silently entered the room, sat at the table, and picked up the bowl of noodles. The warmth made him forget his hesitation, and he started eating quickly. Su Mion closed the door and sat across from him. Feeling her gaze, he ate faster and even choked once. When he saw a cup of hot tea handed to him, he took it and finished drinking before realizing something. "Thank you." A name kept echoing in his mind, but he didn't ask about it. Su Mion didn't hold back and asked her own question. "Your face." He quickly replied, "Did I scare you?" Someone who wanted to hide their face suddenly stopped moving after hearing this. They looked at Su Mion in surprise, a glimmer of recognition in their eyes, and said, "You are." Hearing the familiar name, Yuan Hong stood up excitedly. "You're in the same game too?" "I guessed it was you, but didn't dare to say." He explained that his face was covered because of a reward item from completing a beginner's level. Honestly, he didn't like this ability because it was easy to be recognized and he couldn't remove the item right now. Su Mion also thought it was a problem. She asked how Yuan Hong ended up on the street. He looked a bit embarrassed. "That I ran into an opposing player, got separated from my team, and was exhausted. I collapsed on the street because I couldn't hold on. If he hadn't heard footsteps, he would have thought he was dead, so he forced himself to keep going and took a chance. Luckily, he met Su Mion. He looked at her gratefully and said, "In the early days, many players gathered together. We got along okay, but now finding supplies is very hard. Some people think they've done too much and are losing trust. The team leader is an experienced player but not strict enough, so there have been a few internal fights. The air in the bunker is okay, but the temperature is not good. Recently, more people have caught colds and developed fevers. There are no more fever medicines in the camp. He went far to find medicine but couldn't find any. His supplies were stolen, and if it weren't for Su Mian, he might have just fallen asleep on the street. In fact, Su Mian had saved him twice. Su Mian remembered that Yuan Hong rarely spoke, but this time he talked more than before, showing that life in their bunker was really tough. Currently, the daytime temperature is around -60 or 70 degrees. It's cold, but still bearable for humans. She asked, "Have you guys ever thought about leaving to find a new place?" Not only thought about it, we even planned it. But a super strong player appeared in Shin City. Rumor has it they kill indiscriminately and steal points from others. Everyone's worried they can't fight back. Su Mian was a bit confused. She had been here for about half a month, but she hadn't heard of this person. And about points, if they can't be stolen, maybe it's a special ability of the opponent? They talked for about half an hour. Yuan Hong then asked uncertainly, "If we stay near you, will it cause you trouble?" This was something Su Mian brought up herself. It's not that she missed living in a group, but she wanted to help them. Yuan Hong and his group were not lazy. If used properly, they could help her with some tasks. Su Mian also had the idea of asking someone to find supplies for her. Yuan Hong knew a little about her, so she didn't have to worry about keeping secrets. She said, "It won't be a problem, but the people you bring must be trustworthy." Yuan Hong understood. He planned to take only a few people, half of whom Su Mian knew. He estimated the travel time back. If he left now, he would probably arrive by evening, but Su Mian hadn't decided where to stay yet. He wanted to wait and choose a place together. After thinking for a moment, Su Mian decided to go to a park she had planned to stay at temporarily. The park was in the city center, but because of nearby main roads, there weren't many residential buildings. There were plenty of trees, so the environment was good enough. The main reason was that the park had mountains and water, which could help block smoke, and it could also serve as a natural training ground. In about 2.5 months, she planned to do some physical training to get used to the temperature. She felt uncomfortable being so bulky, and even light exercise made her sweat. She wanted to live a normal life, eating and washing up normally. From her observations, she believed this plan had a high chance of success. She agreed with Yuan Hong on a meeting place. Although he was curious why it was still a park, wondering if there was any cover, he didn't question her decision. Before leaving, Su Mian gave him her unused bicycle. She still had plenty of space in her bag and planned to modify it by removing the surveillance equipment, so it could be useful later. While there was still time before they met, Su Mian visited a prefab house factory. She bought some small standalone houses, including more than 10 for herself. She also picked out a few villas and a sunroom, choosing ones that looked nice and attractive. Passing by the sales hall, she took some electrical gifts meant for customers buying houses. By 8 p.m., Su Mian had already set up 3 small and 1 large prefab house in the woods. She locked the small ones and placed 2 stoves in the large one. In the corner, she stacked a few bags of fuel.
She felt it was about time.
She lit the 2 stoves and, while waiting for the rooms to heat up, used insulation cotton to seal half of the wall. For the remaining tricky parts, she left materials to handle when they arrived. At the same time, outside the park entrance, Yuan Hong and more than 10 others stood hesitantly. "This place feels colder than outside. Are you sure we're in the right spot?" one of them asked. Yuan Hong shook his head. He was sure of the address because he had been here once before. He looked at the injured and disabled people around him and warned cautiously, "Su Mian doesn't like trouble. She's very capable. Before you speak, think carefully. Even if the place isn't as good as the camp, don't show it. We're guests here, remember?" Apart from Yuan Hong and Li Jiang, only a few others knew Su Mian well. They hadn't met her often during their main tasks in the previous mission, but they still knew who she was. The rest of the players didn't know Su Mian well. They had been involved in this mission longer and were generally trustworthy and capable of protecting themselves. Although some of them felt nervous about coming here, they really didn't want to stay in the underground shelter any longer. They carefully stepped on the icy ground, trying not to slip, and moved forward slowly. As they went deeper, their hands and feet grew colder, and they felt their bodies losing heat quickly. Fortunately, Su Mian had said she was waiting near a small grove by the lake, so her location was easy to find. Not long after, they saw a bright light shining through the trees. The white, container-like building looked especially noticeable, not just because it was lit up, but also because a corner of it was smoking, indicating there was a heat source inside. Normally, seeing this place would make them happy, but now they felt tense and even more cautious than before. Even Yuan Hong looked around nervously, not daring to rush the others forward. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Why aren't you coming over?" The sudden female voice made the players at the back almost jump in surprise. They shouted loudly and quickly gathered together, facing Su Mian and drawing their weapons. Yuan Hong realized it was a misunderstanding and hurried forward. "Everyone, don't be nervous. It's Su Mian." Su Mian was also surprised by their reactions. She was dressed warmly, but she didn't look frightening. Why did they react as if they saw a ghost? She saw some of them glancing at her uncertainly. Only after Yuan Hong explained did they relax and breathe a sigh of relief. The first person apologized to Su Mian, saying they were scared by the killer player. "That I saw that house and thought he was nearby. When you suddenly appeared, I mistook you for him. We were rude just now, please don't mind." Su Mian became even more curious. These people looked tall and strong, and it was said that the killer player was alone. What kind of person could scare them like that? Maybe they are skilled fighters or have powerful tools. She didn't ask further and pointed to the house ahead, saying it was prepared for their rest tonight. "That I'm not sure how many of you there are. Let's rest together tonight, and tomorrow during the day, we'll assign places. Once you're used to it, you can go out to find supplies," Su Mian explained to herself, not noticing the strange looks from the others. At first, they were hesitant to approach the container house, but after following Su Mian inside, they were stunned by everything inside. The warm air hit them through their masks, and once they saw the two stoves, they curiously touched and looked at them. They also looked at the energy-saving lamp on the wall, feeling amazed that they could stay here tonight. Li Jiang saw the pile of fuel in the corner and asked Su Mian what it was for. Although pellet fuel is common in some industries, most people haven't used it and didn't know what it was for. When they learned it was better than firewood, they looked like they had just learned something new. They also saw a large pot of water on the ground, boiling hot. Su Mian took it off and let it cool on the floor, with a bag of disposable cups beside it. Opposite the fuel, there were several folding beds with clean, soft blankets on top. Next to the beds were open cardboard boxes. Curious, they looked inside and found bowls of instant noodles, bottled water, and some bread and biscuits. When they found out these were prepared for them, they were so touched they almost cried. Li Jiang, a strong and straightforward man, choked up and talked about how he could never get enough to eat. "When Yuan Hong mentioned you, I didn't hesitate to come. I knew Su Mian had food. Unlike us who go 3 days without eating and suffer from frostbite," Su Mian smiled and said, "I'm lucky. After I arrived, I started preparing supplies. That night the cold snap came, I lit the stove and it wasn't affected. You're the one with foresight. We also prepared, but who expected it to be so cold? Neither the coats nor the fire helped. Surviving was just luck. That's not as bad as me. When I came here, I was in the hospital getting an injection to reduce my fever. The hospital didn't even know when the owner of this body died. By the time I recovered enough to get out of bed, a cold snap had arrived. All right, you're all having a hard time. What can I say about the prison fight that got me killed? If we hadn't seen the situation was bad, we would have broken out. Now we'd all be frozen statues." Listening to their lively jokes about the strange ways they died, Su Mian felt relieved. But when she heard someone coming out of the police station, she couldn't help asking, "Which station?" "Shenzhen Police Station." "Girl, don't be afraid. I didn't do anything bad. It's just that the owner of this body didn't behave well and was caught stealing. It's not me." Su Mian was thinking about Yang Jianjun, who was also imprisoned. Seeing how anxious the person was to explain, she waved her hand to show she wouldn't ask further. She told a few people to split up and do chores. Most pasted insulation foam on the remaining areas. One person prepared and divided the instant noodles, and another went to the lake at the door to fetch water. Later, they would use it to soak their feet and ease frostbite. With many people working, everything was done quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the house was ready and the food was prepared. Seeing the warm food, everyone looked happy, especially when they took a sip of hot tea. It felt like heaven compared to their usual days. Not full yet, they ate a second bowl of noodles, adding the ham Su-mian gave them. They kept eating until they felt satisfied, then stopped. Su-mian saw they didn't need anything else for now, and decided to return to her own house. Before leaving, she thought of something and asked, "By the way, why were you so afraid when you saw the house earlier?" She had been waiting for this moment, wanting to see how the person Yuan Hong brought looked. But she saw they were very wary of the prefabricated house. After eating Su-mian's food, everyone, whether they knew her or not, became more familiar and less afraid. Not afraid of the house. We thought it was that killer players. Is the prefabricated house so popular? Su-mian didn't remember any other players living in such houses. After all, prefabricated houses are cold in winter and hot in summer, not good for hiding, and no one else had prepared as much fuel as she did. Seeing her curiosity, Yuan Hong explained, "Actually, we haven't seen that person. We only heard that he likes to kill. His notable feature is that he lives in a moving prefabricated house." Su-mian's steps suddenly stopped suspiciously. She heard a player say, "I heard he put the container house inside a space grid, but the house looks only 20 or 30 square meters, not that big. Plus, he's always moving around without leaving a trace, mainly active around the city square." Su-mian thought. For some reason, this sounds more and more familiar. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. She interrupted, "Since you haven't seen him, how do you know he's killed many people?" Immediately, she regretted asking because she remembered the player forum. Sure enough, their answer was just what she expected. They told Su-mian that everyone was wary of this demon player in the game. Killing was secondary. What was worse was how ruthless he was. We've gone through several copies, and it's the first time we've seen someone wipe out a team like that. From his way of killing, you can tell he's not mentally normal. Normal people don't like to cut open heads. Although the people he killed weren't good, he blew up the entire team. That's indiscriminate killing, Su-mian thought. Confirmed. No one noticed that Su-mian was acting strangely. She simply said she was leaving the room in a dull voice. What she didn't know was that after the door closed, a few people sensed something was off. After discussing with others, they decided not to mention this killer player anymore. After all, she's just a girl. You're talking about killing and head cutting. Normal people would be scared. Only Yuan Hong felt it was strange, but couldn't figure out why. Of course, by the next day, he understood. They had a good night's sleep, rare for the group to rest comfortably. Even though Su-mian said they didn't need to wake up early, no one lingered in bed. After dawn, they got up to boil water, wash their faces, and tidy the room. During the day, the room looked even warmer. With 2 stoves, it felt like the air conditioning was on. There was no strange smell, ventilation was normal, and the occasional sounds from the fuel made it feel like a normal winter where you just need to keep warm. But opening the door and feeling the cold air hit you instantly woke you up. Oh, yes, this is still the super cold world. The hole by the lake from last night has frozen over. Yuan Hongqi was the first to notice. He broke the ice and brought water for everyone, also carrying a bucket for Su-mian. At first, he didn't realize there were smaller blue houses behind the container homes where they lived. He thought Su-mian was inside one of them, but when he got closer and saw they were all empty and cold, he went back to look again. Finally, about 20 meters away from them, he saw a white container house. It looked small, about 20 to 30 square meters, simple and plain, but Yuan Hongqi was a bit stunned. Something flashed through his mind quickly, and he couldn't believe it. He nervously knocked on the door. Soon, it opened, revealing a well-dressed Su-mian. It was clear she had been up for a while. Yuan Hongqi controlled his curiosity and placed the water bucket at the door. "I was worried the water in the lake might freeze again, so I brought you a bucket. You can use it to wash your face or hands inside." He didn't finish his sentence because he saw Su-mian put the bucket inside and step out. As she moved her hand, the house suddenly disappeared. A sudden thought flashed in Yuan Hongqi's mind, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Su Mian saw him staring blankly and explained, keeping the water inside helps keep the room warm. You don't need to do that. During the day, someone needs to stay and watch over the surroundings. But Yuan Hongqi's mind wasn't really on that. He looked at Su Mian, feeling even more numb inside. They went to the main room one after the other. Everyone looked alert and in good spirits. When they saw Su Mian, they greeted her and also thanked her for the medicine she left last night. After dinner, they soaked their frostbitten hands and feet in water around 40 degrees Celsius, just as Su Mian suggested, and applied medicine. By morning, they realized their legs hadn't itched overnight. They understood how important the medicine was and decided to go out today to find supplies. Even if they couldn't find medicine, they would find something else to repay Su Mian. Seeing their determination, Su Mian didn't insist they rest and instead talked about today's plan. First, they would look for insulation cotton and pellet fuel, then organize the remaining container homes and set up the stove, making the place more comfortable to live in. Hearing this, everyone felt touched. They didn't know what to say. Su Mian stopped their gratitude and said, I'm also trying to find workers for myself. You should have heard Yuan Hongqi mention it. I have space, and I like collecting supplies. Even though she spoke plainly, no one felt uncomfortable. Instead, they felt more relaxed. Li Jiang interrupted, Don't hold back with us. Just tell us what to do directly. Just being able to sleep comfortably every night is enough. Finding supplies is what matters. We've searched the camp before, too. The others agreed, speaking in a way that made it seem like they were lowering themselves to the ground. With this, Su Mian felt more confident in her plans. There were 11 of them. She asked 2 people, who were badly frostbitten and a bit less able to move, along with Li Jiang, who was good at planning, to stay in the park. Their job was to organize more areas for activity and set up simple warning traps at the park entrance. The remaining 8 people split into 2 groups. One group of 4, led by Yuan Hong, went to find insulation cotton, which was light and could be collected in large amounts. The other 3 searched nearby for useful supplies, but they didn't need to carry anything, just note down the locations and tell Su Mian. She also prepared a bicycle for each person. These bikes were unlocked last night after she removed the electronic locks, so everyone could use them freely. Finally, it was her turn. Su Mian planned to check if there was still fuel left. Now that there were more people, she wanted to stock up as much as possible while supplies were plentiful so they wouldn't worry about using it. Su Mian thought this division of tasks was good, but everyone felt she was a bit unsafe alone. Someone suggested giving her 1 or 2 helpers, but Yuan Hong stopped them. He waited for Su Mian to leave first, then others couldn't help but say, more people mean more eyes. We won't bother her, and we'll watch our mouths and eyes. Yuan Hong didn't know what to say. After hesitating, he finally said, she prefers to be alone. If we follow her, it's just a burden. The others weren't happy with this. They weren't the strongest, but they definitely weren't a burden. Thinking that Yuan Hong knew Su Mian well, and maybe she really didn't like having people around, they gave up the idea. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Hong was also struggling inside. That day, everyone made 2 or 3 trips back and forth. Besides returning to keep warm, rest, and fill their stomachs, they mostly focused on searching for supplies. Their efforts paid off. They collected enough insulation cotton for current use, and even had some left. They also found 4 supply points, one of which was a large warehouse, though its entrance was frozen shut. The best news was that Yuan Hong found a car fuel heater, meaning they could start using the car soon. When Su Mian heard this, she immediately changed her plan. Starting tomorrow, she would look for fuel. She had long wanted to upgrade her transportation. That night, everyone gathered in the big room to eat rice. They made bibimbap this time, cooking a large pot with plenty of meat. Everyone was so focused on eating that no one spoke much. Su Mian also stayed behind and, for the first time in front of others, took off her helmet. When her clearly youthful face was revealed, everyone present, including familiar people like Yuan Hong, was stunned. Li Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, Su Mian, how old are you in this game? You look like a little kid. That was probably an exaggeration, but Yang Xiaohua's foundation was very poor. Although Su Mian had been giving herself extra meals over the past half-month, her weight hadn't increased. Luckily, her health wasn't affected. Otherwise, the cold wind after the cold wave could have frozen the girl to death. I'm already 16. I've been beaten and hungry often, so I look a bit thin and darker. Everyone who had thought she was miserable now agreed that she was the most unfortunate. After you came here, you must have faced more trouble than us. Your identity is that of a miner. With your experience, you probably got beaten to death, right? Some of the natives are pretty bad. You should wait for the cold wave to come and take revenge on them. Yeah, anyway, after we leave, the natives won't remember anything. Su Mian smiled at them. Yes, I reported him to the police on the day I arrived, hoping he'd freeze to death in the station. But I heard that someone from the headquarters came out, so I guess he might have escaped too. Last night, she had thought about going back to Yang Xiaohua's house someday. If Yang Jianjun returned home, her supplies would be wasted on him. It wasn't about Yang Xiaohua's situation, but about her carefully prepared food. It was meant to repay Dong Sueju's kindness to her daughter. If Yang Jianjun ate it, it would be no different from feeding a dog. Should we go back with you to check? Su Mian shook her head. No need. Finding supplies is more important. I'll go home when I have time. No need to make a big fuss over such a small matter. The others thought that man was just an ordinary person, but Su Mian was a player. They almost forgot she was capable. However, they couldn't help but be curious. Yuan Hong and Li Jiang both said Su Mian was powerful. The only thing they knew was that she had a space ability, but they hadn't seen how impressive it was. But managing to live comfortably through the cold snap must have taken some skill. After finishing their meal, they drank hot tea that Su Mian had prepared herself. Everyone was reluctant to leave the warm little house. They used the same team division as yesterday. This time, the few people staying in the park were responsible for installing insulation on other small shelters, but they didn't light the stove Su Mian left behind. Last night, they had already thought about it. Living together was lively and warm enough, so there was no need to waste resources just for comfort. They decided to wait until Su Mian needed new people and leave the shelter to them. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong found a few spacious, undamaged cars nearby that hadn't frozen solid. He marked them first before going to look for diesel and a generator. Su Mian and a few others went to the supply point they found yesterday. Collecting the first 3 supplies went smoothly, mostly without their help. Su Mian just put everything into her space. When they reached the last warehouse, which was frozen shut, they wondered how to open it. Then they saw Su Mian walk over with something in her hand. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The others were stunned from afar. When they recovered, they saw Su Mian walking into the warehouse through a big hole in the door. The 3 of them looked at each other, then all swallowed nervously. That evening, when they gathered to review the supplies, Su Mian distributed enough food for 3 days to everyone. Food stored outside was more likely to spoil, so they could mix and match the 3-day supply themselves. Since they were all men, Su Mian also kept some frozen meat for them. She also prepared some cigarettes and alcohol, but asked everyone to drink in moderation so it wouldn't affect their work in the coming days. Everyone looked at the drinks longingly and nodded in understanding. Li Jiang, feeling shameless, asked Su Mian for a set of tea utensils. He found that having a little tea in the house was very nice, more satisfying than eating a bowl of rice at critical moments. Su Mian understood his idea, and not only gave him the tea set, but also a few different kinds of tea leaves. She told him to try them and ask her for more once he decided which he liked best. Everyone laughed at Li Jiang pretending to be elegant, but after he made tea, no one refused to ask for some. After leaving the main house, Su Mian didn't go back to her small room. She planned to go out at night to retrieve the diesel Yuan Hong, and the others hadn't taken yet. Diesel was very useful in cold weather and was a valuable resource. She didn't want to leave it outside where it might be stolen. Another reason for going out was that the diesel station's direction was close to the Yang family, so she planned to take a look. At 7:30 p.m., a graceful figure wearing roller skates appeared here and there on the street. This time, Su Mian collected 3 diesel trucks and a bunch of scattered diesel barrels, a good harvest. Besides the generator she brought back during the day, Su Mian also had several in her own space. They were from her original world, but quite old. Back then, she kept them all together because her space was small, so she didn't use them much, but she couldn't bear to throw them away. Now she could replace them because she had just found a few new, decent-sized generators. Near her location, less than 2 kilometers away, she found a small food processing factory. When Su Mian entered, she saw that someone had been there before. There were still many items left, like loose biscuits, dried tofu, and small bread from the supermarket. She actually liked these small things. After packing up, she saw several large trucks in the factory's parking lot. She also collected them. One of the trucks was loaded with goods, probably ready to deliver after the cold snap, but unfortunately, she didn't have the chance. By the time she left the factory and reached near the Yang family, it was already 9 p.m. Maybe because the cold snap had lasted nearly 20 days, many survivors had found ways to stay alive. Occasionally, Su Mian saw faint lights from passing buildings or shops, along with signs of human activity. When she arrived at the Guangxi community, she found more faint lights there than on the street. Her gaze fixed on the 10th floor of the Yang family house, which was brighter than other places, giving her an uneasy feeling. The elevator had stopped working, so the stairs to the 10th floor were just a warm-up for Su Mian. She paused on the 6th floor, then stepped out of the stairs and went to the house where she had last called for an ambulance. There was someone inside. Su Mian could hear breathing and coughing. She selected something in her space. A small black bag appeared in her hand, and then she knocked on the door. There was a moment of silence inside, then someone came to the door, but didn't open it right away. Su Mian whispered, "Annie, I am Yang Xiaohua from the 10th floor. Can you open the door?" The door slightly opened in response, revealing the man of the house. He looked at Su Mian carefully, noticing that she was fully wrapped up and her face was not visible. Just as he was about to say something, a bag was handed to him. He was surprised and asked, "What is this? Since I didn't get a chance to thank you last time, I came back today and brought you some things." Seeing the man's eyes turn more complicated, Su Mian explained, "It's just some food and medicine. Auntie might find it useful." This time, the man's eyes turned red. He had planned to refuse the bag, but when he heard about the medicine, he changed his mind. After giving the things to him, Su Mian was about to leave. The man stopped her and said, "If you can survive outside on your own, it's better not to go back." His words seemed to hold back something. Su Mian thought that these people might know about the Yang family situation, since they were all in the same building. She decided to ask him directly. At first, the man was hesitant, but seeing no one around and knowing she had given him something, he told her the main points. The story was more dramatic than Su Mian expected. As she guessed, Yang Jianjun really did escape from the prison. He didn't escape on his own, but was taken out by someone very powerful. The reason they said he was powerful was because that person predicted a big cold snap that could even cause deaths, and it actually happened. Because of the commotion, the people with him stole the old couple's house next door, which made the residents more alert. They didn't dare to sleep, and later discovered the sudden frost at night, which saved them from freezing to death. Most of the people in the neighborhood died, and the old couple was even worse off. They froze to death in the corridor. Later, your aunt got sick. I had no choice but to go upstairs and ask for some medicine. The person opening the door had a knife and told me to leave, so I hurried away. By the way, your home was surprisingly warm when you came back. When I opened the door, there was still warm air coming out. Although she was a bit jealous at the time, she also realized those people were not easy to deal with. She could only go out to find medicine. Unfortunately, it was freezing cold outside. She almost froze to death. Luckily, she found some food and returned. This means Yang Jianjun still lives at home, and the troublemakers inside are probably players. With those people around, can Dong Sueju be better off? Before leaving, Su Mian advised the man to adapt quickly to the outside weather and told him that this cold spell wouldn't end soon. Whether he was willing to try or not was no longer her concern. When they reached the 10th floor, the main door was blocked. Su Mian pushed the door open and saw the corridor was very messy, with trash bags, cigarette butts, tissues, and other everywhere. The big gate of the Yang family was tightly closed. Standing at the door, she could feel a faint warmth still on it. Inside, there were loud voices, clearly indicating that no one was sleeping. She took off her helmet, added a thicker mask and ear protectors, and changed into a normal hat. She had planned to knock on the door, but remembered she had a key. Since there were no signs of the lock being changed, she simply used her key to open it. As the door opened, a wave of heat hit her face. It wasn't as warm as her small house, but it was still comfortable. The moment Su Mian stepped inside, almost everyone in the house looked over at her. Someone shouted, "Who told you to come in?
Get out."
Su Mian didn't look at him. She just glanced around the room. Both rooms were closed, and she could hear breathing inside, but she wasn't sure if it was Dong Cui-ju. In the main hall, 5 or 6 people sat together, all looking tough. Yang Jianjun was sitting among them. They were using the stove that Su Mian had left for Dong Cui-ju. When Yang Jianjun saw Su Mian, he stared at her for a long time before recognizing her. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, "You little brat! I knew it was you. You dare to come back here?" He then flattered the man beside him, saying, "Chong-gu, that's my daughter-in-law. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in trouble. Don't worry, I'll go teach her a lesson." The others heard this and sat back down, only giving teasing looks at the scene. They seemed bored and wanted to see how Yang Jianjun would discipline his daughter. Su Mian looked at Yang Jianjun and asked calmly, "Where's my mom?" He ignored her as if he hadn't heard. His eyes were full of rage. He raised his hand to slap her, shouting, "You worthless brat! I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I was even worried you'd die outside."
Ah!
But the slap didn't land on Su Mian's face. Instead, she grabbed his wrist and flipped his hand back. This move was skillful. Even Yang Jianjun, an adult, couldn't dodge it and was stunned. The others in the room didn't stand a chance either. "I'll ask you again, where's my mom?" Yang Jianjun's anger grew even more, but Su Mian's hand was like iron. No matter how he tried to shake free, he couldn't. Finally, his face turned red from struggling, and he reluctantly replied, "That burden is in the room." "You came to find her?" When she said this, there was actually a hint of envy in her eyes. Following Su Mian, he then said shamelessly, "I didn't expect someone like a bean sprout to be willing to take care of you. Anyway, I am your father. You can't always think about your mother when good days come. You should also help me out." Su Mian immediately threw him to the ground. The loud noise annoyed the other players. Before they could stand up, they were frozen in place by the cold glare in front of them. A watermelon knife pointed at Yang Jianjun's face. Su Mian sneered, "I thought you would freeze to death in prison, but I didn't expect you to come back alive. You really are a troublemaker that lasts for generations. Don't be impulsive. I am your father. Do you know that's illegal? Also, I tell you, these people are my friends. They're strong. If they kill me, you can't escape." Yang Jianjun didn't expect Yang Xiaohua to be so brave. He instinctively thought she was confident because someone was supporting her. But since his life was threatened, he didn't dare say anything too harsh. Su Mian sneered again. "They are really strong. They wouldn't use the supplies I brought to hide here like turtles. By the way, all these things are for my mother. I eat what I want. There's no such cheap deal in the world. You guys figure out how to compensate me." She was speaking to those players. When they were called turtles and got angry, they quickly thought about her words. Then, they reached an incredible conclusion. By this time, Su Mian had already put away her knife and gone into Dong Cui-ju's room. When the door opened, she saw a room full of people. All women, mostly young girls. On the bed, there was a woman barely breathing, not covered with a blanket. Her skin was already darkened, and she only had a few breaths left. Su Mian frowned, ignoring the disgusting smell, and finally saw Dong Cui-ju curled up and trembling fiercely inside the wardrobe. Next to her was another familiar person, Zhao Xiuli. Su Mian listened with a frown, waiting until the other person finished whispering. Then she said, I left you food and warmth, and I warned you not to let anyone into the house. If I am unkind, then you are just a foolish fool with no brains. This scolding seemed to wake Dong Sueju up a lot. She looked in disbelief and asked, Xiaohua, is it really you? Did you come to see Mom? She reached out to pull Su Mian, but her rough hand only touched Su Mian's glove. Still, she looked happy. Su Mian was not happy at all. She looked around. Since she entered, everyone here saw her, but didn't react much. Although no one was dead, they all looked like they were in a daze. Even Qin Xiuli nearby didn't react. Su Mian saw the marks on her neck and thought, isn't she Yang Jianjun's favorite? Does Yang Jianjun really treat her like this? Dong Sueju kept talking. I saw the note you wrote, but he is your father. I want him to be alive. Now she was speaking more smoothly. Su Mian sneered. Then he took your things and let you freeze here. It's not like that. It wasn't him. He was forced to. Our room is cold, but we can go out and warm up for a while. Your dad also gave me a lot of food. Among these people, I eat the most. Her tone sounded quite proud. Su Mian was silent. Maybe she shouldn't have come here. Thinking of this, she stood up and looked down at her. The things I gave you, he only gave you a little out of charity, and that's enough to move you? You raised me for over 10 years, cared about you, and then I was pushed down the stairs. You didn't feel anything, and you even thanked the person who did it. Dong Sueju, you are beyond saving. I even regret leaving you those things. Her words were harsh. Dong Sueju seemed to want to explain something but couldn't say anything. She only looked at Su Mian with pleading eyes. But we still have to rely on him to live. Don't you understand my good intentions? Su Mian was too tired to argue with her. In her view, as long as Yang Xiaohua was not dead, Yang Jianjun was not at fault. Unfortunately, she couldn't show her Yang Xiaohua's body now. But even if she did, this woman would probably find another reason to keep relying on Yang Jianjun. Your thoughts don't matter anymore. Just pretend Yang Xiaohua is dead from now on. After saying this, Su Mian looked at the women who had lost all hope of survival and said loudly, in 10 minutes, go to the living room to warm up. Don't be afraid of anything you see. Since the world has become like this, you should try to live on. Humans are very adaptable, and surviving isn't hard. Think of these hardships as part of life. Actually, living is pretty good. Without waiting for their reactions, Su Mian ignored Dong Sueju grabbing her hand and walked out of the room. Outside, some players were talking. When they saw Su Mian come out, they immediately became alert. Yang Jianjun was sitting on the ground, looking at her with a hint of schadenfreude. Su Mian pretended not to see the players' hands behind their backs and asked directly, have you decided how to compensate me? Some players had a watermelon knife, which she had taken out again. Seeing her come out of the room empty-handed, their eyes lit up with hope. One of them said, since we are all allies, I think there's no need to be so hostile. Do you agree? But after saying this, he suddenly pulled out a strange object and shot a small black ball. Su Mian quickly blocked with her sword, feeling a strong force hit her. Luckily, she was strong, and although her watermelon knife vibrated loudly, she managed to send the object back unchanged. The others didn't expect this kind of surprise, and were hit directly. With a loud bang, though it wasn't very loud, the small black ball exploded, causing the people to be covered in blood and flesh. The hall was filled with their screams and howls. Yang Jianjun was so frightened he couldn't react. Su Mian walked over. Seeing them retreat and try to use weapons against her, she stepped on their wrists and took 2 wooden guns, a bow and arrow, and the weapon that had just shot the black ball. In the end, amid their terrified eyes, one of them stabbed at them. A foul smell spread in the air. Su Mian glanced at Yang Jianjun, whose pants were soaked. Aren't you shouting that I am your father? I'll give you a special privilege. You have 10 minutes to run. If I can't find you, I won't kill you. Hearing that Su Mian wasn't joking, Yang Jianjun suddenly found the strength he didn't know he had. He got up recklessly, falling 3 or 4 times in the process, but finally managed to open the door and run out. Su Mian didn't chase him. It was intentional. She wanted to see Yang Jianjun die in panic and cold, much better than killing him directly. Next to her, a door opened. It was the room where Su Mian used to live. She turned her head and saw the bloody watermelon knife in her hand, looking very strange. The person behind the door was briefly startled, but not afraid. He trembled and said, "We're not with them. They took my daughter and threatened us to go find food. We heard noise earlier and broke free from the ropes." As he spoke, he saw Su Mian approaching, and he was so frightened that he took a step back and accidentally sat on the ground. The door swung open as a result. Inside, there were about 5 or 6 men. The youngest looked under 10 years old. All of them were strangers, with frostbite on their faces, some with blackened skin. Su Mian didn't attack them. She said something unrelated. "Those people look fierce, but they are not invincible. As long as you stay united, you might still fight back. The world has changed. You should weaken your sense of morality a bit. After all, you still have people to protect, right? Clean up everything here. I won't take the stove. I only have one request. Watch over that woman called Dong Chui Ju. If she dies, bury her for me. Don't give her special treatment. As for Zhao Shuli, she probably wouldn't last long, so there's no need to dirty your hands." No one interrupted Su Mian while she spoke. Compared to the women in the other room, these men seemed eager to survive. She didn't stay long after saying this, and turned to leave the room. What Su Mian didn't know was that after she went downstairs, the men and women in both rooms looked out the windows. When they saw her disappear alone into the cold night wind, their eyes showed something else. Then, everyone who could move silently went to the hall. They cleaned up the bodies without fear or excitement, sitting quietly together to spend this unusual night. Su Mian returned to the park at around 10:30 p.m. Not long after she set down the container house, someone knocked on the door. It was Yuan Hong. Seeing that he had something to say, Su Mian let him in. "During the day, I forgot to tell you, the person you mentioned isn't there. I asked around. They look alike, both players, but their names and personalities are different. They're probably not the same person." Remembering how close those two seemed in the last instance, Yuan Hong had been waiting for her to come back and tell her about it. Yuan Hong didn't want to disturb her rest, so he left after saying goodbye. Once he was gone, Su Mian took off her heavy coat, wiped herself down, changed into comfortable clothes, and sat on the lounge chair. Letting Yuan Hong and the others gather information was something she had wanted to do, but never found the time for. At the supermarket entrance, she had seen a player who invited her to join their camp. She thought the person looked familiar, somewhat like Zhao Tian. To be precise, they looked very similar, but the person had a dark gaze and didn't stand out much, creating a strong contrast with Zhao Tian's lively and sunny personality. She promised Zhao Tian she wouldn't pretend not to know him, but she also felt the other person was a bit strange. At the time, she chose to ignore him. Later, busy gathering supplies, she thought that since the other person was well-equipped, they could manage without her help, so she left it at that. Now that someone was helping, she provided the camp's address for them to inquire about. She didn't expect the outcome to be like this. It made sense. Though items that can fix a player's appearance are somewhat useless, they are probably rare. The person probably just looked like Zhao Tian. If that's the case, then it had nothing to do with her. After solving 2 issues in one night, Su Mian felt more relaxed. After a short rest, she got up to eat some hot porridge, then lay back on the bed and went to sleep. The folding bed was still not as comfortable as a big bed. Tomorrow, she planned to visit the mall to find some mattresses or similar items. Thinking about what she needed for tomorrow, Su Mian drifted off to sleep unknowingly. At a department store, she found many of the high beds and soft pillows she had been eyeing. Without space constraints, she moved over 10 different beds of various sizes and styles, separated the mattresses by quality, and hacked away more than 10 boxes of bedding and pillows. Her favorite were the fluffy, soft down quilts. These items were quite expensive in the store, but Su Mian thought they might get damaged if left out for too long, so she decided to keep only those in the display case that many people had touched and took the rest. Not long after leaving, she passed by a new type of grocery store that sold grains, oils, snacks, and frozen foods. She moved 8 large freezers, collecting a lot of pork, beef, chicken legs, and even several boxes of ice cream she had never seen before. Finally, she pried open the small warehouse inside the store and took a mountain of rice, flour, and cooking oil. She didn't leave anything useful behind. After gathering everything, she realized she had spent nearly 2 hours. I didn't expect the shop to have more items than the department store. Soo-mi-yeon thought that next time she passed by such a small-looking shop, she must go in and take a look. So, traveling by car was just a matter of time. This way, they could go somewhere else anytime, but their space would be more exposed as they expanded their storage. That day, when Soo-mi-yeon returned, she saw 7 or 8 cars parked in the park. While Lee Jiang and others worried about fuel consumption and how to keep the cars warm, Soo-mi-yeon appeared. In front of everyone, she stored the 8 fully repaired cars, with full tanks, into her space. Everyone was stunned. They knew Soo-mi-yeon's space was about 30 square meters, maybe a bit more. But 8 cars, at least 100 square meters, and that didn't include the large amount of supplies she had stored. More than 10 pairs of eyes looked at Soo-mi-yeon. She seemed unaware and calmly told everyone about her other plan, to expand the area for searching supplies and then start personal training. Searching for supplies was naturally part of their task. But when they heard about the training, everyone looked confused. Did it so cold outside, moving around wastes heat and food? Wouldn't it be better to stay here for 3 months? Soo-mi-yeon wasn't surprised by their thoughts. Survival was already hard enough, and now they had to find more trouble? Normal people wouldn't do that. She just smiled and said, "You can decide for yourselves. This is my personal training to help me quickly adapt to this kind of weather in the future." Last time, she ignored Zhao Tian during the training. Since they used their own strength to come here, the results of the training would naturally return to their original bodies. Doing all this was just a way to build up their physical strength, not a waste of effort. Overall, it was really worth it. She was a bit curious about how the system managed to separate the body, but still gather strength. The others looked at each other silently, neither speaking nor showing any opinion. The next day, when Soo-mi-yeon got up early and arrived at the open space cleared by Lee Jiang and others, she saw someone waiting nearby. Yuan Hong had already been active for a while, but it didn't seem to help much. His face was a bit pale from the cold. He approached Soo-mi-yeon and expressed his concern, mainly worried that this way of training might cause her face to freeze. None of them looked very good. Faces and bodies were all cold and pale. Soo-mi-yeon was a girl, so she probably cared about her appearance. She responded by quickly taking off her coat and helmet. Maybe because of the hardships in the last days, Soo-mi-yeon's ability to handle stress was much stronger than most people. She only took off her thick cotton clothes, so she still kept warm basically. Although it was a bit cold at first contact with the air, she could endure it. On the first day, Soo-mi-yeon didn't push herself too hard. She only exercised for half an hour before going inside, and her fingers started to itch a little. The second day, she trained for an hour. On the third day, 2 hours. Her endurance increased gradually. Her fingers turned red, and her ears froze a little, but after applying medicine, there was no worsening. By the 5th day, Soo-mi-yeon's training team had grown by several people. They silently endured the cold while practicing boxing. Just as they were about to finish today's training, an explosion suddenly broke the peaceful atmosphere. The explosion was very close, probably near the park. There was nowhere nearby to find supplies, so Soo-mi-yeon didn't think the explosion was accidental. She told everyone to put on their clothes and weapons, and she quickly put on her coat. She also checked her space for a new watermelon knife, but didn't take it out. In her hand was the black ball launcher she stole last night. It looked like a small bomb. Su Mian studied it last night. It was good, but only 3 small black balls could be loaded at once. Interestingly, each black ball cost 1 point. When the system responded to her, Su Mian even felt it was mocking her, as if implying she could buy points to get what she wanted. Su Mian wanted to ask back if she had points, how could she create a whole shopping mall? But the system was reluctant to mention it, only telling her to keep her points safe, which was also a kind of hint. Now, there were still 2 small balls in the launcher, barely enough for emergencies. The group headed toward the park gate. Before reaching it, they saw a group rush in hurriedly. Compared to the bulky crowd, the newcomers wore light clothes, looking like simple cotton jackets, but judging by their expressions, the clothes seemed warm. They all looked energetic, and their movements gave off a feeling of being well-fed and comfortable. Su Mian guessed these were not just players but players with some resources. She just didn't know what their purpose was. But she soon found out. Everyone's here just in time, so we don't have to go looking for you. I won't beat around the bush. We know your players, and at least 1 or 2 of you bought space slots. We're short of talent in that area. Since we all know each other, I think we can form a friendly partnership. What do you think? The speaker spoke confidently, seeming very proud and not worried about rejection. Some of them even looked at Yuan Hong, and others with challenging eyes. Su Mian observed and realized that Yuan Hong knew them, but their relationship didn't seem friendly. They were probably the rival players she had heard about before. Maybe because she had been asking for supplies loudly these days, she attracted their attention. It's also possible they had been secretly watching her for a long time. Even if Su Mian was sensitive, she couldn't avoid all spying eyes. Bad luck was coming, and there was nothing she could do about it. What? You left your original team, and now there's no one brave enough to speak? Perfect. Join us, and you won't have to suffer in this cold corner anymore. Li Jiang couldn't hold back anymore. Su Mian hadn't spoken, so he didn't want to step in. But seeing their arrogant attitude, he finally lost patience. There are plenty of talented players out there. If you don't want us and even come here yourself, it just shows you think we're easy to bully, right? Another person said, there are many bad tricks in the game. We're all players. What's the point of making such a big show with false bravado? We can still find supplies here ourselves. If we join you, it's like working as a servant. Stop pretending. If it comes to a fight, we might as well go all out. Maybe you won't get away unscathed. Those people didn't get angry. They just looked at each other and laughed. The man who spoke earlier said, you guys are pretty tough. Since you know about our team and understand what happens if you refuse, I'm in a good mood today and don't want bloodshed. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Li Jiang spat and said, what's the point if you don't understand plain words? It's obvious you're refusing. If you want to fight, just do it. Don't waste time. His words were rude and arrogant. The others' smiles faded gradually. The man replied, that's what you said. Suddenly, the man raised his hand. 5 or 6 thin ice spikes shot out from his palm, aimed at the group. Li Jiang and the others looked serious and quickly gathered together. Yuan, who was originally watching closely behind them, was actually blocking the attack. It was an ice-type supernatural power. No wonder he was so arrogant. Su Mian knew what supernatural powers meant to these players, especially the ice-type, which was considered a good ability in the apocalypse. Seeing the others behind the man looking like they were just watching and not planning to help, Su Mian looked down at her launcher. The man showed a cruel, cold smile. Don't cry and beg later, as he pushed his palm forward, his face still showing contempt. But in the next moment, a faint explosion sounded and everything froze. Blood mist like snowflakes sprayed into the man's face. No one saw what the black sphere was. When the man's pain returned, his ice spikes and his hand had already disappeared. Not only his hand, but 4 or 5 people nearby were affected. Those unharmed also spat blood. Li Jiang and the others were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Only the players closest to Su Mian saw everything clearly, but they were too shocked to react. Su Mian calmly walked forward, staring at the man's severed hand. "You're right. It's not good to see blood at this time." The other man angrily looked back. "You're asking for death." He raised his other hand, and the icy palm quickly struck toward Su Mion's face. "Be careful, Su Mion." Li Jiang and the others watched nervously. A more strange scene happened. Su Mion didn't hesitate and grabbed the man's hand. She covered most of his face, so her emotions weren't visible. Only the man's expression changed from calm to confused, then to panic. When he was eager to pull back, he found his hand was tightly held. The others didn't see what was happening and even worried that the ice spike had pierced Su Mion's hand. Only the man's face showed pain. He shouted, "What did you do to me? Let go. You crazy woman." "My hand." "Ah." Then came uncontrollable screams. His friends thought he was overreacting just holding his hand, and he wasn't like this when he broke his hand before. Suddenly, a flame burst out. It first wrapped around the man's palm, then spread up his arm. All this happened very quickly in about 7 or 8 seconds, and the flames quickly set the man on fire. No matter how much he screamed, struggled, or cursed, Su Mion never let go. She kept holding until the man was burned to death, turned to ash, and finally turned to dust in front of everyone. She then shook her hand, took off her torn glove. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Neither Li Jiang and the others, nor the group brought by the man could move, stunned by what they saw. The people across finally reacted. Their eyes filled with fear as Su Mion approached. They backed away, stammering, "Our boss is stronger than the team leader. You didn't suffer any loss earlier. We're just here to recruit people, no need to kill everyone, right?" But Su Mion remembered how arrogant they had been when they arrived. She didn't attack because she thought the ice-type ability user could handle all of them at once. Now that they saw they had no chance, they lowered their heads. Su Mion didn't know what they were thinking, but she knew people tend to gather with those like themselves. They were definitely not clean, especially since Yuan Hong and others had mentioned the evil deeds of this group. They weren't the worst, but they had harmed many people, like rats among players. She put away her launcher, moved her wrist, and a brand new watermelon knife emitted a cold glow in her hand. Many players also used cold weapons. I thought Su Mion would directly use strange hidden weapons or burn them with terrifying flames, but I never expected her to take out a knife, specifically a watermelon knife that most people wouldn't use. Perhaps they realized Su Mion wouldn't let them go. After exchanging glances, they initially discussed retreating but then decided to attack first, trying to surprise her. However, Su Mion saw through their small tricks long ago. When the person in front suddenly swung a strange rope, she instinctively dodged sideways. Suddenly, a loud sounded. Turns out it was a whip that exploded with a bang. Su Mion looked at the whip with interest. When the opponent attacked a second time, she wrapped the whip around her watermelon knife, stepped forward quickly, and snatched the whip back with her other hand, playing with it. The nearly 2-meter-long whip looked just like ordinary rope. Su Mion tested it by swinging it in the air, and it exploded again with a loud bang. The sound suggested it was quite powerful. She saw the player whose weapon she had taken with a look of regret, realizing that this thing was also a product of the marketplace. Next, Li Jiang and others nearby reacted and moved to attack. Everyone showed their best skills. Some wielded axes to chop, another held a glowing electric sword, and many fought barehanded. Su Mion watched their quick moves but noticed they lacked a fierce spirit, indicating they hadn't fought desperately before. Seeing the group gradually retreating and trying to run, she directly threw the whip into her space, then stepped on her toes with her knife, and leapt over a few people blocking their way. When the enemies turned to escape, they saw the figure waiting behind them. The only thing greeting them was a merciless chopping knife. Realizing they were surrounded from behind and in front, the few people huddled together in tense defense. Su Mion stepped forward and kicked their formation apart. Without any fancy moves, each person had a knife in hand. They didn't even have a chance to scream before they were all killed. Her quick and precise strikes left almost no blood on the ground, but the scene still looked brutal. Especially Li Jiang and the others. Before they could even fully attack, Su Mion had already taken them down. They didn't think Su Mian was cruel. Instead, they thought her skills were very cool. However, after Su Mian left the corpses behind for them to deal with and they saw the knife marks on their necks, they suddenly remembered something. Like a silent agreement, they all looked up at their companions nearby, their wide eyes reflecting shock and confusion on each other's faces. After some time, someone exclaimed, "No way," although no one said anything else. Everyone understood what was meant. They looked at each other, instinctively swallowed, and glanced at the bodies on the ground. Then they looked at the room where Su Mian had left, their eyes inevitably falling on their own makeshift shelter, now with no hope of escape. At this moment, the three people who had gone out to find supplies spoke up about something else. Actually, when we first searched for supplies with Su Mian, we had our suspicions. Yes. The warehouse door was frozen shut, and we didn't know what to do. Then Su Mian took a bomb and blew it open, but we thought it was just a coincidence since Su Mian doesn't seem like what? Of course, like the player rumored to kill anyone casually. Li Jiang usually stays calm, but now he hesitated and said, "It seems the forum never said whether the other person is male or female." Another person added, "Do you remember the first day we arrived? When we talked about that player, didn't Su Mian react a bit strangely? I thought she was scared. At that time, she should have known we were talking about her, right?" Thinking about it, everyone felt awkward. After all, they had used all kinds of adjectives to describe her, especially calling her a pervert. And the person involved was right in front of them. Yuan Hong had been silent all along. He guessed it on the first night, but didn't let it affect his impression of Su Mian. Seeing everyone just feeling awkward and embarrassed, not afraid or rejecting her as they had imagined, he relaxed and stepped forward. "Let's quickly clean up the bodies. It's enough that everyone knows what happened. Whatever was, whatever is, just pretend we don't know." Everyone agreed with this. Some even sighed in relief. Honestly, if the other person was an enemy, I'd be terrified all the time. But knowing they're one of us gives a strange sense of security. I actually feel the same way. Me too. They looked at each other and all smiled. Su Mian started to worry that she had been too harsh. These players might be afraid of her, but they seemed no different from usual. This eased her mind a lot. If a group of people were trembling and wary of her, there would be no point in keeping them around. That night, the weather cooled down. Su Mian generously took out several lamb legs and let everyone roast them over the fire. She was again picking and choosing, planning to make a mixed rice dish. Yuan Hong noticed that every time she ate, she looked worried and uncertain. At first, he thought she had few ingredients, but then he saw she had everything, and he understood. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Shall I do it?" Su Mian looked visibly happy. "You can cook? I used to be a chef. I know a few dishes from different places." Su Mian was even more surprised. She thought these people couldn't cook. Honestly, she liked the mixed rice, but she wanted to try something different. She wasn't good at cooking and never had the chance to learn. She often looked at the ingredients in the space but couldn't decide what to eat. If Yuan Hong could cook, she wouldn't have to worry so much. Seeing her happy, Yuan Hong said casually, "Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it." Su Mian nodded. This time, she didn't hesitate. She directly picked out steak, chicken feet, and various vegetables. Yuan Hong watched her excitedly, didn't stop her, and only after she had gathered a bunch of ingredients did he squat down and point at the ingredients, explaining what dishes to make. They talked for a while, but no one responded. When he looked up, he saw Su Mian looking at him with shining eyes. He felt a little embarrassed under her gaze. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just let your creativity run free. There are seasonings too. Just ask me if you need anything." Su Mian's tone was a bit excited. Suddenly, she thought of an idea, no more worries about what to eat in the future. The next day, Su Mian arrived at the training ground and found that everyone was there, and they had been practicing for a while. They were all following Yuan Hong in learning a set of fitness boxing taught by Su Mian. This boxing style was developed in the last days by the base's researchers. Later, it became widely known throughout the base. It's simple to learn, suitable for all ages from 80 down to children. The moves are easy, but practical and regular practice can improve physical strength. Su Mian had also taught Zhao Tian during a previous mission. Zhao Tian had little talent and looked awkward when fighting, but he managed to learn a few moves. Later, he went to the offshore base, where he had little chance to show his skills, so he gave up. Shaking off her thoughts, Su Mian continued practicing. The group trained for an hour, and most of them were reaching their limit. Yuan Hong reminded them to take it step by step. He didn't push himself too hard and urged everyone to go inside and rest so they wouldn't delay their tasks. After resting for half an hour, just as they were about to leave, Yuan Hong was called over. Su Mian informed him that his mission had changed. The others planned to go out, but only Yuan Hong was given a new plan. Thinking it was a big task, Yuan Hong looked serious and promised he could complete it. But when he opened the note and saw the details, he was stunned for a long time. There aren't many supplies nearby to search for. Those are enough for them. Your task is to gather the items listed here, and the more, the better, Su Mian said, trying to keep her expression calm. Yuan Hong finished reading the note and seemed to calm down. He nodded normally and said, "I'll take this back to study. I'll see what materials are needed. Once you find the items, I'll start working on it." Su Mian was very pleased with his response and quickly handed him some paper and a pen. "If you know anything else that's not on the list, write it down. I want to try those too." Yuan Hong was speechless. In the evening, after completing their tasks for the day, the players returned and found that Yuan Hong had moved into a single room by himself. When they heard Su Mian had given him a special task, everyone was both envious and curious. Li Jiang, feeling confident, went over to ask. When he came out, his expression was complicated. When asked by others about Yuan Hong, he hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a big task, one that none of us can do." The next day, Li Jiang received a task to go out. He needed to find simple items like large quantities of eco-friendly lunchboxes, insulated containers, or various types of thermal bags, as well as anything that could safely hold food. Others found this confusing, but Li Jiang understood perfectly. Almost 2 months had passed since the last challenge. Most of the nearby supplies were gone, and more survivors kept appearing. Even the park where Su Mian and her group stayed had been visited by several groups of survivors. At first, Li Jiang didn't allow anyone to enter, but when Su Mian wanted to leave, he didn't stop her. Soon, a few more groups moved into the park. These new people kept their distance from each other. At first, everyone got along peacefully, but it didn't last. Su Mian and her group had food and supplies, and their tents often smoked and gave off various pleasant smells. One dark night, someone had a bad idea. Unfortunately, they chose to target Su Mian. In the end, Su Mian warned them by threatening to hurt someone, and after that, no one tried anything again. However, her act of defending herself spread among the locals, and later, new arrivals kept their distance from their makeshift camp. Unknowingly, this worked in Su Mian's favor. If she hadn't been worried about delaying Yuan Hong's progress, she would have left long ago. 10 days later, Su Mian's group not only met their quota, but exceeded it. She quickly gathered everyone and announced plans to move. They would leave tomorrow night, and everyone would rest during the day. Su Mian took advantage of the day to go out. She visited the time zone community. This time, she dressed more normally, just a thick cotton coat, a warm hat instead of a helmet, but she didn't feel cold. This was thanks to her improved physical condition over the past month. Not only Su Mian, but Li Jiang and the others also felt much stronger against the cold. However, the frostbite scars from before still lingered, despite the medicines Su Mian applied. Most of the men looked tough and rugged, and now with some scars, they looked even more intimidating. Li Jiang joked that he and Yuan Hong used to be delicate, but now they looked like tough guys. Su Mian thought that was a funny comparison. She had seen Yuan Hong's face, and it definitely suited the tough guy look. As for what Li Jiang looked like before, only he probably knew. The entrance to the time zone community was cleaner than Su Mian had expected. She thought that after what happened last time, the people here would move away. But when she entered the gate, she saw many people coming and going. Soon after Su Mian went inside, she was noticed by several people. She was sure she had nothing special, feeling a bit strange. Just then, someone came over to ask her for information. Only then did she realize that the neighborhood was probably managed or owned by someone. She didn't know if the person was friendly or not, so she didn't want to reveal her identity. She only said she was here to find someone for someone else, reporting the address of an elderly couple on the 10th floor. The person seemed to know a lot about the neighborhood. Hearing this, they sighed and said, "You're too late. That family moved out last month." Soo Myeon thought for a moment, but didn't reply. The person thought she didn't hear the news and comforted her a little. Taking the chance, Soo Myeon chatted casually and learned that the neighborhood wasn't taken over by someone else. Instead, the residents had formed a group on their own, making it feel like a small, well-organized base. It wasn't surprising, but having such a lively and friendly atmosphere was quite nice. She politely declined the kind invitation to join the group and didn't ask about Dong Sueju anymore. Then she left. What she didn't know was that if she had taken a few more steps forward, she would have seen a man-made ice sculpture in the neighborhood. Its shape was exactly like the watermelon knife she left behind, even painted with red-colored paint to look like blood. Half an hour before leaving, Soo Myeon changed into a more comfortable and not-too-thick outfit. Lee Jeong and the others didn't have much to pack. They finished breakfast quickly and were ready to leave even before Soo Myeon arrived. This trip involved 12 people who took 2 7-seater cars. The cars were spacious enough for everyone to move comfortably. They had prepared heating devices inside the cars, and the air conditioning worked fine, so they wouldn't get cold. At 4:30 a.m., Soo Myeon took out the car, and Lee Jeong took the keys to start the engine and turn on the air conditioning. Last time, they used a warm cover, so the car still had some heat. But everyone waited another 10 minutes before leaving the house, then split into 2 groups to get into the cars. Soo Myeon sat in the back, storing the house in her space, and sat in the front passenger seat of the lead car. This car was driven by Yuan Hong, and the car behind was managed by Lee Jeong. To prevent slipping, the 2 cars kept a 50-meter distance. To avoid falling behind, they all used walkie-talkies to report their status at any time. The temperature inside the car was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Soo Myeon had prepared food and drinks in the back car so they wouldn't go hungry or thirsty on the road. Everything was going smoothly on the road, except for too many obstacles on the main route, so they had to take a detour. Around 5:30, the cars approached the city outskirts, and everyone decided to take the highway. The toll booth barrier was damaged by people, and the booth was covered in ice, looking like a big snowball. The cars passed through the widest manual lane, and the road behind was smoother. When the cold front arrived, it was nighttime. There weren't many cars on the highway, but some were covered in ice, and occasionally, you could see shadows of people inside through the windows. Soo Myeon looked away from the window, resting her head on a pillow, planning to take a short nap. She was suddenly awakened by a strange dream. Before she could think about it, she saw something white in the distance on the highway and sat up quickly. To make sure she wasn't seeing things, she quickly wiped the fog off the glass beside her and in front of her, then looked again. Yuan Hong immediately noticed her movement. "What's wrong? Did you see that fog?" Soo Myeon pointed at the white thing in the sky far away. Although the cold front brought a lot of white everywhere, this was clearly different. Unfortunately, Yuan Hong had been driving for a long time, and the white scenery made it hard for him to see the difference clearly, so he didn't notice anything unusual. Others also wiped the fog off their windows after hearing this. With more eyes and Soo Myeon's specific directions, they soon realized something was wrong. "That fog seems to be moving." "No, I don't think it's fog. It's moving, and the sky over there looks different." Although they were still some distance away, a quick look was enough to see the difference. Yuan Hong started to feel nervous and slowed down the car instinctively. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled with static, and Lee Jeong's voice came through. "Yuan Hong, have Soo Myeon check if something's wrong. Since we got on the highway, the temperature inside the car has dropped 5 degrees without reason, and it's getting colder the further we go." When these words were spoken, everyone looked at the temperature display hanging behind. Only then did they realize that Lee Jeong was telling the truth. After so many days in the game, aside from the big temperature drops before and after cold waves, The temperature has mostly stayed steady around -60 degrees Celsius, regardless of the time of day. Now that it's daytime, the temperature is still dropping, which is clearly unusual. Su-mion, what should we do? Should we stop? Su-mion had been thinking about what to do. When she heard this, she saw the nearby sign and made a decision. Let's go to the service area first. The people in the car clearly felt that the outside situation was getting worse. Players who kept an eye on the thermometer kept reporting the temperature, which was still falling. Li Jiang received a message but didn't say anything. He probably knew something unexpected had happened, so they all silently sped up. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the highway service area. Su-mion told everyone to find a suitable place to stay upstairs. She stayed behind to take the car and then looked around outside. Their thin clothes didn't seem enough to keep out the cold. She quickly put on a thick coat and ran into the building. Li Jiang was waiting near the entrance. When he saw her, he grimaced and rubbed her arms. This cold and heat are really hard to handle. They say the second floor is spacious and empty, so let's go upstairs and wait. Su-mion understood the hidden meaning in his words and was a bit surprised. There are other people here? There are some in the restaurant on the first floor. They thought we came to steal food, so they looked at us coldly before we even got close. They don't seem like players. When there's no conflict, Li Jiang and the others don't mean harm to the locals. They simply stay away and choose the second floor. The building's walls are quite thick, and the upstairs is more spacious. As Su-mion followed him upstairs, they saw that some people had already cleared out an office. It's a place where the service staff work, with only a desk and a carpet on the floor. It looked pretty clean, but there was a large glass window on the outside. Su-mion avoided the window and set up a temporary shelter for the group. She didn't rush inside, but used the height of the building to look toward the foggy area she had observed earlier. She could feel the fog getting closer, and at the same time it was colder. It felt a bit like the cold wave that arrived that night, but also a little different. Yuan Hong also came out. Now he saw the fog everyone was talking about, and finally understood why Su-mion had brought them here. I can't help but feel a little worried. This fog must be related to the drop in temperature. I think it might be even colder than last time. When I said this, I also understood the possible consequences. Last time, most people couldn't escape the cold. If it gets colder this time, the remaining people. Let's go inside and check the situation first. I thought for a moment and decided, I'll go downstairs to warn those people. I didn't expect that I still have a kind heart. Su-mion wouldn't stop me. Watching me go downstairs, Su-mion wrapped her coat tighter and looked calmly into the distance. At exactly 11 a.m., a cold wind started blowing around the service area. Li Jiang came out for the second time to urge Su-mion to go inside. The others also looked out from time to time, but besides seeing the fog approaching and the temperature dropping, they didn't notice anything else. This time, Su-mion didn't refuse. She estimated that the fog would arrive at the service area by 11:30 at the latest. She didn't go into her container, but decided everyone should stay together and see what happens. Not long after sitting down, Yuan Hong handed her a cup of hot tea. Drink some water. Su-mion took it and took a sip. Thinking of something, she asked Yuan Hong, how did those people react? They sent someone out to check. They believe what I said. I think they are prepared. Yuan Hong spoke very casually. When others asked curiously, they learned he went down to warn those people. Some said he was kind, others thought he was meddling too much. If they can't handle it later, they might blame him, which would cause trouble for himself. Yuan Hong seemed to realize this and immediately felt regret.
Su-mion said it was okay.
As long as those people dared to come up, she was confident she could make them die faster before they got close to the container. Su-mion thought that anyone who helped her was doing her a big favor. She could fix this small mistake. She shouldn't be too harsh. In others' eyes, Yuan Hong and Su-mion seemed very close, so they tolerated him. Yuan Hong still felt very guilty. Living such a comfortable life with Su-mion, he almost forgot where he was. Thinking that his words might cause trouble for Su-mion this time, he felt even more guilty. The chat went by quickly. Before 11:30, everyone noticed the change. first, the thermometer in front of them suddenly dropped 5 degrees, and then a loud howling noise outside could be heard, unstoppable even by the container. Su Mian stopped Li Jiang from opening the door to look outside. She peeked through in the container window. From here, they could see outside through the office window. At first, the view was clear, but after 2 or 3 seconds, it became blurry. Soon after, frost covered the glass. Su Mian heard something hitting the glass. She watched as cracks appeared on the thick glass. Luckily, it didn't break, but it seemed close to shattering. The only problem was that they could no longer see outside clearly. Just as Su Mian was about to draw the curtain, the container's glass also fogged up. It was a bit like the night when a cold front arrived. The difference was that there was no visible frost approaching, but maybe it was not the right time yet. Another 10 minutes passed. The person sitting nearby felt a slight chill on their back. Honestly, they had never felt cold inside the room before. This was the first time. Li Jiang immediately told everyone to put on their warm clothes. Su Mian went to the bathroom to change into her gear. When she returned, everyone was dressed in thick clothes similar to what they would wear outside. Everyone waited nervously as time ticked by second. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside, followed by more noises. It sounded like something was falling from the sky. Gradually, the sounds lessened, but the thumping on the ground became more frequent. Could it be hail? Have you seen that movie? Fist-sized hail that can kill people. Oh, come on, talking about disaster movies at a time like this just makes things scarier. Who are you trying to scare? Well, it just reminded me of that. Speaking of movies, don't you think this is a bit like that? It's also a temperature drop. They had a storm eye, and we have this cold front. Luckily, this scenario is divided by temperature. Only cold, no heat. Otherwise, it might be a volcano eruption or falling fireballs. I won't say more. Don't look at me like that. As they talked, they started to drift off topic. They originally wanted to relax by talking, but now they couldn't. Especially when they felt cold again while wearing thick clothes, the sense of urgency reached its peak. Su Mian was not nervous. She had a feeling that the temperature wouldn't drop too far. Sure enough, around 12 o'clock, the noises outside gradually quieted down, and the room slowly started to warm up again. The temperature dropped for about an hour, but everyone felt like it lasted a whole century. After waiting another half hour, everyone began unbuttoning their heavy clothes. An hour later, the room had returned to its previous warmth. The silent group started to feel like talking, and by the end, they were already hungry. Su Mian told them to prepare using the ingredients in the house, changed into warmer clothes herself, and went outside. Not long after she left, someone followed her out. Turning around, she saw Yuan Hong. I also want to see how things are without disturbing you. Su Mian nodded. Don't go too far. Then she opened the door and went downstairs. The downstairs was very quiet, and the staircase was a bit away from the dining area. Su Mian didn't hear any sounds and didn't plan to check further for now. She went to the entrance she came in through and first observed the area. As everyone guessed, the noise earlier was indeed hail. The hail varied in size, some as big as basketballs, others as small as ping-pong balls. Now, the smooth road outside was bumpy with hailstones. If all the roads were like this, they might not be able to go to the neighboring city as planned. Honestly, she had thought about going to the neighboring city for a long time. It's near the edge of the city, less than 100 kilometers away, but the climate is very different. It's a city with many fields and hills, suitable for living. She planned to stay there for about a month to find some seeds or similar supplies, and she never expected her luck to be so good. On her way back, Su Mian saw the pot frozen in the hall. Recently, Li Jiang had found quite a few, but none of them were just right. Su Mian melted the ice around it, checked that the pot was still intact, and then stored it away. When she reached the second floor, she happened to meet Yuan Hong coming out of the next room. The room next door is a restroom, suitable for your mobile shelter. I've cleaned it up. You can take a look. Su Mian initially planned to find her own space, nodded at his words, and then mentioned that the glass in her current room might break. Yuan Hong replied, Li Jiang has already looked for one, but it's at the very back. They planned to settle in the corridor. The main reason is that they think it's too far from Su-mion. Yuan Hong didn't say this directly, feeling it might be a bit rude. In the evening, Su-mion's container house was settled. The lounge had a window, but it was small. Although badly damaged, it was still usable. Su-mion reached out and placed her hand on the window. The warmth of her palm dispersed the fog, quickly revealing the outside scene. The road looked more frozen and uneven. She planned to check the highway tomorrow. If it was impassable, she would walk a bit. She didn't want to give up on her plan to move. That night, Li Jiang came to call Su-mion to play, but she didn't go and went to bed early. She was disturbed by a dream from sitting in the car during the day, which made her restless. It was serious enough to affect her mood, so she needed to adjust quickly. The next morning, Su-mion woke up early without an alarm. She packed up the container house quietly, without disturbing others, and went downstairs to leave the service area. Walking on the road, her shoes felt uncomfortable. She followed a small path over the railing onto the highway and found that the highway was also affected. Still, she was determined and walked forward for another half hour. Along the way, besides the potholes, everything around had turned into ice crystals. Looking out, the distant city looked like giant ice sculptures. But there was good news. The pathways seemed smoother, though she still needed to walk for a while. Back home, Su-mion quickly made a decision. She told everyone she planned to go to a nearby city to ask if they wanted to leave. If they didn't, she would leave enough food for them to survive until the end of the challenge. Except for a few people with mobility issues who remained silent, everyone else was willing to follow her. While she was thinking about how to keep those few safe, she suddenly heard movement on the stairs. She signaled everyone to stay quiet, opened the door, and stepped outside. She saw a few people sneaking upstairs. When they reached the corridor, they ran into Su-mion coming out. Su-mion's first instinct was to act, but the others suddenly knelt before her. They hurriedly explained, "We are from downstairs. We came up to thank you for warning us about the cold yesterday." It turned out that after Yuan Hong went downstairs to remind them, they noticed something was wrong with the fog and prepared early. Although it was freezing, their preparations helped. Most of them were fine, except for a few who felt a bit cold. Thinking about how they had spoken harshly to her earlier, Su-mion felt both guilty and grateful. She offered some food as a thank you. Su-mion, of course, did not confiscate the items. She looked at the sincere faces of a few people and had an idea in mind. Half an hour later, both sides reached an agreement. A few players who had difficulty moving stayed behind to look after the survivors. Su-mion also considered that these people might not keep their promises, but she believed they would be grateful and not bad people. Although the players had limited mobility, they still had self-protection skills. Dealing with these people might be challenging, but still manageable. Her remaining concern disappeared once she saw the other survivors, especially when she recognized a familiar face among the crowd. At first, the person didn't recognize Su-mion. She approached and greeted him, and after squinting at her for a while, he finally recognized her. He was momentarily unable to recall her name, saying, "Yes, it's you. My mind is blank. What was your name again?" Yes, I was wondering why you didn't reply to my messages. I thought you were gone." The person in front of her was Dai Tian, who had warned Su-mion before the cold wave hit. He looked very happy to see a familiar face and pulled his brother over to greet Su-mion, briefly explaining how their family had escaped to this place. When players meet, everyone understands what's going on without words. Dai Yong, who had a good impression of Su-mion because of the stove incident, was very enthusiastic in talking. After learning that Su-mion and her group planned to leave, Dai Tian wanted to persuade them to stay. Dai Yong promised to get along well with her companions, hinting he would help take care of them. Li Jiang and the others realized that Su-mion knew someone from this group and felt lucky. After waiting 2 more days and becoming more familiar with Dai Yong and Li Jiang, Su-mion decided to leave a room in the container for her own people and also reserve one for them. Dai Yong's stove was also brought along, but the fuel had run out. They were burning waste paper and dried wood they had prepared earlier. Not only was it consuming a lot, but now it was hard to find materials. Su-mion left some fuel and supplies, giving a small part to Dae-young for safekeeping and the rest to her own group. On the day of departure, Dae-teon came early to see them off. He still couldn't understand why, if they had supplies and warm rooms, they would risk going to the neighboring city, which might not be safe. But his brother said they had their own plans and shouldn't be interfered with by outsiders. He thought about it and agreed. Soo-mi-yeon was young, but surviving in such weather and doing well enough showed she was very capable. When he thought about it, he remembered the house that suddenly appeared on the second floor. He was sure that when they arrived at the service area, everyone checked, and no one saw such a prefabricated house. They didn't know where Soo-mi-yeon and the others found it. Inside was very clean, just enough for their group to live in, and there was enough fuel stacked in the corridor for their previous needs. This showed that even if it got very cold later, they wouldn't be afraid. It would have been better if they had these supplies from the start. Grandpa was old, and he couldn't withstand the first cold snap. Then came Dad. Soo-mi-yeon and her group took half a day to leave the highway. At first, the national road was uneven, but 3 kilometers away, there was a small village with a footpath under the highway. The path was just wide enough for a car, giving them a chance to rest. They still traveled with 2 cars, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and finally reached the suburbs early in the morning. Soo-mi-yeon chose this place on purpose. Before leaving, she had searched for seed factories and shops. She found the closest suburban farm to them. Before the cold snap, the farm was large and still operating normally. It was a well-known local business, and selling seeds was one of its main activities. They rested inside the farm for a night. The next day, Soo-mi-yeon took a tour around the farm. She found a big warehouse filled with stored grains and many packs of seeds ready to be sent out. The next day, Lee Jeong and the others discovered that there were many similar farms about 10 miles away. Even if they didn't understand why Soo-mi-yeon was collecting seeds, they decided to split up and look for more. Over nearly a month, they traveled around various farms. In the mornings, they exercised. In the afternoons, they searched for supplies, and in the evenings, they rested and relaxed. At first, everyone found it a bit boring, but as they got used to it, they felt their days were full and meaningful. Yuan Hong still did his special tasks. Now, everyone knew what he was doing, so no one envied him anymore. After all, who would want to stay in the house every day cooking? It was non-stop, not tiring but very dull. Yuan Hong enjoyed it. When he had free time, he studied new recipes and asked Lee Jeong and the others to bring back recipes they saw while out. Because of this, people jokingly called him the team's exclusive chef. Soo-mi-yeon knew it wasn't very kind to squeeze someone dry, but she had asked Yuan Hong if her stored food was enough, and he said she could rest now. He said he was bored and wanted to study more recipes, just in case the game ended someday and he could go back to his old job. Since he said that, Soo-mi-yeon was happy to agree. 3 days before the end of the dungeon, Soo-mi-yeon stopped all search tasks. She gave everyone a break and let them do whatever they wanted. Instead of resting, they came to learn ice skating and how to use a watermelon knife from Soo-mi-yeon. It's fair to say that after a month of training with Soo-mi-yeon, everyone could clearly feel their bodies changing. It wasn't just muscle growth on the outside, but a feeling of walking easily and breathing smoothly. They even dared to walk around shirtless in the same temperature. Later, they wouldn't get cold and frostbite, so they all credited Soo-mi-yeon's boxing techniques, refusing to admit that their bodies had simply adapted to the cold. Soo-mi-yeon was never someone to be idle. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, she didn't want to dampen their spirits. In just 3 days, she carefully taught and shared everything she could. How much they learned was up to them. On the last night before the game ended, everyone gathered for an outdoor barbecue. Under the flickering flames, Soo-mi-yeon watched the group of drunken people, her gaze a bit distant. As time was about to end, she heard a soft voice say, "Next time we meet, I'll cook for you again." Before she could finish saying okay, a familiar sense of detachment washed over her. Soo-mi-yeon's vision went dark, then black again. It was really not normal for someone to get used to such darkness. Soo-mi-yeon adjusted her breathing and realized that returning to her original form had some benefits. For example, her mind was clearer, and her strength was full. The only bad thing was that she couldn't see anything, and staying like that for too long made her feel suffocated. Congratulations! Player Su Mian has completed the task. Points are being calculated. The delayed electronic voice sounded, and Su Mian muttered to herself, wondering what was so special about 100 points. Then, a series of prompts almost stunned her. Player has exceeded the task for the first time. The system reward gift pack has been exchanged. Please explore on your own. Reward points for completing the task, 100. Extra reward points, 3,000. Please choose to keep or replace the item. The system detects that the host has an item about to expire. Would you like to extend its validity? Options: explosive wooden barrel or air whip. Su Mian took a moment to remember everything and asked, "Can I extend both? Please make your choice quickly." Su Mian thought, they really don't like giving direct answers as usual. The explosive wooden barrel and air whip are probably the two items she took from the shop. Honestly, she is quite satisfied with both. If I choose one, will the other expire immediately? You can choose to temporarily freeze the item. She was about to say that sounds good. Maybe wait until after finishing the next mission to extend, but then she heard the rest of the sentence. Freezing an item costs 100 points. Su Mian was silent. After a moment of thought, she decided, extend the air whip, freeze the explosive wooden barrel. Choice confirmed. The air whip is extended permanently. 100 points will be automatically deducted. Your current points balance is 2,900. Keep working hard to earn more points and unlock the strongest king. Su Mian was not very interested. Why does it say I completed the task beyond the limit this time? Her mission in this copy was either survive for 3 months or save 3 people. She counted on Li Jiang and others, but even with a few more people, the points shouldn't have doubled so much. It felt a bit unreal. The system's answer exceeded her expectations. Players are not included in the task count. The system automatically counts the number of humans saved in this world based on the host's recognition. Su Mian was stunned. When did she save the natives? Even the people she rescued in the community, like Dai Tian and others, were fewer than 3,000. Where did the rest come from? The system didn't answer, and simply reminded her mechanically if she needed to rest. Su Mian was still a bit overwhelmed. Teleport me to the next copy. Understood. Teleporting to the next copy. Suddenly, her vision went dark again, but this time she saw a faint light in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, she had already changed locations. This is a small space barely big enough for 2 of her. The walls around her are unclear in material, with no windows. In front of her is a door less than half a meter high, with a hole in it. The lock beside it is intact. At her feet, there is a small glowing stone, which is the source of the light she just saw. Su Mian isn't sure why she is hiding here. She keeps smelling a strange, unpleasant fishy smell. It's like the smell on sea fish, but with an extra foulness. Overall, it's a mix of rotten fish and shrimp, a very bad smell that's hard to describe. Her last 2 visits were very dangerous, and she doesn't think this time will be any different. After not sensing any immediate danger, she closes her eyes to receive information from her original body. 5 minutes later, Su Mian opens her eyes and quickly reaches for her stomach. It feels smooth and shows no sign of injury. But she knows that about half an hour before, a strange creature had come out of her stomach. It was a slimy, long creature with sharp teeth, very fast, and it liked to eat human organs. It was an alien in its initial form. Yes, the world she came to isn't caused by a natural disaster, but by aliens blending into the world. However, she arrived a bit late. Humans already knew about the alien invasion and were preparing to fight back. The good news is that humans still have a large advantage in survival compared to the aliens. The bad news is that the aliens grow very quickly, and there is no way to completely eliminate them right now. The authorities have developed some weapons that can pierce the alien shells, but they are hard to produce and limited in number. Ordinary people don't have access to these weapons, so both the government and civilians are secretly working on ways to fight the aliens. Su Mian's body belongs to an ordinary family among the common people. She and her partner went on a mission and earned a spot with the authorities. Excited, she went home to tell her family the good news, but she didn't see her sister's jealous look. She remembers eating a bowl of meat porridge her sister, Zhou Xinya, handed her. She was feeling dizzy and coughed up blood. When she woke up, she was lying in a quarantine zone. She had pushed herself to run to a quarantine box at the street corner, just barely holding on. This kind-hearted girl sensed something was wrong. Afraid of harming others, she locked herself inside the box and ultimately died here, lonely and in pain. When Su Mian arrived, her body had already been repaired. But the pain was deep, as if it had gone to her bones. Just thinking about it made her feel the same pain herself. System, what does it mean to solve the alien crisis? I don't think I can kill them all. In her memory, Zhou Xinyue's understanding of aliens was superficial. Su Mian didn't know how strong they were, but it was definitely harder than killing zombies. She still couldn't solve her world's zombie problem. Could changing her identity really help her accomplish such a great task? Please trust yourself. The system's tasks are based on your abilities. As long as you trigger key points, the system will give appropriate hints to help you pass safely. Hearing such a long explanation from the system, Su Mian vaguely felt that this task wasn't as easy as it sounded. It didn't mention the survival time, which meant the danger was always present. Especially the part about triggering key points, unless there's a shortcut in the task. What happens if I fail the task? The system detects that your mindset is not positive. As punishment, before you reach the key points, the system will disconnect communication with you. Su Mian, she was just expecting the worst outcome. Why was her attitude considered negative? When she saw that the system no longer responded no matter how she called, she could only give up in frustration. She quickly fixed her torn clothes, found the key, unlocked the door, and slipped out. She wondered whether to go home first or gather information. Maybe she should find a player to see if they had any hints about the task. When she stepped outside, she found herself aimed at the forehead by a wooden gun. About 5 meters away, a small boy looked at her in horror. His weapon trembled so much that he almost couldn't hold it steady when facing Su Mian's calm stare. When Su Mian saw the boy's face, her memories of him surfaced. Her eyes softened slightly, and she spoke gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm fine." The boy, Wei Xingxing, remained unmoved. He stubbornly held his wooden gun, his eyes filled with fear and struggle. Su Mian wasn't surprised by his reaction. Wei Xingxing was someone she had saved during a mission. Although he was only 13, he was very thin and looked like skin and bones. He liked to follow Zhou Xinyue and would accompany her on missions. He was too timid to stay in the front, often hiding at the back. Fortunately, he was clever enough not to slow them down, so Zhou Xinyue just let him be. This time, Zhou Xinyue endured severe pain to reach the quarantine box and just happened to meet him. She gave him her weapon and told him to stay 10 meters away from the box. She warned him to act immediately and kill her if anything seemed wrong. Half an hour earlier, Satellite Xing saw an alien melt the quarantine box and escape. He was terrified and hadn't had time to open fire when the alien lunged at him. Just when he was about to despair, the alien suddenly heard something and left him behind. Now, Satellite Xing has woken up. He sees someone who shouldn't be alive standing in front of him. Remembering Zhou Xinyue's orders, he wants to shoot, but he can't bring himself to do it. Then, a familiar voice sounds in his ear. Xingxing? Even the tone is the same. Seeing the gentle look in her eyes, Satellite Xing's eyes turn red.
Sister.
Sister? Su Mian rarely shows patience to comfort someone. She knows Zhou Xinyue also cares for this temporary younger brother, so she can't show her feelings too clearly. She explains that she didn't notice the alien hiding inside the quarantine box when she entered. Although she was injured in her stomach, she wasn't possessed by it. Satellite Xing also looks confused and mentions that the alien suddenly left him during the attack. From his words, it seems he now believes Su Mian's explanation. But I'm worried. You looked very uncomfortable just now. Let's go to Commander Liu for a scan, he suggests. If someone else said that, Su Mian would think they just wanted to rule out the possibility of being parasitized by the alien. But Satellite Xing is genuinely worried about Zhou Xinhua. Coincidentally, Su Mian also wants to visit the management department, so she nods in agreement. On the way, Satellite Xing returns her weapon and talks about today's mission. Since Zhou Xinhua went home, he felt embarrassed to follow her and join the team to clear 3 residential buildings successfully. He even proudly tells Su Mian that he no longer needs to hide behind them and dares to kill aliens himself. Su Mian remembers seeing him trembling while holding his weapon earlier and doubts his words are very reliable. She says softly, "Xing is the best." This is Zhou Xinhua's favorite phrase, and Satellite Xing loves to hear it. Hearing this, he smiles happily. Su Mian watches his eyes curve into little crescents and glances over his face. The satellite's appearance is actually quite good. It has very fair skin and well-defined features, but the upward-angled eyes give a soft contrast. However, it is too thin, so people tend not to notice its looks instinctively. The two of them continued talking until they reached the management department. This is a small base for civilian forces, mainly used to send tasks to official or temporary members. The person in charge is Lu Hongbing, whom the satellite calls Lu Team. His full name is Lu Hongbing. He is under 30 years old. Before the arrival of the aliens, he worked in an office job. Now, he has been forced to go on several missions. After passing through the scanning gate, Lu Hongbing, who had just returned, waved to her and casually asked about her trip home. "How was it? Did your family members get very happy?" Although the official side is more strict and might be more dangerous, their equipment is good and their defenses are strong. Plus, the benefits are pretty good. You could move into the safe zone inside. I was thinking you might not go back. Team Lu, I might not be able to go after all, Su Mian interrupted him. She could sense Lu Hongbing's kindness. Usually, civilian forces and the official side don't get along very well, but the official side has more advantages. To reassure Zhou Xinhua and let her leave, Lu Hongbing, upon hearing the news, only spoke well of the other side. Sure enough, Lu Hongbing paused. Why? Su Mian briefly explained her recent experience, skipping over the part about fainting because she ate her sister's porridge. My ID badge and achievement record are both gone. I suspect someone has stolen them. There are many flaws in how aliens record information. ID badges can be barely recognized, but achievement records are stamped and signed by hand. If someone steals them, it's hard to verify. Many people hide their records very well. Zhou Xinhua also hid hers quite well, but she never thought about her family being involved. After all, besides wanting to join the official side, Zhou Xinhua also hoped to move her family to a safer place. Unfortunately, this girl is too naive and doesn't see many things clearly. Lu Hongbing, after hearing this, was naturally furious. Who did this? Don't worry, I'll go prove it for you. Your abilities aren't weak. Even if someone stole your records, they can't go unnoticed without your skills. Su Mian refused his kindness. Not only is such a matter very complicated, but given the current situation, no one cares about someone whose achievement record has been stolen. Instead, they might think you're not capable enough. Otherwise, how come others' records weren't stolen? So, what should I do? Just accept it. You have worked very hard for a long time, and among our team, you are the youngest and most diligent. Su Mian certainly wouldn't agree with that, but there's no need to worry others about it. I think I know who did it and am confident I can solve the problem. However, Xing is worried about my health not being fully recovered, so Lu Team has asked someone to perform a thorough scan on me. It's a small matter. Lu Hongbing saw that I was quite optimistic and ultimately didn't interfere. He took us into the medical room and had Su Mian lie down in the scanning chamber. The staff pressed the switch, and after 5 minutes, the scan results showed that my body was fine. Su Mian said to Wei Xing, "Now you can rest easy, right?" The other quickly nodded. "I'm glad you're okay, sister." You have no idea how scared I was earlier. He even patted his chest, and his dark eyes looked as innocent as a small dog in a pet store, making him seem surprisingly obedient. Lu Team, since we can't go to the official base for now, keep giving me tasks. I want to keep training. This was Su Mian's initial plan, to test the strength of the alien creatures. Although the system's missions are very difficult, She couldn't just do nothing. Lu Hongbing readily agreed. While making arrangements, he also called Wei Xingxing to join. He had previously gone to find Su Mian without submitting a report, so he needed to complete one last step. As for Su Mian herself, she decided to go back home. During the day, the alien creatures were relatively quiet, and many normal people could be seen on the streets. After about 10 minutes, she arrived at the apartment building where the Zhou family lived. It was narrow and crowded, but the defenses outside meant they hadn't been invaded by the aliens for now. Just as Su Mian was about to step upstairs, an familiar aunt at the door said unexpectedly, Yeah, you're back again? Didn't you just move out? Su Mian thought back. From the moment she finished her porridge and fainted, to when she arrived here, it had all taken less than 2 hours. So, as soon as she left home, the Zhou family had already started packing up to leave. At first, she suspected Zhou Xinyao might have been involved, but now she thought the Zhou family might know something. Was she feeling heartbroken? Su Mian didn't have strong feelings about it, but she knew that if Zhou Xinyue was still alive, she would be suffering even more than if she had been killed by the aliens. She overcame her fear and faced the alien creature to protect her parents and take care of her sister, who was only 10 minutes younger. However, she mysteriously got into trouble, and her family moved away, as if discarding useless trash. It's not guilt. Who would believe that? Auntie, when did you see me leave? The other person didn't think much and recalled. I think. About half an hour ago. You were rushing out with big bags, saying you had a spot in the official safe zone. I didn't see your sister, and by the way, your boyfriend is quite handsome. I haven't seen him so caring before. When you left, he was holding you and helping you into the car, saying you weren't feeling well. She also mentioned seeing Zhou Xinyue wearing a mask. The aunt also showed concern for Su Mian's health. Zhou Xinyue has always been gentle in the apartment building. She often comes and goes, and everyone at the door knows her well. People have a good impression of this young girl. Although they envy Zhou's family for getting a safe zone spot, they also know it was earned through Zhou Xinyue's hard effort. They don't feel jealous, only congratulatory. Su Mian didn't expect there was a hidden message behind Zhou's family leaving. Zhou Xinyue indeed has a boyfriend 5 years older than her. Before the alien invasion, her boyfriend, Fan Wenshuan, was a sports student. Because of his good family background, he now works officially. He has asked Zhou Xinyue several times to complete her tasks and join the official team. In her memory, Fan Wenshuan and Zhou Xinyue didn't have much contact. With such differences, Su Mian feels Zhou Xinyue is quite unlucky. Not only do Zhou Xinyue and Zhou Xinyue look different, but even if they looked alike, Fan Wenshuan, as her boyfriend, wouldn't fail to recognize her. Now she is sure that her boyfriend, Fan Wenshuan, was involved in this accident. None of these people are good. Auntie might have misunderstood. I don't know about the move. The person you saw should be my sister. After she brought me some porridge this morning, I suddenly fainted. Actually, I just escaped back. With a suitable expression, after saying this, Su Mian pretended to be silent and left. As she turned around, she clearly saw the shock in the Annie's eyes and her strange expression, as if she had heard some shocking news. Yes, anyone would be surprised to hear this. Although a little gossip wouldn't matter much, Su Mian didn't want to keep a good reputation for Zhou Xinyue. Whatever she did, she had to face the consequences herself. Unfortunately, the official safe zone requires multiple scans to enter. Even if she can get in, there's no guarantee she will find the Zhou family members. This means she probably won't find them anytime soon. The good news is that the safe zone isn't always safe. Since this dungeon is very difficult, she believes she will meet the family soon. When that happens, taking some time to vent her frustration on Zhou Xinyue won't be a problem. When she returned to the management area, Su Mian looked around. Besides the area within 5 kilometers of the apartment building, there are electric fences further out. But as her mission progresses, she can go to more places. Or, in other words, as long as she's brave enough, she can explore the city alone. After observing her surroundings, Su Mian came up with this idea. She knows that monsters like to appear at night, and during the day, they rarely show themselves. Even if she encounters someone with obvious parasitic traits, as long as she doesn't attack first, she can stay safe. Right now, everyone still has a steady supply of resources and isn't hoarding too much, so she can take a little advantage. Other players also thought of this. When she quietly entered the city center, she saw players acting similarly. Everyone ignored each other and gathered supplies they needed. If they accidentally met, they would politely show concern. Since this time isn't about fighting nature, and the only enemies are monsters, there's no need to be hostile at first sight. Su-mion avoided the darker parts of the mall and mainly searched the shops along the main roads. The monsters appeared suddenly. Everyone was told to gather quickly, lightly armed. Most shops still had plenty of supplies, and the doors were open. She first went to a grain and oil shop. After completing a dungeon, Su-mion wasn't particularly attached to rice, but after eating rice for over a month, she realized humans really can't do without proper staple food. Now she desperately wants to stock up more. She also hopes to meet Yuan Hong someday. She really likes his skills and hopes the spaces, boxed meals, can last until she meets him. After visiting 4 or 5 shops, Su-mion stopped in front of a seed store. Seeing this, she remembered the extra reward for this mission. When the system mentioned self-exploration, she instinctively checked her space. Sure enough, it had changed again. In the vast space, an additional piece of land measuring 200 square meters was isolated. The deep red soil looked very fertile, and thick white mist floated in the air, as if specially prepared for Su-mion after a month of searching for seeds. Su-mion didn't think it was a coincidence, but she didn't want to admit that the system was so thoughtful. She still entered the seed shop. The seeds here were carefully packaged, probably to sell to city people. There were almost no crop seeds, only some fruit seeds and flower seeds. Su-mion also saw many delicate, small sets of tools, as well as various fertilizers and rooting liquids for plants. She stored all of these in her space and found a corner to sit down and try planting by using her mind to loosen the soil. The operation was very successful. She scattered rose seeds around the field, leaving the rest of the land untouched. The space where she stored things didn't have a time flow, so the land wouldn't either. She wanted to check the growth cycle and hoped the soil could give her some help. Otherwise, she really didn't have the patience to wait several months to see the flowers bloom. Before dark, Su-mion chose a roadside car to head back home. This time it wasn't smooth. When she was close to the quarantine zone, the road suddenly blocked ahead. Su-mion heard the commotion from the crowd and guessed that some strange creature might have appeared. She decided to abandon the car and move forward on foot. Most of the people behind also got out of their cars, but mostly stayed in place. After 10 minutes, Su-mion saw a tragic scene at the traffic jam's source. A young man was opened up by a strange creature, and the people in the car reacted too slowly, all suffering the same fate. Even worse, 4 or 5 newly born strange creatures suddenly appeared on the ground. The nearby people screamed and ran. Just as Su-mion arrived, she saw a shadow rushing toward her face. She swung her knife, but heard a sizzling sound. Looking down, she saw that her watermelon knife had been corroded with a gap. The strange creature she cut in half twisted on the ground and made a squeaking, unpleasant noise. Su-mion didn't have time to be surprised at how strong the blood corrosion of this newborn creature was. She aimed the tip of her knife at its head and stabbed downward. This time, the twisted creature finally stopped moving. The fatal injury for these creatures, like zombies, is in the head. The difference is that zombies don't die or regenerate when their limbs are cut off. The creatures are much more advanced. No matter how many times their lower half is cut off, as long as they have enough food, they can recover instantly. It has a strong life force, mainly because of a parasite that has existed in its head since birth. When the main body dies, the parasite immediately awakens and takes over the body, quickly gaining new abilities. Only a decisive, one-hit kill can end it permanently. This is currently the most effective method known from Zhou Xinyue's memory. Unfortunately, most people are not accurate enough, so success is rare. However, the authorities have developed a new type of grenade launcher. As long as you aim roughly at the target, The bullet explodes in a small area after hitting, preventing waste from missed shots and saving manpower and resources. Soo-mi-yeon felt a bit frustrated when she thought of this. Isn't this just a weaker version of a demolition launcher? At first, she regretted choosing the wrong weapon, but then she thought that each bullet costs 1 point. Using it to deal with a small alien seems a bit wasteful. The watermelon knife in her hand was already corroded beyond recognition, and Soo-mi-yeon reluctantly threw it on the ground. She has many similar watermelon knives in her space, but with this kind of consumption, it might not be enough. She wasn't sure if the air whip was effective against the alien, so she needed to find a new weapon. "Miss, please help. We can't hold it off much longer." A cry for help came from nearby. Several humans were trying to block the alien. They had trapped 2 aliens. One was injured and pressed to the ground with stones, while the other was circling at their feet. In the blink of an eye, it had already climbed onto one man's face. Soo-mi-yeon remembered Jo Shinue's grenade launcher and quickly fired at the alien on the ground. She didn't know how to handle the one clinging to the man's face at first. Until the man's companions tried to pull it off forcefully, she hesitated no longer and fired another grenade. After 2 shots, the alien was dead beyond doubt. The few who had survived, still a bit uncertain, waited a moment to confirm the alien was truly dead. Then they looked at Soo-mi-yeon with admiration. "Your grenade launcher technique is amazing. Are you from Team A?" Soo-mi-yeon had never heard of Team A and guessed it was probably a search and rescue team. She shook her head, looked at the grenade launcher in her hand, and sighed. In the early stages, alien larvae could be killed with a grenade launcher, but once they entered the next growth stage, the launcher was useless. Jo Shinue wasn't very skilled with the grenade launcher herself, but she carried it everywhere. Only veteran rescue team members had this privilege, to use the launcher to give themselves a quick end after being taken over by an alien. Jo Shinue was unwilling to accept her death, so she gave her weapon to Satellite Star. Unfortunately, she still died. "Beautiful lady, can you leave us your contact address? We are members of Group D. We're here for private job this time. Thanks for your help." At this moment, all the alien creatures had been eliminated. Everyone relaxed and decided to use this time to build a better relationship with Soo-mi-yeon. "Sorry, it's not convenient." The group was a bit disappointed but not surprised because powerful people tend to be proud, and they had the right to be. After leaving their names and locations, they reluctantly left behind the long convoy of vehicles that was urging them to go. Soo-mi-yeon watched the cars leave from the side, not very curious about their identities. They reported their location within the military safety zone, meaning these people were part of a military search team. Actually, besides Jo Shinue's strong desire to join the military, Soo-mi-yeon herself didn't want to go official. The only thing that attracted her was the weapon. Besides that, the intense training, strict management, and the habit of writing reports on all kinds of small and big matters made it feel almost like being imprisoned. Compared to that, civilian groups were much more relaxed. Besides the mandatory health checks to prevent alien parasitism, most of the time they could decide for themselves. Although they didn't have many privileges, they still tried to help the team members with resources and support. Interestingly, rumors said that behind the civilian groups, there were actually military personnel, but few knew their true identities. Lost in her thoughts, Soo-mi-yeon followed the flow of vehicles to the quarantine zone gate. No matter where she went in or out, she had to pass through this gate. When she left, she was scanned once again. This time, she was familiar with the process. She signed her name, walked to the scanner, and was allowed to pass. Lu Hongbing's department was closest to the quarantine zone gate, providing accommodation, but few people chose to stay there. Soo-mi-yeon decided to stay nearby for now. She wanted to learn more about the aliens, find suitable weapons, and figure out how to trigger that key point. She also had a feeling that the terrifying alien creatures she heard about might not have entered the real danger zone yet. She just hoped it wouldn't be too extreme when the time came. Li Hongbing did not stay in the management department. Fortunately, Jo Shinue knew other staff members, and soon someone arranged a room for her. The room was near the border of the quarantine zone, but there was little to complain about. Soo-mi-yeon had just finished tidying up and was about to get some food when she heard a knock on the door. Outside stood Wei Xingxing, holding two small, well-packaged cakes. Sister, I left you some food. I wanted to come find you, but they said you had gone out. Next time you go out, can you take me with you? I'm worried about you. The little one didn't seem to want to come in, mainly just checking if Su-mion was hurt. Su-mion accepted the bread, but didn't agree to take him along. She was thinking about how to handle their overly familiar relationship. It was Zhou Xinyue's habit to take a little burden along on missions, but not Su-mion's. She was more cautious about her safety. She remembered Wei Xingxing's sad eyes when she closed the door and decided to talk to him tomorrow. The room had water and electricity. Su-mion ate, waited half an hour, then took a shower and changed into the clothes Zhou Xinyue prepared. She burned the torn quilt completely. She thought it would be easier if she could just burn aliens too, so she planned to try that tomorrow. The next day, Su-mion woke early and went to the mission hall. The staff had just started work. Yawning, they told her which teams still needed members. After she chose, her name was added. Seeing she still had time, Su-mion decided to find Wei Xingxing first. Not far from the hall, the phone rang. The other end answered, then called out to Su-mion at the door. Wait, your boyfriend is outside waiting for you. You should go see him. He's really diligent, just started work and already called. Ignoring the staff's chatter, Su-mion's eyes flickered. How did that scumbag end up coming to her door himself? Su-mion turned and headed toward the door. The quarantine zone's main gate usually wouldn't refuse a normal person. But Fan Wenxuan had never come in before. He explained that he was an official, so people might misunderstand. Just like in her memory, Fan Wenxuan was standing under a tree about 50 meters outside the gate. He was turned away from Su-mion, tall and slightly thin. Su-mion recalled his face. It had no attraction for her. Hearing the noise, Fan Wenxuan turned around. His eyes looked tired, but when he saw Su-mion, a faint smile appeared. As usual, he reached out to pat her head. I heard you're fine, so I was relieved. Su-mion dodged his hand. It's this time now, no need to pretend anymore. Did I get into trouble because of your plan? I don't understand. It's just a spot, and if you talk to Zhou Xinyue directly, she probably wouldn't refuse. Why must it be her life? Fan Wenxuan looked at her in disbelief. Yeah? What are you talking about? I would never want to hurt you. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said clearly, I admit it was wrong to visit your uncle and aunt secretly, but I didn't know you ran away from home. If Yaya hadn't felt guilty about being too harsh and told me, I wouldn't have known that you and your sister even argued so badly that you fought. I came this time just to bring you back. Seeing him move closer, Su-mion unceremoniously took out a wooden stick and pointed it at him. I advise you not to come any closer. Zhou Xinyue was always gentle in front of Fan Wenxuan. To her, he was like a warm light that belonged only to her. Someone who speaks so harshly and even uses weapons like this is almost unthinkable for Zhou Xinyue. Fan Wenxuan was also stunned. His calm expression almost faltered. Do you know what you're doing? I will take responsibility for my actions, but you, Fan Wenxuan, might not dare to admit it. Su-mion was not the kind to be easily fooled. Even though she sensed that the truth was a bit different from what she guessed, she knew Fan Wenxuan was definitely not a good person. She looked at him coldly. Yesterday, I fainted after eating porridge sent by Zhou Xinyue. When I woke up, I was almost killed by a strange creature. When I returned home, I found out that my family had moved to the official quarantine zone. The maid at the door even told me that Zhou Xinyue disguised herself as me and was carefully carried into a car by her boyfriend. How do you explain this? Fan Wenxuan was initially angry about her actions, but after hearing Su-mion's words, he looked confused. When he talked about carrying Zhou Xinyue, he rarely looked guilty. Finally, he explained, it's what my uncle and aunt wanted. They said you were eager to move out and worried Yaya would be scared, so they let her go in first under your name to settle in. As for carrying her, she almost fainted, and I was the only one free at the time. I am telling the truth. I admit I didn't do it perfectly, but you shouldn't doubt me like this, and you definitely shouldn't point a wooden stick at me. Do you know how hard it is for me to feel this way? He didn't know if he was feeling uncomfortable, but Su-mion felt a bit sick inside. Fan Wenxuan, you're really disgusting, Su-mion said bluntly. Zhou Xinhua is your girlfriend. Under these circumstances, you only remember she ran away from home after hearing it from others. Basically, you've been too happy being spoiled by someone new around you. What are you talking about? Yaya is your sister. And it's not even my fault. It's your dad's. At this point, Fan Wenxuan suddenly stopped talking, but it was too late. He saw the sharp, almost teasing look in Su Mian's eyes. He used to think those eyes weren't so fierce, but now he felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Since we're already here, I'll tell you the truth. When I first went to your house, your uncle and aunt talked to me alone. They said you and Yaya couldn't be separated. At first I didn't want to, but Yaya is too fragile. She needs someone to take care of her. And you're often not home. Every time I couldn't find you, she was with me. And then, maybe because Su Mian hadn't spoken for a while, he quickly stopped the car and explained, but I've always had a place for you in my heart. I don't know what's going on between you and Yaya, but your sisters. Forget the fights. I believe Yaya wouldn't hurt you. Come back with me, and we can clear everything up face to face. He reached out to pull her, but before he could touch her, his arms suddenly went cold. Su Mian pulled out a knife and cut off his left hand. She was very fast. In a flash of blood, as his hand dropped, Fan Wenxuan was still staring blankly. It wasn't until the sharp pain hit that he realized what had happened. His face twisted in pain as he shouted, "My hand! Call a doctor! Quickly, find a doctor!" Su Mian watched him sit on the ground in pain, her voice cold. You want to have your way with others, but you shouldn't harm Zhou Xinhua. Her family will get their revenge. But as the one who caused all this severed hand is the price I paid. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Zhou Xinhua, you crazy woman. You've really lost your mind. When Fan Wenxuan realized Su Mian truly didn't care about him, he couldn't keep his usual gentle demeanor. He shouted wildly. He didn't shout at Su Mian, but attracted the attention of nearby people. Can someone help me? I work for the authorities. If something happens to me here, you'll all be involved. I just need you to take me to a doctor. Su Mian didn't pay attention to these things. She collected her weapons and returned to the management area as if nothing had happened. On the way, she happened to meet Xingxing, who was running over in a hurry. He looked around nervously. I heard someone calling. Did the alien come so quickly? No aliens, just a loudmouthed fool, Su Mian said, indicating he didn't need to worry. After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, Xingxing, I might go on missions more often recently. I hope you can stay in the management area to train during this time. When you really grow up, I'll take you with me. Big sister, I just want to stay with you. I won't hold you back. You will. Su Mian looked at him steadily, her tone firm. After nearly dying this time, I've thought a lot. My family can't be trusted. The only person I can trust is myself. I want to get stronger as fast as I can, and I don't want anyone to hold me back. Xingxing opened his mouth, tears almost coming out of his eyes. But he could see the determination in Su Mian's eyes, different from usual. Finally, he lowered his head and nodded. I understand, big sister. Wiping away his tears, he forced himself to stand tall and promised with a smile, I know you won't leave me behind. I will work hard to become stronger too. Su Mian nodded. Xingxing is so talented. You definitely can do it. Seeing the praise in her smiling eyes, Xingxing was instantly cheered up. He patted his chest and promised he would definitely try his best. At 9 a.m., Su Mian found the team gathered and got into the mission vehicle. The team members were all former colleagues, 6 in total. Their task was to advance 500 meters along the residential area they cleared yesterday. Lu Hongbing arranged low-risk zones for them, where the chance of encountering aliens was small. They also carried tranquilizer guns. Even if they met aliens, careful handling wouldn't be dangerous. The vehicle traveled for 40 minutes to the destination. Su Mian was paired with a male teammate. They were responsible for assisting, marking locations, and leaving interference signals to prevent the cleared areas from being reinvaded by aliens. It sounded impressive, but in reality, the interference signals only worked on alien hatchlings. Only the markings could connect to satellites, sharing real-time tracking data of the aliens on the management area's monitoring screens. Based on current surveillance and investigation, the cleared areas are temporarily clean. If everything goes smoothly, their task should be completed in half a day. Soo-mi-yeon is very cautious about the highly corrosive alien blood, so even though her role is mainly logistical, she stays alert. She learns from her teammates' actions and adds details from Jo Shinue's memories to avoid missing any steps. After more than half an hour of busy work, the progress is very smooth. Soo-mi-yeon takes advantage of her position to occasionally gather useful supplies. At 12:30 p.m., the sun appears. A few teammates who led the group sit on the ground downstairs with a pile of food they found, eating and chatting while waiting to rest before continuing. They have a lot of food, canned goods, biscuits, bread, and drinks like soda and bottled water, all unopened and clean. Everyone relaxes while eating and chatting for a while. After a 15-minute break, they prepare to continue working. Before dividing tasks, a quiet but observant female teammate raises a concern. Do you all think today has gone too smoothly? No, isn't smoothness a good thing? It means the aliens are weakened from our efforts, and they're not appearing as often. The female teammate shakes her head persistently. I don't mean that smoothness is bad, but it's too strange. It's been 3 or 4 hours, and we haven't seen any aliens or even a corpse. I feel something's off. Maybe the sun is better today. Aliens hate sunlight. Others agree, noting that the sun came out early and is hotter than usual, making everyone sweat. After everyone reassures her with words, the female teammate doesn't object anymore. But she still reminds everyone to stay alert, report any danger, and call for help if needed, both to save themselves and to warn teammates. At 1:10 p.m., the task is nearing completion. Once they clear the last 500 meters, everyone feels it's too easy. Soo-mi-yeon notices that the female teammate who asked the question seems off. She keeps zoning out, as if frightened, glancing back nervously like a scared bird. When they head toward the parking area, she falls behind and ends up at the back. Soo-mi-yeon notices her standing in front of a searched building, looking at something. Seeing nothing unusual about the building, Soo-mi-yeon calls out to the others preparing to get in the vehicle, warning, she seems a bit off. A person who gets along well with a female teammate said, maybe she was too nervous. When she finished clearing out, she kept saying she felt like someone was watching her. It gave me goosebumps. Another person added, Lily is quite sensitive. She even said she saw something flying over her head. I just saw a bat. In an environment where monsters could be hiding in the dark at any moment, most people would become very alert. Similar things happen often, so no one finds it strange. Lily, the female teammate, finally realized what was happening and started walking toward the others.
See?
Just let her calm down. Before the word, okay, was finished, everyone saw a terrifying scene. Lily suddenly stopped in her tracks, her chest pierced by a sharp, black, pointed object about the thickness of a wrist. As everyone scrambled to take out their weapons, Lily was lifted into the air by that thing and quickly disappeared into the window of the building she had been staring at. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, as if nothing had happened. What was that just now? Oh my God, can Lily still be alive? The teammates panicked and looked around, but apart from the blood on the ground, there were no other signs. Only Soo-mi-yeon smelled a familiar scent when the thing appeared. It was the same stench of alien creatures she had smelled in the isolation box during the mission. That smell not only didn't fade but grew stronger, as if it was moving toward them. Thinking back to the brief appearance of the black pointed tip, Soo-mi-yeon estimated it was at least 2 meters long. Clearly, it wasn't something a newborn alien could have. Does that mean there is a mature alien hiding in the dark? Feeling nervous but also a little excited, Soo-mi-yeon couldn't explain why she had this feeling. But she immediately shared her guess with the others. Sure enough, everyone turned pale with fear and suggested they leave immediately. But Soo-mi-yeon felt it was already too late. Just as she was about to shout for the others to get into the car, a familiar scene happened again. The sharp tip appeared unexpectedly and pierced through one person's neck. The tragic sound of flesh being torn made the remaining people scream. This time, the sharp tip didn't leave. It proudly carried the body towards Su Mian and the others, revealing its full form. It is about 3 meters long. Its body is like a larger version of a young creature, but it has more limbs. Its skin is dark, sticky, and shiny, as if covered in slime. Its large, oval-shaped head reflects cold light and looks very hard. Its mouth is full of sharp, crisscrossing teeth, giving a feeling that it can pierce anything. The sharp horns piercing through 2 bodies are actually its tail, which seems to be its weapon. In Zhou Xinyue's memory, there are pictures of adult aliens provided by the management department, but this one looks quite different from those. Su Mian knows this isn't the time to think. She looks at her frightened companions and pushes them back when the tail comes near, successfully avoiding the sharp horns and reminding them to act. Fortunately, they didn't freeze in fear. The team leader reacts quickly and aims a tranquilizer gun at the alien's head, pulling the trigger. But the tranquilizer dart doesn't go in. It bounces back with a clear, ding sound. Everyone's face turns even paler. How can the head be so hard? Seeing the alien approaching, the 3 of them feel hopeless. Suddenly, a whip swings past them and lands on the alien's head with a snap. The head, which the tranquilizer couldn't, is actually scratched, leaving a mark. A sizzling sound comes from the dented wound, and the alien starts to thrash in pain. "Go ahead, I'll hold it off," Su Mian says. They see that the whip was thrown by Su Mian. When they hesitate, she impatiently urges, "Staying here is death. Hurry up and run." Although her words seem reasonable, they might also be selfish. Seeing the alien, which kills like a predator and swats at ants, the group grits their teeth and runs away. The alien creature glared fiercely at Su Mian, who was hurt. It shook off the corpse it had been playing with, jumped in front of Su Mian, and bared its large teeth at her. The slimy drool falling from its mouth sizzled on the ground. Then it instinctively attacked with its tail. Su Mian moved her wrist, and a fiery dragon wrapped around her whip, aiming at the alien's tail. She swung it quickly. The moment they touched, the alien's tail recoiled as if shocked by electricity. It stepped back human-like, and its non-human eyes seemed to be studying Su Mian. Then it roared loudly, and sharp mouth parts grew quickly in its mouth. These soft cartilage parts weren't as hard as a tail, but they moved more quickly. After avoiding a few attacks, Su Mian took the chance when the alien dodged her whip. She threw a fireball with her other hand, hitting it directly in the mouth. The burning red light made the alien's mouth parts curl back in pain. It let out a sharp scream and rolled on the ground trying to put out the flames, but it was no use. Su Mian didn't give up. After throwing several more fireballs, she used her whip to catch the alien's thinnest neck, increasing the fire. The flames seemed to trap the alien's neck tightly, burning its head. It made unpleasant noises and tried to break free, pulling Su Mian along a few times, but she held on tightly. She kept watching around, and when she saw no other companions nearby, she became bolder and threw more fireballs at it. About 10 minutes later, the alien's neck broke. Su Mian quickly pulled its head over and, worried, added another burst of fire. She saw the thin skin on the head melt away, revealing the bones underneath, and even the curled parasite inside. Killing a full-grown alien didn't give her much pride. It took too long. Fighting alone was okay, but in a group attack, her chances weren't good. Honestly, she still lacked a reliable weapon. Compared to her powers and long-range whip, she preferred close combat, even against a moving acid pool. Suddenly, she realized something. Her gaze fell on the remaining part of the alien's head. Half an hour later, Su Mian looked at the clean, reflective skull she had wiped dry. She had a bold idea. She found a clean small house, closed the door, and took out a machine from her space. After 2 hours, after wasting several gears and abrasive sheets, the skull turned into 5 long small knives, and the fangs became jagged blades. Su Mian fixed the knives by hooking the ends onto an iron pipe and wrapping them with wire, making 5 weapons of different lengths. Finally, she used a heavy-duty saw-toothed blade to practice on the wall. After some hand protection adjustments, she moved to the alien corpse. She lifted the blade and left deep cuts on the alien's thigh. She kept swinging until the thigh was cut off, then she was satisfied and stopped. This speed was much faster than using supernatural powers. Although the range was small, as long as she collected enough teeth later, it wouldn't be impossible to cut off an alien's neck with one strike. As for the skull, it was a bit too short to polish well, but it was enough to deal with a young alien. When Su-mion returned to the management department, she saw everyone looked unhappy. When she arrived, the staff at the registration desk were startled and shocked that she was still alive. Soon, Lu Hongbing arrived, along with the 3 teammates who had been driven away by Su-mion in the morning. They showed happiness and shock at her safe return, apologized for leaving her behind, and asked how she came back. Su-mion listened carefully and sensed something was wrong. After asking several times, she learned that there were other teams besides theirs where adult aliens appeared. The difference was only they had returned alive. Su-mion realized her behavior was a bit conspicuous. While thinking, she pretended to search her pockets, but actually took out the jagged blade and knives from her space. She explained, "These are weapons I accidentally obtained before. Today, I just happened to use them to kill the alien, which is how I managed to come back alive." Seeing their curiosity, she added that she got these weapons from an alien corpse that had turned into bones. "Everyone says alien bones are hard. I just wanted to see if using their bones to cut them would work. Turns out it really does," Su-mion said. She also suggested that Lu Hongbing could request to cut up the alien corpse to see if he could find other useful things. As she finished speaking, she noticed Lu Hongbing's expression looked a bit strange. When he said he had just learned this method too, Su-mion suddenly shut up. What a coincidence. 3 teammates didn't think much of it. They were curious and took turns playing with Su-mion's weapon, praising her cleverness for coming up with this idea. At the same time, they wondered, even with such a weapon, how many of them could be as lucky as Su-mion to kill an alien creature. Not to mention the alien's large body and its various stretching, attacking limbs, but also its corrosive blood. Just getting close might cost them half their health. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? I was lucky this time, but next time it will be my strength. Don't you think you're still not as lucky as I am? Su-mion said this on purpose. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how she single-handedly killed the alien. Her words motivated the others. You're right, if we don't try, how will we know? Lu Hongbing saw this and said, I've already applied for the rights to the corpse, but I heard there aren't many. It might not be approved for us. The officials are too bossy. They prioritize their experiments and always get the new species first. But their equipment is better, so we have to accept this disadvantage. Su-mion reassured him that with so many aliens, they would definitely get a turn. She also mentioned continuing their mission tomorrow. Lu Hongbing had planned to pause the mission, waiting for the authorities to give a conclusion about this mutation before planning the next step. But when he heard Su-mion say she could bring back a corpse early, he was tempted again. In the end, he agreed to let her go on the mission, but insisted on leading the team and handling logistics. Since they wouldn't interfere with her, Su-mion agreed. She needed to quickly learn how to kill aliens, mainly to protect herself during large-scale alien outbreaks. That night, after resting, Su-mion thought for a moment and went to find Satellite Star, giving him a dagger. Before she finished speaking, Satellite Star suddenly changed his expression drastically and threw the dagger away. Su-mion didn't expect his reaction and looked at him in confusion. Satellite Star realized he overreacted and hurriedly explained, Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to. After saying that, he awkwardly picked up the dagger again, trembling as if the dagger might bite him. It looks like an alien. I must have seen it wrong. Su-mion was surprised that he had good eyesight and directly told him that it was made from the alien skull. Seeing Satellite Star's face turn even paler, Su-mion couldn't help but laugh. You said you'd train hard to go out with me, but you're afraid of an alien corpse? No, I'm not used to it. When she heard that the knife was for self-defense, Satellite Star looked at her in surprise. Then she refocused on the dagger in her hand and gradually stopped feeling so scared. Keep the item safe. Study self-defense skills carefully these days. I might be very busy and won't have time to visit you. avoid her pitiful, puppy-like gaze, and remind him not to go out alone or to bring her food intentionally. Only then did she leave. She wanted to rest early and be in the best condition to face tomorrow's tough fight. At 8 a.m. the next day, Soo-mi-yeon informed the staff and drove the management district's vehicle to the site where other teams had problems yesterday. The district's cameras could indeed see the heat signatures of the strange creatures marked in the system. Early on, they could catch the initial shape of the creatures, but adult creatures moved too fast. Usually, the cameras would see a flash of red, and then it would disappear in a second, making the cameras ineffective. Plus, the limited camera range meant many areas couldn't be observed. The previous markings were almost useless against adult creatures. But this made it easier for Soo-mi-yeon to act. She didn't like being watched in real time. When she arrived at the area where the first team had trouble, she received a satellite call from Lu Hongbing. He thought her early departure was too bold and said he would arrive at her location soon. They had satellite tracking on the vehicle so they could see her route in real time. They weren't worried about losing her. Soo-mi-yeon didn't wait for him to tell her to stay put. She parked her car on a small road and went alone into the dangerous area. There was a large bloodstain on the ground, but no bodies could be seen. Following the dragging marks, she reached a half-demolished passage. The passage was dark, and she could faintly smell a foul, bloody odor. If she wasn't mistaken, a creature was hiding inside. Soo-mi-yeon clipped a special dagger to her waist and held a serrated knife. As she stepped into the passage, she released a fireball in her palm to light the way. As she moved deeper, the surrounding rocks increased, and there was more blood on the ground. When she saw the first corpse, she couldn't describe how terrible it looked. It seemed to have been tortured maliciously. Its limbs were gone, flesh was torn apart, and only the head remained, but it was disfigured and hanging on the shoulder by a piece of skin. If Soo-mi-yeon hadn't seen so many bodies before, this sight might have left her with a lasting psychological scar. She circled around and noticed that the corrosion on the ground had increased. After walking about 50 meters into the passage, she stopped in front of a small, flat building at the very end. The room was very dark, about 40 or 50 square meters, with a half-open iron door at the entrance. Near the lock, there was a large, irregular hole. Besides the usual foul smell of the alien creature, Soo-mi-yeon also detected a strong blood scent. She remembered that during the management zone's knowledge sessions, it was said that aliens liked dark, damp places and often stayed in groups. This was probably one of their small hideouts. Was she nervous? Yes, she felt a little, but mostly she was excited. During the apocalypse, she was used to staying alert and ready for zombies to attack at any moment. Aliens might be faster than zombies, but they weren't as disgusting or as crowded. She didn't rush inside blindly. Instead, she calculated the area, took a small bomb, lit it, and threw it into the room. Then she turned and ran. 3 seconds later, a loud explosion shook the ground nearby. Hiding behind a pillar, Soo-mi-yeon saw smoke billowing from the destroyed building. The sounds of alien creatures came from inside. Through the firelight, several black shadows darted out quickly, looking panicked and fleeing. She estimated there were at least 4 aliens. After their nest was destroyed, they called out for a while before scattering. Soo-mi-yeon casually chose one to follow. She didn't try to be quiet. Soon, the alien noticed her and turned around, coming toward her. Apart from their terrifying appearance, their behavior was very human-like. It was this similarity that made them seem even more strange. Soo-mi-yeon pretended to run away and reached a suitable spot to fight. As soon as she stopped, the ground behind her trembled. The alien had jumped down. It waved its head proudly and opened its jagged mouth, sticky saliva dripping onto the ground and melting a black mark. Unaware, Soo-mi-yeon watched its sharp teeth with envy. She carefully observed that this alien was different from the one she saw yesterday. It looked more like a spider, with a head shaped like a water droplet and an absurdly long body. When it saw her as food, it jumped with incredible speed, aiming to pounce on her directly. But Soo-mi-yeon noticed and dodged just in time. Soo-mi-yeon raised her jagged knife in a challenge, glanced at the alien creature and showed an angry reaction. She then launched a more fierce attack. The creature's large body smashed the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Its limbs on its back flailed wildly, and it kept shooting out mouthpieces from different parts of its body, making it hard to defend against. After observing its attack habits, Tsunami decided not to fight for too long. She jumped onto a stone pillar and swung her sword at the alien's head. The strike was not very strong, but it still hurt the creature. It couldn't believe a human could hurt it. It growled angrily and quickly counterattacked. Tsunami had already taken out her whip and used a beam to leap into the air. When she landed, she struck a second. Using her agility, Tsunami repeatedly aimed to decapitate the creature. At first, the alien didn't take it seriously. But when it realized something was wrong, Tsunami delivered the final. This time, she added fire powers to trap it, leaving it no way to escape. As the body collapsed with a loud crash, Tsunami also landed on the ground. She checked the time and saw it was 5 minutes faster than yesterday. This time, she was more confident and didn't feel tired. Thinking of this, she looked in another direction, her eyes shining faintly. When Lu Hongbing and his team arrived, they hesitated to get out of the car after a long inspection. They thought this mission was too risky, but since a woman dared to act alone, they felt they shouldn't hide behind and be afraid. They first found Tsunami's car, checked that it was intact, and then followed the only road ahead. Following the blood trail to a passage, their nerves, already tense, were shocked when they saw a hanging corpse above their heads. Some even retreated a few steps, unable to hold back vomiting. The group looked pale, forcing themselves to move forward. Soon, they saw another scene that made them shiver. Lu Hongbing and his team were at the alien nest that Tsunami had discovered. Now, the thick smoke had cleared, revealing an open room without a roof. The bright light inside showed everything clearly. Countless broken and battered bodies looked like a massacre scene. None of them were prepared for such a shocking sight. They were overwhelmed and unable to stay calm. They made muffled retching sounds, their eyes red, hearts heavy, and fingers trembling. Until distant alien-like screams sounded, they finally snapped out of their shock. They exchanged tense glances, each feeling the fear inside their hearts. Many people have been killed. Can they really fight the aliens? Even they think that Zhou Xinhua, who came alone, might already be dead. Captain Liu, should we retreat first? This situation is more than we can handle right now, someone suggested, feeling scared. Lu Hongbing hesitated. The impact of the bodies in front was too strong. He recognized several of the members who usually performed well, and now they were all dead here. Can someone like him, who is only half-trained, really handle this? While hesitating, they heard louder noises from afar. This time, besides the alien sounds, there was another voice. I think I hear Zhou Xinhua's voice. Surprisingly, she was still alive. Although they were scared, they decided to go and see. Following the sound, they found Tsunami. She was standing on the alien's body, pulling her sawed blade from its head. The huge creature looked surprisingly small compared to her. When she saw the group, she calmly greeted them. You came just in time. I just passed a search team. I found a body and took it apart. Let's take it back, and I'll check other places. She didn't seem scared of the alien at all, instead looking relaxed. The others felt ashamed and didn't know what to say. Lu Hongbing asked, I didn't hear about any other teams coming. Are they official? I'm not sure. I didn't meet them, but they looked very capable, she replied. She seemed more certain that the team was from the military and even tried to comfort everyone. Don't be too scared. If the officials are here, it means the situation is under control. Tsunami thought her words were a bit off and added quickly, I heard the aliens are increasing nearby. Besides the outer areas, it's better not to go inside. Lu Hongbing nodded seriously, clearly listening. Afraid they might follow her, Tsunami also mentioned the location of another alien she had killed, which helped shift their attention. Since they learned that weapons made from alien corpses work well, everyone was eager to get one. Lu Hongbing wanted to ask Su Mian to leave with them but saw she hadn't been hurt after a long time and decided to wait at the parking lot, asking her not to stay too long. Su Mian nodded and walked in another direction. Since then, she has killed 4 aliens. 2 of them were placed into her space, and the other 2 are the ones Lu Hongbing knows about. She plans to look for more, hoping to find additional aliens. She feels confident now and believes she can improve her skills. After half an hour, Su Mian has searched the area within a few hundred meters. She hasn't seen any adult aliens, or even their babies. She wonders if the only 4 she killed were all there were. Just as she is about to leave, she hears a gunshot nearby, followed by shouting. It sounds like many people are fighting, probably because they found an alien. She hesitates about whether to go over, but the sounds are already approaching her. In her line of sight, a large dark shape rushes like a gecko from the wall, coming very fast. In an instant, it is less than 50 meters from Su Mian. Behind it, a group of people is running. They wear similar black combat suits and each hold a gun, looking like well-trained soldiers. However, her confidence wanes after seeing many bullets miss their target. She thinks these people might just look the part. Their aim is poor, probably trainees. Why are you just standing there? Get out of the way, those people shout loudly, waving at her once they see Su Mian. When they see the alien charging at Su Mian, everyone's hearts tighten, and some even start to mourn for her. But the expected scene of the girl being knocked down doesn't happen. Instead, Su Mian quickly sidesteps the alien and starts hacking at one of its legs with something. It seems like a pointless effort, but surprisingly, the alien stumbles, and its leg is broken in half. Su Mian had prepared in advance, retreating to avoid the splashing blood, showing she has plenty of experience fighting aliens. A timid figure in the team accidentally sees this scene. Suddenly, like someone on adrenaline, he starts running forward from the back of the group. His teammates are surprised to see this coward suddenly brave, and can't help but say, "Are you crazy, Qin Xiao? There's an alien ahead. You're running in the wrong direction." It's not that they don't care about their teammate, but Qin Xiao's background is special. Although he's part of the combat team, he has powerful connections. They have to protect him during missions. It's frustrating, but they can't do anything about it. Luckily, Qin Xiao knows to stay safe and hasn't caused trouble for them along the way. The person called Qin Xiao ignored everything, his eyes only focused on the figure fighting the alien creature. Seeing the tense situation, he finally reacted and turned around to shout, "Are you all stupid? Why aren't you helping? Letting a girl fight alone?" The crowd, suddenly scolded, looked very unhappy, but they remembered their task and quickly went to help. With more people and better weapons, they soon made the alien creature unable to move. Su Mian looked at the scattered alien remains and the sticky liquid everywhere. Seeing the team acting confident and successful, she was speechless for a moment. She originally wanted to see if she could pick up a body, but when she saw the others choosing parts, she gave up. She planned to leave the way she came, but just a few steps away, she heard someone call from behind, "Qin Xiao, where are you going?" Turning around, Su Mian saw someone sneaking behind her. The person looked decent but acted a bit creepy, probably caught by someone's shout. He glared at her and then stared intently at Su Mian. He didn't speak, just followed behind her like a loyal follower. The others in the team looked uncomfortable, and Su Mian didn't understand why. She was thinking about scaring him away with a knife when she suddenly heard his cautious, low voice, "Su Mian." She paused, looked at him with a hint of suspicion, and almost without hesitation called out his name, "Zhao Tian." "Wow, it's really you." Qin Xiao, also known as Zhao Tian, immediately became very excited and almost cried. He rushed forward without caring about his image. If Su Mian hadn't stepped back quickly, he might have hugged her leg. She kicked him in annoyance, saying, "Stand still first." Even after being scolded, Zhao Tian was happy. He stood properly and kept staring at Su Mian with wide eyes, mumbling, "We agreed in the dungeon that if we recognized each other, we wouldn't abandon each other. I may be bad at this, but I'm trying my best." Su Mian was really annoyed with him. Such a grown man, and he could cry just like that. She pointed her chin at the distant group of people who had already noticed something was wrong and were coming over, and said, "Your effort is just bringing a bunch of bodyguards." Although they all dressed the same, it was easy to see that those people were deliberately protecting Zhao Tian. Especially when he looked speechless and helpless. I couldn't believe there were no hidden secrets behind it. It's not that I wanted them to protect me. It's because Qin Xiao's mother was worried about her son getting into trouble and secretly arranged things. I swear, since I came here, I've been on every mission. Yesterday, I even encountered an alien creature and helped out. He said this proudly. Su Mian didn't hold back and exposed his lie. The creature you encountered wasn't a newborn, was it? When you say you helped out, do you mean just stepping on it? Zhao Tian looked at her with a devilish stare, feeling wronged and not giving her any face. He stubbornly said, "Anyway, I want to follow you. Tell me where you are, and when I go back, I'll change places." Qin Xiao's father wants him to train more anyway. Su Mian thought for a moment. Even if I am a member of the civilian group? Zhao Tian instinctively thought Su Mian was so powerful that even choosing a team would be official. He hadn't thought about that before. But since it was Su Mian, a little difference was normal. After convincing himself in the shortest time, he nodded. "It's a bit complicated, but I have a way." "But can I follow you now?" "No." Su Mian refused bluntly. "Your identity looks complicated. I don't like trouble. Wait until you handle it, then find me. The team I'm in is managed by Lu Hongbing. You can ask someone to check." "All right then." Zhao Tian could only watch Su Mian leave, feeling reluctant. Meanwhile, others came over and saw Zhao Tian staring at the girl's back, unsure of what words to use. One by one, they said, "Qin Xiao, this place is still dangerous. Since the alien creature is dealt with, we should leave." "I know," he replied, but he didn't move. He waited until Su Mian's figure was out of sight before following the others, looking like a deflated egg, clearly annoyed that he was left behind. On the other side, when Su Mian met up with Lu Hongbing and others, they had already loaded the alien bodies. There wasn't enough space in the vehicle, so Su Mian sat in the front passenger seat, with her team members driving. Fearing danger if they stayed longer, they sped off quickly. When they reached the management area, a new problem arose. Alien bodies were not allowed to be brought inside. Unable to do otherwise, a few people immediately applied for tools and decided to have a professional person craft the weapons on site. Su Mian currently had enough weapons and had no intention of using them on these corpses. She went to the main hall to hand over the task, registered, and then returned to her dormitory. She wasn't in a hurry to wash up. Instead, she cleared a space in her room, laid out a mat, and took out the strange-shaped skulls. First, she removed the teeth, then polished them and integrated them into her serrated knife until there were no gaps, and then she stopped. She tested the feel. Apart from being a bit heavier, there was no real difference. The next day, Su Mian saw the weapons everyone had made overnight. To say, professional work really looks good. The same dagger and serrated knife had smooth lines and looked like they were naturally shaped that way. But her own weapons, though a bit ugly, were still sturdy. She didn't plan to change them for now. Before leaving, Su Mian noticed that more people than usual were going out today, all teammates who had received weapons. Although they tried to hide it, their eager expressions were obvious. It was like children with new toys, eager to try them out. Su Mian initially wanted to go alone, but she swallowed her words and decided to go with the group. This time, they arrived at another incident site. As soon as they got off the vehicle, they saw blood splattered everywhere, just as bloody and intense as the day before. Everyone felt heavy-hearted seeing this scene, but they still followed the dried bloodstains forward. Lu Hongbing and a few others stayed near the vehicle to support, and they also gave some small alarms. These devices would alert when a strange creature approached, but only roughly indicated the direction and distance, so everyone had to be careful. The team leader was a tall male team member, looking quite brave. He was silent most of the time but always considerate of the team. As a woman in the team, Su Mian was naturally kept in the middle. After walking for nearly half an hour, they still hadn't seen any strange creatures, and the bloodstains on the ground were getting fewer. Everyone whispered, wondering if the creatures had moved elsewhere, when suddenly the alarm sounded with a beep. They quickly took out their devices. The screen showed a small red that flickered more intensely as they approached from one direction. That's not right. Not just one. Soon, the small dots increased from 1 to 2 and finally to 5. Everyone silently swallowed hard and struggled against the 5 enemies, but it seemed they couldn't win. Don't panic, everyone. We brought explosives, so just follow the official plan. When it's time, hide, and I will throw the bombs. I suspect they are hiding in a room just like yesterday, said the male team leader. He looked calm and quickly planned everyone's hiding spots. As he guessed, the alien was hiding in a shadowed house. The large amount of blood at the door and the melted ground and walls confirmed this. 3 minutes later, an explosion echoed loudly. Su Mian raised an eyebrow. The bombs were much more powerful than hers. She thought she might gather some of the explosives later. Thick smoke spread out, flames shot up, and in an instant, several dark figures appeared from the exploded house and quickly ran away. Everyone stay together. We attack one by one. Be careful and protect yourselves, Su Mian said. She realized the team leader had good ideas and decided to follow the group. 10 minutes later, they found the first alien. At first, everyone was panicked and didn't dare to move. Finally, Su Mian took out her whip to hold it back, giving her teammates a chance to attack. More than 10 people rushed forward and used brute force to badly damage the alien. Afterward, Su Mian saw the mess on the ground. She quietly retracted her whip and gave her teammates a forced look of encouragement. This time, it seemed like everyone's energy was unlocked. When the second alien appeared, they didn't need Su Mian to hold it back. They changed their positions and defeated the second alien again. The good news was that the aliens were killed almost intact. The bad news was it took 40 minutes and 3 teammates had cuts from the alien's blood. But no one was discouraged. Instead, they became even more determined. Next came the third. And the fifth. After killing all 5, Su Mian was tired. She had been too fierce and was exhausted from the fight. This time, Lu Hongbing brought 2 pickup trucks. The 5 alien bodies were large, but they could still fit in the trucks. Although her teammates used up all their energy, they looked lively and alert. Even Lu Hongbing was very eager. He asked several times if aliens were easy to kill, feeling like he might try it himself tomorrow. Yes, after several hours of fighting, the team decided to leave. Su Mian thought that if she spoke about staying, it wouldn't be appropriate. She checked the time. Only 2 o'clock. She planned to go back and see the situation. If not, she would go out alone later. Back in the quarantine area, the 5 alien bodies naturally drew everyone's attention. The teammates involved in the fight were asked about how they defeated the enemies. They spoke excitedly, as if they had been revived with full energy. Su Mian quietly left the lively scene and signed her name in the hall. She was thinking about what time to go out in the afternoon when she saw someone standing in front of her. He looked at her with a curious gaze but spoke confidently. "Player?" His straightforward question surprised Su Mian. She looked at him. He was not a stranger, but the team leader she had noticed a few times today. During the previous battle, Su Mian had noticed he was quite skilled. Now she suddenly understood. He was a player. No wonder she had felt something was off earlier. It turned out he was hiding his true strength too. Their eye contact confirmed each other's identity. Xie Yurong looked at her with admiration. "Yesterday, I heard Captain Lu say you found 2 aliens, so I suspected your identity. Later, I observed the bodies and only saw your traces of action, which made me even more sure." Su Mian raised an eyebrow. Her lie was indeed easily exposed, but few people had the time or interest to investigate. "You don't need to be wary of me. I just wanted to confirm that you're a fellow. I won't bother you. But next time you go out, can you take me along?" He offered a friendly gesture. "My name is Xie Yurong. I have enhanced strength. We're on the same team, just trying to finish the mission quickly. I promise I won't hold you back." Su Mian was moved. She almost wanted to ask what his mission was, but considering that players had similar tasks and her words might reveal too much, she held back. She believed someone would tell her soon enough, so there was no need to rush. She didn't immediately agree but said, "Let's wait for the right opportunity." Xie Yurong nodded without disappointment and left. Su Mian thought he was quite straightforward and didn't dislike him. At 2:30, shortly after she changed her clothes and left her dorm, she ran into Lu Hongbing, who was leading Zhao Tian. Seeing her, Lu Hongbing hurried over. "Just right, you're out. Xiao Qin said you're a friend of yours and just applied to join our team. I was about to assign him a dorm. It's the room next to yours. Take him upstairs. I still need to watch those weapons. Everyone's eager for them. I planned to pick one myself." The reason Lu Hongbing personally brought someone over was because he was free at the moment. Without waiting for Su Mian to agree, he quickly explained, and then left. It shows that new weapons are very attractive to everyone. Zhao Tian happily ran up and asked, "Su Mian, where should I sleep?" "Why sleep in the daytime? Since you're here, come with me to go out and do something." Thinking she meant a walk around the quarantine area, Zhao Tian agreed quickly. But when they stepped out of the gate, away from the scanning point, and Su Mian had already skillfully driven a car to pick them up and sat in the front seat, Zhao Tian finally realized she was taking him out. Feeling hopeful, he carefully asked, "Are we going to look for supplies?" Su Mian glanced back while driving. She didn't say anything, but her look was very clear. Seeing Zhao Tian's quickly dimming eyes, she raised an eyebrow. "This day will come eventually. If you keep hiding, do you think your mission will complete itself? Or do you plan to stay in this world forever?" This made Zhao Tian react strongly. "I just want to catch up with you and rest for a day. I'm not avoiding my mission. Besides, there are so many monsters to kill. A few days' delay doesn't matter and there's no time limit." Su Mian's heart moved a little. She realized that the players' missions, like hers, had no time limit. The only difference was they only needed to kill monsters. "Is it really that simple?" she asked casually. "How many more do you need to kill?" 100. Su Mian remembered that the official operation area was different from theirs. Maybe the adult monsters had already been seen many times. "How many have you killed?" After a long moment without a reply, Su Mian turned her head and saw Zhao Tian nervously looking out the window. Her eyelids twitched, and she guessed the unbelievable answer. After a while, she couldn't help but say, "The later monsters will be harder to kill. You've been here for a few days. Have you thought about that?" Zhao Tian touched his nose. "I have. I plan to use Qin's influence to go out and gather people. When others kill most of the monsters, I'll go in for the final. Then I'll finish my mission, and they'll get Qin's reward. It's a win-win." He didn't finish his sentence, feeling a bit hesitant. Knowing his plan wasn't very convincing, he hurried to explain, "I also plan to do it myself, but I just haven't gotten used to it yet." Su Mian's eyelid twitched again as a group of people surrounded him. He was used to this after finishing the mission. She calmly said, "You can thank me later." Before Zhao Tian could respond, Su Mian's voice came again. "Get used to feeling like you're really there." An hour later, Zhao Tian's hurried figure was seen running down an empty street. He ran while searching for something. Besides the weapon he accidentally dropped nearby, he couldn't see Su Mian anywhere. However, the alien creature behind him didn't give him a chance. It blocked his path with a leap. "Su Mian, help. I can't fight it." But no one paid attention to him. Seeing the huge creature in front, Zhao Tian grabbed his tears and nose, finally picking up his weapon and attacking randomly. The dagger tied to the iron rod cut through the alien skin. He was burned by the green liquid sprayed out, crying out in pain, and was even knocked away by the alien's tail. Su Mian, standing on the second floor, shook her head. Before the alien pounced again, she jumped down, using a whip to catch its tail and forcefully pull it back. A few minutes later, the alien turned into a corpse. Zhao Tian was still lying on the ground, tending to the wound on the back of his hand. Seeing this, Su Mian couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward, picked him up, and threw him beside the corpse. "If you can't handle the living, practice with the dead. If you don't kill an alien today, you'll spend the night here alone." Actually, Zhao Tian's appearance in this disguise looked quite heroic, but it didn't match his actions. It gave off a somewhat feminine vibe. For the first time, Su Mian thought of using the phrase, "wasteful destruction" here. Ignoring Zhao Tian's pleas, Su Mian went elsewhere. She had just found another alien when she returned. 15 minutes later, Su Mian had dealt with another alien, disassembled it, and stored it in her space before returning to find Zhao Tian. When she arrived, Zhao Tian was tormenting the remains of the first alien, stabbing its body with a knife and shouting wildly, "Who's afraid of you? Just a little alien. I've fought in many missions. If you dare to jump and bite me, I'll stab you to death."
Sumian.
She quietly appeared and tapped Zhao Tian on the shoulder. The person who had just been acting so confident suddenly let out a loud scream and jumped back, looking terrified. When she saw it was Su Mian, she quickly relaxed and looked upset. "Su Mian, can you not scare me? You're not just a player who has completed many missions, so how can you be scared by a mere human?" Hearing this, Zhao Tian realized his words had been overheard and blushed deeply. I was just trying to encourage myself," Su Mian nodded. "You finished your pep talk, so shall we get serious now?" Seeing the disbelief in Zhao Tian's wide eyes, Su Mian took out an alarm device she had borrowed from the front desk before leaving and headed toward the darkened apartment building. Zhao Tian felt the surroundings grow darker and more tense, as if a strange creature might jump out at any moment. He was too scared to run away and could only follow Su Mian nervously. They walked for 30 minutes, but the alarm remained silent. An hour passed, and still nothing happened. Zhao Tian gradually relaxed and gently suggested, "Su Mian, you must be tired too. I think it's getting late. Maybe we should go back." Before he finished, a beeping sound came from the device. Zhao Tian swallowed nervously as Su Mian turned to him with a gentle smile. "This time, it really might jump out and bite you. Show me your bravery. Let me see how fierce you are when you fight it." Zhao Tian. "Can we not talk about this anymore?" Su Mian didn't go far this time, just standing a little way from Zhao Tian. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Zhao Tian gathered his courage and moved closer to the creature. Within 5 minutes, the creature caught its scent and appeared on its own. It surprised Zhao Tian, but this time he was prepared to fight back. As a player, his physical strength was much better than an ordinary person. Although each fight was awkward, he managed to hurt the creature in several places. The acid corroded his clothes, leaving him looking disheveled. Once a handsome young man, now he looked like he had just escaped from a disaster. They fought for half an hour. Zhao Tian was exhausted and gasping for breath, while the creature grew impatient and attacked more fiercely. Su Mian didn't expect Zhao Tian to kill the creature on his first try. Seeing his strength nearly run out, she moved in to restrain the creature by its neck and then encouraged Zhao Tian to attack. The other person did not disappoint and used all their strength to cut off the alien's neck. However, because they were too exhausted and fell to the ground, they didn't dodge in time and were mostly burned by acid on their shoulder skin. When they got into the car, he was too tired to even complain about the pain. Su Mian helped rinse his wound with water and then applied some medicine. When she saw that Su Mian didn't plan to go back and thought they probably wouldn't die easily, and that getting hurt wasn't so scary, she gave up trying to persuade her. Su Mian didn't look for the alien anymore. Instead, she arrived at the busy main street, saw many shops, and decided to stock up on supplies. She parked the car by the roadside, let Zhao Tian rest inside, and went to the nearest pharmacy. After taking some medicine, she visited the herbal tea shop next door, then a clothing store, a shoe store, and finally a jewelry store. All these shops were empty, and no one disturbed her. The feeling of gathering supplies almost made Su Mian unable to stop. She only left when the sun was about to set. Back in the car, Zhao Tian was already asleep, probably exhausted. The car reached the quarantine zone before he woke up, and Su Mian had to wake him up. She asked the staff to change Zhao Tian's dressing. Then she went back to her room to wash up and went to sleep early. The next morning, before Zhao Tian opened his eyes, someone lifted him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Mian smiling, ready to go again. Time to go kill some more aliens. Let's get moving. Zhao Tian's handsome face twisted in frustration. He had already been badly hurt, so why couldn't he rest for a day? And could they please stop saying kill so casually? What surprised him even more was that it wasn't just the second day, there was a third, then a sixth day. The team members in the quarantine zone noticed that these two people had been coming and going very often. Lu Hongbing heard that Su Mian wanted to train her timid brother, so he told her to be careful, but didn't interfere much. Recently, more and more aliens appeared, and he had started leading teams out himself, so he couldn't watch over everyone. Moreover, Su Mian was considered steady in his mind, knowing how to avoid danger. Zhao Tian also became numb from the training. His first instinct when seeing an alien was to attack. After a few days, he looked quite battered and thinner, but he clearly felt that his speed and strength had improved. Although he lived in fear every day, he felt he could endure as long as he stayed close to Su Mian. By the 10th day, an uninvited guest arrived at the quarantine area. Su Mian usually wakes up early, but today the crying from the next room was even earlier. Besides crying, there was shouting, and she could faintly hear people moving around. She changed her clothes and came out to see that Zhao Tian's room looked like a tourist spot, with 7 or 8 men and women standing at the door. There seemed to be someone inside, and the crying was coming from there. Soon, Zhao Tian hurried out of the room, looking messy. When he saw Su Mian, he immediately looked relieved, as if saved. He had never wanted to leave so badly before. "I'm ready. Let's go quickly. You're not leaving." Before Su Mian could speak, a woman in her 40s came out of the room. She was well-groomed, wearing a cheongsam that didn't match the current environment. She looked angry and waited for Zhao Tian. "Did you not listen to what I just said? Do you know where this is? It's a chaotic place. What skills can you learn here? I will talk to your father. From now on, you stay at home and behave. Others handle fighting the aliens. You don't need to show off." After saying this, she turned her gaze to Su Mian. She looked her over, but didn't complain much. Her attitude was somewhat superior. "My son has a special status. Even if you look at him, he must be from an official family. I don't care what ideas you have. Don't bother my son anymore." Zhao Tian exploded. "You're talking nonsense. I want to stay here. It's none of anyone else's business. Stop pretending. I already know. Love at first sight is fake. There are many prettier than her. Listen to me, after we go back, I won't restrict your freedom. Do you really want to end up like Uncle Fan's son next door? A gentle person who got his hand cut off and is still unconscious. Uncle Fan wants to find out who did it, but he doesn't even know. I heard it was also in this quarantine area. You're so brave." Su Mian didn't expect the world to be so small. Someone got their hand cut off. Surname Fan. And the place was the same. No need to guess, it's Fan Wenshuan. Honestly, she almost forgot about this person. Qin's mother kept talking about how bad this place was, and the men and women who came with her also joined in persuading. Su Mian finally realized that these people were official task force members, also hired by the Qin family. Their main goal was to protect their son. Without saying much, Zhao Tian's status in this world is really good. If he hadn't encountered himself, the plan he made earlier to finish the task would also work. "Please stop talking about it. My head is about to explode," Zhao Tian said helplessly as a group of people surrounded him. "I have hands and feet. I can fight aliens myself. Even if you want to protect me, I should have the ability to defend myself. Otherwise, if you can't protect me someday, I might as well wait to die." He then patiently looked at Mother Qin. "Mom, you know the truth, so why don't you understand? I'm doing fine now. If you keep interfering, I'll find a place to hide so you can never find me. And that man named Fan, so polite and refined, he's just a bad guy. I saw him going out to eat with different women. It's no wonder he got his hand cut. Instead of wasting time, you should advise Uncle Fan to teach his son properly. I suspect his son is just getting what he deserves." After saying all this, Zhao Tian ignored Mother Qin's shocked and stunned look. He grabbed Su Mian and ran outside, shouting as he ran, "Stop bothering me. Once I finish fighting the aliens, I'll come back. Don't disturb others or I'll hate you forever." His words didn't sound very threatening, but Su Mian could see that Mother Qin looked deeply hurt. It was clear that this mother loved her son very much. Sadly, her son was destined not to come back. After they got in the car, Zhao Tian finally relaxed. Finally got rid of them. "Did you see? Qin's mother's love is too suffocating. Mainly, I don't know her well, so if I go back, I'll definitely be exposed. Su Mian thought that this kind of love wasn't even close to suffocating. Many people would envy it. She asked, "How did you tell your family you came here?" She felt Mother Qin misunderstood her identity. Zhao Tian thought for a moment and said, "I just said I came out to find someone important, so she wouldn't worry. I told her I'd train myself outside and visit her when I have time. Since you promised, why did you change your mind?" Zhao Tian, feeling guilty, instinctively touched his nose. He carefully looked at Su Mian before adding, "I was afraid she wouldn't agree, so I didn't tell her in person. I just left her a letter." Su Mian was silent. She then asked about the Fan family, and Zhao Tian directly explained everything he knew about them. The so-called someone behind is just a relative of the Fan family working in the weapons research department. Now that weapons are very important, research positions are highly sought after. No wonder Fan Wenxuan was able to get a comfortable administrative job in the management area. By the way, if the person who cut off Fan Wenxuan's hand is really in our quarantine zone, we should be careful. Although the Fan family seems refined, someone who cuts off a hand isn't necessarily a good person. They might be a violent player. I wonder if waking up and seeking revenge from their family will affect us.
Their family isn't easy to deal with.
I finally found you, and I really don't want them to come bother us. He then thought of a plan. Maybe we should find the person and reveal it to the Fan family. That way, they can catch the right person without affecting us. My mom would also be at ease. Su Mian. I don't think your mom would be at ease. Zhao Tian looked confused. Why? Maybe because I am the violent player you mentioned who cut off Fan Wenxuan's hand, she said casually. Zhao Tian was stunned. After confirming that Su Mian wasn't joking, he secretly swallowed hard and tried to backtrack. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please don't be mad. What's there to be mad about? Su Mian even smiled faintly. But I think revealing my identity to the Fan family is a good idea. Zhao Tian almost cried. I really didn't mean to. Su Mian, please don't twist my words. You think I have a foul mouth, but I would never hurt you. Honestly, he never expected this situation to involve her, no matter how much he thought about it. This isn't a lie. Su Mian briefly recounted what happened to Zhou Xinyue and then detailed the day she cut off Fan Wenxuan's hand. Zhao Tian, listening nearby, forgot to speak for a while. After a moment he said, I realize every one of your copies is pretty tragic. Most of the time, it's because of men that you end up dead. Su Mian didn't deny it. In fact, the reasons for death in all three worlds were related to men, just with different identities. He originally thought that cutting off a hand was pretty harsh, but now he saw that Su Mian's actions were quite light. He also understood why she suggested revealing her identity, though he still had some worries. What if, after punishing the Zhou family, the Fan family comes after you? There are no what-ifs. They will definitely come after me. You said, I'm willing to cut off my hand, but are you afraid of cutting off a few more people's heads? In the last mission, Zhao Tian didn't encounter Zhao Tian, and the other person didn't know what the players thought of her. So he looked slow at first, but in the end he nodded. He felt that Su Mian might really be capable. I don't know why, but even though this kind of thing is very scary, Zhao Tian still doesn't feel afraid of Su Mian. Tonight, I'll have someone send a message. We'll keep doing missions these days. It's better if they are smart enough to act outside the quarantine zone, so you won't have trouble cleaning up. Su Mian looked at him happily, glad that he was thinking about helping her deal with the bodies. He's a good teammate. That day, after they went out and killed 3 aliens, Su Mian took Zhao Tian to the official outside scanning point. He had stayed there a few days before and was familiar with the place. He returned in less than 10 minutes, looking excited, saying he did a good job. Although he revealed Su Mian's identity, he cleverly shifted the blame to the Zhou family. Even if the Fan family wanted revenge, they would first target those nearby. The Zhou family really isn't good. They even tried to kill a daughter to get close to Fan Wenxuan. Now they are trying to flatter him. But after Fan Wenxuan lost his hand and fainted, he simply hid. No one knows the relationship between Zhou Xinya and Fan Wenxuan. Su Mian nodded and praised him. You did a good job. I need to reward you. Zhao Tian's mouth was so happy, he could hardly hold back. Really? What's the reward? You'll find out tomorrow. You'll be very happy. Su Mian spoke mysteriously, and Zhao Tian was excited too. That night, he didn't sleep well, thinking whether the reward meant a few days off or if Su Mian would give him some good food. Or maybe she would take him around the quarantine zone to build team bonds. The next morning, he woke up energetic and saw a small pickup truck parked downstairs. Su Mian leaned against the window beside the driver's seat and waved at him, smiling brightly. Let's go. I'm taking you camping. Zhao Tian's face lit up with joy. Was she really taking him to build their relationship? He eagerly got into the car, kept asking where they were going, but Su Mian didn't reply. Instead, she handed him a bag. It was quite heavy. Zhao Tian thought it was another surprise. When he opened it, he saw various weapons. He was stunned. What are these for? Su Mian didn't speak, only gave him a mysterious smile. Half an hour later, the car left the familiar streets and entered the main road marked with a big red cross. During this time, a young alien flew over. Su Mian accelerated and hit it, causing it to crash into the glass beside Zhao Tian and fly away, leaving a green streak behind. Zhao Tian looked at Su Mian, who was expressionless and even seemed in a good mood, swallowed hard, and instinctively tightened his seatbelt. Another half-hour passed, and the car turned into an open, grassy field. When Su Mian told him to get out, Zhao Tian was still confused. He stepped onto the lush green grass, looked at the clear, calm lake nearby, and scanned the dense forest behind him. Honestly, this place was beautiful. But he couldn't ignore the fact that a grown alien had been chasing their car all the way to this spot. He numbly helped set up the tent, arranged the table, and laid out the lounge chairs. In the end, Su Mian handed him a bowl of fruit and told him to sit on a chair, but he still couldn't relax. This fake calmness broke when he heard they would stay here for 3 days. Zhao Tian froze. Can I skip the reward? Su Mian shook her head without expression. Too late. She also held a bowl of fruit, lying back in her chair, relaxed. Don't you think this is pretty peaceful? Peaceful? Camping in an alien nest. What kind of peace is that? Zhao Tian felt like the aliens were watching him. He looked miserable and said, I definitely won't sleep here. Then it's better to kill some aliens and finish the mission early. Su Mian chewed on a sweet, crunchy peach, enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of her. She felt very good. Then she remembered something else. Oh, I also found you a companion. He should be here soon. Who else would be foolish enough to come to a place like this? For a moment, Zhao Tian wasn't sure whether to be happy about having a companion or sad that he might die here. He initially wanted to struggle, but when he saw that Su Mian wouldn't leave, he simply relaxed like her. He lay down and fell asleep. He was awakened by voices. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Mian standing with a man not far away. They seemed to be talking, and the man was frowning, looking unhappy. Coincidentally, their gazes met, and Zhao Tian realized that the unhappiness was directed at him. Then Su Mian brought the man over and introduced him. Xia Yurong, also a player. We've been camping together for 3 days. Xia Yurong. 10 minutes later, lying on a lounge chair with a bag of snacks and enjoying the scenery, Xia Yurong began to doubt whether his choice was right. Yesterday, he approached Su Mian for a partnership for the second time. To his surprise, Su Mian agreed and gave him a landmark here, telling him to meet at 8 o'clock. He could only blame himself for not asking more questions yesterday. Now that he's here, going back would waste some time. But he also made a discovery. Su Mian, who seemed just a bit impressive, also had a space grid, and it looked quite large. A space grid represents points, and points represent abilities. This gave Xia Yurong, who was worried about potential danger at night, some reassurance. So, when no alien creatures appeared until noon, Xia Yurong took out his supplies, some cookies and instant noodles. Of course, he was immediately disliked for it. Then he saw a table in front of him filled with fruit, boxed meals, and drinks. Zhao Tian saw his surprised expression and, acting familiar, patted his arm. Su Mian is amazing. You'll be more surprised in the future. But I didn't expect you to have a space grid too. Your ability must be pretty strong. If there's danger tonight, you should look out for me. Xia Yurong glanced at him silently, without replying. He quietly opened the box meal and was again amazed by the delicate arrangement and presentation inside. Zhao Tian didn't mind being ignored and was happy to see Xia Yurong's inexperienced look. It was the first time he saw such a meal, and he was stunned. Who would think that a simple fast food box could contain high-quality dishes? Not only were they beautiful, but the taste was excellent too. Around 1 p.m., sounds of alien creatures came from nearby. Su Mian was busy analyzing the terrain and designing something, so he didn't have time to go. He asked Xia Yurong to take Zhao Tian to look around. Before they left, he also gave Zhao Tian a whistle, telling him to it if he couldn't handle the situation. Within less than 5 minutes, the whistle sounded. Su Mian followed the sound and went over, only to be stunned by their disheveled appearance. Zhao Tian was lying on the ground, holding the whistle in his mouth, hiding from the approaching alien creature like a maggot. Xia Yurong was still standing, but 2 alien creatures surrounded him. He had no weapon, and fighting them barehanded only drained his strength without any progress. Su Mian cracked her whip, pulling away the alien that was about to attack Zhao Tian and dragging it towards Xia Yurong. She quickly handed him a serrated knife, which he caught and swung at the alien Su Mian had restrained. In just 3 strikes, he cut off its head. The second and third creatures were even easier to deal with. With Su Mian joining the fight, they were completely overpowered. Her whip left the aliens nowhere to run, and her strength was so great that she could pull them close by force. Xia Yurong was impressed, but he knew this wasn't the time to be distracted. He worked well with Su Mian, and within 3 minutes, the other 2 aliens were also dead. After collecting the bodies into her storage space, Su Mian finally had time to ask what had happened. At that, Xia Yurong's face darkened. He had been fighting just fine until Zhao Tian was kicked by an alien and crashed into him. In the chaos, Zhao Tian accidentally grabbed his weapon and threw it away, straight into the alien's mouth. The culprit, Zhao Tian, looked embarrassed. I left in a hurry and forgot to bring my weapon. He hadn't meant to throw it like that. He was aiming for the alien's eye, but somehow hit its mouth instead. Su Mian was speechless. She looked at Xia Yurong. Forget it. You can keep this knife for now. I still have others. Xia Yurong glanced at the serrated knife in his hand. He usually used a dagger, but Su Mian's weapon was clearly better. After getting used to it, he could almost cut through an alien's neck in 2 strikes, maybe even one with more practice. Thinking about how well they had worked together, he couldn't help but glance at Su Mian again. She was truly strong, stronger than he had imagined. By afternoon, the area had grown quiet again. Zhao Tian, however, made sure to always carry a weapon now. He didn't dare be careless, especially after realizing that Xia Yurong was stronger than him and that Su Mian seemed to respect Xia's skill. That only made Zhao more determined. After all, he had been trained by Su Mian. He couldn't embarrass her again. Later that afternoon, Su Mian placed wooden stakes in a circle around them, tying cloth strips soaked in oil to each one. The 2 men didn't understand what she was doing until dusk fell. With a wave of her hand, the stakes suddenly burst into bright flames, lighting up the surroundings. Zhao Tian looked on with admiration, while Xia Yurong was once again amazed. Xia Yurong has experienced many copies and met many strong players. From the moment he learned Su Mian's player identity, he felt she was not weak. But he didn't expect that, besides having strong personal abilities and the ability to exchange space, she also exchanged a special fire seed. Short-term exchanges like this are rare because points are expensive and often not very useful. Those with enough points tend to exchange for permanent abilities, while those with fewer points are reluctant. Even if they are willing, they usually choose ice-type powers, which are more damaging. As a result, Xia Yurong realized that Su Mian probably exchanged a permanent fire seed. He considers himself experienced from many copies, but for the first time, he found himself underestimating someone repeatedly. He thought it was probably because Su Mian is too young. Su Mian's use of fire wasn't for show, but to prevent alien creatures from coming in large groups. She couldn't protect both of them at once, and she also wanted to rest peacefully, without disturbance. After all, this trip wasn't meant to be a punishment for herself. After finishing these preparations, she called Sia aside and discussed tonight's plan. During the day, she had mentioned briefly that Sia was unhappy about having to give Zhao Tian the alien heads in the early stage. But after experiencing various events in the afternoon, he felt he shouldn't have any worries. With her abilities, she could handle it herself, and now it was also an opportunity for him. 2 days might not be enough, but if we wait 2 more days, the aliens will appear in large numbers. We can't stay here. This warning was given by a player with alert capabilities who informed Sia yesterday. That's why they had a 3-day plan. Su Mian said, "Then let's finish Zhao Tian's task first. Whether he lives or dies doesn't matter. I plan to let him leave alive, but in a dead state." Sia was silent. At first, he envied Zhao Tian for having such good luck and receiving Su Mian's care. But now he no longer envied. This kind of care was actually quite frightening. He nodded, agreeing to the plan. Zhao Tian, who had been secretly watching since they left, saw them happily talking and muttered to himself several times. When they returned, he pretended not to care, moved a lounge chair next to Su Mian, and said he was going back to practice the moves she taught in the previous world. He found that his physical fitness had improved a lot. Just make sure it works. If you have free time these days, keep practicing. As long as your physical strength improves, your chances of success in future missions will also go up. Zhao Tian, who accidentally added a task for himself, regretted it and wanted to hit himself. He stiffly changed the subject and looked angrily at Sia, but saw her looking at him with sympathy. That look made it seem like something was wrong with him, which left Zhao Tian feeling confused. At 8:40 p.m., it was completely dark outside, and the sounds around them had grown louder. Su Mian chose a spot that wasn't close to the city, so there weren't many strange creatures attracted here. When she saw a shadow flicker outside the firelight, she and Zhao Tian instinctively ran out without needing her to say anything. Su Mian didn't go. She sat on a lounge chair, took out a cookbook, and looked at it for a while. After a few pages, she couldn't keep reading. She had tried cooking from it before, but the taste was always average, probably because she lacked talent in that area. She patiently looked at it for a bit longer, then switched to reading a novel, something about a powerful CEO. She thought if a CEO also became a player, they probably wouldn't be very bossy. Although the story was cliché, Su Mian kept reading, and she ended up reading for over an hour. Zhao Tian and Sia returned about 2 hours later. Their clothes were a bit messy, but there were no signs of injuries. They sat down and started drinking water, then discussed how their signals and hand gestures during the fight with the strange creatures didn't match well. Sia looked annoyed and didn't want to reply, but Zhao Tian was full of energy and said he could do better next time. He also boasted to Su Mian that they had killed 3 more strange creatures. Recently, after training with Su Mian and today's 3 kills, Zhao Tian looked at his progress and suddenly got excited. "I've killed almost 20 strange creatures now. If I keep going like this, I'll finish my task very soon." Su Mian smiled and said, "That's pretty good. Sia and I aren't in a rush. You can take the lead and finish off the remaining creatures." "That might not be a good idea." Zhao Tian hesitated. Although he wanted to complete his task and liked sticking close to Su Mian, he wasn't the type to take advantage of others. "If you think it's not good, you can stay and do the tasks with us after you finish yours," Su Mian suggested.
Sia also said, "Su Mian is right.
"You need to finish your task to stay safe, so we don't have to worry too much about you." Zhao Tian had never experienced this before and didn't notice the quick exchange of glances between the two. He nodded, promising to wait until their mission was over before leaving the area. During the late night, a few alien creatures occasionally appeared nearby. Because of the fire circle, they couldn't get close, so they could only make noise to scare them away. Sometimes, Su Mian would go check on them. Usually, they worked together, but once Zhao Tian tried to handle things alone. He blew a whistle for help after less than a minute. After training with Su Mian for a long time, Zhao Tian's skills improved, but he was still very timid and often got scared, not knowing what to do. However, sometimes he could perform very well, like he was full of energy. Su Mian didn't want a weak person around her. Seeing Zhao Tian grow a little made her feel happy. At 5 in the morning, Su Mian told the tired two to rest more while she stayed awake to watch over them. She kept watch until 9 in the morning, and there was no movement around. They had been working hard all night and slept very deeply. When Su Mian called them to eat, Xie Yurong was recovering well, but Zhao Tian was yawning non-stop. When he learned they had to go out and find aliens actively, he responded weakly. During the day, Su Mian chose a busy shopping area with a large square because it was spacious and easy to work in. In the morning, she let the two carry whistles and move around. She went inside shops to pick supplies, checking their distance to make sure they stayed close. In the afternoon, she joined them. With her help, Zhao Tian's tasks increased very quickly. Zhao Tian, being the most relaxed, still felt exhausted just from cutting off alien heads, but seeing the lively two, he didn't dare to complain. By nightfall, they returned to the campsite and started a new camping cycle. They kept doing this until the third day without rest, finishing Zhao Tian's task just before dark. Hearing that familiar reminder, Zhao Tian was so excited he almost cried. Su Mian knew it was late, so she told everyone to get in the car. They wouldn't camp tonight, but go back first. She refused Xie Yurong's offer to drive, letting the others rest. The intensity of the work might be too much for them, but Su Mian didn't feel tired. They didn't stop on the way. Near the quarantine zone, Su Mian finally relaxed. But as she stepped into the scanner, she sensed something was wrong. In the past, whenever someone approached the scanning point, staff would come out to check. Today, the three of them passed through the gate without seeing a single person. Not to mention Su Mian, even the careless Zhao Tian sensed something was wrong and silently drew his weapon. Xie Yurong was the first to notice something and went to the guard room. As he opened the door, a bloodied, mangled body fell out. From the clothes, it was barely recognizable as a staff member from the quarantine zone. After inspecting, he told Su Mian, "Their stomachs have been emptied. An alien creature has invaded." The people at the entrance were gone, which shows what the inside of the safe zone is like. As they moved further inside, the scenes became more bloody. Everywhere on the road, there was splattered fresh blood, and broken bodies could be seen everywhere. The once sturdy protective barriers were either deformed by pressure or corroded with holes. These marks clearly weren't made by newborn aliens. The management area must be in trouble. Just a short distance ahead was the management zone where Su Mian and the others were staying. Being so close, it's impossible to say everything is fine. Su Mian stayed silent, signaling the others to protect themselves. She took out her whip and led the way. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they hadn't encountered any aliens. The number of bodies had decreased, but there were drag marks of blood on the ground. This scene was very familiar to Su Mian. She knew very well that these were signs of aliens having eaten and then stockpiled food. Most of the bodies they couldn't see were probably hidden away. When the three of them finally reached outside the management zone, they almost thought they had seen wrong. The once tall buildings had turned into ruins. Both the task hall and the dormitories were buried under dirt, dust, and stones, making it impossible to recognize their original shapes. Xie Yurong said, "They used large explosive devices. That means there are probably many aliens here." Su Mian nodded. "They might have retreated. Let's check the nearest other management zone." Xie Yurong agreed with this idea. Su Mian took out the car she had just stored in her space, and with Xie Yurong guiding, they headed forward. As they guessed along the way, they found more bodies, both human and alien. The closer they got to the next management zone, the more signs of fighting they saw. When they were almost there, all three heard gunfire and alien screeches. Su Mian pulled the car away early. From a distance, several strange creatures were blocked outside the management area. Dense bullets hit the creatures, making them jump and dodge, but the damage was still weak. Some people used weapons to finish them off, barely stopping the creatures from entering the back area. Seeing this, the three of them went to help. Su Mian swung her whip, catching a creature around the neck. Xie Yurong quickly drew her knife, and the creatures had rolled to the ground. Zhao Tian was not far behind. He helped someone nearly crushed by a creature escape danger, and together with others, they also killed one creature. With their help, the number of creatures quickly decreased. Seeing this, people behind the railing also came to help. In less than 10 minutes, all the creatures were killed. Then, they turned their attention to Su Mian and Xie. Their teamwork was very impressive, earning everyone's admiration. At that moment, someone ran from behind the crowd, Lu Hongbing. He looked messy and shouted to Su Mian and the others, "Xiaozhou, you're back. Did you see Satellite Star? He insisted on finding you." I couldn't hold him back. He just disappeared when I turned my head. Did Satellite Star go to find her? Su Mian frowned, about to speak, when suddenly a voice sounded in her mind. "Congratulations, the host has triggered a key mission point. Please resolve the alien crisis quickly to complete the task." The usually silent system suddenly spoke, catching Su Mian off guard. Lu Hongbing stepped forward and explained that they had escaped early. Most people in the management area were safe, but everyone outside had sacrificed. Su Mian still didn't understand whether the system's message was about Lu Hongbing or Satellite Star. She looked up again and saw a familiar figure. The person stood behind the fence, and when they noticed Su Mian's gaze, they nervously looked away. After 3 seconds, they gathered courage and looked back, then walked over. The voice was gentle and sweet, just like in her memories. Su Mian instinctively wanted to respond, but she controlled her body and kept a neutral expression, watching her silently. The person in front of her was none other than Zhou Xinya. Someone who should be in the official safe zone had come here. It seemed the Fong family's revenge had already begun in these 3 days. "I'm sorry, sister. What happened before was my fault. I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Zhou Xinya said tearfully, caught off guard in front of everyone. Compared to Su Mian's coldness, most people thought the young girl looked quite pitiful. In a time of great danger, some petty grudges should be put aside. "You are Zhou Xinya, right? Conflicts among sisters can be resolved later. Now, fighting the alien creatures is more important." A middle-aged man spoke up as a peacemaker. After he finished, he introduced himself. "I am Zhang Jin, the leader of this management area. I am good friends with Lao Lu. When something happens here, the higher-ups have combined both sides, and now Lao Lu and I are managing together." Lu Hongbing gave him a look, but he didn't notice. He cheerfully added, "I saw you fighting the aliens just now. You are really talented. As you can see, the situation is dangerous. For everyone's safety, I'd like a few of you to help guard the area tonight. It might be even more dangerous. The higher-ups are delayed, so I had to gather everyone here. Of course, there will be rewards afterward." Su Mian finally looked at his face. "It's right for everyone to help when aliens appear. No, I hope you can lead the team," he said. Lu Hongbing was unhappy. They just finished a 3-day mission outside. Leading the team is a big task, and they need rest. "Lao Lu, everyone needs rest. I'm not trying to be strict. You saw how many alien attacks we faced today. I'm worried something will happen tonight. If the entrance is broken through, what will happen to all the ordinary people behind us?" Lu Hongbing was speechless for a moment. Su Mian stopped Lu Hongbing and pointed at Zhou Xinya. "This person has passed the official assessment and joined as a mission participant. She's definitely more suitable to lead." Zhang Jin's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhou Xinya. "No wonder you're sisters. The older sister is so capable, the younger one must be good too. Let's go with that." Zhou Xinya didn't expect that in just a short time, she hadn't finished her tasks and now was unexpectedly made the leader. When she heard they'd be guarding the entrance tonight to fight the aliens, her face turned pale. She looked at Su Mian for help, but got no response. Meanwhile, Su Mian asked for directions to the rest area, called Lu Hongbing to lead the way, and also inquired about Wei Xingxing. It was said that Wei Xingxing had followed him here and had been insisting on finding her. She had gone missing about half an hour ago. Su Mian didn't remember seeing anyone else when she arrived. She suspected Wei Xingxing was still inside the management area. While pondering, Lu Hongbing said again, "Oh right, your parents are also here. I wasn't here at the time. Their family registered your name to come in." Su Mian felt her stomach turn again. Su Mian couldn't understand how the family that caused her daughter's death could be so shameless as to come back using her daughter's name. Seeing her look upset, Lu Hongbing asked about the family's plans to stay or leave. The rest house in the management area mainly housed ordinary people, but most were taskers or their designated family members. As long as Su Mian didn't want them there, he had the right to ask the Zhou family to leave. After thinking for a moment, Su Mian said, "Let them stay at the door with Zhou Xinya. The house the taskers worked hard to get isn't suitable for their family." It was clear Su Mian had no feelings left for that family. Lu Hongbing didn't try to persuade her because he also looked down on parents who hurt their own children. 10 minutes later, Su Mian found the empty room Lu Hongbing mentioned. She took a shower and changed clothes, her mind still full of thoughts. She stayed in the room for almost an hour before coming out. Just then, she saw Zhao Tian downstairs looking around. Probably because there were so many houses, he didn't know where Su Mian was. When he saw her, he hurried overexcitedly to share what he had learned. "Your sister is pretty impressive. She's been in the management area for less than a day, and she already has several admirers. I had a hard time figuring out that they were driven out by officials. They said they offended someone and many people feel sorry for their family. After you left just now, someone went up to comfort her, saying you were too harsh. I couldn't help but tell them what Zhou Xinya did, but no one believed me." Hearing this, Zhao Tian panted a little. "I'm just waiting to see the alien show itself. How can she keep pretending?" Su Mian didn't care what others said about her. She just wanted to know how to complete her task. According to her friend Xie Yurong, the large-scale outbreak of aliens probably meant a full attack. They initially expected it to start tomorrow, but it came today. This could only mean that today was just a warm-up, and tomorrow's alien attack would be the real challenge. Su Mian didn't look down on these taskers. Just a few aliens would be enough to make them panic. If more came, not only the management area but even the safe zones behind could be in danger. Time quickly reached 11 p.m., and outside was unusually quiet. Su Mian sat at the door of the rest area, where she could roughly see the entrance. At that moment, the distant lights suddenly brightened. She squinted and looked over, realizing several large trucks were approaching in the night. As the vehicles drew closer, the management area quickly became lively. Lu Hongbing and Zhang Jin came out to greet them, and soon, about 50 or 60 people got off the trucks. They were dressed in the same uniforms and carried wooden weapons, similar to the official task force members Su Mian had seen before. They said something, but Zhang Jin's expression looked unhappy. Still, both sides shook hands and reached some agreement. What was more interesting was that Su Mian saw someone she recognized. It was Fan Wenxuan, dressed in disguise, holding Zhou Xinya, who leaned into him like a couple who had been apart for a long time. Zhou Xinya was saying something, but Fan Wenxuan's face looked twisted. He then called over a companion and whispered something to him. Although Su Mian couldn't hear what they said, she soon understood. Because a few minutes later, that person appeared in front of her, led by Lu Hongbing. He looked at Su Mian and ordered, "Our team leader Fan wants to see you immediately." Su Mian glanced at him and replied calmly, "Tell him to come here himself if he wants to see me, or he can forget about having that hand anymore." This statement stunned not only the man but also Lu Hongbing, who looked at Su Mian in surprise. He had just noticed that team leader Fan's behavior was unusual and never expected it to be related to Su Mian.
Team leader Fan is here to support us this time.
Now, the management area's ownership has been used by us. You're violating orders. Seeing the situation was tense, Lu Hongbing quickly explained to Su Mian, "We don't know how the higher-ups arranged it, but they reached an agreement with the officials. These people are authorized. If you openly oppose him, you won't get any benefits later. Moreover, there's news that tonight there will be a large-scale attack by mutants. The safety zone behind us has already started to evacuate. We need their help now." This was an attempt to persuade Su Mian to temporarily back down. But Su Mian remained firm. "I still say the same thing. He doesn't deserve for me to go see him myself. And he, who hasn't killed a single mutant, dares to be the team leader? I wonder what your officials are thinking, just who has the bigger backer." The truth was laid out plainly. The man's face darkened. When he saw that Su Mian was truly unafraid, he snorted and left with a harsh remark. Lu Hongbing went to chase, but Su Mian stopped him, saying, "Captain Lu, I also heard the news about the aliens coming. The situation might be worse than you think. It's good that the officials are sending support, but I'm worried they might not be able to control the situation. So, you'd better prepare early, but I heard Zhang Jin contacted the higher-ups. Many strong people are coming with the official team, and they are experts at fighting aliens. This time, the officials are actively working with them. Are you sure you're not overreacting?" Su Mian didn't try to persuade him further. Instead, she said, "At least keep some backup plans. If they can't handle it, large-scale explosives could still be useful." Lu Hongbing was silent for a moment and then nodded. "You should also be careful. I think Captain Fan might be targeting you." After watching the other person leave, Su Mian looked away. The lively scene at the gate had quieted down. The people had split into several groups guarding the entrance, and faint laughter could still be heard. During this time, Fan Wenxuan had not left. He sat calmly at the gate, looking very relaxed. Zhou Xinya stood beside him, and not far away were Zhou's parents. They seemed to be talking about something, their expressions flattering. Su Mian saw the person who called her go back to report. Fan Wenxuan probably heard her words and looked angry. Zhou Xinya was comforting him by swinging his arm, and Zhou's parents kept talking, their expressions not looking friendly. Just as she was watching intently, Zhao Tian came over. "Su Mian, I just asked downstairs. I wondered why I haven't seen any players after all this time. Turns out, they're all hiding in the official team. Now they all know about the alien outbreak and are coming out to do missions." No wonder Fan Wenxuan ran over right after waking up. He's confident, but if a fight really breaks out, will these players care about him? The players' ultimate goal was to kill the aliens. As an indigenous person, Fan Wenxuan was probably abandoned when he was chosen. He even suspected that Fan Wenxuan was coming to die. Su Mian agreed with his suspicion. They talked for a while, and then Xie Yurong arrived. He had just woken up and was feeling very energetic. Then Zhao Tian forcefully told him about the conflicts between Su Mian and her family, making him look surprised. It was almost midnight. Xie Yurong held a serrated knife, eager to act, and Zhao Tian looked confident too. Only Su Mian kept staring into the distance with a determined look. Until she saw something, she whispered, "They're coming." As Su Mian's voice fell, something seemed to jump out in the darkness. The task performers at the door also noticed the noise, stopped talking, and raised their weapons to guard the dark surroundings. Fan Wenxuan was reluctant to retreat when asked, but when an alien suddenly appeared in midair and almost hit him, he shouted and ran inside immediately. This reaction stunned the people in the management area and made the other players look at him with disdain. Zhou Xinya reacted quickly and tried to follow, but was grabbed by a female companion beside her, who then handed her a weapon. "Captain Fan's girlfriend, right? I heard you're pretty capable. You managed to join the official team through missions. Since we're fighting together now, you better perform well. We're counting on you." The speaker was a female player. Although she came with Fan Wenxuan for the mission, she had long disliked the couple's lovey-dovey attitude. Now she definitely wouldn't hide behind and slack off. Zhou's parents had been hiding nearby, waiting for their daughter to return. When they saw this, they shouted at the female player, accusing her of causing trouble, but were driven away by other task performers. The couple, already afraid of death, didn't want their daughter to face the aliens up front. Considering their own safety, they muttered and retreated to a safer place inside. Zhou Xinya looked desperate, especially as the number of aliens suddenly increased. She stared at the terrifying, clawed monsters in the night sky, her face pale and her body trembling. One alien swung its long tail toward her. Zhou Xinya, who couldn't dodge, was hit and thrown out, spitting out blood on the spot. The female player, fighting aliens and looking back, shouted, "No way, this is so trash." Zhou Xinya's already pale face turned even whiter, her expression full of humiliation and anger. She had wanted to pretend to be weak so that the official task performers might protect her, but she lay on the ground for a long time. No one paid attention to her, and a male player even accidentally stepped on her. When he saw her tearful expression, instead of feeling sorry, he scolded her for being in the way. If you can move, get up and kill the aliens. Don't block the way. The task performers in the management area thought they were too rough, but there were too many aliens. Even glancing around could almost get them attacked. They no longer dared to act heroically and save the beauty. Zhou Xinya stood up feeling frustrated. She didn't know how to use weapons properly. She accidentally pulled the trigger, but missed the target by brushing past the tasker's sleeve, almost scaring the tasker into dropping the alien creature into its mouth. Looking back, it was Zhou Xinya again. Both angry and speechless, the others chose not to say anything, knowing he was also one of those trying to protect Zhou Xinya. Zhou Xinya continued to surprise everyone. Not only did she miss twice in a row, but she also almost hurt her own people. Finally, she managed to aim properly. When an alien creature approached, she was so scared she threw her weapon away, ignoring the looks from others, crying and retreating backward. Does this look like someone who has completed a mission? Fighting aliens was already hard enough. Now, they also had to worry about Zhou Xinya causing trouble. Everyone present was furious. The players, however, didn't tolerate her. They found Zhou Xinya's shouting annoying. The same female player from before kicked her out, ignoring Zhou Xinya's pained expression, and scolded her harshly. During this time, players dodging the aliens accidentally stepped on her several times. Zhou Xinya finally stopped crying and hid in a corner nearby. Even so, the pressure on the players didn't lessen. Everyone noticed that the number of aliens was increasing rapidly. The taskers in the management area were struggling. Soon one was bitten through the neck by an alien. The aliens liked to torture humans cruelly. They deliberately spilled blood everywhere and tore apart headless bodies with their claws, ripping out internal organs and chewing loudly. Those taskers were splattered with bits of flesh and blood, their faces and hair covered. Already tense, they were close to breaking down. The players could still handle the situation for now, but they could only focus on staying safe and had no time to help others. Within just 20 minutes, one tasker after another was killed by the aliens. Not far away, Lu Hongbing, watching from the second floor, sensed the danger. After quick communication with Zhang Jin, they turned on all the main lights around the area. This sudden bright light caught the aliens hiding in the darkness off guard. The number of aliens was so shocking that everyone was speechless. The players couldn't help but shout in surprise. Wow, so many. Did we stumble into the aliens' nest? Despite their words, they kept fighting. Some finished off aliens with precise shots, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't keep up with the aliens' rapid increase. When the first alien broke through the crowd and ran inside, the people hiding behind screamed and ran away. Lu Hongbing came over with a knife to help. During the fight, he bumped into the fleeing Zhou family parents. The couple trembled as they moved toward the resting area, crying out, "Help! Who will protect us? We are ordinary people." Unfortunately, the alien creature's sudden attack distracted everyone, and no one paid attention to them. At that moment, the couple saw something, and their eyes lit up. "Yeah? Are you here to protect Mom and Dad? Please go save your sister. She can't come out. Aren't you good at fighting aliens? You must protect me." What are you doing, Nia? Su Mian had just jumped down from the second floor. She hadn't gone to help earlier, because she saw a flying alien behind them. The alien was provoking them. It took her some time to defeat it. Seeing the Zhou couple approaching, she didn't wait for them to finish speaking and swung her whip directly, causing the couple to scream in pain. Su Mian looked at them coldly. "You're really lucky. You're still alive after all that. You want me to save Zhou Xinya? You really dare to ask. Yeah, we are your parents. Are you angry with us? But wasn't it always like this before?" Yes, they had always favored Zhou Xinya. Seeing Yaya not get angry, they became even more overbearing. It turned out they weren't unaware of their mistakes but were doing it on purpose. Su Mian sneered. Zhou Xinya used to be naive and reluctant to abandon her ungrateful family. "I'm not her. Just wait and see how Zhou Xinya dies at the mouth of an alien." Ignoring the stunned reactions of the couple, Su Mian quickly struck down an alien with her whip. Xie, who had come along, swiftly finished off another. All this happened in less than a minute. At this moment, Zhao Tian arrived. Passing by the Zhou couple, he spat disdainfully. Selfish and ungrateful. Serves you right. The couple was furious but dared not do anything. They thought of Fan Wenxuan and wanted to find him, but then they heard screams coming from the resting area. It turned out Fan Wenxuan was too scared and hid in a room. He never expected a small alien to crawl through the window and pounce on his back. Zhang Jin, trying to protect him, hesitated to act to avoid hurting him. The alien then directly burrowed into Fan Wenxuan's lower back, causing him to scream in pain. The Zhou couple felt stuck and didn't know where to go. Suddenly, a strange creature silently appeared behind Zhou's father. When he saw it, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to see the creature's sharp tail piercing through his body. Fear made him speechless. He only stared at Su Mian, hoping she would help, but she responded with a cold, emotionless gaze. At that moment, he felt hopeless. Zhou's mother was already paralyzed with fear. She sat on the ground, soaked and trembling as she watched Zhou's father being dragged away by the creature like meat on a skewer. She didn't move at all. Su Mian ignored them and led Zhao Tian and Xie forward. At first, the players didn't pay much attention to the three newcomers. But as they worked together, killing a creature every minute with ease and confidence, everyone started to watch them. When they realized the main fighters were Su Mian and her team, their gazes changed even more. With their help, the dense group of creatures was cleared out, creating a safe zone. Some players, unable to hold back, quietly moved closer to the team. While completing the mission was important, saving their lives was even more so. Though it was a bit embarrassing to seek help from others at this moment, saving face did matter. Especially after seeing that Su Mian and her team didn't mind the extra people around, more players began to gather near them. Eventually, everyone was surrounding Su Mian and her team. Some kept fighting to attract fire and kill creatures, while others noticed Su Mian's excellent close combat skills and helped her. Some kept watch around them to prevent other creatures from sneaking attacks. For example, when no one was paying attention, a creature quietly approached from above. It was noticed by a female player who disliked Zhou Xinya. She looked up and saw the creature targeting Su Mian. She immediately shouted, "Boss, watch out above." She quickly moved closer and fired her weapon at the creature. Her aim was good, and she hit it, causing it to tilt its body, but it didn't take much damage. Su Mian glanced at the female player. She had completed 3 world missions and was new to working with female players. Seeing her calm and confident while fighting the creature, Su Mian knew she was an experienced player. After killing the creature, Su Mian seized the moment when it was diving at her, grabbing its neck and pulling it down. The people around her were startled by her quick move and quickly spread out to give her space. Others wanted to help, but saw her move her left hand. No one saw when she grabbed the knife, yet she easily cut off the alien creature's head. That was her left hand. Although everyone knew weapons made from alien bodies, using them still required strength and skill. They couldn't even guarantee finishing a single cut with their right hand, but she did it with her left hand, and she's clearly not left-handed. The female player's eyes lit up. If the situation had been different, she might have even whistled. Su Mian didn't realize that her move had raised everyone's opinion of her again. After asking Xie about the mission's progress, she went back to fighting. Maybe because of Su Mian's fierce methods, even though more aliens kept appearing, they weren't as terrifying as before. "I can't do it anymore. I'm out of strength. These aliens are too hard to cut. My hands are soft." After a long period of effort, some people started to give up. Just then, Lu Hongbing, who had squeezed through, said the bombs were ready. Everyone helped light the fuses. A few minutes later, the bombs exploded one after another, scattering alien parts everywhere. The ground, already full of corpses, looked like a small mountain. They didn't want to stop the fight because of the mission, but they were too exhausted to continue. After thinking it over, they gathered their strength to finish off the remaining aliens. Those too tired to fight found a place to sit and rest for a while. Xie Yurong didn't need Su Mion's help. She entered the alien nest alone, swung her knife, and looked a bit like Su Mion. The battle lasted until 3 a.m. When the last alien fell, Xie Yurong collapsed on the ground. Many others were in the same state, looking exhausted and messy. At this moment, no one cared about teasing anyone. The extreme fatigue made everyone unwilling to move, and a few minutes later, some people even started snoring. Lu Hongbing, barely holding on, came to check for survivors despite his injuries. Sadly, most of the team members in the area had been lost, and some players had also fallen. The numbers were far fewer than at the start. Then he saw Su Mion, who seemed unaffected by fatigue. She was walking alone among the alien bodies, as if she was picking something. In a place no one saw, she collected many alien fangs and skulls. Since she was fine, and these items were more useful than a watermelon knife, she kept a few for other missions. They didn't mind using them, because they didn't feel bad about losing them. Everyone else looked at her with admiration, unable to understand how there could be such a big difference between people. At 3:30, Lu Hong called the awake people back to the rest area to sleep, while some former logistics staff stayed on watch. It's worth mentioning that Fan Wenxuan was still alive. That small alien was killed by Zhang Jin when it was halfway inside him. Although Fan Wenxuan was in terrible pain, he was saved. It can only be said that he was lucky. There happened to be a doctor and medicine in the management area, which saved him. Su Mion didn't mind after hearing this. She watched Zhao Tian and Xie Yurong walk back to their rooms together. She also found a room to take a shower and change clothes. For now, the crisis of the night seemed to be over, but the system hadn't made any further sounds besides the initial warning. There was also the missing satellite star. Su Mion was thinking about whether to go look for someone when the door was knocked. She heard a familiar, weak voice say, "Sister." Outside the door, a bloodied, unrecognizable figure was lying. Su Mion turned the person over and saw it was Satellite Star's young face. He looked very weak now. Su Mion called out to him several times, but he didn't respond. She dragged him into the room and borrowed a doctor from Lu Hongbing. The checkup showed that besides some scratches, he was fine. As for why he was so weak, it was related to blood loss and exhaustion. Could it be that this guy was also fighting the alien earlier? Su Mion didn't expect him to become so brave. Watching his breathing gradually slow, she quietly left the room, set up a lounge chair at the door, and covered herself with a thin blanket to rest with her eyes closed. The management area was busy all night. Su Mion wasn't a deep sleeper, and the constant activity made her feel surprisingly safe. As dawn approached, she stretched and was about to check on Satellite Star when she saw several more green military vehicles arriving at the gate. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, and the people nearby were saluting him. Behind him, a group of men and women followed. Among the crowd, Su Mion saw Qin's mother, whom she had met before. Were they here to catch Zhao Tian? Shortly after, Su Mion saw Zhao Tian hurriedly hiding downstairs, but she couldn't escape and was caught. Zhao Tian still looked sleepy. Not far behind him stood Zhang Jin, who looked a bit confused as he watched the group. It seemed he had received a call and specifically called Zhao Tian, but he arrived too late and was caught. Su Mion didn't want to get involved in this unrelated matter. She turned back to her room. Just as she pulled open the curtain, she saw Wei Xingxing looking at her with big, sad eyes filled with grievance. "Are you hungry?" Su Mion asked gently. Wei Xingxing shook his head, his eyes slightly red. "I couldn't find my sister yesterday. I thought you." He lowered his head, rubbed his face, then looked up and said calmly, "It's good that sister is okay." Su Mion felt a mix of emotions. She couldn't fully understand the feelings between Wei Xingxing and Zhou Xinyue. Although saving her life was very important, Wei Xingxing risking himself to find Zhou Xinyue made her a bit confused. She felt that this child depended too much on Zhou Xinyue. Even if this closeness wasn't directed at her, she still felt a little uncomfortable. "I'll get you something to eat. You can rest a little longer. The doctor said you have many wounds and need enough time to recover." Wei Xingxing just looked at her. "Can sister stay here with me?" For a moment, Su Mian almost agreed, but then she remembered and gently refused. There are many things to do in the management area. After we figure out the situation today, everyone might leave. I also have things to handle. If you're bored, I can find someone else. No need, I don't want anyone else. Sister, you can go ahead and do your work.
Don't worry about me.
I'm sleepy. Su Mian heard the sadness in his voice, but pretended not to notice. She nodded and left. As she left the room, it fell into darkness. Wei Xingxing looked at the closed door, his eyes filled with tears. He lowered his head and looked at the scars on his arm. Thinking of something, he looked around and saw some clean clothes nearby. He got up, changed into them, rolled down his sleeves, and wrapped himself up tightly before lying back on the bed. After Su Mian left, she asked the staff to bring her some food. She then went to find Lu Hongbing to ask about the next steps for the management area. The other person glanced outside and pulled Su Mian aside, saying, "You saw the cars that just arrived, right? The other side is a general from the official military district. I just found out he's Xiao Qin's father. I didn't expect Xiao Qin to have such strong backing. I think the officials sent people yesterday because of Xiao Qin. I overheard that they want to take Xiao Qin away, but Xiao Qin doesn't want to leave." At this point, Lu Hongbing couldn't help but look at her with sympathy. "And Captain Fan's parents are here too. The whole family is inside, talking about something. They even called your sister in. I think they're going to cause trouble for you again." Su Mian couldn't help but ask, "Is Zhou Xinya still alive?" I was surprised too. She's pretty lucky. She played dead to escape. She was only found this morning, but she's badly hurt. The Fan family won't let the doctors examine her. I don't know if she can hold on. Talking about this, they had to mention Zhou's mother. The other side was alive, but a bit simple-minded. To avoid disturbing others' rest, Lu Hongbing arranged for her to stay in a small room at the back. "Maybe you should leave early? You've seen the situation here. The task force in the management area is gone, and they can't send more people now. We have to retreat. If you agree, I can cover for you later." He felt sorry for Su Mian, such a good girl, caught in all this chaos. "No need. If I leave, it won't be me. They can't hurt me." Lu Hongbing knew she was very capable. Last night, he even thought she was possessed by a war god. But no matter how strong she was facing not just aliens but also official personnel with powerful backing. It's true that civilians shouldn't fight officials. Unfortunately, his advice didn't help much. He said, "Be careful. If you can bow your head, do it. If not, ask Xiao Qin for help." Su Mian didn't mention that the Qin and Fan families were neighbors.
She asked about the retreat time.
Lu Hongbing paused before replying, "We planned to leave at dawn, but the nearby scouting team said the aliens had left, so we postponed until the afternoon. By the way, our management area was pretty lucky yesterday. Even though you guys killed many aliens, other checkpoints had more. I heard they kept coming in until dawn, and the official weapons were almost used up. That's when they decided to join forces with civilian task force members to fight the aliens together." He said this was first-hand information from Zhang Jin. He had contacts inside the official side, and they had spoken several times on the phone. Su Mian didn't doubt the truth of the news, only surprised by how different the outbreak was. However, since the officials could send so many players here, it shows they still have more players. So, it's not surprising that they could resist last night's situation. Lu Hongbing beside her side, saying that the officials are really strong. Even a single person is several times better than their task force members. He wondered how they trained them. Meanwhile, the noise from the distance grew louder. Su Mian looked over. Zhao Tian was jumping around like a monkey, and Qin's mother was crying. General Qin, besides frowning slightly, didn't seem very angry. Soon, Xie Yurong also appeared. It was clear he was involved with Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian was holding onto Xie Yurong's arm tightly. Su Mian could see the vein on Xie Yurong's forehead twitching, probably about to lose patience and hit someone. Xie Yurong really wanted to fight. He was exhausted last night and thought he was dreaming when Zhao Tian woke him up. He was walking as if he was floating. After understanding the situation, he rubbed his forehead and said patiently, "General Qin, Young Master Qin killed the alien last night, and everyone saw it. Since he has enough self-protection ability, it's good for him to train more. Qin's mother cried even louder. She hadn't slept all night, worried about her son. She rushed over before dawn, and her son was hiding like a scared animal. All right, if he doesn't want to go back, that's fine. The retreat will happen this afternoon anyway. I'll arrange a relatively safe area for them, closer to you, so you won't worry all day, General Qin said, considering both sides. This time, he wasn't just thinking about his son but also wanted to check the nearby management zones. Although he wasn't on the front line last night, he watched the broadcast and knew how dangerous the situation was. He didn't expect his son to survive, fight, and even help out. If it weren't for Qin's mother, he probably wouldn't have suggested bringing him back. After the plans were made, General Qin was about to leave. Qin's mother cried and didn't want to go. Just then, the Fan family rushed over shouting, "Brother Qin, you have to stand up for Wen Xuan. He's just recovered and took risks for the mission. He almost died because of someone. That Zhou Xinhua is trouble. She deliberately didn't protect Wen Xuan. She's harmed my son several times. Catch her." The person complaining was Fan Wenshuan's father. The father and son looked quite similar, but the father's eyes were sharper. When he came to complain, he didn't forget to describe his son as very miserable. Those nearby, who didn't know the full story, all thought Fan Wenshuan was too pitiful. Zhao Tian, who was already angry, almost exploded when he heard this. Before Qin's father could speak, he retorted to Fan's father, "If I didn't know the truth, I would have been fooled by you. How can you be so shameless to bully a young girl?" Qin's mother pulled him aside and said, "Be polite when talking to Uncle Fan. I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I be polite?" Zhao Tian didn't hold back. Qin Xiaoping was usually arrogant, so no one thought his attitude was wrong. Fan Wenshuan is a good person. Why did he go around messing with others' feelings? He even caught a family causing trouble for two sisters. I think he deserves to have his hand cut off. Seeing Fan's father's face turn grim, Zhao Tian wasn't afraid. "Why don't you call Fan Wenshuan out to face us? He's shameless, blaming the young girl for everything. I've never seen someone so brazen. Now, there are aliens everywhere. Those who are somewhat aware are trying to fight them. But he just swaggered over yesterday to flirt and fall in love. When the aliens came, he ran like a rabbit. But he's unlucky. He hid in a room and still met an alien. Honestly, I'm ashamed for him. The alien just appeared, and it's not invincible. It's like a woman crying and screaming. Otherwise, the alien wouldn't have chased him. He's lucky to be alive." Meanwhile, Sister Su. "Zhou Xinhua killed aliens all night last night. How can you still look down on a heroine who saved so many people?" Hearing her name, Su Mian looked over. Lu Hongbing, who was following, was excited. Zhao Tian's words touched him deeply, but he didn't have the courage to speak. Zhao Tian, still upset, rolled up his sleeves and said, "I get hurt every day. What's wrong with that? He's just a coward who treats a feather as a command, and he dares to complain." The couple, who initially thought Zhao Tian's words were too harsh, froze when they saw the various cuts and bruises on his arms. Their breathing almost stopped. Qin's mother, who had just calmed down, started crying again. Qin's father looked at him with a complicated expression. He frowned and said to Fan's father, "My son was just being reckless," but he wouldn't lie. "We're neighbors, and if you've been wronged, I can help. But you're the ones in the wrong. You should reflect on yourselves." Father Fan shouted, "Yes, Wenshuan's hand is really broken. Even if the feelings were mishandled, he shouldn't have been hurt. He's still young. How can he live without one hand? With his timid look, having both hands wouldn't stop him from running away. It's better if he doesn't have any." Before Zhao Tiangang finished speaking, Qin's father glared at him. No matter what Wenshuan did wrong, he admits it. This kid has always been very emotional. He must have been tricked. Otherwise, why would the person who hurt him keep hiding? It's obvious they're guilty. The Zhou family also has issues. If they didn't tempt Wenshuan, how could this happen? In the end, It's all about trying to get close to our fan family. Qin's father didn't really want to get involved in these matters, especially since the situation wasn't appropriate. Seeing more and more people gathering around, he asked, "What do you think we should do?" Father Fan had been waiting for this question and said the prepared words, "I don't want anything else. I just want her to lose one hand. You really dare to ask for that?" Zhao Tian looked at him as if he were crazy. Father Fan thought he was asking for very little and felt quite firm. At this moment, Su Mian walked into the crowd. Because of what happened last night, almost everyone in the management area recognized her face. The loud noise also caught Qin's father and Father Fan's attention. The former looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze, while the latter just glanced away quickly. Clearly, neither of them knew who Su Mian was. "Want me to lose one hand?" It wasn't until Su Mian spoke that everyone looked back at her. Father Fan suddenly stared at her. "Are you Zhou Xinhua?" "Yes, I am. I heard you want to settle accounts with me." "Well, it's perfect. You think I cut Wen Xuan's hand and he lost out, but the Zhou family got into the official system through tasks. Yet, you kicked us out with just one sentence, which caused my father to die last night. My mother went crazy, and my sister was seriously injured and refused to see a doctor. She doesn't have much time left. If you're going to take their lives, you should pay me back for that." Su Mian came over holding a serrated knife. She was now playing with it while observing Father Fan, as if she was thinking about where to start. Father Fan initially didn't pay attention to Su Mian. When he saw her attitude, he realized she was the ruthless person who had cut her son's hand. He instinctively took a step back. "What do you want to do? Do you want to kill my whole family too?" Su Mian replied calmly. "It's you who should settle the score. Now that I've done it for you, why don't you admit it? You're talking nonsense." Father Fan pointed at Su Mian, looking so angry he didn't know what to say because he could tell Su Mian wasn't joking. So many people were here, yet this woman dared to threaten him directly. Father Fan wanted Father Qin to step in, but Zhao Tian was afraid that Father Qin might cause trouble by talking too much. He stood in front of Father Qin like a block of wood, grabbing him whenever he tried to speak, so Father Qin couldn't get a word in. Zhao Tian thought that wasn't enough. He looked at the players and said, "I think Zhou Xinyue's idea is good. What do you all think?" The players clearly favored their own side, ignoring Father Fan's angry glare and nodded one after another. "I think it's a good idea." Father Fan, blushing from the crowd's cheers, pointed at the group of people and couldn't say anything. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Be careful! Get out of the way!" Before everyone could understand what was happening, they saw a shadow falling from above. A claw quickly lifted Father Fan and flew him into the air. Su Mian could have pulled the strange creature back, but she didn't. She just watched quietly as the creature disappeared into the sky. Until the creature was out of sight, everyone realized there was another creature? When did it come? The creature had appeared silently, as if hiding in the dark all along. This discovery made everyone feel scared. If they faced the same situation again, they might not be able to escape. Zhao Tian finally said after a long pause, "This is karma." He was then glared at by Father Qin and his wife. He touched his nose and thought to himself, "Serves him right." After Father Fan was taken by the creature, the Fan family insisted that Father Qin lead people to chase after him. But the creature flew toward a place that was already lost, so Father Qin couldn't let anyone go to their death. The Fan family was so angry they started blaming the Qin family too. Father Qin's wife was so furious, she told everyone not to pay attention to them. By this point, no one was thinking about finding Su Mian anymore. Even Father and Mother Qin decided to stay and wait for everyone to leave together. Su Mian took the opportunity to approach Zhou Xinya. She was still alive and saw Su Mian coming, which gave her hope. But when she saw it was Su Mian, her expression darkened instantly. Su Mian could tell that Zhou Xinya still hadn't realized she was wrong, even now. Even after she calmed down for a moment, she started to mock. "You're just a bit smarter and stronger than me. If you want to see me fail, just say it. Anyway, my parents always support me. What are you so proud of?" Cough, cough. As she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed hard. When she saw the blood in her palm, She tried to stay calm, but her panic was obvious. Su Mian looked down at her from above. There's no need to waste words with someone like you. I'm here to tell you that no one might protect you in the future. Your dad died last night. Your mom has gone crazy. Fan Wenxuan is now disabled, and you probably won't live much longer. The impact of these words was clear. Zhou Xinya's face turned pale instantly. You're talking nonsense. You're just jealous of me. No wonder Wenxuan chose me. That trash cares who he loves, so what's there to fight over? I just feel sorry for Zhou Xinyue. She always saw you as her only reason to live. And you? You enjoy her kindness and then stab her in the back. If you see her downstairs, remember to bow and admit your mistake. Zhou Xinyue looked like she was saying, "What are you talking about?" But Su Mian was already too tired to look at her. Although she wasn't a doctor, Zhou Xinyue was beyond help now. Sure enough, before they left in the afternoon, Lu Hongbing came to tell her Zhou Xinyue had died. She was badly injured and didn't stop the bleeding in time. When the Fan family agreed to call a doctor, Zhou Xinyue had already vomited blood everywhere. She died with her eyes open and a terrifying expression. Honestly, Su Mian still couldn't understand why a family with a good life would choose to fight among themselves and end up broken and destroyed. Fortunately, she wasn't Zhou Xinyue. Before leaving, the Fan family had already carried out Fan Wenxuan. They could hear him crying out in pain now and then. Su Mian saw Zhao Tian being taken onto Qin's military vehicle. She herself got into a small pickup with Xie Yurong and others. Next to her was the girl player from last night. She had been staring at Su Mian since getting in the car. After the vehicle started moving, she couldn't help but speak to Su Mian. "Hello, I'm Tao Feifei. Your name is Su Mian, right? I overheard it by accident today. I mean no harm, I just really admire you." Tao Feifei's appearance was bright and confident. Although everyone looked a bit rough and tired, her eyes were unusually bright. Su Mian thought she was pretty impressive too. The other person still looked excited and said, "Actually, I've heard of you before. It's more like I've admired you for a long time." Seeing Su Mian look confused, Tao Feifei mentioned a name, Song Kaishan. He was the first player they met in the game. Su Mian didn't expect the world to be so small. According to Tao Feifei, she and Song Kaishan are from the same world. They met other players after the dungeon, but they didn't see each other often. Every time they met, it was after a dungeon to share experiences. Song Kaishan mentioned Su Mian several times, expressing admiration and respect, so Tao Feifei remembered him. There were many female players in the game world, but most couldn't clear the levels. Tao Feifei liked martial arts since she was young and was good at fighting, which helped her survive. She liked strong people and wanted to be friends with everyone she met, regardless of gender. Before meeting Su Mian, she wanted to discuss fighting skills if she ever met her. But after seeing her last night, she felt it was a mistake. Still, since she rarely met such a person, she couldn't help but do nothing. Tao Feifei was not a chatterbox. After expressing her excitement, she didn't bother Su Mian anymore. Eventually, she was so tired that she fell asleep. When they arrived at the newly arranged management area in the evening, the scene outside showed the aftermath of a fierce battle, piles of alien bodies still not cleared away. Su Mian was waiting in line in the car with others to enter when she heard the alarm ringing at the gate of the management area. The guards upstairs shouted loudly, warning everyone another alien was coming. Quick-thinking people got out of the car and ran toward the gate. Some, unaware of the situation, were honking their horns. When Su Mian saw the dark mass behind her in the rearview mirror, she realized what was happening. She abandoned the car and ran. "Hey, where are you all going? My son is still in the car. Don't leave." Mrs. Fan heard the commotion and realized everyone was running. She was sitting in the car, waiting for help. But even their driver ran away. No one stayed to help them. Not even a word. After hearing that aliens were coming, she was so scared she didn't know what to do. Luckily, a relative from the Fan family was passing by. She grabbed someone to help carry her son away, but the relative pushed her away and said, "I can't even run myself, let alone carry your son." You need to carry him yourself. If you wait too long, no one will be able to escape. Mother Fan was so angry she got out of the car and yelled loudly, but she quickly realized something was wrong. She turned around and saw an alien creature pulling a person out of the car who hadn't had time to run away. She saw the person being torn in half and was so scared her legs shook. Mom, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and pull me out, Fan Wenxuan urged from inside the car. He didn't notice his mother's face was pale. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the roof of the car. Before he understood what was happening, he saw his mother scream and run away. No matter how much he shouted, she didn't look back. He was so angry, he wanted to get out himself. When he turned his head, he almost touched a distorted face. An adult alien creature was hanging outside the window. It had its mouth open, with red flesh stuck between its teeth. It stuck out its tongue through the glass, and the thick liquid on it made a sizzling sound when touching the glass. Fan Wenxuan was stunned. He screamed in fear, wanting someone to save him. But around him, there were only aliens and dead bodies torn apart by aliens. The only response was the aliens' excited noises. Finally, the alien finished playing. It tore open the car door with one claw, grabbed Fan Wenxuan like a toy, and bit off his head with a loud crunch. It tore his body apart, pulled out his internal organs, and threw the rest of his limbs away. Meanwhile, Su Mian and others were already preparing to fight at the door. Xie Yurong was close to finishing her task. She only needed 10 more. Today, she was sure to complete it. She told Zhao Tiandu that she would help Su Mian finish her task in the next few days. Su Mian didn't reply, unable to explain her special mission. Soon, the aliens launched a strong attack. Players and task workers in the area fought hard against the aliens. The military team brought by Qin's father was also helping with guns. It was then that Qin's father saw his sons change. He was surprised to see Su Mian fighting more fiercely than others. Everyone could see that today's aliens were not only many but also seemed to target Su Mian and her group because they were stronger. Even players who fought with them last night found it unbelievable. Are they here for revenge? I didn't even get a chance to pull them back, and now they're after us, someone said. Su Mian also noticed this. She saw that the aliens were coming toward her, but it seemed they were mainly attacking Xie Yurong and Zhao Tian. Did they mistake the wrong people for revenge? Tofei and other players went to help, but they couldn't squeeze in. Everyone looked at this strange scene and felt confused. Usually, the aliens were the ones being attacked, and now it was the aliens attacking humans? Qin's mother, watching from the high wall, wanted to send her guards to help when she saw her son being surrounded. Tao Tian was almost crying from exhaustion. He and Xie Yurong were completely surrounded and overwhelmed. Even with Su Mian's quick help, the aliens managed to hurt them several times. They had never experienced this before. Fortunately, Qin's father brought the army into the fight. They used long-range attacks to stop the approaching aliens and directed players to form a circle around them. After nearly half an hour of fighting, the situation finally stabilized for now. Not only Zhao Tian but even Xie Yurong was almost too tired to stand. He felt more exhausted than during last night's long battle. As for the mission, it was even more frustrating. Because there were so many aliens, he kept getting hit with blows, and after half an hour of fighting, he had only managed to kill 5. Su Mian was still dealing with nearby aliens, but her brow was always furrowed. It wasn't because there were so many aliens, but because she felt something was strange. The attacks from these aliens were much more intense than yesterday. If she looked carefully, she could see that their appearance was different, and they were larger. Even so, she still felt the aliens' attacks weren't strong enough, especially the flying aliens. Official research showed that aliens could control their evolution. They wouldn't choose the most common mutation but would instead pick the most suitable flying mutation. There were 2 possibilities. 1, that flying evolution was limited, or 2, that the aliens hadn't shown their full strength yet. If it was the first, she wouldn't worry. But if it was the second, humanity might be doomed. If the aliens kept getting stronger, could humans, who were under overwhelming attack, really save themselves? It was just a pipe dream. Once again, she felt her hope for the mission was slim. Frustrated, Su Mian moved even faster. After some time, someone shouted in surprise, "Why are they retreating?" Yes, the aliens, who normally wouldn't retreat until the very end, suddenly withdrew as if they had agreed to it. In the blink of an eye, at the entrance, only heaps of corpses remained. Not a single alien could be seen moving, as if the battle had all been a dream. Everyone stood still with weapons in hand, even doubting that this was some trick by the aliens. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and seeing no sign of the aliens, they began to retreat through the door. Father Qin ordered those who were uninjured to keep watch at the gate, while the injured went inside to treat their wounds. Xie Yurong and Zhao Tian were badly hurt. Among everyone present, only Su Mian was unharmed. While gathered, everyone was still discussing what had just happened. There were many opinions, and some even guessed that someone was controlling the aliens. Otherwise, such strange behavior wouldn't make sense. Only Su Mian didn't join the conversation. She kept thinking about whether she had missed something. At 8 p.m., Father Qin came to tell everyone some news. The aliens appearing and leaving suddenly at different places wasn't a coincidence. Other management areas experienced the same. The team sent to investigate found no traces of the aliens lingering nearby, meaning they had retreated completely. By the end, the aliens might have developed their own thoughts. We just worry they might be secretly planning something. Powerful and murderous monsters are already terrifying, but if they also have human-like intelligence, it could be a disaster for humans. Now, the authorities are starting live experiments on the aliens to find differences. So far, no progress, and the basic data suggests the results won't be good. This news cast a shadow over everyone. Zhao Tian said happily, "Luckily, I finished my task, and Xie Yurong is almost done too. Su Mian, how much more do you need? As long as you finish before things get serious, it's not our problem anymore. After all, it's just a game world. It will eventually reach its ending, and we can't stop it." His words sounded a bit cold, but in fact, all players thought the same way. No one felt pity or other emotions for a game world. Some players even discussed whether to go into the aliens' territory voluntarily. They were willing to do their missions even if it meant losing limbs or suffering injuries. Su Mian, what do you think? Zhao Tian and Xie Yurong also felt interested. Su Mian shook her head. "I don't have many tasks left. I want to see more." The players who thought Su Mian would share their view were surprised and didn't understand what she wanted to see. By 9 p.m., the aliens still hadn't appeared again. Everyone was exhausted and decided to rest for the day, planning to start their next move tomorrow. That night, they each returned to their assigned rooms. Su Mian was sharing a room with Tao Feifei, apparently because Tao Feifei had asked for it. The lights were turned off, and in the darkness, Tao Feifei quickly fell asleep. Su Mian, however, couldn't sleep no matter what. She looked outside through a slightly open curtain. The bright lights of the management area made everything look like daytime, and she could faintly see people walking back and forth on duty. She thought she heard a sound, but when she listened carefully, she didn't notice anything unusual. She decided she was overthinking today, so she lowered the curtain and lay back on her small bed. After clearing her mind, her thoughts started to drift, and soon she was feeling sleepy. Su Mian was awakened by a chewing sound. The noise was intermittent, as if it was right next to her ear. At first, she thought Tao Feifei was hungry and eating something, but as she listened more closely, she felt something was wrong. Without thinking, she turned on the light and sat up. The scene in front of her made her expression change slightly. On the small bed opposite her, Tao Feifei looked at her with a confused expression. If you ignored the blood and torn flesh on her arm, Su Mian might have thought she was just sleeping. "Is something biting me? Why does it hurt so much? What's wrong with my arm?"
Su Mian yacht her silentli.
At first glance, she seemed normal, but when Tao Feifei asked her questions, something was moving inside her open mouth. "What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that? My head hurts so much. Maybe all this fighting monsters these past few days has worn me out?" Tao Feifei, unaware of what was happening, touched her face and her head. She hadn't slept well at all, as if she had worked overtime again. When she got up, she felt her legs were weak, almost collapsing to the ground. This stumble woke her up completely. I need to find a doctor to bandage this. It's too scary. Looking at the bloodstain on her arm, Tao Feifei was about to leave. I suggest you look in the mirror first before deciding whether to go out. Su Mian's voice came, along with a mirror handed to her. Confused, Tao Feifei took the mirror. She wanted to check herself out, but when she saw her face covered in blood, she was startled. What the heck? What is this? At the same time, a scream came from outside, sounding like it was from a nearby room. Su Mian grabbed Tao Feifei, who was about to rush outside, and made sure she was fully alert before saying, "Stay in the room. I'll go check." Tao Feifei also realized how terrifying her face looked and didn't refuse. After Su Mian left, she mustered her courage and looked in the mirror. She initially wanted to complain about whether she had sleepwalked and done something strange. The moment she opened her mouth, her eyes widened in shock, and instinctively, she threw the mirror away. No, impossible. Although it was just a moment, she saw that she had several black, fuzzy tentacles in her mouth. What is going on? Meanwhile, Su Mian arrived at the room where the scream came from. When she entered, the person inside was just opening the door to run out. He was covered in blood and didn't notice Su Mian behind him. When he turned around and saw someone, he was so frightened he sat down the ground. But his first reaction was not to get up, but to cover his mouth. Su Mian's heart sank slightly. She already guessed what was happening. Soon more people were drawn to the noise. Most of them came yawning and asking questions, not noticing the strange things in their mouths. It wasn't until all the corridor lights were turned on that they turned their heads and saw their companions. Before they could speak, a series of exclamations and shouts burst out, unable to stop. What is this? Oh my, I've turned into a monster. Why do I have blood on me? Did someone do something to me? Oh no, we're doomed. Everyone was saying different things. Fortunately, after a brief panic, they gradually calmed down. Only the man who had been sitting on the ground at the start realized he wasn't the only one changed. He held his head and cried. I woke up feeling strange and saw him dead. I don't know what happened. I really didn't kill him. Everyone could see that as he spoke, the fuzzy tentacles in his mouth were also moving, stretching and wriggling in a disgusting and eerie way. When they realized their mouths also had tentacles, many people started to gag. Some tried to pick at them with their hands, but as soon as their hands touched, they got goosebumps and dared not touch them again. Su Mian waited until Zhao Tian and Xie Yurong came out. Seeing that neither of them had escaped this strange transformation, she finally shared her guess. You have been parasitized by alien creatures. They prefer darkness, so after you fell asleep, they quietly came out and started feeding on fresh blood and flesh. After realizing that her wounds were caused by her own bites, there was another wave of dry heaving at the scene. What should I do? My task isn't finished yet. I can't just wait until I lose control and eat myself completely, she said. Su Mian shook her head. Like you all said before, if the task is small, you can try to finish it early. Just stay out of the dark and keep your mind clear. It shouldn't be too hard, but judging by how fast the parasitic organism is spreading, it seems impossible to stay rational for long. When they heard that completing the task might be the only way to save their lives, everyone's face looked very worried. Especially when Su Mian mentioned she could help, everyone's eyes showed more fear. That night, no one expected to sleep well. The noise was so loud that the management area couldn't ignore it. Soon, people came to count how many had been affected, and they confirmed that about 80% were in this situation. As Su Mian said, as long as they stayed out of the dark and stayed awake, they were just like normal people. The same thing was happening in other management areas, and it was said that several people had died. When they learned they couldn't sleep either, everyone started to complain loudly. Some tried to tie themselves up to sleep, but their bodies were immediately taken over by the parasitic organism. The ropes were bitten through by the tendrils, and only when someone woke them up did they return to normal. This attempt also showed that the tendrils could stretch and were very sharp. When they were injured, the main body also felt uncomfortable. At the same time, when the parasitic organism became active, the main body showed signs of exhaustion. Is this any different from being possessed by a ghost? A day or two might be okay, but how can anyone stay awake for so long? The more they thought about it, the more restless the players became. They started planning how to complete their tasks at dawn. But while players could finish their tasks and leave, what about ordinary task doers? Su Mian thought her task might be to solve this problem, but she had no idea how. As dawn approached, the players, including Xia Yurong and Zhao Tian, prepared to go out and complete their tasks. This time, Su Mian didn't refuse. She got into the car and went with everyone to the area that had fallen into alien nests. During the trip, the communication devices kept ringing with calls from the management area. Qin's father didn't agree with them going out to search for the aliens at this critical moment. But the players were afraid of dying here, so they ignored the orders. The more calls they received, the faster they pressed the accelerator. When they arrived at the location, everyone eagerly got out of the car to look for the aliens, but they didn't find a single one. The players were tired and scared. Some couldn't wait and set off a small explosion in the street, which surprisingly worked. However, when they saw large groups of aliens flying overhead, they were stunned. There were no aliens on the ground, only wings and flying in the air. When they saw the players entering their territory, the aliens let out sharp screams and swooped down one after another. Su Mian had already taken out her whip and swung it at one of the aliens aiming at her, but others weren't so lucky. About half of the players were caught in the air, and before they could scream for help, they were pierced and killed. Blood and flesh rained down like a storm, scattering on the ground. Su Mian's whip was swinging so fast it seemed to be on fire, just to avoid getting drenched in blood. These aliens. How are we supposed to finish the mission now? Everyone had been so hopeful when they arrived, but now they felt hopeless.
Still, they tried to fight back.
A few managed to work together and pull down some aliens, killing only one after a lot of effort. Su Mian was a bit more relaxed. She actively fought the incoming aliens, swinging her whip and bringing one down each time. The others watched jealously. Some wanted to take the chance to get a kill, but they were afraid of Su Mian's skills. Plus, Xia Yurong and Zhao Tian were waiting nearby, so they didn't get the chance. Once Xia Yurong finished her 5 tasks, Su Mian stopped worrying about who got the last hit. She only put away her whip after all the small groups of aliens above her were taken care of, and she was breathing heavily. The others were still crying and lamenting that they had many more tasks to do. Some were lucky and only needed to deal with 1 or 2 more aliens, so finishing the mission was just a matter of time. Su Mian, you're the last one. Let's finish quickly and leave this world, they said. Su Mian didn't reply. Instead, she asked, do you think there's a shortcut to dealing with these aliens? Both of them thought she was joking. I don't think so. If there was a shortcut, the officials would have announced it already. And these aliens reproduce so fast. They don't spread like cockroaches. If one gets poisoned, it might not affect the whole nest. Maybe we could wipe out the entire group at once. Suddenly, Su Mian seemed to catch onto something. A glint appeared in her eyes. She looked at the player who mentioned cockroaches and said, I think we should try that. Try what? Poison them? Player looked confused, as if she was joking.